Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Who is ready? NAIC Day 2. 9 hours co-stream yesterday. We're so back. Good morning. Let's go. The New York Knicks are playing in the NBA Finals. They could be... Oh, my gosh. I knocked my light off. The Knicks could be champions. Wolfe Glick could be champion. Brendan Zhang could be champion. It's a great day. This could be a great day. My poor ring light got knocked over. Side streams are already going as well. Amazing. Victory Road. Do you have any heat for us? C and Federico, which is pretty cool. I think I will wait until the main broadcast just because I think we should be getting Wolfe and that game should be starting pretty shortly. But if you want to watch Federico versus Dawe, that's on the side stream right now on Victory Road. Why didn't Aaron participate in NAIC? I did not get a spot. I tried to register 4 different times. And I didn't get asked to cast that one. But honestly, I also have been wanting to co-stream more events, and so this was kind of the perfect opportunity. Wolfe versus Ko. Ko is easily one of the best Japanese players, a world champion in himself. Won in the seniors division in 2019, has been on an absolute tear since aging up to masters as well. Consistently, he actually travels a lot to non-Japan events like EUIC, NAIC. And honestly, if you had to pick a senior division world champion that, is a favorite to win the world championships of the masters division and get it in 2 different age groups, he's definitely on top of the list. Aaron Traylor, I think, is sleeping right now because he lives on the West Coast, but he said when he wakes up, he will join, which will be awesome. Is Wolfie qualified for day 2 of Worlds? There's no auto qualification for... Wait, no, that's not right. He actually... Hold on. I actually have no idea where he is on the championship points. There's no auto... I thought there was no auto qualification for day 2 this year, but... See, I have not even followed the circuit enough to know what the championship points are. Am I qualified for Worlds? No, I played like 2 tournaments this season. Okay, we're actually just getting into the match. Heck yeah. They did away with auto day 2, right? Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I'm not crazy, right? Thank you. Okay, folks. So the talk of the tournament, right? Wolfe brings this innovative team. He's got Toxapex, he's got Mamoswine, he's got Hydreigon. And of course, it's a Mega Charizard. Solo Mega Charizard team. Ko is using what all the best Japanese players decided. I think this is the #1 team in the format. He brought it to Japanese Nationals last week, literally last weekend, and got, I think, either top 8, top 16 there. Oh, yes. Let's get rid of the captions. Good call. Bye-bye. So, Wolfe has a bunch of different leads that I think he is considering in this one. And he's played against this team a bunch. One of the interesting things to watch out for in this matchup is whether or not Ko actually brings his Mega Evolution, because you could actually drop it. Which is wild. Anyway, I shall answer the chat questions after this game, but we are getting right into the match. So I think, basically, on Wolfe's end, Toxapex is an interesting Pokemon because it can be pretty disruptive in the early game if you want to lead it. Charizard Hydreigon is super oppressive in terms of damage output because you pressure with things like Heat Wave immediately. We saw Wolfe use Charizard Hydreigon as a lead in his match against Alex Underhill, and it really, really was powerful. Incineroar Charizard pressures Fake Out plus Heat Wave immediately, right? Which is pretty powerful into Ko's team, especially because the King Gambit does not have Protect. So normally King Gambit, wants to get that Defiant boost. But if you get that Defiant boost, you can't protect yourself in the face of Fake Out plus Heat Wave immediately. I will increase the stream audio slightly, but not much more. You let me know how it is, chat. Yesterday, me and Justin were talking about Toxic. We did talk about the no guard effect. Yeah, we spent a while talking about that. Like, we talked about how we learned that effect at LA Regionals. So I think if you're Ko, there are a couple of strong leads that you could go with, right? Whimsicott Basculegion pressures Tailwind into Wave Crash, ignores the Fake Out potential from the from Incineroar. You could also go Charizard Garchomp, just for a lot of immediate burst damage, and then Charizard King Gambit as well. Little louder for game audio. Okay, I'll up it up a bit more. So I think what will be interesting is Wolfe can go super aggressive or super defensive with Toxapex. I think he's going to go aggressive early, but let's see. Floette Garchomp. Okay, so no Whimsicott. Hydreigon Charizard. Interesting. So Floette's in a really good spot. Is vulnerable to getting snarled here on turn 1. Ko can protect Garchomp. Can also switch in a Whimsicott, which is interesting. So the thing is, like, Hydreigon can't protect, right? So it's always going to be vulnerable to Floette. If you're Wolfe, if you wanted to play defensively, you could switch in Toxapex, but you could just push the go button. It is going to be a pivot, though. It could also be Instant coming in, but yeah, it's Toxapex. Okay. Draco should KO Garchomp, but you are vulnerable to Garchomp Protect, Floette attack here. What does Garchomp go for on turn 1? Charizard could Protect here immediately, right? I think I like Ko's lead, honestly. It applies a lot of offensive pressure. The graphic is wrong, by the way. The items are not correct. Okay, so Garchomp was trying to bait Hydreigon. Hydreigon switches out, so good play by Wolfe. Charizard protects. Just Dazzling Gleam. Okay. So good defensive play by both ends, right? If you're Wolfe, you could get greedy and just Draco Meteor the Garchomp slap, but Garchomp could protect. Garchomp could switch into Whimsicott as well. Ko had an opportunity to predict the switch out there and attack aggressively, but let's say you predict it and Wolfe just Draco Meteors you, that feels like a disaster, right? But I think I give the positioning advantage to Wolfe right now because Toxapex pressures with that wide guard. So Toxapex being able to switch in makes it such a big threat. Like, Hydreigon applies this pressure, Ko responds to the pressure, Wolfe is one step ahead, switches out. Now wide guard is super safe. Yep, so Ko does not go for spread moves. Nice call. Just going to be Dragon Claw and Heat Wave. Floette takes that actually pretty nicely. It's a roll as to a 2-hit knockout, 79, and a Moonblast. So plays around the wide guard. This is not going to knock out, but we'll get it quite low. Now in Dragon Claw KO range. Charizard could easily protect this turn, right? And Toxapex could either infest to trap something in, like, or you could Toxic. That's interesting, yeah. Like, you can hear Lee suggesting Earthquake, right? You could protect Floette EQ in this position if you think Charizard's going to protect and Toxapex is going to go for a Toxic or Infestation. I think if you're Ko, it is quite important to ideally either conserve the Floette if you don't have Whimsicott in the back to beat Hydreigon. Because, like, Hydreigon's really bad into fairies, right? So, and because it's Choice Scarf, it can't protect, Wolfe has to be really delicate about how he plays it. But I think both players making great plays so far, and there's a reason why they're the only 2 undefeated players left. So I think this Charizard Protect is fairly obvious. Let's see if Co predicts it. It is Protect. So if I see Protect, I'm thinking it might be Earthquake here. Ooh, okay, Dragon Claw. Infestation. Yeah. Yeah, it just feels like, a heavyweight battle between both players. The Protect EQ play, like I talked about, could have been really deadly there, predicting Charizard to Protect, getting a lot of damage on a Toxapex. Then the following turn, you pressure Dragon Claw and even maybe Light of Ruin. But now it's kind of still a neutral game state. Coastal is exerting with a lot of offense, and this is one of the awkward things about Toxapex is that it is not going to deal damage for a while, right? It kind of adds up with Infestation and Toxic, but it does soak up a slot. So I think Co doing a nice job of reading that wide guard, getting guaranteed damage on a Charizard. Now, if you're Co, Dragon Claw on a Charizard is always safe. Wolfe's team does not have a Dragon Claw switch in. The best bet would be Charizard switching out into Incineroar right now. So let's see, is there Incin? Yep. Okay. Floette switches, wants to conserve itself, and also does not want to get infested. King Gambit switches in. The way the speed order there works, by the way, is actually really interesting because had Charizard been faster, it would have switched out first. Or sorry, had Floette been faster, it would have switched out first, meaning that Incineroar actually would have activated Defiant, which would have been a lot worse for Wolfe.
With that infestation, and each and every turn, it will be chipping away at this King Gambit like we're seeing now, which is so valuable to deal with this threat.
Okay.
Intimidate also nice onto the Garchomp. You can see the Incineroar.
One of the questions I have is the Incineroar King Gambit speed interaction. King Gambit does not have Aqua Berry, and it also doesn't have Protect. So it's super vulnerable to eating up a Flare Blitz right now. Getting an Intimidate, I think, onto the Garchomp is a really big deal. Just makes it that much weaker. But I think Garchomp had a few opportunities to maybe click Earthquake so far in this game. If I'm Co, I'm immediately thinking I might want to push the tempo a little bit with Garchomp early on.
This King Gambit as well notably doesn't have Protect, so even if you're worried, King Gambit has to be kind of easy.
So let's see. I think if you're Wolfe, you could obviously just fake out Garchomp. You could also just rip Flare Blitz into King Gambit immediately. But fake out is always pretty safe. Actually targets the Gambit slot. Yeah, does not want it to get a free low kick off. Just another Dragon Claw. It's not much damage. Is it Infestation now into Garchomp? Nope, it's going to be Toxic. Okay. I was thinking I might like Infestation a little bit more there because you trap Garchomp in and it's intimidated, but I think the Toxic damage now is going to start stacking up quite quickly.
And also the fake out into the King Gambit just to kind of continue the chip away with this Infestation and avoid any low kick damage into the Incineroar this turn because you want to, if you are trying to get the reposition of the high.
So now Sun is out. Flare Blitz into King Gambit, still incredibly oppressive. Gambit cannot protect, right? So can Co... I think, honestly, if I'm Co, I'm thinking about still just Earthquaking myself here. But it's a gamble.
I mean, looking at these Pokemon too, both still kind of healthy on Co's end, but this damage over time will kind of stack up. And if we can get some...
But yeah, I think, the other question I have is how will Co ever deal enough damage? Oh, actually just goes for Rock Slide here. Misses Incineroar. Takes away a flinch chance. Yeah, Pex takes nothing from that. I mean, if this is Parting Shot and Infestation, right? Garchomp is just completely neutralized at this point.
And this is going to be a little bit of a safer swap with whatever Pokemon comes in. Won't have to take a hit from the Garchomp, only potentially from that King Gambit.
I think if I'm in both players' shoes right now, I much prefer Wolfe's position, I think, because he's done a really good job neutralizing the big threats. And I think Co had a pretty good start, but now is really faltering in terms of damage output. The one thing is that this King Gambit is still healthy, and Incineroar didn't Flare Blitz into it. So it has the opportunity to launch a big attack off, right? Charizard here could just faint. Question is whether or not Toxapex flinches here or not. Good low kick. Yep, knocks out Charizard. You can see Co celebrating. That's a big KO to get. Oh, flinch. That surely was an Infestation, I think, into Garchomp. Because I think now Garchomp being able to pivot out is such a big deal.
Yeah, and I think Cole's got to have the question now. They're doing...
That's a big flinch.
But you've got to be thinking in the back of your mind, what is my way to deal...
Hydreigon is in now, though, so it does pressure with damage into either slot. You can Earth Power King Gambit or target the Garchomp with Draco. My big question is what Co's final Pokemon is, right? actually knocking out Toxapex is pretty difficult for him. It would involve Garchomp into an endgame, Basque Legion last respects, right? Or maybe blowing it up with like a Light of Ruin, like, you know, double up into it. But if you're Ko, you need to like start sequencing more knockouts, right? The one thing like Ko can use to his advantage right now is the lack of Protect. Ooh, it's just Earth Power here. Does knock out King Gambit, okay. So Ko was saying, look, you get to... I'm going to let you knock out one of my 2 Pokemon. You either Earth Power me and you lock into Earth Power. Oh, he's just Rock Sliding again, going for another flinch right now, so he probably feels like he's kind of behind. And it flinches again! But now, Hydreigon is locked into Earth Power, right? Infestation never went off, so Garchomp can switch out. Kosto has a 4th Pokemon as well. I would guess it's Basque Legion, because I think that's your best answer into Toxapex. So I think you can go into Floette right now, and then swap Garchomp out into Basque Legion. Let's see.
Back in a little bit later and be a bit more effective, where it has got the Earthquake, has got the Dragon Claw that will be hitting for super effective. Big damage onto these 2 targets.
I think the things like these flinches are annoying, but there's still like Ko's not getting very far with it, right? He still needs to do damage.
I mean, you know, on the field we see the Floette once again, but reminder, that Floette took a lot of damage last time it was in battle.
This turn, I think Ko can get a knockout onto the Hydreigon slot if he wants, right? I think Hydreigon switching out into Instant, as Lee is suggesting, is probably Wolfe's best play right now, because I don't like... the Instant is still relatively healthy. The question is whether or not it feigns to Moonblast. If it feigns to Moonblast, this is dicey. Okay, Wolfe decides I'm actually going to stay in here, so Garchomp just protects. Earth Power into the Floette slot. Nicely done, but Hydreigon will faint as a result. Yep. Is the last one Basque Legion now is my question. Probably Toxic now onto Floette. Or Infestation. Makes sense. Really nice play by Wolfe. Predicts the Protect from Garchomp. Garchomp had a great opportunity to switch out there, but it doesn't. Yeah, really nice way of dealing with Floette. That Floette's basically now cooked. But, I mean, endgame Basque Legion is Ko's only chance right now, I think. If it's... I think it's got to be the Basque. It wouldn't make sense otherwise, right? And I think Basque could be good enough to still win this endgame for Ko right now. The thing about... I really like Wolfe's play there, saying, look, if I switch in Incineroar and Incineroar faints, I don't get damage onto Floette, and Hydreigon can't actually do that much to Floette either, right? I'm vulnerable to just a Moonblast into that slot. But I think late game Basque is looking kind of scary right now from Ko's end. It's interesting that Ko never switched the Garchomp out, because I thought that switching to Basque Legion to be able to reset the stat drops would have been nice. I wonder if he finally considers it, but no, he doesn't go for it. So Fake Out just finishes off Floette. This does open up Garchomp attacking. Could go for a Dragon Claw, Earthquake. Yeah, just a little bit of chip. Just poking it away. The rough skin, actually, I think kind of a big deal there, honestly, as well. I also think this is Ko saying, I actually want you to knock out my Garchomp because I want the Basque Legion to have full power last respects. So surely it's Basque Legion, right? I think if it's Whimsicott or Charizard, it's absolutely cooked for Ko, but he's played this entire game making it feel like Basque Legion. He's spending a while taking his time to think about it, say, look, I have, free 45 seconds, why not take it?
It gives the Toxapex room to get the infestation, all that toxic onto it, and then also room for Incineroar.
But it's interesting. I don't know. Let's see. Yep, okay, it's Basque. So I think it's like you probably just go Wave Crash Incin and then Last Respects Toxapex right now.
So the Last Respects feels like the best option. The Incineroar has taken a good amount of damage so far, and maybe Last Respects, after, it might be enough. A couple of them could be enough to get rid of it, and then you can start dealing with the Toxapex. You just feel like it's probably not got
so
enough
tense.
To deal with these two Pokemon that Wolfe preserved perfectly to this endpoint.
The other question I have is, does Wave Crash and Sun actually knock out Incineroar right now? It's the last turn of Sun, so you'd always just protect, actually, to stall out Sun. The reason to not go for that is you don't want Toxapex to get more recovery, and yeah, that just KOs Incin. I mean, I think Basque clears Toxapex here. It's a crit. I don't think that mattered. I think if like Ko would have definitely protected there if he thought there was any chance of Instant surviving.
More and more at this house. The Basket Legion now badly poisoned. I have to imagine this next turn we see a Protect start getting this damage chipped away.
Yeah, the Protect now.
All right, well, let's see.
And then
Basket Legion into Toxapex. It's just Last Respects. You just spam Last Respects right now.
Because, and hoping that it's doing significant amounts of damage. The wave crash recon.
Oh, sorry for the Discord ping. That should be muted.
But it's all about how well this Toxapex.
I keep turning my notifications off, but it keeps turning back on.
Fully powered up at this stage with all three of its partnering Pokemon now fallen. Baneful Bunker.
Okay, Baneful Bunker.
A little bit of alleviation. Get some of that leftover.
Last Respects into the Baneful Bunker. More recovery. What? I mean, it's a full stacked Basket Legion here. Is it enough to knock out this Toxapex?
You've already used the Protect. Go for it again. But how much damage is Last Respects going to do?
The problem is Toxapex, like Infestation and Toxic damage adds up, right? So even if Code doesn't get the knockout here, it gets 2 Last Respects off most likely. Yeah, it's just a KO. Nicely done by Ko. Very nicely done. Yeah, it's not strong enough to hang on against the GOAT Pokemon. I mean, King Gambit right now is #1, but guys, Ko is a world champion, right? Like, let us not forget. Won in the seniors division, but top 8 at Worlds literally last year. This guy's a beast at the game. So beast. So I think the flinches, I know people are focusing on that a lot. The thing is, I think because Ko actually never swapped out that guard chomp, like I think Wolfe is probably just going for infestation on those turns. I think Ko's lack of switching with guard chomp makes me think, I mean, it's still impactful for sure. I was like, oh, if you just like infest the guard chomp, it's trapped in, that's really good. But the way Ko maneuvered this game for Basket Legion endgame was really, really nicely done. It was a really good game plan, I think, by Ko. And it made Toxapex not look that good, right? This is how you deal with Toxapex. You kind of say, look, have fun, Toxic, or infesting me. I'm like willing for you to just like knock out a Pokemon and let those Basket Legion, you know, turns start stacking. But yeah, I think Basket Legion, Last Respects, like it just feels insanely powerful. There's like, it feels so bad building up an early lead and then your opponent brings in Basket Legion. So, like, what did Ko do well in this game, right? I think good distribution of damage and made Toxapex feel useless for a couple of turns. Wide guard the turn, Toxapex clicked it, like not falling into bait of that was really nice. I honestly wonder if Wolfe maybe considers dropping Toxapex for a game. It's still not bad in the matchup, but I think the way Ko played around it was really, really nice. Like, doubling up on Charizard that one turn was really crucial, in my opinion. Guys, I think Dr. Aaron Traylor might be joining us. Let me add him.
Yo.
It's the doc. Hello.
Oh my god.
How are we feeling? Game 1. What do you think?
What'd you say?
How do you feel? Game 1.
I didn't see. I just saw that Wolfe lost.
Here we go. Okay, it's game 2. Ensign, Zard, Floette, Garchomp. So Ko's going Floette, Garchomp as a lead, which I think is something new that we've seen from
crazy.
These teams. Yeah.
I totally didn't expect that because Floette just feels so bad into the Charizard Toxapex thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like Ko got a way around that.
Yeah, so basically, like, Wolfe wide guarded on a turn that it was Dragon Claw Moonblast, and Heat Wave, and Charizard got bred down to 20%. So, like, then it was in a really awkward position. But it's Toxapex now switching in. Okay.
Oh my god. It literally 10 minutes ago, I was in a beautiful dreamland, and then I woke up and I saw that it was Toxapex, and I was like, Aaron.
Good morning.
Aaron. Good morning.
Okay, Charizard protects. Immediate Rock Slide Rip, okay. I like that gamble by Ko, saying in a world in which you would get greedy and attack with Charizard, I can actually just knock you out. But Toxapex, really nice switch in here. Good defensive play by Wolfe on turn 1.
Yeah, wants to really go after that Charizard when the opportunity was there. Smart play from Wolfe, not even Mega Evolving here.
And now, right, like now you can send Charizard back to Instant, and the scary thing is, ooh, where is King Gambit coming in, right? Because if you're gonna toxic, like King Gambit coming in would eat a intimidate and make the toxic feel really bad.
Yeah, I think Wolfe's decision here is, do I rip Mega and Heat Wave wide guard, right? Like, that's kind of the safe play, but Co predicted wide guard last time. If you're Code, you just click Rock Slide again, right? Instead of Dragon Claw. He's staying in, okay. I could see Clo just going for Rock Slide, like Light of Rune right now into Charizard or Rock Slide Moonblast, but let's see.
Does it survive Rock Slide Moonblast? That's crazy.
I am not sure.
What are they feeding these Pokemon?
Okay, Floette just protects. It is just the Dragon Claw. Okay, so pretty safe play by Co here. Oh, Weather Ball into Protect. Okay, probably Toxic or Infest on Garchomp. Double up onto the Floette.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
This is what I was saying, though, right? Wolfe didn't click wide guard. So, like, there is this mind game now because, like, Co showed I am willing to just keep clicking Dragon Claw. But does he call it here, right? Like, does Wolfe go for wide guard now to be safe? But then Co says, I'm going to Dragon Claw Moonblast you. Like, wide guard, such an impactful move in VGC. But if you click it and your opponent doesn't go for spread moves, you waste a turn. This is a big, big turn, I think, for both players right now. Floette actually decides to switch into Gambit. Oh. You can see Co. Yep, nice call there.
Yeah.
Charizard obviously risky. Yeah, yep, he rock slided. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Does Toxapex flinch? It's flinched a bunch of times earlier. Does get the infestation off. Okay.
Ooh, nice. Cool. So now you can't really like now, right?
So like some Gambit there, like incredibly risky switch in, right? Because Charizard could just Weather Ball or Heat Wave there. I think Co was saying, look, if you don't wide guard, why just get my Rock Slide off? And I don't at -1. Does it knock out Zard at 125? I'm not 100% sure.
Does -1 Rock Slide? It
Yeah.
might get it. It's gonna be really close depending on how Wolfe's Garchomp is trained. Charizard.
Yeah. So the obvious play for Co right now is Dragon Claw, Sucker Punch, Charizard. If you are Wolfe, you could switch Charizard out. Does Co also, like, if you're Co and you think Charizard's switching out, you could Dragon Claw low kick. Oh, he celebrates. I think he called it. Yep, I told you guys. Yep.
Oh my god.
Guys, that's why he's a world champ. Like, that's such a huge knockout if it's low kick. I think it's got to be low kick here. Yep.
Oh wow.
Oh, but Instant does
Ooh, but it's not a knockout.
That's big.
I think this match is really interesting because neither player kind of like has control in the way that they would want it. You know, so they kind of have to play a little rougher around the edges than they would.
I totally agree. I think Co's predictions have been insanely good though. Like he's gotten a lot of turns right. But
totally,
really nice call there. Like to switch Protectless King Gambit in on Charizard, then call the Charizard switching out. Folks, that's why. Those are the plays that it takes to become a world champion in this game.
That's why he's the coat. I can't offer you much, but I can offer you that.
The thing is, you know, this game is still anyone's game, right? I think like Co has built a really good, nice early advantage, but there is still the toxic damage ticking away. There is still the infestation. Let's not forget, King Gambit can't protect. Oh, but Sucker into the Incineroar there. Wasn't fake out. This just KOs it, doesn't it? Yeah, big knockout.
Yeah. I think Wolfe is getting pretty caught up in the turn by turn and not really seeing the larger picture here. Like, I think that moves like fake out or like leaving Charizard in to like maybe take a trade and start getting the field kind of whittled down. Like, I think that, you know, these moves, they could work, but because of how Co is on like another level, they don't work. And I think the first game we watched yesterday, where it was like Geo, right? Geo versus whoever he was playing. It was like they were both making moves that were really good in the moment, but just like Geo had like a longer term plan, and I don't really feel that right now.
Yeah, I think what's starting to feel scary is that like Co has built up a big advantage and still hasn't lost that many resources. And like, guys,
Yep.
let's not forget what the win condition for Ko in the previous game was, right? It was Basque Legion. That hasn't hit the field, and he still built up a pretty big lead. So if I'm Ko right now, I'm thinking if I knock out Hydreigon, that should be game over. Basque Legion just wins the game, right? So he has guaranteed damage on a Hydreigon here with something like Sucker Punch plus Dragon Claw. You kind of make Wolfe kind of pick his poison. Now, if you're Hydreigon, you could... I was going to say swap back out onto Charizard. I don't think I like that play, but
That's
it's,
so squirrely,
it's feeling
but-
really scary,
yeah.
I think, for Wolfe.
Mm-hmm.
Wide guard, okay.
Yeah. I mean, Toxapex doesn't have anything to do but wide guard, which is like kind of feels bad, you know?
Yep.
I don't know about that. Not getting some Sucker Punch damage there. I think that's going to end up mattering in the long run.
Oh!
Okay. This is what I love seeing from like these games where like, you know, it's two great players like just really leaving it all out there. If you're gonna get a little crazy, you're gonna stay a little crazy when your opponent like kind of reins it in.
Yeah.
I feel like the Dragonclaw needed to go into the Hydreigon. Just
Sucker
straight up,
Sucker
right?
Dragonclaw
I
felt
guess-
really safe there. The thing is now Floette gets to come in for free, right? So if you're Ko, I think it's still okay. But yeah, because I think he was probably expecting Hydreigon to potentially switch out. I don't think you need the damage onto Toxapex because it's going to heal back enough before the Basque Legion hits the field. But this gives Wolfe a window. I honestly, I think if it was Sucker Dragonclaw Hydreigon last turn, the game was over.
Yep. But like, what was the end game last game? Because having practiced against Toxapex, I will tell you that Basque Legion versus Toxapex, you only need a little bit of mustard on the Toxapex side to make that feel really bad as Basque Legion. But I think at the end of game one, we saw Last Respects kind of clean everything up.
It did, yeah. It cleaned Pex up.
Oh no. I want that Basque Legion inspected for Pokemon enhancing Poffins.
Earth Rock Slide here, by the way, covers for a Charizard switch in. And Moonblast.
Makes a lot of
Healing.
sense to do that if you're Wolfe, though, because Dark Chomp is like, it's basically like that Cleffa, right? Toxic Infestation -2. It's not doing too much right now, and just like whittling it down until you can maybe get in this Basque Legion endgame. But what you do have to watch out for if you're Wolfe is the Infestation running out on Garchomp, which would feel the game a different way.
Ooh.
It hasn't run out though.
Yep.
So
The question I have for you, Dr. Aaron Traylor, is also Solar Beam into Basque and whether or not it's a one-hit KO. I think we expect it to survive, right?
it is definitely not a one-shot, I think, just given the way that everything is going. But honestly, because this is like the freest double protect for Wolfe in the history of Pokemon that ever protected themselves from damage, like, the question is, do Ko's Pokemon have enough to get through Charizard Toxapex? And I think at this point, it's looking like it's in Wolfe's favor.
Yeah, I think a lot of chat thinks it's one for Ko, but the reason why I think it's actually not necessarily is because Garchomp faints now, double protect, Basque Legion in. Charizard's faster than Basque Legion, so pressure Solar Beam onto that slot, right? Floette will also get brought lower. Like, I really think Dragonclaw Sucker was so safe onto Hydreigon, and I think Ko... Yeah, like, maybe, like, you know, to the point of, like, making crazy plays throughout a lot of it, like, felt like he could gain an advantage, but yeah, I feel like he just threw away a lot of free damage that turn.
Yep. Absolutely. And, like, this is the thing about bringing Floette here. It's a smart thing to do, right? Hydreigon, such a strong Pokemon, but you have to get more out of it before you end up in a spot like this. Because this is simply not enough, like, it's not doing enough right now. You know, it's going to... The best case here is it gets a Light of Ruin crit onto Charizard. Like, that's what we're asking for, but that's still going to allow Toxapex to both get a Toxic and an Infestation. And that makes this game a lot less even for the Basque Legion, in my opinion.
Oh, man, this turn is a call, right? If you're Wolfe, who do you target? If Does Ko just attack with both? Because Ko could say, I think you're going to Solar Beam Basque Legion. I'm going to protect Basque Legion, get a Light of Ruin into your Charizard to put you in Aqua Jet KO range, and that would win in the game, I think. Or if you Weather Ball Floette. You tell me, but with Mystic Water, I would think so.
I guess. Oh.
You can see Ko celebrating, though. That's probably just Wave Crash into Charizard, then Last Respects. Like, oof.
Ooh.
Oh, you don't even need a Wave Crash,
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's it.
I'm not a big fan of the Weather Ball there. I think it's really trying to like get in this like read heavy space. And now it is very, very challenging, right? But like the Toxic will add up. It's not. I think it probably comes down to multiple protects.
Yeah.
Although maybe you saw this end game last game before I woke up. Look how low Ko is on your time.
He's really been taking his time to think, but I mean, I think he's played this phenomenally. Like, it's like I think a lot of people are like, oh, Wolfe probably has prepared against this team, right? Like, yes, he has, but like, there are very few, arguably, like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 players on the level of Ko's level who've been maining this team for the last couple of weeks that can play it at his level, right? And like, this is something like, you know, you and I and our friends, like when we prep for Worlds, it's like, we know we're good, but it's like hard to master an archetype. Ooh, Toxapex does survive, okay.
Yeah, but you can't take more.
Yeah.
That does so much more than I thought it would. I guess when I was like, because I've played this kind of like from both sides of the table, it's like, I had Incineroar Intimidate on that, I think. But I think it's important to know that like, this is a protect right here, right? And then if there's another protect, like it all comes down to this 33% chance, which like if you are Wolfe, you're mad that it's that low, but you're happy to have more than 0. And if you're Ko, you're also probably mad it's that high.
Do you need just a double though, or is it a triple that's necessary here?
I think it's a double because of how Toxapex, the toxic damage stacks up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Chat. Double protect. 1 in 3 chance for Wolfe Glick to take it to game 3. Oh my god. My heart is pumping right now. Both players know exactly what they're clicking. Last respects. Baneful Bunker. He gets it! Oh!
Oh
man.
Always lucky. I want to psychoanalyze that face cam later from both players. They're like, yeah, you know, it's like everybody knows. Everybody in the arena knows how it goes. Everybody's saying world champ diff.
Guys, let's not forget Ko is also a world champ. So when you say that, it applies to both.
Oh my god. It's like he's equalizing it.
Oh my gosh. That heck of a set there.
That was wild. That was so crazy. But I think like Basque Legion having 20 something health before that final turn, like if Wolfe went for Heat Wave instead of Weather Ball there, that could have been the difference between needing the double protect or not, you know?
Yeah. Really good call out.
I just don't think that Floette was ever going to do enough to be worth targeting.
Yeah. Such an intense set though, right? Like
oh yeah, that was wild.
Insane. I can't wait to watch game 3. Okay, so I think you know, Basque Legion has felt kind of like goated in this set. If you are Ko, like you ideally will have endgame Hydreigon for the Basque Legion, right? I think Ko's done a good job of eliminating Hydreigon before it hits the field. Before Basque Legion hits the field. So Wolfe, if I'm Wolfe, I'm thinking about like, and also Ko has gone with the same lead both times, right? It's been Floette Chomp. Wolfe could just lead Instant. I mean, yeah, like I guess he did lead Instant in the first game. I guess immediately, but I still kind of like it. Like Co had to get a lot of reads right to be in the position he was in that last game, I think.
Definitely. I think that, like, I mean, in some senses, like, you know, Garchomp Floette is such a, it's honestly, looking at Wolfe's team, fairly crazy to choose that one. And, like, in some senses, even though Wolfe just won the last game, the momentum is a little bit on Ko's side. Like, is he going to stay with this, you know, weird lead with this weird plan, or switch it up at the last moment to get one over Wolfe? And we see it a third time.
Yep.
Yeah, same leads as game 2 here, dropping that Intimidate onto the Garchomp. It's going to be hitting as hard. You've got that active fake out.
Okay, well.
If you're Wolfe, what do you do here?
You could, I mean, fake out into Garchomp is one play, but then you take damage, right? And then you could fake out like Heat Wave, for example. You could, like game 1 or game 2, you went what? Protect, switch, and Pex.
Yep.
I mean, Protect, switching Pex is still not that bad, I think.
Yep.
But I don't think he'll go for the exact same play. I don't know. You could like Protect Parting, but that's super risky, I think.
You're gonna take, yeah. I think like right here, especially like what that game showed, is that Incineroar's health bar is really important, right? Because you need that for Basket Legion. And I wouldn't want to waste too much of it. Fake out into Garchomp and Heat Wave is a fairly safe play here. I guess you don't move much, but you also don't give too much damage up. You might even trade Floette for Instant if they light Ruin.
Yep, it is fake out. Yep.
Yep. And so now, okay, Weather Ball. I don't know. Weather Ball is really interesting. I think it's like risk minimizing in a way. Ooh, Moonblast into Charizard.
That's a lot of damage. Wow.
Yeah, that's a really nice play from Wolfe, identifying there is an option here.
It's risk minimizing because you don't want to use Heat Wave, but I also think that, like, I'm not sure because, like, Heat Wave is fairly favored, and if you do end up getting a burn, which happens because you're launching into Garchomp so much, like, that can get you. But moving right along.
So Charizard here, like, surely you would expect it to protect or switch, I think. And Co actually... Oh!
Ooh. If there were an eval bar in this game, I think it would be swinging wildly. Ooh, okay.
So the classic, I'm going to bring in Whimsicott to encore you. And the Moon. Okay, I mean, this is not going to do that much, but, like, nice play by Co. That's actually... I take it back. That was actually a decent amount.
Yeah. That is a decent chunk. I think that this is like a, is Faustian bargain? Is that what you'd say? It's like, it's really strong, but Co has kind of put cards on the table for both players here, right? Because Toxapex is so effective right here, right now, that Co needs to do something kind of drastic, or if this kind of hangs out for another 2-3 turns, it's gonna fall out of his hands really quickly, and I hope he realizes that.
Do you go for the encore here? Or do you predict Charizard to switch out into Instant and double Moonblast?
Personally, I'm always like really like low risk on these encores, so I would do it. But like this Toxic or Infestation is going to get so much accomplished.
I don't see Co popping off
immediately.
Yes, yes, I'm guessing you just click encore.
Ooh, okay. But this is still going to get a lot done. Floette has been really, really strong here.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if this is an infestation, so now we've got Floette here, right? And it can't go anywhere. And there's this fake out, and this damage over time. So it's kind of like we're gonna have to see something happening in the other slot, because Floette is not going to be with us for very long.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Gosh. This is so crazy.
It is really tense. I mean, so I want to explain the Whimsicott adjustment for people, right? Because it's like Gambit basically feels awkward to bring because it doesn't have Protect, right? And it like Co got some nice mileage out of it, but it's really hard to, I think, get as much as he did in the first 2 games. So he was like, look, Whimsicott gives me Encore pressure, gives me a secondary option to beat Hydreigon, because I think Ko's thinking, well, Wolfe needs to conserve his Hydreigon for longer, but if I bring double fairies and I beat the Hydreigon, well, then endgame Basket Legion looks a lot stronger, right? So super intense game right now. I think really well played by both players.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Ooh, new mic, who this?
Oh, sorry, I thought I had this mic enabled the whole time yesterday, but I didn't. Somebody's like, Traylor's mic is bad, and I was like, no, it's not. I just never enabled it. So I think there's something really interesting happening on that turn, right? Because if you're Wolfe, you want to ideally Toxic Whimsicott, probably.
Yeah.
You know, Infestation is good, but if it Encores you, that actually randomizes your target only if you switch moves, right? And so by clicking Infestation there, he's sure he gets the Infestation on the Whimsicott and makes progress.
This position looks, I still think, pretty bad for Wolfe, right? Like, because can't you just bring Basket Legion in? Encore, Toxapex, KO, Incin? I mean, Wolfe can get around it with switches, I guess, but...
The issue for you there is that Last Respects is not strong enough to make a dent in the Toxapex.
Right.
And, like, yes, you can Encore, but both your Pokemon are still taking damage over time. And the typing of Basket Legion and Charizard make it... Garchomp. Sorry. Hydreigon. Good morning. Hydreigon and Charizard make it kind of hard to...
Okay, so the thing is, right now, Dragon Claw into Incin, super safe, right?
Yep.
Wolfe can't bring that Hydreigon out, so he has to bring Zard out after Incin faints. Incin could also just switch here, but you'd eat a Dragon Claw on a Hydreigon or a Charizard, which doesn't feel great.
Yep. And with Incin at such low health, it's like, I'm not sure that's worth preserving, you know?
Yeah, that is very true.
But it's Toxapex coming out.
Okay. Tries to cover for... Is it a double... Okay. But this is, so the thing is, like, Ko can still play safe here, right? Like...
Yep.
You do get Zard in now, though. I felt like if that were like a tailwind, it felt game winning. Like, I think Wolfe recognizing he's playing from behind and makes a good switch, which is nice.
So...
Does Dragon Claw one-shot
feels...
Hydreigon, Aaron?
Does Dragon Claw? I believe that it does, depending on how this Garchomp is trained. I'll tell you another move that one-shots it, though, which is Moonblast. It's kind of like both players have to kind of think about what they would want out of this turn, because there's a really easy way to get you down to a scary, scary endgame.
If it was Moonblast into the Toxapex switch, and that also would have been GG on the spot.
Yep, or Dragon Claw Moonblast into Incin. Because then Incin would faint. Right?
Okay, I think he went Tailwind Dragon Claw into he didn't celebrate, so I think it's Dragon Claw. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, Ko with the delayed pop-up! He's like...
It was the kind of non-celebrate.
That's it.
It's like, I don't trust this Rock Slide.
Like, that's why I thought Ko had the positioning advantage the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to explain that, right? Because even if Wolfe stays in, like, Wolfe's play there is protect Charizard, Draco, Garchomp in order to gain an advantage there. But that's so risky, right? Garchomp could protect, then Charizard could get... I mean, now it's just game over. Dude, wow. Ko's predictions have been so good this game.
Yep.
Yeah, someone said, gotta wait for it to connect. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, that was what I was...
That's fair. True. Chat, you're so right.
You can never preemptively pop off on
Aaron, I
Rock
love
Slide.
that Whimsicott adjustment, though, right? Like, I thought it was so smart.
Absolutely. Really, really strong. Yeah, that was a great set. I mean, Ko played so well.
I think he also showed the blueprint that if you're using, like, the main 6 like Ko's using in this event, how you can beat Wolfe's team, right? Because the way he used Charizard Floette for early damage distribution and then punishing with late game Basket Legion was really well executed, in my opinion.
Yep, absolutely.
Someone said, why would you click anything other than Tailwind Rock Slide? Because you are vulnerable to either Charizard protecting, switch into Pex, and then just Draco into Garchomp. And if that happens, Wolfe actually probably wins the game.
Yep. Although Basket Legion coming in is still going to do a lot of damage, you can kind of switch your Pokemon around and maybe stall out the Tailwind. Yeah.
Wolfe is not out of the tournament, guys. Both of these players are literally the two highest ranking players right now. So today there are 4 rounds. Wolfe just needs to win what? 2 of the next 3 and he'll be in top 8 still, or top 16. So the upside of winning all your games on day 1 is you have way more breathing room on day 2, whereas the players who started 7-2 today need to win 4 in a row to try to make it to top cut.
Yep.
Guys, like, Ko is so freaking good. Like, there's no shame in losing this, right? He played absolutely out of his mind.
Mm-hmm. Goodness, that was wild. Yeah, man. I think that, like, if I were another player on Ko's archetype watching this, I'd be like, oh, awesome, you know, there is a way.
Exactly.
Because maybe I was thinking about this last night as well. But also, like, if I'd seen the whole game through, I would think, like, how do I do this in a way where I don't have to, like, figure it out every single turn? Because each one of those turns was really scary. You know, Ko, like, had it, right? Every time. But if I'm another player, I'm like, ooh, am I? that's a tall order, right? For any player, you know? Like, playing this out again, like, would Ko be able to do that consistently? Like, you know, maybe.
Aaron, so I want to talk to you about Mamoswine because I think chat's asking about it, and I do think Mamoswine actually could have been quite impactful in Game 3, especially with the Whims adjustment. But I think there was probably fear of... Yeah, it's like Mamo can feel kind of awkward positionally.
Yep.
But honestly, I don't know. I think Mamo over Pex could have been pretty impactful in this one. Like, I think if Wolfe's to think about this set again, like, he's probably thinking about how he can weave in Mamoswine for a future matchup against him.
Totally. I don't understand Mamoswine as much. I think that, like, Toxapex looks so good, right? Especially when you're playing this team. And when I was playing Toxapex in Regulation I, like, there were games where it was really strong, but also, like, I didn't think it was an every game Pokemon, you know? And I think that switching up to, like, a Mamoswine mode and, like, hey, Sneasler probably would have been pretty good too, right?
Yeah.
Like, just kind of getting yourself out of that rhythm could have been really important.
Yeah, I think a lot of chat pointing out Hydreigon's already a problem. And who do you drop for Mamoswine? I think maybe Toxapex, I don't know, but here's the problem. If you drop Toxapex, you don't have wide guard support anymore, which means Garchomp gets to just, like, use his attacks way more. So it's an intricate one for sure. But I want to talk about Ko's, like, reads in that game because I think he took so many good calculated risks. And actually in Game 3, he was not playing super read heavy, right? He was going for the Encores, and Wolfe did a really good job switching out of both of those when Ko maybe could have felt like he could have gained more of an advantage. But Ko was basically, look, the Encore always ensures that slot's gonna, like, I know what that slot is gonna do, and I can take advantage of that. That in itself is a really big deal, right? And I think in Game 2, like, the risks Ko were taking made so much sense, right? Like, when Wolfe switched Charizard out into King Gambit, it's like a flashy read, but it's like, if Dragon Claw Sucker Punch comes out there, you just lose Charizard, you're so far behind if you're Wolfe, right? Because suddenly you actually don't have a way to, like, deal with the King Gambit as effectively. And so I think, like, Ko was really good at dialing in on, like, when I think you need to respond to me and I'm going to read versus when I think I should still play it safe.
Yep.
And then, of course, the Rock Slide Tailwind turn, like, I think, you know, the upside of that turn is even in a world where Charizard protects or switches out and Hydreigon attacks, you hedge because you can flinch with Rock Slide, right? It's like 90% to connect, 30% chance to flinch. So it's saying I could win the game on the spot if Wolfe does not make the right play. And even if he makes the right play, which is protect Charizard to switch into Pex, Draco, the 27% chance always gives me a bailout as well. So, and then it just, because it ended up being Charizard attacking, instantly game ending.
Yep, totally. Absolutely. I think that, like, this is a position that, like, Wolfe puts himself in a lot with this kind of team. And so, like, it was kind of flipped on his head here, right? It's like Ko is the one taking these traits that are advantaged every time.
So I want to remind you guys of the tournament structure because I'm sure many of you tuning in have not watched, like, NAIC before. So quick reminder, basically today all the players today had to win at least 6 games yesterday to move on. And so if we will play a total of, there was 9 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds today. So if you have 11 wins and 2 losses, you progress in the tournament, right? So Wolfe is now 9-1. You can do the math there. He basically needs to go 2-1 in his remainder games to move on to the top cut. So because like winning your early games in day 1 is such a big deal, because like day 2 is like truly the best of the best, right? So you get an advantage, like, you know, and Ko played amazing, right? Like, if you told me Ko's going to win this tournament, I would not be shocked at all. So don't forget, like, how intensive a game Pokemon can be, right? So first round of day 1 or day 2 is over now. And then today we play all the way until the finals are determined. So only 2 people will play tomorrow in Championship Sunday, right? So it's 3 more rounds of Swiss. Then we get like a top 16-ish bracket. I don't know exactly how many players will be in it. And then we'll play from there. So yeah, that was... I think Ko did a really good job of showing, hey, I know what Toxapex does, and you know, one thing that I really liked was he actually consistently stayed in with Garchomp in game 1. I kept expecting him to switch, but he was like, look, even though I'm not doing much damage, you know, part of it was the reason for him clicking Rock Slide, I think, was him being like, I don't really have anything else to do with this Pokemon. I don't want to switch in Basque Legion because I don't want it to take any damage. And so he was saying, look, I mean, I'll Rock Slide. If I get a flinch, great, but otherwise, like, you'll just infest and Toxic me, and I'm looking to faint anyway, right? I think if I were in Ko's shoes, I was thinking of switching because it seemed so intuitive. And I thought it was really smart that he did it. So I don't know. I was really impressed by his play. I also think Wolfe still played really, really well. Like, he kept himself in that game and in that set for a long time, and I think a lot of people would have folded a lot quicker. But yeah, Ko just played like phenomenally.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, you had a good vibe there, and I just like unmuted after eating.
No, you're good.
Like,
so someone said, if you're in this tournament, are you practicing against the 9-0 teams? I mean, Ko's team was literally the team to beat coming into this event, but once again, it's like there's only so much practice that you can get. Like, practice really ranges, right? Like, let's say I right now pick up Ko's team and I play Wolfe, right? For practice. I am not going to pilot it to the degree that Ko is going to pilot it because he's been using this team, and he's one of the main like players who brought this to Japan Nationals and worked on it with multiple of the game's best players. So that means like he's thought about his game plans. He knows his leads. He knows his game plans way better than someone like me who maybe can play at a high level but hasn't used this team can. And sometimes that can lead to actually like you having a false sense of confidence potentially because you think that you have a really good matchup into a team, but then you go up against someone who's like the best in the world at this composition, and suddenly you're like, oh my god, this is actually way harder than I thought. So I think it's like, yes, everyone coming into this event probably prepared for these 6, but did they prepare against players who, 1, are as good as Ko, and 2, have the experience with the team like Ko? Probably not. And that will, like, a lot of the day 1 players you'll play against are probably using this team, and you'll have the reps into it, but then it's, you know, when you fight someone like Ko, it becomes a lot harder because they just have so much experience with it, and they're so good.
Yep, absolutely. But at the same time, when you are in that position as like someone like Ko, right? Like you, like from the other side of the table, right? If I'm this top cut and I'm not on Ko's team and I'm not on this Lycanroc, Scoville and stuff, like, and then there's that Charizard, Aerodactyl, Furrygraph, Sylveon, there are only 3 things, you know, like I can prep into 3 teams and be covered into a huge amount of the field, right? And it's like, yes, I might not be able to get Ko in that moment, but it's also like, if my game plan is going to be kind of strong into this team, there's going to be such a high bar of execution, which is what makes Ko's play in that game so, like, interesting and, like, worth looking through, you know? Like,
yep.
That's why he did it. Yeah. Goodness. The pairings for the next match are already up.
Oh my god.
Sorry, what you said?
I was like, heck of a way to start the day. Really, really.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that is one to like roll out of bed too. So the next match, Wolfe is playing against Fede Campo, who has the exact same 6 as Ko. I think the difference is that his King Gambit has Protect over Low Kick or Iron Head, and so it's just kind of like, that's really spooky, right? You go from Ko into like literally the sitting NAIC champion, and then you have to figure out like, what is he going to do different, because he might have prepped over the night. Like, does he have a different kind of plan? You know, if you were to do something like the Mamoswine, which clearly not instinctual, how do you get there? You know, like, it's so scary to make that switch. Yeah.
What do you think about Sneasler? Chat's asking, why didn't Wolfe bring Sneasler in that one?
It kind of gets overrun by most of Ko's Pokemon, right? Like,
Yep.
yeah, you know, you have Dire Claw into Whimsicott and Floette. Garchomp runs it over. Basculegion runs it over. And so if there's a Tailwind with Whimsicott, it's kind of just sitting there. And I don't think Ko, like, the way Ko was playing, I don't think he was going to give up that much for free to Sneasler. So I, as a biased perspective, I kind of like that it wasn't brought.
That's why we have the doc on stream, folks.
Yep, to give that biased commentary everybody wants.
Anyway, that was crazy. We just opened the stream, have like almost 3K viewers to start the day. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zhang. We've got Dr. Aaron Traylor on. Justin Karras and Marcus might join. I don't know what they're up to today. Maybe other friends as well. But, of course, it has been a blast. Thank you for tuning in to the co-stream. And it's going to be a great day.
I have a question. Do we think Ko is wearing like the default Uniqlo shirt? The silhouette looks a little weird. The sleeves are like a little longer, but kind of like the neck, you know, like.
Well, I think like Japanese Uniqlo shirts are built different, you know. Like that does look like a Japanese Uniqlo shirt.
Yep.
We gotta call up Yuki. He knows ball.
Yeah, well, he's busy right now. He's got dollars to win. All right, we got these guys back on the mic.
Okay, lots of good questions by chat here. Sometimes it feels like Wolfe is too concerned with toxic infestation rather than immediate damage. I do think that's a fair point. I think part of the like weaving of toxic infestation is like it's really subtle, but it's like thinking 3 or 4 turns rather than thinking in the immediate turn. But that said, Aaron is our resident Toxapex expert, so I want to get your insight on it. Like, do you feel like Toxapex was pulling its weight in that one, or should Wolfe have gone with like an immediate damage?
I think that Toxapex pulled its weight, but I think that the Pokemon around Toxapex, like, I felt that the game plan was really reactive, and like, Ko made some awesome plays, like, ooh, you know, is it going to be a Dragon Claw or a Rock Slide? It was a Rock Slide and it wins, you know, like, that was awesome. I feel like there are ways to put Ko into situations where those risks are less, like, in his favor by focusing more in the long run, and it felt like we kind of got caught up in the little things there, is my kind of take. I also think that, like, maybe focusing on more of, like, a general game plan instead of just the Toxapex, or, you know, keeping it in the back or something like that. Yeah, but I didn't hate Toxapex itself. I could definitely, like, see wanting a game without it, though.
Someone asked, if you're Ko, at what time do you start worrying more about top cut than final games? What's the mentality once you clinch top cut? That's a really good question. I think it is interesting because I think that you probably don't want to reveal as much. Like, if I were in Ko's shoes and I'm at 10-0, first of all, my mentality is I still need to win one more, right? But if you were to win the next one, I think but part of it is you also can play for a bye, the higher seeding, depending on how the bracket plays out. So I don't know how the numbers shake out for this event, but there is an advantage to being a higher seed because it means avoiding a potential first round game. If there is no bye to play for and it's just like a clear cut top 16 and I'm Ko, I'm actually thinking of like, you know, for those last 2 matches, I wouldn't say necessarily sandbagging it, but maybe not, like, if you have game plans into those teams, maybe not revealing them immediately, because I think there is a high likelihood you actually play that opponent again in the top 16 bracket. So it's the advantage of winning your games earlier, where, like, those final 1 or 2 rounds, you can actually, like, take your foot off the gas pedal a little bit and potentially conserve information for when you might actually go up against that opponent again. Because I actually think often when someone beats someone in a VGC tournament in best of 3, the person who lost thinks so much about what they should have done differently that if they were to match up again, I actually often would pick the loser over the winner, because unless it's like the matchup is so skewed that it's like 80-20, right? Then it's like I'd probably pick whoever had the better matchup, but I think often the matchup is closer, and whoever loses, like, because when you lose in VGC, especially at like the highest level of competition, you just think so hard about all the things you could have done differently, that like it's likely those people will be like, okay, well, now I know if I run into the matchup, this is the lead I should go with, these are the Pokemon I should drop, etc.
Yeah, my motto or mantra, my point of view is I always think that, like, if I play somebody in cut that I played in Swiss and I won in Swiss, I'm like, I am not taking a single thing for granted. You know, they kind of have the momentum because they're the one who's been sweating, right? We see this happen all the time. Like, you know, get a win, even like a breezy win, does not mean that the next one is coming for free.
Mm-hmm.
In those scenarios where you had to take the High Dragon out of harm's way if you were Wolf because you knew you needed.
Someone said, "How isn't it clear how the bracket shakes up? Isn't it best X scores qualify?" Yes, but that best X can range. Like it is either cut off at 16 or lower. So like 12 to 14, for example. And in certain tournaments where basically there is not an extra round, it's like you could have the same record, right? You and I could both be 11-2. Or 10-2 is normally, I think, the number that it will be. And only the top 16 players with that record or better make it. So in the last couple of events, because the tournament sizes were too large and we didn't get an extra round, there were actually multiple players who had like a 10-2 record, which was good enough for most players to make it to top 16, actually still like bubble out, which kind of sucks.
Title's just went in the game like Thursday, so he was ready to update that profile, intimidate all of his opponents, and maybe that intimidation factor has helped him a little bit in this tournament.
Someone was saying, commentator making no sense. Ko's matchup was too good. Dude, Wolfe has beat this team like 5 times. I mean, I don't know how many times he's played it in the tournament. I promise you, it's like, this was like the #1 team he had on his radar coming into the tournament that he wanted to beat. Like, I think Ko just used his tools really effectively and played, like, he made, I would say, almost no mistakes, basically. Like, it was almost flawless play. I don't think the team matchup is so good for Ko there. Like, I think, once again, there are very few people in the world that could have maneuvered that matchup the way that Ko did. And that is what, I like, don't think it was a significant team edge.
Because of that protect, right? So that puts Wolfe on the back foot straight away, and I think the damage taken here is so significant. The ability to
like, Aaron, we're getting a question. Oh yeah, what's up?
Yeah, go for it.
We were about to. I cut you off. Oh
no, please.
Steph asks, what would we use our One Wish Willows on?
I wish Aaron Traylor loved me more than anyone in the world.
Bro, that's crazy because I already do, bro. My answer was $2 million or $1 billion, but I think I would say all my rock slides hit. No, I could do better. I'll think on it.
Someone said, I feel like Hydreigon was a bit of a tough bring. I think the tough thing is if you don't bring Hydreigon, you get cleared by Basket Legion. It's 5 Pokemon that all take neutral or super effective from it. So I think it's tough. I do agree. It is a tough bring because you're bringing it into double fairies, but it needs to be used, like, executed perfectly, basically. I think what Ko did a really nice job of is he built big enough advantages. Like, he was like, I don't care who your Hydreigon targets, right? Like, for example, in game 2, it was like King Gambit and Garchomp. In those positions, you often feel like you might need to make a read and, like, protect one slot, right? But Ko was like, look, you get a knockout, but you either lock in a Draco, bring yourself down to -2, or you Earth Power, and you're stuck with Earth Power after, right? I mean, I'm just thinking, okay, let's say it's Mamoswine lead, as Chad is suggesting. Like, Charizard Mamoswine, you know, pretty decent lead from Wolfe's end. If you're Ko, you go Garchomp plus Floette. I kind of like Mammal in that position.
Definitely, but they're, like, the end game is still pretty scary, I think, and there are a lot of ways that, like, for example, like, Whimsicott Basket Legion can make that a little tricky. It's interesting to think about. I don't know if Mamoswine was really considered there. I think, like, looking back, you kind of don't expect either player. Like, what did Wolfe lead in game 1? I wasn't there. Was it Charizard Toxapex?
Yeah, Charizard Pex.
Yeah, he led the same thing all 3 games. I don't think either, like, player really expected the other one to stay so static, and I think if they played again, they might not, right? I think if you're Wolfe with Mamoswine lead, there are a lot of potential leads from Ko that could make that challenging to bring. And so I think, like, I get the hesitation.
Yeah,
you know?
I
Like,
will
in
say,
hindsight,
I
absolutely.
think all 6 Pokemon are bringable in this matchup. Like, it's, you know, sometimes in matches, it's like, I'm always going to go with the same 4 Pokemon because the other 2 just cannot work into my opponent's win cons. I think this matchup, Wolfe could have gone with all 6. So to the questions about Sneasler and Mamoswine, like, I think that both of those are bringable, but, like, it completely changes the dynamic of how you play the matchup. But to chat's questions about it, I think it's totally valid, and I think if we see Wolfe up against this team or up against Co again, I would not be shocked to see either of those Pokemon make an appearance.
Yeah, I think, like, hindsight is really, really... I mean, it helps to analyze in these matches, but it's also, like, it's really perfect in some ways, in that, like, yes, in those situations, Mamoswine was really, really strong, or, like, Sneasler as well, but, like, you know, maybe especially in Game 3, I think that I would be really nervous, like, you know, thinking about if they started a new set, right? They're playing in the finals, like, am I going to put it all on Sneasler at the beginning of the game? That's going to be, I'm not sure if I'm going to want to put all my chips in there.
Mm-hmm.
Just have that little bit of extra security for that play.
Yeah, I would be really curious to see like a rematch of this, because I think you can play this set 3 different times and it'll look very different all 3 times is my take. I also think, you know, part of it is Co going with like, you know, a potential new adaptation. Like I don't Floette Garchomp I don't think is the most intuitive lead to go use into Wolfe's team personally. And like I think in the matchup, if you're Co, you could actually drop both of your Mega Evolutions. That's one thing that I thought might happen in this game. But honestly, Floette was a really important piece of the puzzle in order to take care of Hydreigon, and even Moonblast doing like 40% to Charizard, chipping away at Toxapex, and doing like over 50 to Instant was really valuable.
Yeah, getting that damage down in like those really smart ways, that was really, really strong. And as somebody who thought about the matchup overnight, I didn't really see that one coming. So he got one up on me too.
Someone said it might be Cope. There's actual possibility of Wolfe not wanting to show the game plan versus the team on stream before Top Cut. No, I don't think so, man. Like Wolfe needs to win too to make Top Cut, right? Like, and I think you have no guarantee of winning any of your 4 matches today because you are up against the best players in the world. So it would be, I would say differently if I think, you know, both players were already qualified for Top Cut, but I think given that they still need 2 wins to get there, now 1 for Co, that was full force in my opinion.
Yep, 100%. There's a side stream too. There's a whole nother game happening.
I know, yeah. I always like open it for a second though, but then the main stream starts, so I feel like it's like a little bit disjointing. But what's happening? Who's on side stream?
I have no idea. It's like there's so many games being streamed this weekend. I kind of feel like, have you ever seen that like image of like a guy getting lemons like chucked at him, and he's making lemonade and he's just like sitting there crying while more and more lemons like get thrown at his face? That's what it feels like to try and watch all the games out of NAIC. It's just like, it's so awesome to have so many games, but I can't, you know? I'll go watch them after the tournament.
Looks like it is Eric Rios versus Carson Comfer.
Oh, awesome.
We've got Lycanroc. This Italian Lycanroc team, I mean, Aaron, I'm curious what you think. I thought it was good. I didn't think like 15% of the field in day 2 would be using the same set.
Okay. I was watching your stream on the bus back from the company picnic yesterday, and I was thinking, I was like, why are there so many Lycanrocs? And it's like, I think that the timeline of the tournament and kind of like the amount of Pokemon available makes something like that a really, really attractive choice if you are a, you know, player who's scrambling the week before the tournament, right? Because, like, you know, I'm really interested in, like, the decisions that, like, players make, like, at every stage, like, especially during the battle, but also before the battle, right? And when you're in that week before the tournament, your job, your mission is, like, how do I pick a team so that I'm going to maximize my chance to win, right? And you can do that in so many ways, and, like, everybody approaches it in a different way, and I think that's really cool. But some players are like, I need it. I need the call, right? I need something that is strong, that people aren't ready into, and I'll know it when I see it. And when, like, a team like Lycanroc does well, like, just before the tournament, you kind of think, the window for me to use this and take advantage of this before people know how to play against it or are able to tweak their teams to be strong against it, is in my favor. And you lock that in, and then you see just so many of that across the tournament. And especially in a format like this where there are not that many Pokemon that are really perceived to be capable of hanging with the big boys, like, if something like this works, you kind of want it, you know?
Yeah. Totally agreed.
Yep.
I think that's really well said. It is just fascinating that it picked up this much mileage, and this tournament, it feels like there's like 3 main teams that most of the top players ended on. It's the Lycanroc, Mega. Someone pointed out it's a Scovillain team more so, which is fair. I think Lycanroc is used to patch the Charizard matchup. Otherwise, it's like, you know, the Scovilli and the Frostlass are, you know, 2 of the primary stars. But yeah, it's like the team that Eric is using, the team that Carson is using, and then the team that Co is using. Those are like the 3 big teams that the top players all kind of index. Not all, but like it's a huge representation in day 2. Which is interesting because the 2 teams that actually won tournaments before this were Parrish, which of course was parted by Marco, and the Charizard Venusaur Mega Floette stuff. And Arso, who won with that team, actually dropped it for this event as well. So I think because like that team in particular probably had a big target on its back, people were looking for ways to beat it. But yeah, I didn't think like so many people would like land on the exact same 3 teams for this event.
Yep. And I think like if you are a Scovillain Lycanroc player, like I'm gonna say it's a Lycanroc team. I can do that. If you are a player like that, you are probably a little upset that so many people also brought it, right? Because if it's a strong team, like, you know, and it does well at this tournament, but there are a bunch of people playing it, like, yeah, maybe the team was strong, but that's not your job as an individual player, right? You're not fighting for under the banner of this archetype. You want your, you know, placing to be as high as possible, right? And so you need to guarantee that it's you doing that well. And the other thing is like, if so many people are using it, and every player, let's say they're tired after the first day, and they have like 1 hour to do prep in their hotel room, like, what are they spending that hour on? I'll tell you, Aaron, it's the weird team that 15% of the team all mind melded, and 15% of the field, they all mind melded and decide we will be Lycanroc warriors today, and that doesn't feel good.
Tiger, thank you so much for the $13.99 Canadian. Good morning. Just wanted to share some love. Love the champions content. True inspiration. So much love to a brilliant mind in the Pokemon community. Thank you. That is such a sweet message to start the day with. Really appreciate you tuning into the content and for the kind words. And...
That's love. I love that. Aaron, you used your One Wish Willow, but I've decided that I'm willing to share.
You're gonna share your $2 billion with me?
$2 billion.
Yo, if you guys like horror movies, like Obsession, truly, is like my favorite horror film of all time after watching it. And like maybe top 10 favorite movies of all time. Like that was so good. So good. Question for our casters. Which berry do you think would taste the best?
That's such a good question.
I'm like,
whoa.
I have like citrus is my answer because so many of my Pokemon eat it, right? Like it must be tasty.
Yeah.
But maybe not. Maybe citrus berry is just like water. Like they kind of need it, right? But it's not like not actually tasty. Like I bet it's something like, I don't know.
I need to sit with this question and kind of like make space for it, kind of like emotionally, really let it hang in my mind. I feel like an Oranberry would be a really safe pick, though. You know,
that was the other thought. Yeah, it's a fun question. I have seen Backrooms. I actually like it. I think it got way more divisive reviews than Obsession, but I thought the actors were really good, and I think the whole lore around it is fascinating. But I think Obsession was like an easier watch.
It was? Really? Sorry. Okay. I hate
easier
horror
because
movies.
I think Backrooms is just like kind of, I don't know, it feels more abstract and the story was more
unsettling.
confusing, whereas Obsession was like a very clear-cut story, and it's like the
Got it.
it's funny because I've watched Curry Barker's stuff and like his comedy stuff, and it's like, for those that don't know, this movie Obsession, it was like literally YouTubers who started as comedians who then I think it was Blumhouse that reached out and they're like, hey, like we really love this short horror film that you put out. We want to turn it into a movie. And I think they were like, oh, we actually have another script to pitch to you. And it was like $750K budget, and the movie's about to gross like $150 to $200 million. So it's like so cool that like these guys who were like started as YouTuber comedians then branched into horror. I don't know. I love seeing good art being created. And so, but it's funny because I'd watch their comedic stuff and it's literally so different from horror, but it's interesting because they talk about like how like comedy actually translates to horror. And, you know, like Jordan Peele was a comedian, obviously, became a horror director, and the use of like dramatic timing, for example. And yeah, long spiel, but I thought it was very fascinating.
No. I think it's all really interesting, and I love hearing like the analysis on it. I do have to say that whenever you hit up the chat and you're like, guys, I just saw this awesome horror movie. I don't like horror movies, and so what I do is I go to Wikipedia and I read the plot summary.
Yeah.
And I do have to say that both of those movies were very profoundly unsettling to read about, so I can't imagine what it would be like to watch them.
Someone said when the funny guy locks in. I love that. It's funny.
Oh, we got a
Mainstream is
game
getting
on the
ready.
mainstream.
You don't need to be that person. We want to be there for the start of mainstream. So, and Courts, of course, thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, Eric.
If you want to watch
Alright.
something that isn't Team B and Team C, there's also Toller's playing Gardevoir on the side stream.
Hey, okay. Francesco is using his Big Six, which he made in the beginning.
Okay.
It is slightly
right,
different.
yes.
This was like the
Yes.
month one best team in the format, pre-Glamora.
Yes. I love this shirt. Is that official merchandise?
It might be, yeah. Wait, is it Ogre?
I feel like if it's not,
It's gotta be. It's gotta
there's
be.
some
It
questions,
looks sick.
but
Roughly 19% usage.
yeah.
In phase 2, Lycanroc Dusk Form making the top 12 at 50.
All right, we'll
I
talk
think
about
it's really
horror after this.
interesting.
But thank you for
Yeah.
engaging. I love it when we have some non-Pokemon time as well. It's super fun to hang out with chat and talk about it. But okay, we've got Daniel. We were just talking about what I have deemed as Italian Lycanroc. I made a video about best teams in the format going into this event. It was mainly for ladder more than anything, but I did cover this team. For those that don't know, basically, there were a group of Italian players. They brought this team to the Turin special event, and it was like maybe 10 or 11 of them, and literally like 9 of them made day 2. 2 different players made top 8 with it. There was no public rental, but they made a team report for it, published it, and it was like a paid access team report right before NAIC. I think to Aaron's point, we had spent a lot of time discussing it. Well, when someone cooks hard and uses a new team and the conversion rate is so good into day 2, it's clear that the team is really powerful. So as a result, a lot of players have picked up on it. Someone in chat put it's funny. It's kind of like all these Pokemon that don't really like Charizard but beat the rest of the metagame, and then a Pokemon that beats Charizard in Lycanroc. And that does feel quite accurate here. So his opponent, Francesco Piopero, one of the best players from Italy, top 4 at EUIC. These were the 6 that the best Japanese players were using a month ago. So it's interesting because, we've now seen Incineroar and Whimsicott on this composition over Aerodactyl and Sylveon. But Francesco was like, look, I think I'm actually going to stick with the initial 6, and I'm just going to perfect it. He actually also posted a team report for this right before the Indianapolis Regional Championship, saying, look, I think I have the best team in the format. I have a lot of game plans with it. So it is interesting because while the metagame evolved a lot, Francesco is actually using what was good in basically month 1 of Champions.
Yep.
One thing that I think
Oh.
Daniel might be licking his chops.
We have breaking news that Wolfe and Yuki have won their round before the stream matches started, so that's
That was
exciting to
so
know.
fast. What?
Spicy spray
Yeah.
ability. It doesn't even have to be a contact move.
Is it Italian because Lycanroc is orange?
Redirect in and have pour Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Basculegion,
Interesting.
Very fair question. Grant, thank you so much for the $5. Good to see you here, man.
It's nice to see you, Grant.
For those wondering, basically, Wolfe now has 2 games left. He needs to win one of the next 2, and he'll be in the top 16 for this tournament. Someone said Jolly Champ isn't super standard, right? It, I think, has now become the standard because everyone has been speeding up on Garchomp. Like, admin, I would say, was a lot more common, but after Japanese Nationals, like the Garchomp set I won was literally 30 attack, 32 speed, 4 defense, Jolly Nature. And people are like, if I move first before my opponent's Garchomp, it can give me a pretty big edge. So felt like it became a little bit more standard, and it's going to be Charizard Sylveon here versus Frostlass Basculegion. Kind of awkward for Frostlass here. No Lycanroc being led, but you could obviously... You could protect switching to Lycanroc, but if you do that and Francesco just rips it and goes Mega Heatwave Hyper Voice, it's not going to be good for Lycanroc.
Yep. Yeah, it's like... Whenever I see a Band-Aid Pokemon like Lycanroc, I always feel like it's hiding some kind of like structural integrity issue with the team, right? Like, if you really need so much Charizard like tools, like hate, to get, consider a Pokemon that historically has had like 0% usage, like the rest of the Pokemon are going to have a pretty hard time, and I think your odds might not be that high in general.
Someone said, why isn't Cleaver being used more if everyone uses Charizard? It was picking up in usage for a little bit, but Stone Axe being 90% accurate makes it quite inconsistent. It's also not very bulky, and you normally want to run Sash or Scarf on it. Okay, so Frostlass goes for the classic, like, I want to bait out your Mega Evolution. Francesco actually does push the Mega button, which is a big deal, because it means that next turn, Daniel can guarantee Megaing and going for Aurora Veil. Basket Legion here also with Citrus Berry. It's got good bulk. Should be able to survive a Hyper Voice. Also gets that Wave Crash off first.
Wow.
Whew, I mean, that's still a ton of damage. Yeah.
Ooh, big yawn coming through. And now I think what's really interesting here is that do you keep your Basket Legion in and potentially Aqua Jet in the Hail or this Charizard, or switch it out and kind of like let Charizard do what it wants, because there's going to be some trade-offs.
So interesting because there is no fairy resistance on Daniel's end. So you could rip Mega Evolution Blizzard here. You could also Mega Aurora Veil, swap Basket Legion out. You could even just say, you know what, I'm going to accept that Basket Legion is going to fall asleep, try to, you know, catch Francesco if he gets greedy. Because if you're Francesco, you might say, well, I think my Sylveon's actually pretty safe. I'm going to yawn into the Basket Legion slot again to try to cover for a switch.
Yep. And we do see, yep, we see it coming on out. Everybody just rotating around, but it's going to be kind of a trade-off. This likely Aurora Veil, or, you know, just a straight-up Blizzard, right? Especially if you're going into King Gambit for a Hyper Voice or another Yawn. We're moving right along, but it's not really clear yet who's going to be out ahead, unless there are some freezes, which, you know.
Oh, yep. Yeah, caster cursed.
I'm not on the mic that often, so I feel a strange power flowing through me, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that was a super safe play by Daniel, because Blizzard should get the Charizard. The main risk there is, yeah, you have Sylveon just ends up going for a Hyper Voice or even a Yawn. But this is a pretty good position, I think, for Daniel right now. Freeze, I still think just awful status condition, even though they did change it and made it a little bit better. Like,
Yeah.
Francesco right now still is just playing, not knowing if the Sylveon will thaw out, and making a slot useless for even one turn is such a big deal, let alone like not knowing when it actually. I mean, you know, after a couple turns it'll thaw out, but often the Pokemon will faint before you reach that.
Yep.
Good Sucker Punch though, saying, look, I think I'm not
Yeah.
gonna get anything else off. You're gonna close combat me.
Yep. Kind of waving the flag a little. Oof.
And that's why you run, like, people ask why Lycanroc over Aerodactyl or Cleaver, and it's specifically because you get to close combat, right? I mean, that plus the speed, Accelerock being priority is really nice as well, but like those other rock types can't really deal with King Gambit. It's actually one of the biggest flaws of them, where you have your Aerodactyl or your Cleaver out in the field, and then Gambit's like, hello.
Yep. Yep.
Cleaver gets
And
better
having
coverage
to
than Aerodactyl, but still.
Having to send your Garchomp in against Frostlass is the sign that you're not having a great day. I think if you're Francesco, you're kind of just like, how do we get past this Blizzard Freeze kind of emotionally, you know? Because it's such a rare occurrence, but it does happen, especially when you're playing against Frostlass so many different rounds. And like kind of thinking more about game 2 at this point, I think.
Yeah, chat. Cleaver does get close combat. Yep, that was the point I was trying to say with coverage. But at the end of the day, it's like slower. You can only run one of Scarf or Sash, which is also kind of bad. And your rock type attack is more inconsistent in the Stone Axe.
And the close combat is stronger because of the Tough Claws boost out of Lycanroc.
Does Tough Claws boost close combat?
Yes. It boosts all contact dealing moves. Hannah VGC, thank you for the donation. And thank you for having fun.
This game is why I
Snake.
think Freeze sucks. Hannah VGC, thank you so much for the kind words. Thanks for the 199. I think Freeze is still so bad as a mechanic. I know they fixed, like, try to make it better in champions, but like someone said it was a momentum killer, and I absolutely agree. Like it just literally stopped the game, and it's like Sylveon's so good in this matchup. You keep clicking Hyper Voice, you do 40% to everything every time you click it. It getting frozen, just yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay from game 1. That swap into
I guess if you're Francesco, how do you adjust for the next game?
Turn 1, he ate up way too much damage on Charizard, right? Like,
Yeah.
if it were just Charizard Protect Hyper Voice on turn 1, you get Basket Legion a lot lower, right? So I think the trade, it was already looking kind of tough for Francesco. Like, I think Daniel won the first 2 turns, and then the freeze just, like, instantly locked it up.
Oh, yeah. Hugely. I think if you're Daniel, like, you do kind of feel like you're in the driver's seat, but it is still really hazy because, like, you're going to have to put something, you know, maybe not quite a Blizzard freeze every time, but you're going to have to put something like that together to get through Francesco's Pokemon, you know? The Charizard, the Sylveon are kind of staring the team down, and it doesn't feel that clear.
Also, I think if you expect Basket Legion, Frostlass again, King Gambit lead can be effective because it pressures with a lot of damage right away. Then the only downside is then you have, like, if you're Francesco, you have, like, 2 slower Pokemon out on the field, but Gambit at least is, like, not a Pokemon that I'd want to see if I were bringing Basket Legion and Frostlass again. And yep, there's the Gambit.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Lycanroc and Frostlass, so leading in a little bit more, you know, to the Charizard potential, but I do think that these leads favor Francesco, right? Exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about Aerodactyl is just because this was a Pokemon adjustment from Francesco.
Brendan Zhang is 9-2, guys. Oh, if he top 16s this event, it would be so crazy. 2
That would
wins
be
away.
awesome.
To Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in order to get its full value. It has Wide Guard, that stops Blizzard. It has Tailwind, that will allow a lot of...
Okay, so what do you do if you're turn 1 on either player's shoes, Aaron?
If I'm Francesco, right, I'm probably going to use my King Gambit kind of like fast and loose and get some damage down because it would be really great to get that damage down. And Aerodactyl is also in a fantastic position. I think that, like, I would just probably Kowtow and Rock Slide because, like, why not, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because now you're getting some of that variance back in your favor because if either of these Pokemon flinch, you are going,
Hey!
yep, there you go. That's, yeah, a little tipping of the scales, right? And so now, you know, you kind of got the Frostlass for free. I mean, if you targeted
can't help but
maybe
wonder
you
if
went
that
for
was a
Lycanroc.
Blizzard, right? That would have just been a double knockout if the Frostlass didn't flinch.
Yep.
Oof. Think a little bit of justice after the freeze in game 1. Tiger, thank you so much for the $13.99. You've been using a fun combo with Sableye, Swagger, and Lump Sneasler with a decent core. That actually destroyed me one time I played against it. I was not expecting the Swagger, and I was using setup Floette. They just swaggered immediately and Dire Clawed my Floette, and I was like, okay, GG. Shake my hand. Forfeit. Is 10-2 guaranteed cut? It's 11-2, I think. There's an extra round in this event. So 11-2, I believe, is guaranteed top cut, yeah.
Yep.
Sock Golem, thank you for the 2. You ladder with Lycanroc Midday Stand, so go Rock Dog. Go Rock Dog. And I mean, it is really cool to see it, you know, pop up in the metagame this late and be solid. But yeah, wow, what a big flinch that was on turn 1. Like, I wonder, you have to wonder if Daniel was going for a safe Aurora Veil because he was worried about Wide Guard. But man, could you imagine if it was Blizzard there?
Oh yeah, that would have been it, right? How much damage do you think this Lycanroc Accelerock does to both Pokemon? I think King Gambit, it would do 17 health, and I think Aerodactyl, 100.
Let's see. Ah, goes into the Gambit.
I didn't say Garchomp.
Yeah.
26.
Can 10-3s make it at all? No. You have to only have 2 losses. Whack Donalds, thank you for the $10. You went to NAIC this year's your first live event. You used Sableye, Arch, Sinistra. Heck yeah. Mega Gengar, Politoed, Incineroar went 4-4. Congratulations. It is such a tough field out there. Hope you had an amazing time. Really happy to see someone take that core and use it. So thank you for piloting it, and thank you for the 10. Hope you're, if you're still in New Orleans, hope you enjoy the rest of your time there.
I think King Gambit is exactly where it wants to be. Yes, it is only at a little bit of health left, but
I think
Battler's Paradise. That's a very nice message.
so Excel Rock Aqua. I mean, you could just Aqua Jet Gambit
Yeah.
right now. How do you beat Garchomp now if you're Daniel with no Frostlass? Like, it would be last
You
respect.
kind of gotta hope. Yeah. I think, like, I'm a little curious why there was a Tailwind there. Because both of these Pokemon are still coming at you with priority. And it's like, Garchomp might have been faster than these Pokemon anyway. You know, maybe not Lycanroc, but it...
Oh!
It's weird.
What?
Oh my god.
How beefy is this? I mean, we can tell it's beefy with Citrus, but still, Sucker.
I said 17 health points and it did 20. I'm feeling a little a little good about that. Uh-oh. That is bad news for Francesco. Oh wow.
It is good to get. I mean, he got the Garchomp though, right? Like that last.
He got the
respect
Lycanroc? Yeah.
Yeah, like you
Yeah.
don't KO that Garchomp if the Lycanroc doesn't faint. So sometimes
Yep.
last respects getting boosted because of a knockout that happens that turn can be really advantageous. You answered my question.
Yep.
That's how you knock it out.
That's right. But because Charizard comes in here, you know, that is kind of going to be it, right?
Yeah.
The only possible out for Daniel is if Basculegion outspeeds King Gambit with an Aqua Jet, but I don't believe that it does.
Yeah, just really, I like Francesco going with, like, the cool thing about the Aerodactyl Charizard mode is that you just don't need to Mega Aerodactyl, and it got so much value in this game. Immediate Rock Slide, Flinch, Tailwind. So if I'm Daniel, now I've seen the King Gambit lead, right? I mean, you can't help but wonder turn one, what did Daniel click, right? Yep, Mask just protects.
Yep.
Double protect. Someone said, was he not rough skin? You don't make contact with last respects, which is something I always forget. Like, it feels so non-intuitive.
It feels really weird because, like, it's getting up in there, you know? It's like, it's just the animation. Okay, Basculegion's tail looks like a music note. Can we talk about that? It looks like a little eighth. Like, do you see that? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It distracts me every time.
Ooh. Okay. Sucker. Weather Ball, yeah.
Yep, and that's it.
So
try from
what I like
Daniel.
about Francesco, like, I think because he went Charizard game 1, Daniel was like, oh, I should just lead my Lycanroc to gain an advantage. But then Francesco's like, I'm just going to keep it in the back and wait until I knock out
Yep.
your Lycanroc, right? Like, Lycanroc is the primary win con against Charizard in this one.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's what would make me nervous about playing the Lycanroc team if I were to play in this tournament. I don't like it's so knee-jerk, you know?
To chat asking about why it's capped at 720, I don't know. I haven't changed any settings about it, so I can look into it. But for now, unfortunately, it will be capped at that.
All right, game 3.
So, what did Francesco do to lead him to success in that game? I think it was leading something completely different in Aerodactyl Gambit. If I'm Francesco, though, I don't know if I love running it back because that first turn was super high variance, in my opinion.
Yep. I think, like, in situations like this one, it's kind of easy to be like, oh, you know, like it'll happen again, you know, like, oh, it like evened out, you know, the karma is even. But like, truthfully, right, like, you know, if you go into an establishment with luck games and you have that mentality, you're going to get all your money taken away from you. And I think that like both players really have to think about what risk they're putting down in these first couple turns and what they would or wouldn't be okay with, and kind of just like, you know, maximize their chance to win in the first couple turns.
Someone said Wolfe is in top cut. Nice. He's not in top cut yet. He needs to win one more game. There is 4 rounds of Swiss today.
Did I ever tell you I made like the tournament before the IC, like US Nationals in 2016? I made top cut there by, I went 7-2 on day 1, and then I went 4-2 on day 2. They did all X2s from the next stage, and so I made it with a like, what was it, 14-4 record? And that's wild, right? Or I guess maybe 11-4. That was, you know, it's crazy that they have an X2 cut, because I was so benefited by that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think for those asking about James, he unfortunately finished top 256, which means he did not qualify for Worlds. But he's so good, and I mean, he got top 16 last year at Worlds. He'll be back. Okay, Aerodactyl Gambit, run back again. Lycanroc Frostlass.
Ooh.
How? So if you don't Mega the Aerodactyl, can Accelerock KO?
KO the Aerodactyl from full?
There's no way, right?
Accelerock is so weak, is the issue. Also, here, okay. Here's what I'm gonna say, Aaron. If I am,
it's actually kind of close, but it falls short of the knockout.
Wait, really? It falls short? That's wild. It's like base power 40.
Yeah, there's just like Tough Claws Adamant plus if Aerodactyl with minimal, because if you don't Mega Evolve like with minimal bulk, it's actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Someone said it'll do 80. That's right. It'll do like 80 to 95% on no bulk arrow.
Oh,
and
wow.
these arrows would normally have some HP and defense.
If I were Daniel, I would protect Frostlass and do that Accelerock thing, because there's no way that I'm losing Lycanroc that turn.
Oh!
Ooh, here we go. Yeah, because I would be worried about this.
Oh, Francesco. What a play. Also, Marcy TVQ, thank you so much for the $4.99. You and your girlfriend are hoping to go to your first regional next season. That is amazing. I hope you have an awesome time. And Lycanroc flinches. You can see Francesco. I mean, it is going to be almost impossible to come back from that. Holy.
Yeah. That's tough.
I think even without the flinch, by the way, guys, like that was an amazing play, right? Because he calls out that Frostlass is just going to Blizzard again. In game 2, Francesco knows he got a little bit lucky with that flinch on Frostlass, saying, oh gosh, like if you just went Blizzard close combat, you make that play again, I would lose. So this time he's like, I'm going to call it, you're not going to protect, you're not going to switch, you're not going to Aurora Veil, and I'm just going to go all in on that slot. Francesco or Daniel could have easily protected Frostlass and either gone close combat into King Gambit, Rock Slide, or Rock Slide, and then or Accelerock. Like those are all 3 options. But Francesco now builds up a huge lead.
Yep.
Someone said, why didn't he protect LOL? Because like if you go close combat Blizzard and Francesco doesn't, like Francesco goes for the same play as he did in game 2, you win, like, or you gain a huge advantage if you're Daniel.
Yep. I think like the thing is that like Lycanroc was definitely always close combating there too, you know, so you'd still be in this kind of spot. Having all that health in King Gambit is so big because now, I mean, Basque Legion is just under threat, and I'm sure Sucker Punch, like, if it was Black Glasses, I would say a Sucker Punch could definitely get Lycanroc. Now I'm like, I don't know. It feels so hard to pilot this team, as you know, from Lycanroc's perspective, right? Like, oh my god, like how do I make it happen, right? And so kind of just playing out everything that he can. It's a very nice switch, but it's like deck chairs in the Titanic at this point.
Yeah, Francesco, like perfect 2 turns basically, and Daniel's playing from behind there, so he's basically hoping that it's like Tailwind, Kowtow, Cleave into the King Gambit. You get a close combat into Francesco's Gambit. But I think Francesco is like, look, I think I have a safe Tailwind here, right? And if I get that Tailwind up, I should be able to run away with the game. So what was already a big advantage now blows to what feels like an insurmountable lead for Francesco. So proving why he's one of the best.
And I think it's worth noting that Lycanroc did 0 damage in that game. You know, of course it got the flinch off, but sorry, it got flinched, but also like it didn't really do anything. And at the end of the day, your job as a Pokemon is to get stuff done and get damage down. And so I would really be reconsidering like bringing it in spots like this one if I were on that using that team. Yeah, and it's yeah, Daniel's laughing. It's like, you know, can't catch a break.
Yeah, it's one of those where you're already so far behind. I don't even think Daniel would. I never want to say it's over with Basket Legion King Gambit, like, but yeah, that flinch really takes away any. I mean, now you go for a double protect, yeah, and he doesn't get it.
Yep.
Yeah, and you just low kick. Bye bye King Gambit.
Bye bye. Yeah, that's all she wrote.
Oh my god! People are like, he's on track for a JV5. Yeah, that is about to happen here. No,
oh my god, he hasn't taken damage yet.
Done. Literally no damage.
He's
done.
working on his missions. You know, he's trying to get his VP for the day.
I know a lot of people will look at this game, they're like, oh my god, he got so lucky, he got all the flinches, but like the turn 1 play, like if I'm Francesco, the only thing that matters to me is getting that knockout onto Frostlass without it doing anything. Like that already builds up the lead and of course breaks Focus Sash on Lycanroc. So even if Lycanroc gets a CC off there, like Gambit's surviving because of Chopo Berry, and Francesco I think is still in pretty good shape. And that's the advantage of fast Rock Slide, you know? You give yourself better odds every time you click it, but
yep.
The Accelerock play would have been solid. So the reason is, yes, you can do solid damage in an Aerodactyl, but then if you don't threaten that King Gambit knocks out Lycanroc on turn 1, you lose your Charizard answer immediately, right? So the idea is I want to like pressure down the Gambit. And it's like, is 80% kind of worth it onto the Aerodactyl is kind of the question, right? Because let's say you lose your Lycanroc without getting any damage into the opposing King Gambit, like then having to deal with Francesco's Gambit and Charizard is really hard.
I actually like... I think it's really interesting, right? Because if you go back to turn 2, sorry, like game 2, turn 1, where it's Aerodactyl King Gambit versus this Lycanroc Frostlass, right? If you're Daniel, you're like, okay, so I was going for this Blizzard close combat, and that's gonna be really strong. And like it didn't happen because of the flinch, but I still have this really strong option. So if I just don't get flinched again, I can win this game 3 turn 1. And you're like, that's your plan. But what you kind of got to consider is, does Francesco know enough about the position to know that that is your first instinct? Like kind of this recursive mentality, because if you're Francesco, you can kind of puzzle out, okay, you know, he close combated there. I got lucky with this flinch onto Frostlass, and going forward, he might try for this again, you know? And so that's how that sucker punch kind of like comes out, and you really have to kind of like know how much your opponent is capable of seeing. And from the Lycanroc side of the field on that game 3 on Daniel's side, like really I think gotta give Francesco that credit, right? That he's going to know enough about what you want to do to not give you room to do it in game 3.
Yep, totally. Yeah, if I could change Rock Slide, by the way, guys, I honestly would just get rid of the flinch chance. Like, I don't think, like, it's still a good enough move that you would be using it, because rock damage is just so good. I personally, like, well, I remove Blizzard Freeze chance, but I do think, like, one of the reasons you would want to use Mega Frostlass is because, like, having a fast Blizzard, like, being able to freeze and induce more variance is a, like, yeah, argument for it, and, like, the designers might, like, prefer that. Lilymoo, thank you. I have seen your name with that profile picture. Who is that? Sana from Twice. Really appreciate all your support throughout the years. Thank you.
I hope you're well, Lilymoo. It's nice to see you again. We used to go to the same locals.
Heck yeah. Okay, I want to look at the there's two things. There's like the World's Invite chase, as well as who is still in it, and teams, of course.
I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes.
Dude, I'll miss ya,
Bro.
bro.
Not as much as I miss you, thanks to this one wish Willow.
Okay. So let's see who's 10-1. Wolfe, Don, Adrian, winner of this. Co versus Marcus Dion. Toller Webb's an 8-3. So Toller needs around top 128 to qualify for Worlds. I think with 8-3, he should be close. He should be very close. Dawe needs top 128. And at 9-2, I think Dawe will qualify for Worlds. Ooh, Lewis needs top 64, 9-2. I think that might be good. Maybe needs one more win. Justin Burns, 8-3, might also qualify. It is going to be a tight race for these players. Like, there's definitely a couple that could surpass here. I think Raghav should get a good. He's 7-4, so he should get more points. He should be good. But yeah, so stressful for these players all around this range. Benji Carney, 8-3, top 64 or top 32 to qualify. What a run by Adrian Hurley. Like, needed top 16 in this tournament to qualify for Worlds at a 10-1 record right now. Gavin Michaels still in it, by the way, as well. If there's anyone that could have pulled off a deep run to qualify for Worlds, Gavin's one of them. Kenko, thank you for the $4.99. Can you explain why Whimsicott Tyranitar did not get taken in Draft League? Honestly, I think Whimsicott not getting drafted was kind of surprising, but it was really expensive. And then Tyranitar was also really expensive. So I think players just didn't want to spend too many points to get them, but they're both very good Draft League. I think Tyranitar less consistent in Draft League because like 4x weaknesses just always feel really tough because you can tech in moves to beat it. Whimsicott, I think, technically is also 4x weak to poison, but yeah, is a little bit more versatile. So that one I am surprised, but I think it's just kind of an expense thing. Like people didn't have enough points for it. Round 11 is finished. Okay. Oh, Wolfe Glick versus Alex Gomez winning in. Shohei Kimura 9-2. Let's see who's still in it. Justin Tang, Gavin. Brendan's playing Rishi Gupta. Shomo Honami, Christopher Hahn. Marco, 1-2 to 9-2. I told you guys, don't doubt him. So crazy. Dawe at 9-2. Oliver Eskelin, Federico Camporesi. So basically, guys, everyone at this table and above is still in contention for making it to top cut. Everyone below here is now eliminated, but still playing for either points and just a good placement. So Gio's been eliminated. Yeah, I mean, everyone at this point is so good. Toller is fighting for his Worlds invite, so these last two games, even though he's out, is still, I think, really crucial for him.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Baron? You're back. I was going through like the Worlds qualifications and who's in it.
Dude, who made it?
Dude, Brendan.
Dude, heck yeah. I'm so proud of him.
Emilio Forbes, 8-3. Zach Weed knocked out at 8-3. And then we've got, of course, the 7-4 as well. I actually see a lot of old heads here. Trista, Blake Hopper. Mana Fount, 2600. Thank you so much for the $9.99. Great to wake up to us. Here's a coffee on me. Thank you. I actually do need a coffee, so I will go get one later. Appreciate it.
I want coffee. Can you get me a coffee?
Dude, I'll Venmo you. $5. Courtesy of Mana.
Bro. Thank you, Hannah. That's so
Did
kind.
Rajan make it? How did Rajan? Yes. Yeah. Did Rajan qualify for Worlds this year? Actually, I have no idea. Yep, he's in there. Nice.
Yep.
So he doesn't even need points from this. He's qualified already. Wolfe has already qualified. Yeah,
Yep.
that is right. Anyway, I was saying, yeah, there are a bunch of old names. Like I know Blake Hopper, Trista, April. Who else?
Oh yeah, how's April doing?
8-3. 9-3. Yeah, 8-3.
Heck yeah. Let's go, April.
Arcel. How's Arcel doing? He's 7-4, so he's out. But honestly, I think for a lot of like just even making it to day 2 in a tournament like this is like such an impressive accomplishment given how hard the game is. Wonder who they're gonna feature on stream. Okay, we're still doing some analysis.
That's whatever. When it hangs out with exactly 1 HP, it's a lot cooler. But I kind of say, Sky, I kind of agree with you on the Lycan Rock. It's not necessarily that this team is good.
Trying to see if there's any interesting mega evolutions that people brought at the higher records. I know someone mentioned there's
Mega
like
Clefable.
Who does?
Trista has Mega Clefable.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Wait, that's so cool. What's the team?
A light in the shining darkness of this day 2.
Oh my gosh, she's using the Frostlass Arch Sinistra. That's sick.
Yeah. She's goated, dude.
The mean thing to say about teams like this is like, oh, that's Zard slop.
Dude, Aaron, I just learned that cast form is in Pokemon Champions. I think you need to do a new series, Cast Form to Champions, where you take cast form all the way.
I think I can take cast form to Master Ball 3, but beyond that, it might be a stretch. Might be a stretch.
But think about how good that video would do. Just think about the people love cast form.
Gosh, I'm looking at the players at 5-3, and there's so many good players as well. Like Pokemon is just so hard. Juan Salerno, Andrew Dang. These are like literally champions. Enrique Grimaldo, Dominic Vogel, James Beck, Shiliang Tang, Scott Iwafuchi, Agati.
Oh, how's Scott doing?
He finished 5-3 with
Oh no.
Floette Glamora.
Oh, it looks strong.
Mm-hmm. Luca Paz, Lorsi, Victor Medina, Navjeet. Like Pokemon is just so tough.
Yep.
Bezod. Oh, does Bezod miss out on Worlds then, or did he need just points?
Ooh.
Oh, top 5
he
12.
might.
He's good. I think he's good. Nice. He's just on the bubble, but should have. Yeah, he's at 865 now.
Oof.
Wow. Like, the race for Worlds, especially being like, if you're not attending or you're knocked out and you're just watching everyone else, it is quite the feeling.
Obviously, things are eventually going to go a little bit wonky in the RNG side, but I think this is a great trade for Daniel, where he gets to protect.
Someone mentioned, what is the website? It's latepotatochip.github.io. Really cool site. Let someone code it up to follow the race to Worlds.
I think Austin Lay.
Yes. What are the championship points?
You kind of wind up in a fun situation where I think if he had guessed correctly about Frostlass Mega Evolving, it's just so bad in so many ways, or then you need to switch both of them out, and you kind of, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, the Charizard, by being knocked down so low from Wave Crash, it's essentially never attacking again. Francesco did not bring Aerodactyl.
Let's see. Points. It's always so hard to actually find the point distribution for events.
Oh yeah, it's you gotta type in like NAIC or something.
He only has 3 Pokemon left after turn 1.
Yeah, this Pokemon is a walking drought, right? I could turn the snow off once, and that maybe could have been impactful had this match played.
Why didn't you participate? I couldn't get a spot. I tried to register 4 times. They didn't let me in. And I didn't get asked to cast. So that's why. Okay, points.
Let him in.
Let me in.
Yeah, Frostlass was really good. I think it's such a great Pokemon.
I mean, Adrian Hurley is one I'm really watching. Like, Adrian and Hurley both need big finishes, top 16 / top 32, but they're really right up there.
What's Adrian running?
I have no idea. Let's see. Can take a look. Mega Aerodactyl, Mega Charizard with Venusaur. Scarf Chomp.
Oh, interesting. He always does something fun.
Hey, you know, who needs heat when you've got cold? It's the big freeze at Sylvia.
What website am I looking at the teams on? Starroot.dev. You know, I will pin these in the chat.
Yeah,
1 second, folks.
Sleep and then accidentally finds itself frozen. Really, a really unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, it's a huge deal there, right? Like, I mean, Yawn, like maybe not like super impactful, but at least forces a cycle. Like Hyper Voice would have been huge there, kind of making both these Pokemon get weak into a control.
What did Fuslie run? If she didn't change the team, the last time I talked to her, she was using Tailwind Hyper Offense.
Hyper Voice is enough that you're checking it. Instead, we wind up the situation where Frostlass is like relatively unthreatened here without Sylvia.
What team would I have brought? I have no idea. Maybe probably the Toxapex stuff, just because my friends were working on it.
Honestly, seeing like this kind of like all of these day 2 players, like, you know, sorry, like these 5-3 players makes me feel like I would be so, like, if I went personally, you know, like I would not be happy if that were like me, so I'm really glad that I stayed at home.
Either you sacrifice Charizard there, which is awful, also awful on the previous turn, or you can, like, well, you know, I'm gonna take the Blizzard well, but then what? I think it was also a great switch on the other side, you know, where force switch, of course, with the Yawn, where you're not gonna leave Basculegion in.
All right, so English side stream is getting Shohei versus Eric Rios elimination.
Ooh.
Where it's like, well, you got Garchomp who can't survive Blizzard. You got Charizard who can no longer survive Blizzard because it's got like 30 hit points.
Am I qualified for Worlds then? No, I did not try to qualify this year. I just played 3 tournaments total. Curious about Champions Elo. What does it mean that peak is 300 lower than last season? I think people are just playing the game a little bit less, and because it's like, yeah, I think in general, like, people are grinding. Like season 1, everyone was playing all the time, and it's because, like, I feel like especially the Japanese players, like, they kept pushing the bar higher and higher and higher, which meant other people wanted to keep playing to catch up to it. But now I think, like, with less people playing and like not grinding to get to champions as much, like, the bar inherently is lower.
But then next, you know, when mobile releases, it will be crazy mode, right?
Just to clarify on the way how casting works, right? So it's like there is a group of casters within each region, and we give our availabilities at the beginning of the season for either regionals or the internationals, and then, you know, because there's so many great casters in Pokemon, they try to give everyone equal opportunity to cast different events, and so you kind of get a mix of events based on what works for everyone's schedules. So yeah, and it's like, you know, there's the 3 ICs, there's Worlds, obviously, there's, you know, like 10, 12 regionals as well. So the idea is to give everyone some good opportunities to work across all of those events. So yeah, the season, NAIC, not in the books for me. I don't think I casted it actually since pre-COVID, which is kind of wild to think about. I would love to go back and cast one, but there are just a lot of great casters that deserve opportunities, right? So
you have the speed advantage. The game is not over.
He did also, Francesco had Garchomp, right?
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about the berries question.
dude, when you get an answer, let me know, but take your time. No rush.
Well, I like somebody followed up in chat by saying, like, if it's a hot day, would an Aka berry taste really, really good? And I'm also thinking about that. And I think the answer is absolutely yes, right? Like, I would make a smoothie out of Aka berries on a hot day.
Someone asked, so the odds of a new caster coming into the slim scene is very slim then. I wouldn't say that necessarily. Like, I think there's always, you know, opportunities, and I think with now there being more events, people are always, you know, there's always ample room. I would say with casting, though, it's not like there's a formal application, right? So it's like putting yourself in the right time in the right place. So I always recommend people, if you want to get into casting, start casting over your own games. That's kind of how I got into it. Start trying to cast local events, right? Build up a portfolio, then try to do some, you know, grassroots streams like Victory Road, for example. And when there is a call for casters, basically put yourself in a good position for it.
They're putting Wolfe back on mainstream.
Are they really?
It's pretty, yeah, that's pretty insane, right?
Whoa.
Twice in 3 rounds of Swiss?
Surely this one will just be normal, right?
Yes. Well, normal regulation MA shenanigans with some rock slide fun sprinkled in. Yes, certainly normal.
So normal. Anyway,
that is wild. But you know, it is like 2 international champions on a win it in, so I can get the decision.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and also, you know, Pokealex brings in a huge crowd as well for stream audience.
What if you flinched here? on this turn when you go for close combat.
No, that'd be terrible.
No. I think also fantastic play from Francesco.
It is like, it is stressful to be up there in the stream though, compared to like a normal round, which is like, oh boy.
Rock slide was going into frost slab, so he thought, I can tank a rock slide, and as long as I don't flinch, I'm going to be able to respond. So he conditioned that behavior, so game 3 he can double and KO frost slide.
How many
It's
rounds
very
until top
bad.
16? 2 more. 2 more rounds.
Let's see how that goes. And then another great play here, reading the switch, getting that low kick off, and this game from here was basically over. But you know, why not add a little insult?
Someone said none of the 10-1 matches were optimal. I wish we could have watched a 9-2. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about a 10-1. It's like you know whoever wins is guaranteed top cut, right? And I think like part of the goal of the broadcast is to feature people that will be good enough to be featured continuously once you make it to top cut as well. I think a 9-2 match totally acceptable to pick here, but it is like 2 international champions and like 2 of the biggest faces of the game. But yeah, normally we wouldn't stream the same player multiple times before top cut. You do it maybe one day 1, one day 2, but I think it's like an exception because it's specifically Wolfe and Alex.
Oh, jeez. You know, I think a lot of us, we have our ladder game.
Whack Donalds, thank you so much for the 10. You got to meet Fusli there, which was cool. Her videos got you to sign up. She had a team sheet error. Oh, RIP.
Oh, that sucks.
Most like flowcharty skill-based match with the players.
She's amazing though. Yeah, it's cool to see her competing. So I hope she had a great time.
And I do think one of the secret, like lesser important aspects of that set.
Yeah, like Alex Gomez also, guys, is like a he's built up a huge community in Spain. Like I saw like he is one of the most subscribed to Twitch streamers from Spain in gaming, which is so sick. And of course, has won internationals, one NAIC, one not LAIC, was London, UK, London Nationals in 2016, multiple regional titles, top 8, top 16 at Worlds. One of the most stacked resumes in the history of the game.
It'll be a great set.
So, hey, you know, after that one, I think we all need a little break for maybe the most regulation MA match of all time. So, we've got something from Gabby.
Is this an interview?
Everybody, I'm here on the floor with Lily, and she is here at her first ever Pokemon event
Cool.
at the North America International Championships.
Ooh.
Lily, how are you doing?
This is one of the best days of my life. There's so many kind people.
This might have been asked before, but if you had to pick from casting to playing, what do you prefer? Casting overall, like the highs are higher when you play, of course, if you win, but it is very hard to win. And so I don't know, they're both very fulfilling in different ways. I think playing, like, there's nothing more fulfilling than choosing or building a good team, going up to a tournament, doing well with it, and being like, all that work that I put in paid off. With casting, it's more like, you know, delivering and bringing awesome stories and, you know, sharing what makes this game so awesome with the world. So it's like casting feels more satisfying from like showing, like giving you guys, the viewers, like as good of an experience as possible. Playing, I think, obviously it's like cool for the viewers, but it's also, I think it's a little bit more like personally satisfying.
I actually watched a player that you guys probably know, Wolfe Glick or Wolfe VGC, and I watched him for years. I watched him back in Sword and Shield. I was like, huh, this game's pretty cool.
It's so cool to see how people got into these events.
I'm seeing these like hour-plus long videos, and it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. I want to be a part of this.
Well, we're so glad
Shohei Shoma Honami versus Chris Hahn on the Spanish stream.
For sure.
Actually, that'd be cool to pull up. Do I know if I intend to play more next year? It really depends. I'm not sure where like work will be, where my life will be. I would love to compete more for. I mean, this season I like almost barely played. So next season I think the expectation is to definitely play more, but unclear how many events I'll be playing.
We should get to see the regional schedule, right? Sometimes they release it at this event?
Is it at this event? That would be hype. I would love to know that.
Yeah. They always give us a little something at NAIC, you know?
Yeah, I'll leave the Spanish commentary on Skype. Yeah, this is just a pure mirror match. I think with the mirrors, the natures are actually a really big deal. And it looks like kind of the same natures across the board. I think Shoma having Poison Jab on his Garchomp, though, is a pretty big deal because it gives him a way to hit Whimsicott and Floette, so it makes Garchomp more bringable into the matchup, whereas Chris does not have that.
Yep. It's all about, when it's like a mirror matchup like this, it's all about like those little differences, right? Just like that is, when I play a mirror match, I try and like lean into what makes the team different, just so that I can have some element of control, you know?
Mm-hmm. Someone has said, how many people do you have on your team right now? I have 2 guys that make thumbnails for me, and that's it. Otherwise, it's just me. And I have a group that I've worked with for 1 edited video, is the Disguised Toast video, and there will be another one coming out. But generally, it's just me. Someone said, do you work? Are you not a full-time YouTuber? I took a break from work, a leave of absence to do YouTube full-time for 3 months, but outside of this month and the last 2 months, I also work full-time. What kind of world announcements are we expecting? Champions roadmap? That would be sick. They normally tease a little bit of everything, so something related to Champions, something related to Gen 10, a new TCG announcement. Like, those kind of feel like what I would expect, but we'll see. Does Indy happen every year? Did you miss your chance to go super close to home? It used to not be part of the regional circuit, but it has been a part for the last couple of years. Maybe there was a break from 22, but like, no, it's there's definitely been at least 3 indie regionals, so hopefully we'll continue to be there.
I would imagine that we go back in the future, even though this year's indie had like some logistical hurdles, we'll say, because like I think, you know, especially with the trading card game being so big too, the question is like, how can we get all this space for all these gamers? And Indy, the convention center, is huge, and also like I imagine that price wise it's like a better point, so I expect we'll be back. I don't know about 2027. Hopefully. It's a nice city. I love going to Indy.
Yeah, these are a lot of fun ones to watch. I'm looking forward to watching this Wolfe.
Someone asked, do I feel like being a YouTuber is more demanding than my job? No, definitely not. I think a corporate job is a lot more demanding when you have to answer to clients and managers and have really tight deadlines and work late hours. I think being a YouTuber is demanding for other reasons, because I think you kind of create your own schedule, and like I think my work ethic is I like to work a lot, and so yeah, like knowing when to take breaks, knowing when you are a little bit burnt out and stepping away for a little bit is, I think, important. But I think, yeah, being a full-time creator, it's easy to think about the short term, but not like the long term. What made you consider jumping into YouTube full-time? Well, I knew Champions was going to come out, and I figured if there's any time to do it full-time, it's now. And I'm lucky enough to be able to take a few months off work.
It's really funny to me because, oh, I guess our game is starting, but like when we were kids, right, you know, we loved playing Pokemon, but it was also like clearly like, you know, school first, right? You know, gotta make sure we're set up for life outside of Pokemon, and the fact that the scene has grown to such a point where you can consider that as like a move that is fulfilling and also like, you know, pretty good for you, like maybe, you know, in the short term is crazy, right?
Totally. Okay, chat. We'll come back to questions. Let us talk about the game. 2 of the absolute biggest icons, Wolfe Glick going up against Alex Gomez. We've already seen Wolfe on stream a couple of times. We've talked about his team. It's the Charizard, Hydreigon, Instant, Mammo, Sneasler, Toxapex. And Wolfe had played this matchup in day 1. He lost game 1. It was up against Alex Underhill, who's using the same 6 Pokemon. And in that matchup, we saw Wolfe go Charizard, Toxapex game 1 and game 2, and then bring Charizard, Hydreigon, and essentially win game 3 on the spot off the leads. So Alex probably has studied Alex Underhill's set. We'll probably have some takeaways from that one.
We've seen Wolfe win a couple of games that way. Earlier on
Yep.
in the day, we saw it though. If it's in the 1v1 that's not favorable for it, like against Basque Legion.
And I think if you are Alex Gomez, you have to respect 2 different leads that Wolfe already showed, which is Charizard, Toxapex, and Charizard, Hydreigon. Like, in Pokemon, you really don't want to lose the game just off the leads immediately. And I think that's basically, like, game 3, Alex Underhill versus Wolfe yesterday, I think it was literally over off the leads unless Alex Underhill missed his moves, right? And that is not a good position to be in. So Winner of this, guaranteed top 16, will continue their tournament run. Loser will still have another shot.
Right. I want to compare both to the round a couple rounds ago. There's no best.
Yep, down to the wire. I think it's kind of like looking at Alex's team. It's kind of like, how am I going to put these Pokemon together to like make a plan that is going to be cohesive in the long run against what Toxapex is capable of, right? I think what's really interesting here is that Farigiraf does not have Protect. Twin Beam is also much weaker than Psychic is, and that's going to make it a little bit less useful against Toxapex, though it still should be pretty good. And so I actually think that like some of the choices on Alex's team make this a little bit scarier than other, like for Alex, than other iterations might have some more guarantees versus what Wolfe was running.
Yeah, so when we had seen this matchup previously, like the leads were Charizard King Gambit and then Charizard Garchomp. Sylveon was a really big piece of the equation, being able to Hyper Voice and even Hyper Beam for burst damage. One of the mix-ups basically was the first time this matchup happened, it was like Charizard, King Gambit, and if I remember correctly, it was like Farigiraf and Sylveon, and so Garchomp is like kind of a mix-up as the lead, but then obviously it's really weak to Hydreigon. So if you're Alex and you're worried about both the Hydreigon lead as well as the Toxapex lead, I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe Alex doesn't lead the Charizard, like something like Garchomp Sylveon. Would be kind of a middle ground lead, but I'm curious if you have any opinions there.
I think Garchomp Sylveon sounds really interesting. I would like to see it just because, you know, let's get a little variety, right? Like, I think that Charizard into Charizard Toxapex is just like, oh man, you know, how are we doing this? Oh, okay.
Whoa. This is Alex saying, hey, I saw what you did against Alex Underhill in Game 3 yesterday. I am not going to just get caught by that. And I think this is, I would say, a very favorable lead for Alex. Like, the thing is, neither Pokemon, I mean, Aerodactyl can't protect here. Hydreigon can't protect, right? Hydreigon really doesn't want to just eat up a Hyper Voice. So, like, one play that Wolfe commonly goes for with this team is Protect, switch into Toxapex or Instant on turn 1. So that's one defensive pivot he can make. Alex obviously is threatening with the Rock Slide immediately, so I think this Charizard is really scared. So, yep, Hydreigon switches out. I expect Pex or Instant. It is Pex.
Yep.
And I think Charizard just protects here on turn 1.
Yep. Really neutral player, gonna take a little bit of damage on Toxapex, but like nothing you can't get out of, right? Yep. And
the thing is, it's a good lead, but then Wide Guard this next turn now is actually super oppressive.
Yep.
Ooh,
and
it's going to be the Tailwind instead, just saying, look, I want to ensure that I have the speed advantage. But the switch ends up being really good for Wolfe because now you can obviously pretty safely go for Wide Guard. So then the question is, does Alex, you know, go for something like Ice Fang instead?
But that feels so bad, right? Like,
right.
It's just you're not really gaining that much ground. And again, like, we kind of see that the damage from Alex's end. Like, I think if you're Alex, you might have been worried about, like, a Draco Meteor going down onto Aerodactyl and kind of one-for-one-ing here, but that's still, like, with Sylveon taking out the Hydreigon, but it's switching out and getting this Tailwind is kind of like, well, Toxapex was already the slowest thing in the field, and the speed dynamic doesn't change too much between the other three Pokemon. It feels like Wolfe equalized really, really well.
Yeah, it actually, this Aerodactyl is dual Wing Beat as well. Yep, so it goes for the dual Wing Beat. Oh, crit. A lot of burst. Is it Hyper Beam?
Oh, wow.
Haha. It was dual Wing Beat Hyper Beam. Okay. So Instant just faints immediately. Aggressive play by Alex. Keep in mind, though, if Sylveon faints, you don't have a good Hydreigon answer anymore. So you can see Wolfe putting on the priority to slow down that Sylveon damage. Soft Sand stomping Garchomp I actually think is a really big deal for Alex as well, so I expect that in the back.
Yeah, that's really, really strong. And, like, Garchomp typically, like, you know, against Toxapex, well, if you can get the Intimidate down, you know, you can make it, you know, you can Wide Guard and force it into Dragon Claw. It's not actually that good against it, but Soft Sand Stomping Tantrum, that's actually very strong to Toxapex.
I think a good switch by
now
Wolfe
you-
there, by the way. Like, I think if you lose Charizard there, it looks really hard immediately because you have instant Pex, which don't do much damage, and a Scarf Hydreigon. So he conserves his main damage dealer in Charizard, which is a big deal. Crit didn't matter, I don't think. Hyper Beam would have KO'd anyway from the range after Dual Wing Beat.
And so I guess the question is how, now how does Wolfe make progress, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got Sylveon not doing anything, Aerodactyl, it can just protect, right? And then Sylveon's ready to go another turn, and Alex can try again, right? With this, like, double into Charizard. Toxapex isn't moving that fast. It's not, like, reaching the win condition that quickly. And it really stinks to lose Incineroar because Garchomp is so scary, but we do see that Aerodactyl not protecting.
It doesn't have Protect.
It doesn't have Protect. That would be why it didn't protect.
So Alex goes for Rock Slide there, saying, look, I don't think Dual Wing Beat's doing that much at -1 anyway, so if you greed and you let me actually just hit it, then I actually gain a huge advantage. Dual Wing Beat onto either slot would get you a little bit of damage, maybe like 25-35%, but that's basically it.
Definitely a keep him honest Rock Slide, right? Especially after like last turn, right? It's like, ooh, there's no wide guard, a little bit of like regret kind of kicking in. But now, the Sylveon is almost taken care of. It's not going to be around for that much longer, which gives Hydreigon a lot more wiggle room, but it still depends on what's in the back.
100%, yeah. The main question I had is, had it been Dual Wing Beat from Aerodactyl, would another, like, -1 Dual Wing Beat plus Hyper Beam get the knockout, right? But Alex is saying, look, you didn't infest me yet, Garchomp, no more instant on your end. Let me get Garchomp out, which I think is really smart. Because now, like you said, Aaron, Incineroar is eliminated, no more Intimidate. And, no wide guard, so another Rock Slide. That, of course, means a flinch chance onto the Toxapex. Does it flinch? No flinch. Okay, traps the Aerodactyl in, but this is still pretty scary, I would say, for Wolfe.
Yep.
Because you have to think about, if the Charizard faints, Hydreigon can never protect itself, right? So Alex's Tailwind is about to end. He can set up Tailwind again, which then makes the Choice Scarf on Hydreigon basically useless as an item.
Yep, and the Sun turns are ticking down. I think there's probably only one turn left, which means that, Charizard's going to do some good damage here, but it's not going to be enough, And then when the Sun's out, it really won't do anything. It'll be locked into, like, low power Heat Waves. And then if the last Pokemon is this Focus Sash King Gambit in the back, it's kind of like the paths to win are narrowing very quickly.
Yeah, I think the fourth is actually a big question mark, because, like, Gambit feels way better than Frigoraph, right? If it's Frigoraph, it's actually kind of a useless slot. So did Alex bring the right fourth in Gambit is another question I have. You would think so. I really like this new approach relative to what Alex Underhill did yesterday. I think what Alex was doing was also working, but... Ooh, Dual Wing Beat misses the Charizard, though.
Ooh.
I don't think that would have KO'd with the Intimidate, though. But...
Yeah.
Also, no wide
not,
guard.
but...
No wide guard.
Yep. That's crazy. That's crazy behavior. Wolfe really wants this Garchomp done.
Yeah. That Dual Wing Beat
but
is
it's still, like,
still
not
big,
enough.
though, because had you hit that, then you can just Dual Wing Beat Charizard Stomping Tantrum next turn.
Yep.
Right, you can see Wolfe setting up the end game for Toxapex now.
It's gonna be a
This is
close
the problem with running Mega Aerodactyl, though. Like, you're just not, like, you gotta worry about that every time.
Someone said, why no Heat Wave? Weather Ball is stronger in a Garchomp, and Heat Wave can miss.
And Heat Wave won't mess with your Toxic. Oh, wait,
Brendan
sorry.
is 10-2! Oh my god.
Oh,
Guys.
let's go. That's awesome. What the heck?
Okay, so this turn, like, Alex, I think, having two things that are faster than Charizard. Also, a couple things. Had Alex gone for Dual Wing Beat earlier when he went for Rock Slide on the wide guard, this Charizard would be lower. So what this set shows me is every little bit of damage you get onto Charizard really matters. Is wide guard, is it Dual Wing Beat Dragon Claw right now? Okay, I think Tailwind makes sense. Guarantee that you have the speed advantage. Smart.
Especially with Hydreigon. Yep.
No miss.
Wow.
I think Wolfe wins this one. Because you can just protect your Mons now.
Yep.
That was actually a really strong turn for Wolfe.
And Sylveon's already mostly done.
Yep.
You know, it's probably not going to be the Charizard. I guess the Farigiraf would be kind of interesting if that were the last Pokemon, because you get into this kind of awkward spot.
Yeah.
With like, oh, Sylveon still has
It is
some health.
Oh.
Okay, I think this just got pretty interesting.
I agree. I agree. You know, initially we were like, hey, I think it's like Gambit fourth is a lot stronger than Farig, but in this current position, Farig actually feels better.
Left on the field. Toxapex can just protect that away, even if not now, later on. Sylveon also starting to quickly look like Toxapex is going to be able to carry the end of this game. Alex is going to need to find that.
But a Toxic onto Farigiraf is like, that's gonna be so, it'll really be down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you would expect Hydreigon would scarf to outspeed Farigiraf, right? Even with Tailwind.
Yes. But would you expect Sylveon to outspeed Hydreigon in that Tailwind? I think it's going to be really
yeah,
because Farigiraf cannot protect itself, right?
Yep.
Ooh,
probably just. Oh my god!
Oh wow.
How sick
That's
was that?
pretty cool.
I don't know if it wins
That's
the
pretty
game,
cool.
but that was so sick.
It's style points for sure.
Okay, how much
Actually,
does it matter?
That might matter quite a bit,
yeah.
actually, because less so that like your Garchomp is going to come in and deal more damage, but now Farigiraf can go to Garchomp, right?
Yep.
That's really, really cool.
What is the speed here? Do you even knock out Sylveon? Like, I'm not convinced Dark Pulse or Earth Power KO Sylveon at 56.
I think Earth Power will leave Sylveon at like 5 hit points.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the switch you talked about, Aaron.
Yep. He kind of has to go for the Dark Pulse into the Sylveon, I think. Probably your best chance to win.
Yeah.
Or the Snarl. But this is going to be a Hyper Beam, isn't it?
You would think so. Yep. Does Farigiraf beat the Toxapex in a 1v1, Aaron? You're our Toxapex expert. What do you think?
I think it does. Like 6 ways to Sunday, but...
And it's citrus as well, right? So it takes freaking forever.
Yep. Yep, but the Twin Beam being that much weaker than the Psychic is going to make it really, really tough.
Holy moly, what a set this is. I think Alex's game plan was really smart, and a lot of the dynamic of this matchup feels like wide guard. And are you able to dual wing beat and continue to get damage or call Wolfe out on a turn? But Toxapex versus Farigiraf, it is full HP Citrus Berry. This is Twin Beam. I do not know who gets it here. Let's see. Twin Beam comes out. That's a lot.
Ooh, that's... I don't think Toxapex, because you're going to need, like, double protects, kind of like versus Ko, you know?
Guys, that side roar, though, holy... We now know Wolfe's Hydreigon is faster than Sylveon or Tailwind. Yep, that's right.
I think that the switch of Toxapex out, like, you know, with perfect hindsight, was getting Toxapex out for the Hydreigon kind of, like, worth it? I think that's... I'm not so sure, because the issue was the Farigiraf getting out from the Dark Pulse, right?
Yes.
Like, that's the problem. I think this is like Frigg all the way, right? You know,
Yeah.
you can infest the Citrus Berry. You need a triple at bare minimum. He could also try for 2 double protects, which I'm not sure.
I think the
So
sequencing
maybe, you know.
here for both players is quite clear. Like, Alex just clicks Twin Beam every turn. Wolfe goes Infestation. That almost just knocks out. The leftovers helps him, but I don't think Wolfe even wins with the double right now, right? Like, with Citrus.
He would need a triple, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe a quadruple.
I-
Have you ever
that's-
gotten a
that
quadruple
side
protect?
roar was so cool, man. Like,
Yeah, that was very cool.
Yeah, I think if Twin Beam had needed one more turn, if it had been a 4-hit KO, not a 3-hit KO, the Toxic Vex would have been able to withstand this. All those damage, however, times would have.
That was a very, very nice win con. And like,
healthy.
you know, it's one of those plays that like when you have Roar and you're at like Alex's level, like you think about, and it's like, even though you know, like, you know, from Wolfe's perspective, like, that's not the first side roar he's seen, right? He's seen it so many times, but it's just so hard to remember that people can do that and to like keep that possibility active in your mind, especially because it is such a strong play, you know?
yeah. Does a double get it here?
I think it will. The Toxic did so much damage.
Up so fast. We're seeing how often for Wolfe it comes.
If you're a Wolf, you are not happy about how
No,
often
no,
you have to
definitely not. But
protect.
to have a 1 in 3 chance to win, like, you'll take it. But
Turn on the field.
Yeah, but it's like 33% is both
oh
like
my god! Wow.
Oh, he's not sure if he wins though. Alex is not happy.
I wouldn't be
He's
either.
shaking his head.
Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh.
Wow. That is that is so insane.
When he needs it once again, gets that one extra turn of Toxic and Infestation.
Wow.
Work through the Citrus Berry recovery.
If I'm Alex, so I still feel okay about that, but it's just so, like, it is really heartbreaking, like,
Yep.
for him. Like,
Yep.
he played so well. Wolfe did as well. I don't want to
Yep.
take away from Wolfe's play, but, like,
A little bit more
yeah, it's like, the
Yeah.
side roar, the way he sequenced that endgame was really, really nice.
executing probably a game plan he was looking for. Got every
Yeah.
KO
If you do something like a side roar, that works at like, you know, you're in a murky spot and it absolutely puts you ahead, and you still lose to something like that, it is such a gut punch. You know, you're like,
Yeah.
oh my god, right? It's like, you know, you did the cool thing and you still didn't like get ahead enough because of it.
I think, though, what this set has shown me is Alex is playing this matchup in a completely different way than Alex Underhill approached it when Wolfe previously played against the team. And I can't, you know, if the dual wing beat didn't miss with Aerodactyl, or had he dual wing beated the turn it was wide guard, Charizard would have gone down sooner, and Alex probably gets one extra turn to work with. So, if I'm Alex, I'm like, I didn't get all the calls right against the wide guard stuff, and I was still in a position to win, right? Now, the question is,
Yep.
Alex has revealed Aerodactyl Sylveon as a lead, so Wolfe, of course, can go with something completely different as an adaptation.
Yep, and I think one thing that is kind of constraining Wolfe in these sets that we've watched, we've had the good fortune to watch him 3 times in the past 5 sets. We're really only seeing, I believe, 4 of his 6 Pokemon come, which really makes it very clear what you are capable of and what your win conditions will be. And like, I think that Mamoswine or Sneasler should probably come, and if he doesn't feel good bringing them, I think that's the mark of how the team is constructed, right? Like, you gotta be able to do stuff like that, because Alex can do whatever he wants with his 6. Well, maybe not bring Charizard.
Aerodactyl feels way stronger than Alex Underhill's because I think Alex Underhill's Aerodactyl didn't have dual wing beat, if I remember correctly, which is like a huge difference maker in the matchup.
Absolutely.
Like, if I'm Alex, I think I'd be happy with going with the same 4. You could mix up Gambit over, but I think like the Aerodactyl was so much stronger here, specifically because it has dual wing beat. Like, you're able to actually chip away at so much of Wolfe's team.
Sometimes the best defense is the best offense, though, so I wonder if Alex is going to switch things
Mamoswine would be interesting. Pretty good into both Garchomp as well as Aerodactyl.
of the game. Can he maybe find some ways where he isn't falling
I also think that, like, the lack of protects on Alex's team is kind of biting him, right? Like,
Yeah.
you don't want to have to do stuff like that side roar with, like, perfect foresight, because, like, if you ever make a mistake, your Farigiraf is a sitting duck for this Hydreigon, and, like, that endgame is a lot less scary if you take a big Dark Pulse first, right? So you gotta be nervous, and gotta be ready to execute at that incredibly high level.
Ooh, new lead. I like this from Alex, okay? Some adaptations. Whoa. Alex has won the lead game for sure, both games so far. Chomp, so good in this position right now.
Yep.
Amazing lead by Alex.
And that soft sand stomping tantrum is really going to chew up this Toxapex. Now it's not even like free to like wide guard and, you know, do whatever with the Charizard. Like you have to be worried about so much, and I think like that would cause me to play really reactively if I were in Wolf's spot.
Okay,
so
hear me out, bro.
surprised
Do you ever stomping tantrum the Charizard slot, saying, look, if you switch in instant, I get you, and if you not, I fail, and then my stomping is stronger next turn?
Yeah, and I mean, like, the thing about Toxapex Charizard is it's so low pressure, especially onto this Garchomp, that you can do stuff like that, you know?
Oh, is it instant? Haha.
Yep.
So is Toxapex actually going to wide guard? Because this is the first step.
Trainer's Incineroar.
So funny.
I think I'm a minute behind you.
Okay, Aerodactyl just Mega Evolved. It's just Dual Wing Beat, okay. Dual Wing Beat Dragon Claw? Man, stomping would have been so sick here.
That would have been really, really cool.
Ah, oh, okay, wait, no, it went into Toxic. I mean, that's still really good for him, but yeah, the Intimidate does add up.
Wow. That is much less damage than I thought it would be.
How much? I wonder how much -1 stomping would have done to Instant there. I honestly have no idea. I think Instant should survive and eat its citrus.
Yep. I was gonna say like 45-ish%.
Yeah.
On the switch, you get a lot of value. Incineroar, they're not coming into the stomping tantrum slot. Toxapex, yes, takes some damage, but we're able to just peel that off in the future.
Okay. So, with Instant, you have to be careful about clicking Fake Out in a Garchomp because it makes Stomping stronger. Although you could Fake Out Chomp, then Protect Peck, switch Instant out in a Zard. Oh, but then
or
like,
Hydreigon, right?
Yeah.
And Wolfe getting the timer on Aerodactyl already. I think a pretty successful turn for Wolfe in the face of a lot of damage threat back the other way.
Why not Toxic the Chomp? Isn't he a bigger threat? I think Aerodactyl is the bigger threat to Zard. Yep. So here's the Hydreigon switch in. Painful Bunker. Free Tailwind for Aerodactyl here. It would be a big Tailwind. Ooh, just Rock Slide.
I think this is definitely the best time to get this Hydreigon in.
Yep.
Especially because, you know, like this Rock Slide is right here, right? And now we kind of got to start thinking about like, okay, what's in the back here? You know, is Sylveon going to... Ooh, okay. The Stomping Tantrum into Hydreigon changes things because now it's very clear, right? You know, this Draco Meter has got to happen on the Garchomp, or Toxapex is donezo, right?
Yep.
But there are layers after that, right? Because you could go into Charizard, but then Aerodactyl still being on the field is a big issue, and then you could launch the attack into Aerodactyl. You know, so there are layers and layers. It's really about how fast they can think through all of the possibilities in these 45 seconds.
Ooh, arrow switches. Okay, is it Sylveon? I mean, Sylveon, and then you could protect here. Is he... Yeah, okay. So Alex says, I don't want to take a risk here. He could have, like, gambled and predicted where Draco was going.
Yep.
Okay, yep. So it is the safe protect. And Infestation now to trap Sylveon in.
This is the way to make sure that Draco Meteor doesn't have any impact, and the way to take advantage.
So now this is really interesting, right? Because last game, Hydreigon, it got one Snarl off before fainting, right?
Yep.
But now, it's locked into this Draco Meteor, and you kind of got to be like, do you want to make a trade? You know, Alex, trade offer. I offer my Hydreigon. What are you going to give me in return?
Yeah, head shake.
Yeah. Is it going to be most of Farigaraph's health and kind of sacrifice the nice endgame that you had? Is it going to be what's left of your Aerodactyl and kind of reset the Intimidate on Garchomp, or is it going to be Garchomp itself?
I think Alex went Hyper Voice there. He reacted. Draco connects. And I don't think
Alex
he
is
Hyper
not
Beamed
looking
here.
happy.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's so tough. Wide Guard is a really, really challenging move to play against.
What?
Oh.
So I want to explain what Alex was going for there. I think Alex was like, you're going to switch out Hydreigon because it's so obvious I'm going to switch into Farigiraf. And he went for a double up onto Toxapex for a knockout. Wolfe is like,
wow.
I'm up a game. I'm just going to go for the kind of safe and obvious play. I think this is what makes like losing game 1 in the fashion that Alex did so tricky. And now this game is feeling really hard for Alex. I don't think it's unwinnable, but it's definitely looking tough.
Absolutely. And this is like when, you know, especially in game 1, especially on screen, under the lights, top cut on the line versus, you know, Wolfe Glick, and you're capable of making these huge money plays, right? Like the side roar. That was crazy. That was cinematic, right? It's so hard to take yourself down from that level, you know?
Yeah.
And like, you know, you gotta get this Hydreigon.
Exactly, yeah.
Like
If basically, like, Wolfe knows Hydreigon's my best, like, offensive tool into Garchomp. If Hydreigon faints with Instant, Charizard, Pex, like, Garchomp's really hard, right? So Alex is saying, look, I think you need to conserve your key win condition. You're not going to let me just go protect Hyper Voice or Hyper Beam into you, right? But I like the attempt, even though it didn't work. I know a lot of people will be like, what in the world are you doing? But, like, I think it makes total sense because Wolfe is such a safe player, like, conserves his win conditions. And I think it was a gamble that... Yeah, look, we're taking potentially.
Yep, totally. And, you know, also, like, if that Draco Meteor misses, which it very well could, like, that is just the game right there, right?
Yep.
And so now I think for Wolfe, just double switch, right? Just get that health back on Toxapex. I think Regenerator is, like, the most understated part of Toxapex, right? But it's such a strong ability, like on such a crazy defensive Pokemon. You just get it out of the Psychic. And having 2 Dark types, it makes it so hard, but he leaves it in as Alex Trick Rooms. And now the walls are definitely closing in.
And it's another side roar, which is one of the cool tools you can use. Someone said, to be fair, Wolfe was already going to switch into a Draco there, considering that Chop already protected. The answer is you switch in Farig there. You take 70%, but then you heal back with Citrus, and then you lose Hydreigon. Like, trading Farigiraf's health, because like this time around, you'll have conserved your Garchomp, and Garchomp with Soft Sand, really good for the Toxapex endgame. So that is, like, the obvious trade, I think, and Alex was trying to play one step ahead.
I think I'm a little curious why Toxapex didn't go out there. But the thing is that, like, going to Instant and Hydreigon is really, really straightforward for Wolfe. It's really going to be challenging to take Hydreigon down.
You can Hyper Beam inside Roar. Yeah, that's one of the cool things about Roar. Like,
oh, that is cool.
Back into Hydreigon. I mean, Hydreigon looking really good right now. Double switch. Dark Pulse now looking threatening, or just Draco. Okay, dual Wing Beat into Hydreigon. It's a lot of damage, honestly. You can't fake out next turn.
Yep.
Para would be really scary here right now for Wolfe.
Yep.
Okay, no Para.
What moves are you making on this turn? If you're these players, there's so much that you can do, but it feels so narrow as to how you're actually going to get a leg up if you're Alex.
Yeah. Because basically, Hydreigon can Draco, Aerodactyl, it can Dark Pulse Farigiraf, it can Snarl, or it could switch. Alex is hoping for Draco into that slot. Is it Dark Pulse into Farig? Oh, Dark Pulse is... Okay, that's another option. Yep.
Yep.
Is it a Trick Room right now?
Because that would be wild. But here we go. Toxapex getting its health back, right? And that's putting it further out of where this Farigiraf can clean it up safely.
I think Charizard, you can't risk that it's Twin Beam coming into that slot.
Whoa. Okay. I mean,
Okay.
now
Oh my
though,
God.
if you're Alex, oh, okay. I talked about the
Okay.
para, guys. That was one turn early. I still
Yeah.
think that the position favors Wolfe substantially because now you can double up. Like,
Makes it a little easier to stay in here as well because now you can throw a Dark
Well,
Pulse.
does Sylveon have quick attack?
But yeah, Charizard taking
that is the $1,000,000 question, my friend. It does. It does have quick attack.
It does. It does have quick attack. But Charizard is going to do so much here, right? It can launch a Weather Ball for free into Farigiraf. And that is going to remove anything like the end game from last game. And every turn Sylveon sits in the field here, it's just getting a little bit easier for it to stumble before Hydreigon could be taken out.
Yeah. What a slogfest it is for both players right now.
Yep.
1 in 8
Absolutely.
chance for Charizard to get fully paralyzed. It has been nerfed substantially.
And that makes it feel so much worse when it happens.
Yep. No quick attack, just Hyper Voice. Oh! How much does that matter?
Oh, wow. It's going to keep Toxapex on a little bit of a
Oh,
clock.
Heat Wave double connect through paralysis.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, no more Sylveon.
Alex does make a call there, right? He could have gone quick attack, but he was like, I
Yep.
would prioritize more damage there with Hyper Voice.
Yep.
I mean, it's inching ever so closely for Wolfe to win this one, but Alex is not out of it yet.
Nope. Especially with the with Rock Slide coming through. He is in this awkward position though, where if Hydreigon safely hits the field, it will take this Farigiraf very quickly and easily, right?
Yep.
It can't protect. And there's actually like, if he tailwinds, Farigiraf still isn't going to be fast enough to really do anything. You're kind of just going to hope that Aerodactyl can take out Hydreigon before it moves. But on Wolf's side, he has 3 Pokemon at low HP and like has to you got to keep them all around. Like, if Toxapex goes down, it's going to be really hard to win against Aerodactyl. If Hydreigon goes down, it's going to be hard to win against Farigiraf. And so it's going to be about how to use this Incin, which has most of its HP,
Yep.
really effectively. Yep.
You can hear Len talking about it in commentary, like taking advantage of Regenerator.
Yep.
Does just go for Rock Slide, though. Okay. I mean, I think it's fine, because then now Hydreigon cleans up for Wolfe.
Yep. Yep.
Unless
you
it's
just
like
get your Hydreigon
Thunderbolt,
in.
Para, Incin. It is Thunderbolt. I mean,
Yep.
Alex, I think, is doing everything in his power, but basically the game, if I had an eval bar, it was like pretty even, and then the turn that Draco went onto Garchomp, it completely swung
Yep.
towards Wolfe's favor. Alex has been slowly
Absolutely.
clawing back at it, but at the end of the day, it is still likely not going to be enough.
Damage mitigation
Yep.
at this point with both an Intimidate on the Aerodactyl and a Party Shot in the Farigiraf, and now you've landed Hydreigon on the field with its choice of targets. Neither of these Pokemon.
Heck of a set, though. I mean, Alex made Mega Aerodactyl look amazing in this.
Turn, and so Hydreigon should be able to just swing out against these Pokemon.
Totally forgot about the armor tail because we have seen this, but I should have thought about this anyway.
You just Dark Pulse Farigiraf here, yeah?
Yep. And then, oh, Alex is really low in your time.
Yeah. Unless Dark Pulse somehow doesn't KO Farigiraf.
But you need so much to go right if you're Alex then. It's like you need Dark Pulse to not KO, and then you need Aerodactyl to crit the Incin.
Yeah.
And then you would need to somehow get this Toxapex, which I'm not sure if Twin Beam would do.
Okay, cycles out, makes sense. Yep, Dark Pulse Farig. It's a KO, yeah. Oh, I thought both players played so well. Like, I totally can understand Alex taking that gamble, and like, how different would it have been if he was up a game in this set, right? He lost game one
absolutely.
to miss into 1 and 3 double protect. Game 2, I mean, really well played by both players. Like, this was an amazing set. It's like crazy that it was only 2 games, honestly. Absolutely crazy.
Yep. Yeah. And I think definitely, you know, we see some of that variance come into play in this first set. Like, you know, we've seen 2 of these games go to a double protect, both in the Co set and in the Alex set, and it's kind of like, how often is that happening, you know? Because actually, if you play a lot of those out, it doesn't go your way every time, right? And so, looking forward to top cut, which Wolfe is now locked up, it's like, how can he make his chances as good as possible to take it all the way?
Yeah. I cannot express, though, how big of a deal. Like, I want to go back to that key turn of Alex trying to make that read. Because I think if I'm in Alex's shoes, I would have made the same play, honestly.
Really?
I think so, yeah. Because I think
nice.
the switch in a Farig Hyper Beam Hydreigon's so obvious.
Yeah, I think
I just feel like if Hydreigon faints, how do you deal with Garchomp, right? Because it didn't eat up a poison in this game.
I think that you have your Incineroar, right? You're going to be able to Toxic it. Or sorry, you're going to be able to like Intimidate it, and that will give you the wiggle room that you kind of need. And that would have been like the risk that I kind of took. I definitely wouldn't have, because like the thing about Hyper Beam there into the Sylveon is like, if you're wrong, or if sorry, into the Toxapex, if you're wrong or if you miss, which Hyper Beam can do, you're just so far behind, and like losing the second turn as well, I just like, it's so super dicey. But that's what moves like Wide Guard, you know, like if there was no Wide Guard, that's just a free Hyper Voice and you make progress.
Yeah, this was, I think, the turn, like, so intense. I do think, I don't know, like, is Toxapex that important of a priority for Alex to knock out? Like, even if he gets that turn right and Hydreigon switches out and you knock out Pex, is that trade worth it?
I mean, that's the big question, right? Like, you know, you kind of gotta weigh that out. It's really tricky, right? Because of the end game, and like, in general, you should be taking the kind of end game that you got in game 1.
Yeah.
Like, you should be trying to get there a little bit more often.
Yep.
I don't know. In like some ways, like Alex was like a little bit held back by his team, right? Like not being able to protect, the Twin Beam doing less damage. These choices like can seem really strong into meta things like Sneasler, right? Like and having Thunderbolt to be able to whittle down Charizard faster.
Yeah.
But then like, you know, in situations like this, they really hold you back.
Yep. Heck of a set. Like, that definitely feels like I should have gone a 3. The end game of game 1. I mean, showing you how strong double protect can be in winning games, right? And it's I think it's really I think like it's not, Alex did not crumble, right? I think he went with a new lead, even though his lead he outled in game 1, right? Chomp really strong here. But I think Toxapex showed the value of Regenerator throughout this set, and then yeah, the key like dance was basically, will Hydreigon be able to knock out Garchomp, right? Because Garchomp feels really good into the rest of Wolfe's team. Alex got Hydreigon so low as well, but yeah, such a crazy game.
Yep, great set though.
Where Toxapex wants to stay in and protect Charizard, then it's going to be itself vulnerable to Twin Beam. So this may force kind of one, maybe Charizard protects, Toxapex switches, but there's...
I like the suit Len chose. I think it's very fun.
Oh, wow. I like their fits. Yeah, Rose with the head. It looks so elegant.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's a really great choice on both their parts.
Whew. Marathon of a set. Wolfe now in top 16 of the tournament.
Yep. That's huge. And Brendan 1 game away. Do you think we'll get to see Brendan on the main stage?
I don't think I could take it if it's a win and in for him. I think I would burst. I don't think I could do it.
Yeah. You'd explode into a million tiny pieces, just like, you know, you got Thanos snapped or something.
Brendan versus Marcus Dion. Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, everyone's going to be so good, so let's see the pairings.
Well, hopefully have some thoughts. Unfortunately, I think Wolfe may have been hit by a stray throat chop there. Not able to talk to us this time. Maybe
I can't believe that round was already over, and that we have the next round up already. Oh my gosh.
Really fun match, and hey, it seems like nobody can beat Wolfe and Co except for one another. Really impressive run by them. We've seen a whole lot of Wolfe's team so far. So
Really good. Such a good attempt by Alex, though, man. Really fought his heart out. All right, so oh my gosh, Marco versus Tang. That's probably going to be streamed, is my guess.
Oh wow.
1 and 2
yeah,
to
they
10
gotta
and 2.
stream.
I told you guys, don't count Marco out, man.
They gotta show it, right? Like, you have to. That'd be so much fun to watch.
So 4 players guarantee top cut. Wolfe, Adrian, which means Adrian has qualified for Worlds. Holy moly.
Wow. Good for him. I mean, he needed a pretty high finish to get here, right?
Yeah. Needed top 6. Guys, Adrian Hurley needed top 16 in this tournament to qualify for the Pokemon World Championships this year. He has now finished in the top 16. 11 and 2 guarantees it in this tournament. We had an extra round here, so you don't have the weird bubble outs, which is really good, fortunately. So there would be no heartbreak for any X and 2 player.
We saw a lot of really cool plays at that roar. I think that's one of those moves. When you're seeing that on a team from a
Oh, James, yes, let's get you on.
It's just so scary, right? Where if you see it on rank battles, you're gonna be like, okay, if I click Trick Room, I can get cheesed, but it's so much better than that.
Guys, we might get another special guest here joining us.
Oh,
The
heck.
GOAT, the world's finalist, James Evans. Once I get him added. He's been in chat with so much sick insight. Let's get one of the GOATs. Oh, James, if you're listening to this, I can't add you apparently. You can add me. I'll DM you my username.
James is too big time to accept Discord friend requests. This is James Evans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wolfe throughout the course of this set, or not over the course of the set, but the course of the many sets we've seen from him over the course of the last 5 rounds.
Oh, okay. So, who is remaining in the event? Wolfe, Adrian, Co, Francesco, Dylan Matthews, Colin Heyer, Eric Rios, Josh Ritz, Brendan, Marcus, Don Check, Teo Team, Samuel, Shoma, that is really cool. Marco,
That's it,
Justin, Alex, Chris Large, Thomas Irwin. This is an old school name. Like, when I was playing in the Seniors Division and won a regionals, I think like Thomas won one as well, same season.
Oh wow.
Or actually, no, I think I didn't
Thomas
even
Irwin?
win that season. I got second and third, and Thomas was winning. So it's like he hasn't. I know he's been playing again, but he's like a really
Wait,
old
Thomas
school.
Irwin?
Yeah.
Oh, can we load up his team?
Is this sick?
Do you? Yeah,
have-
it is sick.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is what.
Oh, I want to watch that game. I really want to watch the market game, but I really want to watch this
Snorlax,
because
Toxapex, yep.
Thomas Irwin must have been the player that I hit on ladder when prepping for Indy that had Toxapex Snorlax, and it was a really good set, and I saved it, and I was
Yeah.
like, we just used Toxapex. I saw this, and what makes this one different is recover over toxic. And so it's kind of like leaning way more into the Snorlax pairing as kind of like an analog to Tinglu Dozo, which is like, I'm going to keep you here. I'm going to get some stuff down, and then I'm just going to launch a bunch of fishers or position better.
Yep.
I thought it was really interesting, and I think it's so neat that he's taken it this far. Snorlax, nobody else is doing anything with Snorlax, right? Like, it's so good in this meta, but nobody's really made it work because of, like, it's hard to make something like that work. And so I really want to see this go all the way.
Okay, I'm gonna add you to a call, Aaron, with James. Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Guys, I'm such a Discord boomer. I'm trying to. How do I start a new group?
We see the damage over time effects. If you haven't been bored of those yet, let me show you a few more. But Wide Guard going to kick in here. Same sort of play where Garchomp not threatening Rock Slide, but Aerodactyl is. So going to go for the Tailwind instead. And because Charizard, the previous turn, was able to dodge the Wing Beat.
Talk to me.
Barely survive this Dragon Claw. Get a huge
Oh.
James,
Hi,
is that
James.
you?
Hey, what's good?
What's up, James?
What up, dude? James, for the viewers, they should all know you ideally, but if you want to do a quick introduction, yeah, please feel free. Thank you for joining us.
Of course. Hello, everyone. I am James Evans. I go by the King Villager online. I am most known for probably this year, or last year actually, getting finals at Worlds, but I have also won 2018 Worlds in the seniors division. I've actually also won NAIC in 2022. I unfortunately did not also get into NAIC, so I am very happy to be here and talking with you guys.
In essence, he is him, dude. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Thank you for participating in chat, dude. We're so happy to have you here. How is this tournament shaking up? Like, is this what you expected?
I'm a little surprised by the Toxapex.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them. And I'm like, what is it? Side tangent. I'm hoping my mic is good. I'm on my laptop right now.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's good. You're coming through crystal clear. Crystal clear. I'm not coming through at all.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm really shocked by the Toxapex, I think. Just in general. I've been like kind of on and off playing just because like I haven't had an event. So I'm kind of just like helping out my friends where I can. So like I felt like I knew like Lycanroc was gonna be super popular going in. I heard rumors of this Snorlax like Toxapex team like through the grapevine. It seemed like apparently like a senior was using it and like running on ladder with it, and it got like really popular. But like I'm really shocked to see it here. I'm also really shocked by the amount of Friddraff I feel like I've seen. The amount of Thunderbolt Friddraff is really, really interesting, I feel like.
Yep, totally with you. I mean, we were just talking about this before you got on the calls. Like, I was one of the players who hit this Toxapex team with a ladder, and I was like, okay, well, that's a good idea. I'm gonna look more into that. Especially, you know, coming off of Los Angeles, like Toxapex there, like Snorlax is so good. Like I feel like
you also do know this.
What?
I would say you also do know that Snorlax is
right, exactly.
I have first-hand experience of losing to your Snorlax.
Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad to hear. When did you lose to my Snorlax? 2019, where you were prepping a lot?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we also played before LA. I was like, James,
oh my God. Dude, I wanted to bring that up so badly in chat because like I remember you were talking about, you were like, hey, I need to prep LA, do you mind just like playing your Worlds team back? And I was like, yeah, sure. And like I didn't know what team you were gonna load up, and then you loaded up, and I just remember I texted in the chat, I was like, are you serious right now?
It just like dust, you know, like, hey James, I know you're probably taking a break, not really thinking about right guy, you know, dust off the Worlds team, you know, please. Like Toxapex.
Bright Lights, thank you for the 1498 question. What is one item each of you really want to see added back in the next regulation? I'll let you guys go first. Maybe we start off with James.
There's so many items, but I feel like personal bias. I love choice specs. I want choice specs back so badly.
Figgy Berry.
Oh, okay.
Figgy Berry, the 50% one. I think it's time. The format needs you, 50% Figgy Berry. Come back, bro.
VGC Society.
That's right.
I miss Life Orb, guys. I miss Life Orb. I want my things to one shot, you know?
That was my second answer, but like specs is so like if Scarf's in the game, I feel like I really want choice band and choice specs, but specs I just love. Like so many Pokemon I love using, get to use it and just like spam it. So I really want that back. But yeah, Life Orb would probably be my second answer.
And now, would you like to eat a Figgy Berry? I guess is a follow-up question for the chat. I think I would.
Wait, I'm checking its stats on Bulbapedia.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at it. I'm just looking up what it literally physically looks like.
It's spicy and smooth.
I don't know what smooth means.
I think
this does not look like a yummy berry.
It looks like it would be really hard.
Like I need to show the stream.
Like it looks like it would be on those like Reels videos of like people like just taking like a hatchet or like a hacksaw to something and just like breaking it in half.
Like chat, do we think this is yummy? Okay, I'm gonna start a poll. Would you eat a Figgy Berry?
I'm seeing yummers.
James, I have a question for you. Like, did you know about this Aerodactyl team picking up coming into this tournament?
I actually did not. Like a lot of my friends.
That looks delicious.
Sorry,
I would eat that. Continue, James.
No, you're good. A lot of my friends were discussing like the Big Six team. I keep calling it Big LARP. But like the other team, I think a lot of people zoned in. I think you guys mentioned this earlier. Was the Lycan Rock team?
Yeah.
That was, I think, the team on most people's radars. That I knew about going in just because you were. I think it was a lot of people made this decision, obviously, like right before the event. A lot of people I knew didn't have teams. So it was kind of the camp of I'm either going to play this or I'm probably going to run it myself just because it's the most accessible option.
Yeah.
Like if you weren't going to play Zard, I think realistically. I feel like we've seen FreeDraft kind of sprout up beforehand. I feel like a few teams at JCS were trying it out, like just a little bit, but they kind of sunk beneath the amount of just people using the standard 6. So like I think a lot of the developments we're seeing here have kind of been like under the radar, just in terms of obviously they've been around. People have been building with FreeDraft on Zard Y like since the start of the format, probably. I think we're now just like finally seeing it kind of. I'm trying to like synthesize into something very concrete, where like obviously a lot of people showed up to the tournament with some sort of like 6 revolving around Zard Y FreeDraft. Like I think what is it, Rios, Marco, Underhill, Gomez. I'm actually just looking through the standards right now. There is a player, and I think there are a few amount of them still in like contention for cut. Like personally, I didn't like. Obviously, again, I didn't have to play in any tournament, so like a lot of what I kind of knew was just by word of mouth or just by like watching the streams, or just like watching my friends play. But like FreeDraft kind of seemed like Thunderbolt FreeDraft was like a thing that I kept seeing like when people would just like screen share Showdown to my like to the call, and I'd be like, what is that doing? But it's here, it's performing well, so I cannot say it was completely baffling at this.
Makes sense. No, thank you for the insight. Conductor Alto, thank you for the $5. Fun fact, humans and Pokemon can eat poffins. With this knowledge, would you eat a poffin? Yes?
I responded in chat, but without a doubt.
Ducks and humans can eat bread, so it's like, would you eat bread?
Yeah, but bread isn't called like duck bread, you know?
Guys, I'm gonna get water. I will be back in like 30 seconds.
I am so shocked at how even this Figgy Berry poll is. It's like, have you ever played the Jackbox game Split the Room?
Yes.
You know? Yes, it's kind of like that.
Like now I want to like look at all the berries and see which one. Like I need to throw my bid in.
That's right. I don't know about you, but I have like, oh my god, Figgy Berry is real come from behind. It was behind first, but now everyone's saying, they're saying we want the Figgy Berry. They're saying give us the Figgy Berry. I don't know about you, but I have like 3 streams open. I have. Yeah, it's like I'm in the situation room, you know. Like,
I have my phone.
I gotta watch this.
I can turn it on my TV right now too. This is wait, I can actually like, sensory overload here. This is perfect.
Guys, I just want to. It's criminal. I don't get to watch Brendan Zhang versus Marcus Dion. My heart is broken. But honestly, that's probably good for my cortisol levels. You know.
As a big Babytron fan, I am quite disappointed.
It's okay. He's gonna win, and then we'll get to see him in Top Cut.
True.
Yes.
By the way, for chat, if you are wondering what the stakes are right now, any player who has won 11 games has made it through. Wolfe, Adrian, Francesco, Co. So what they're playing for is a bye. If they win this round, they'll be at 12-1, and they automatically will move on to top 8, not play top 16. Count Necula, that's an awesome username.
Oh,
Thank you for the $10. Land, sea, and air. Which Pokemon would you find most delicious? Oh man, that feels wrong to answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Easy layup, Kingler.
Me and Aaron hesitate, and James goes in.
That's why we got him, guys. That's why he's the world champ.
Like, that's right.
We got the goat.
Yes.
Because
no
everyone knows what decides the difference is that how much you would be willing to eat Kingler.
I was gonna load something up. What was I gonna put up on the stream?
I wanted to see like, what is the cut if it's not like a hard 16? Is it less than?
I think it's somewhat. People are telling me 12 or 13. I mean, yeah. Let me do that right now. So 4 people are guaranteed. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 to 13 if Federico wins the pair down.
Okay.
So
That's actually gotta be so stressful.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you've won this tournament. You've been in this position before. Like, how does it feel playing so much, but then still having to play a win-in after all these rounds?
I think people were talking about it when Co was on stream and he was 10-0. Like right after Wolfe, it was like he's still gotta win.
Yeah.
Like another one in order to make it. It's just unreal. Like one of my friends, Kareem Walkett, he went 8-1 the first day, and like he's 8-3 right now. I'm really hoping he clutches this one out because this is like his first event back in like a bajillion years. But even then, like obviously, I'm congratulating him. I'm like so proud of him. And then like I'm also thinking in my head, I'm like he's got like 4 rounds tomorrow. He's gotta like he's gotta like actually play for his life still. Like at 8-1, like you just can't breathe still.
Yep.
So it's definitely a lot easier and a lot more fun, and the graphics upgrade is really cool too.
Oh man, I can't. I need this last round. Also, what's your guess on how long this goes on? Because I was like, man, I'm trying to watch the Knicks Spurs game. I might be done at like 6 p.m., which unfortunately I don't think will end today by.
Just gonna have to like dual stream.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just leave my stream on. You guys can take it over from there, you know, somehow.
Yeah, I would just stay in the Discord. And the thing is, you wouldn't be able to stop streaming.
The stream ends when the Knicks win the championships.
Yeah, he streams the Knicks game to us in the call while we stream the tournament.
Do you think if Brendan Zhang were still in top 4 at the point that the Knicks game started, that he would willingly drop to go
if Brendan is in cut, I gotta stay, right? Like I can't.
But right, of course, I'm talking about his decision, you know, because I think he would be tempted to say, I gotta go watch the game.
I gotta watch my goats. Oh my! I didn't think about that. I mean, if Brendan makes it to top cut, I gotta stay until like he's out, right?
Yeah.
Like,
sure. That's right. Oh yeah, edge of your seat, man. Oh. David says the Knicks don't start until 8:30, so we have.
I know, but
sure,
I'm going to a bar with my friends, and we suspect it will be so busy today that like we're trying to get a spot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, I think that's very fair.
I'm looking at berries. Yeah, have you ever heard of a spelling-berry?
Part of the spelling
Nope.
berry.
That
yeah,
like if you were like, is this a Pokemon item or like a real life berry? I'd be like, it's a real life berry. That's not a Pokemon item.
It raises special defense by 2 after you get critical hit, which I think is pretty interesting. No, I just made it up.
Yeah, this is a Gen 3 one. No, actually, it says cannot be used directly. It's only used as an ingredient. Pokeblocks.
So you'd want to eat it then, hypothetically.
Surely,
but it doesn't
like,
look worth eating.
But like Pokemon don't eat it in battle, so like it's clearly it can't be like edible as is.
Ooh, this is a great question from King 7071. Thank you for the donation. James, what would your one wish Willow be? Because Aaron and I both said this earlier in the stream.
Wait, all right, I gotta think about this one. Oh my god.
Yeah, as a refresher, we can go through ours. Mine was $2 billion. Aaron, what was your?
I wish Aaron Traylor loved me more than anyone in the world.
Hell yeah, and I think that's a great wish.
This is like a monkey's paw type of thing, right? I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Bright Lights, thank you for the 698. Scott Fuster is reffing. I saw the extender is back. The Knicks aren't winning Game 5.
Okay.
Look, man, I'm not gonna speak about the reffing, you know. But Godspeed. Thank you for the 698.
They got the extender? Oh man.
Oh, this is tough. I'm actually trying to think.
I mostly watch NBA for the refs. So I'm really looking forward to him inserting himself in this one.
This actually put me on the spot, darn. Oh my god.
It's tough. It's a tough question.
Like I was saying, because like I was saying, my parents like they asked me like, what do you want for your birthday? And I'm like, I don't know. Like now you're asking me to like warp the world to like by choosing it. Now I'm like, okay, I still don't know.
Yeah. Well, okay, but I think it's like, well, Aaron, how much can I spoil from the synopsis that I've read? You know, how much are you comfortable with that for your viewers?
Chat, you hear that? If you have not watched Obsession yet and you want to watch it, you don't want to get spoiled, I'm giving you 15-second warning. Mute for the next minute.
Yeah.
Just 1
I don't
minute.
mind if you spoil the movie for me. This
I
is
don't
fine.
think it's like, okay. Now that the spoiler warning, I don't think it's like, I don't
mute
think
it,
it's
mute
like,
it, mute it, mute now.
I don't think it's like totally twisted, right? Like, it's just like, if you make something that is like, puts the world in like a wrong state, that will F you up, you know?
Okay.
So I think, you know, I wish for $2 billion. I'm feeling good about that one.
Yeah, that sounds.
I wish
that
for-
sounds good. Like I feel like, but I'm like I can't just say I want money again. That's like lazy and like I recycled it for you. So like now I have
You
to
want
think
the
about.
Knicks to win? Do you want the Knicks to win this game? I think that would be
I
a
think it
fine
would be
thing to wish for.
cool. I like what is he? I'm not like affiliated to either team because I'm more like South Jersey, Philadelphia. Like I guess by like association at this point, like I would be rooting for the Knicks. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay,
I
I
like
think
it.
we can
I mean,
tell
it's just
people
the
to unmute
truth.
now.
Like,
Okay,
it's like
chat.
in the same
You
way I
can
root for like
unmute.
Eagles.
Everything since round 4 has essentially been a last chance
Ooh.
effort, having to keep his chance or his
It was Marcus. Dawei versus Thomas started on the side stream.
You know what? Let's pull it up. I want to see if
that's
there's
like- that's
there's
a banner
Snorlax
match.
on screen. Yeah, like let's.
There is not. I'm very sorry.
There's no Snorlax.
No.
Oh.
Not here.
I know.
Oh,
There's
is
a
it?
Scovelin and a melodic.
Okay.
Oh my god, melodic. Like the word melodic. You ever think about that? That's crazy.
And the basket
Oh, they're on
is
stage
the
now,
field
okay.
with the weird note tail. It's perfect.
Chat, if you're watching Thomas or and Dawe and you see Snorlax on the field at some point, let us know. But we're about to get into our final Swiss round. Marco, 1 and 2,
There
had the
we
toughest
go.
schedule of all time in rounds 1 and 3. Played literally 3 of the game's best players, back to back to back. Went through the gauntlet, lost a bunch, and now is on 1 and 2 to 10 and 2. That's crazy, guys. That's 9 wins in a row.
You know, I have an answer now. I wish all my friends success at whatever they do.
Ooh, that's a good one. I love that.
Because
That's
I
charming.
literally last night I was telling Kareem how proud of him I was just for even showing up and playing in the tournament. Because like sometimes you just gotta gas your friends up, and it's important that they hear that from you.
That's very sweet. There is a Snorlax on the field in the other game, but I think we're locked into this one.
Oh, we are locked in.
We can go back. That's the magic of movie editing. That's the magic of us being at home on the couch, right? We can play back whatever we want.
Fully60, thank you for the $5. I got you on the anti-spoiler warning. Obsession, actually one of my favorite movies out right now, so go check that out if you haven't seen it. But here we go. Marco Silva, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Frigorif, and Incineroar, Sylveon. We started this stream with, or this tournament with Marco against Emilio, and I saw this team and I was like, oh, like this. I think Marco was one of the main people on this team actually in the previous rank season. I think he got to like top 10 in Champions tier with this team. Then he wins regionals last weekend with Perish. He goes Mega Gengar, but then he just drops it, goes back to this. I'm sure at one point he was 1 and 2 and he was like, oh man, what's happening?
Yeah.
But 9 wins in a row, now 1 game away from top cut. He's won 3 internationals, folks. Let me remind you. So he's looking for number 4.
That's so many internationals.
It's unreal.
So we've seen this team a lot, folks, but there's been different adaptations with this Aerodactyl not being Mega Aerodactyl. We just saw Alex Gomez using the same 6, but he was running out Mega Aerodactyl with Ice Fang, as well as no wide guard, dual wing beat, triple offense. So with Marco's team, it is just purely a Mega Charizard team. There's no secondary Mega here, which is interesting. A lot of the of the format kind of felt like, oh, you're going to use 2 Megas, you're going to make your opponent play the guessing game of which Mega to bring, but that's not the case here. And some other differences include, the Frigorif here having Protect on like the previous set that we saw. And so Justin is using Mega Delphox, Mega Floette setup with Incin, as well as Sneasler double fake out Sinistra for healing. So this was an archetype that felt like it was kind of picking up in usage, did very well at the turn special event last weekend, and is, you know, a team that takes a little bit of time often to get going. So my question to you, Aaron and James, is if you're Justin, what mega do you think you prefer, or do you think both are bringable?
I want to say, because admittedly, if I was going to NAIC, I probably actually would have locked Justin's team or something similar, because I think this stuff is broken. I think probably you want to play around Delphox usually in these matchups. You can bring either, but I feel like Delphox is what we see commonly brought on stream. Like if you watch Turin, usually Louis was bringing his Delphox versus Zard comps. Delphox usually seems to be the way that this is played, but Justin's actually bringing Floette. So I think in both aspects, though, something that like you were talking about, like Marco's team is slightly different. Yawn on Sylveon is a huge game changer in this matchup because it means Marco can actually kind of break the cycle, or at least force Justin to start pivoting around in a way that he really doesn't want to. So it'll be really interesting to see the dynamics at play there.
Absolutely.
I think it's a really good point, yeah, and I think that's what partially makes Floette Delphox a strong duo, in that you actually can bring both into a lot of matchups. So I think a lot of us would have expected Delphox early here, but Justin going with Floette means that he can push the tempo, right? He also can say, look, you can yawn me, but I am going to Calm Mind. You also can slightly get around yawn by going for fake out onto Sylveon, then say protecting Floette as you bring Sinistra in, have redirection support. If Justin has a Sneasler in the back, that can obviously be pretty good, both for fake out and offense into this duo. So having the faster fake out here means that Marco is denied potential to fake out. And it is just Dazzling Gleam here. So saying, look, I'm not going to Calm Mind because I know you put on the pressure with yawn. Oh, but it's the Hyper Voice in return as well. So Justin knows he could have Calm Minded there and actually gotten a lot out of it with the lack of yawn. And Sylveon gets to take advantage of that Fairy Aura and also do a lot of damage.
Yep. Hard to see that.
Go first.
That's all good. I think that like for me, I really struggle on these setup teams to know when to go for the immediate damage, right? With something like Hyper Voice and when to set up the Calm Mind.
Yeah.
I was thinking that like Yawn, you know, it would be a bummer to get Yawned here, but given the positioning, like it wouldn't be the end of the world, and especially because you can no longer get put to sleep for 3 turns, just 1 or 2. Might have been okay, but
I think something smart that Justin is doing here, he's just going on the offense. I think realizing that Marco might try to shut this down, or even if he is, he's kind of out offensing him anyways. Like he's just kind of spamming Gleam. I think even realistically, he has Flare Blitz on this instant. I'm pretty sure. Like he could have also just straight up
doubled up
Sylveon on that turn. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
That'll do though.
Yep.
That is a big yawn, I think, right? Because like, had you knocked out Sylveon, then you get a clean KO. Now the awkward thing is Charizard does hit the field and Sinistra's out, so like the positioning is really weird for Justin, right? Like you are facing Mega Heatwave Hyper Voice this turn, and so I think actually keeping Sylveon around, you know, Justin was probably expecting maybe a protect from it. Parting Shot kind of always safe into that slot. But Sylveon hanging out with just a little bit of HP here means that Marco now is exerting with a ton of offense, and Justin kind of has to respond, right? So it's like you obviously could switch in the Incineroar, but it still will take something like a potential Heatwave Hyper Voice combo. Marco could also go for another yawn here if you like want to keep the cycling, but it feels like Hyper Voice damage is quite nice.
Yeah. I feel like it's tough here because especially Justin's really only switch for a large majority of Marco's team for the foreseeable future of this match until Charizard is removed, which it likely won't be in the foreseeable future, is going to be Incineroar. So he's got to kind of basically play Sinistra as healer, but it also can't sponge any hits, which is a really big problem.
Yeah, this feels like the only play Justin could make this turn to like even stay neutral. So Heatwave always felt obvious. The question is, first, does it hit on the Incineroar? Does connect, so that'll do around 25, 30-ish%. And, you know, its HP is just getting chipped away slowly and slowly. So that's partially what makes Charizard, of course, so good in the format. Like, there's no real resistance to it unless you have a complete immunity like Ceruledge. So Marco kind of just goes for the safe Hyper Voice. And, oh my gosh, that's so much damage.
It is still full powered, essentially, because it was not targeted by a parting shot.
So I'm curious for you guys, is there a player's position that you would prefer right now?
Definitely Marco.
Yeah.
I feel Like,
Yeah.
I feel like it's just, you can click Heatwave Hyper Voice here, and if Sylveon goes down, it's like a fair enough trade. Because I feel like at this point, Marco's really gotten into a position where, like, admittedly, like, it's kind of just clicking buttons back and forth, but Marco has clicked more buttons that have worked out in his favor, where Justin's kind of switching around, pivoting, and it's not really accomplishing a whole lot. As, like, mentioned previously, like, he could have Flare Blitzed instead of Parting Shotted, and obviously that was likely on the assumption that the Sylveon would protect and try to, like, cover itself for a little longer. But also as well, I think in this matchup, we're seeing Justin play it more aggressively than you normally would with a setup team like this. So it's kind of highlighting where he's trying to focus on, like, going more aggressive, but he's also not fully committing, which is becoming a problem now, where he's starting to kind of bleed out in these later turns.
Yeah, double protect on Sinisha. I feel like if he doesn't get that, maybe just knock out. And so Marco says, look, if I switch in Farigiraf, I block Fake Out, I can just keep spamming Heat Wave right now. So why not? The only thing that, you know, doesn't work against that is if you end up getting a double protect, right? Because at this point, there's no real switch-ins to Heat Wave. So the decision to go Floette over Delphox means that you kind of, I would say, lose on the Mega trade. Like to James's point coming into this, like, Delphox is generally the Mega that you pick because it resists Fire-type damage. So the lack of resistance is really tough. Good on Justin to recognize, hey, like, I have an opportunity to go for a double protect. I might as well. Gambit is going to switch in here. Floette is faster than the Charizard, so that's a big speed interaction to confirm. Because it means you get to... You could see Marco was not very happy about that. I think he's still in good shape, but... Ooh.
Wow, yeah. I mean, it kind of flips everything on its head that you're faster here, and that Psychic went into the King Gambit, you know? It feels like Justin has really clawed back in. Yep. Yeah.
What was that, James?
You know exactly what's going on when you send that King Gambit in. It's like, all right, thank you, goodbye. It actually...
Oh, wait, no, continue.
Well, in some ways, it's worse for him that it's still on the field, right? Because now, like, you can't really do anything with it. So even though you got ahead, you kind of got to wait a turn.
Yeah.
Or just keep rotating it, right? Like, Sinistra coming in, now you're sacrificing another Pokemon to the Heat Wave, but Floette's positioning just gets better and better and better and better.
Yeah, I think Justin doesn't really have a choice. He's kind of but he has to laser in on Floette really carrying this game. I am surprised that the Gambit did live that, though. Just because from the, obviously, it's Zard versus Gambit, but, like, I guess even looking at it, like, you look at Marco's HP style in the Zard, that is a very, very bulky Zard.
Yeah.
So, I didn't catch the nature on the team sheet beforehand, but, like, obviously it's very bulky. It probably is not too invested, and looking at Justin's Gambit, it's also max HP. But I would say you probably have to have some special defense to elaborate more properly to take that hit that well. Like, usually that I feel like that should be like a single-digit live.
Yeah, and someone asked, you know, this is not draining his Floette, so your sustain with it is actually a lot worse, right? It's not like the sets where you can get 2-3 Calm Minds off and then, like, actually beat Charizard by draining kissing it. So Marco still got off his Pokemon, but they are quite low in HP, and the speed advantage is on Justin's end. Goes for a Dazzling Gleam here. King Gambit obviously can't go for Sucker Punch. Yep, Gleam finishes off Charizard. What do we think is the fourth from Marco?
It's Sylveon and Sin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Like, I think this isn't bad for Justin now. He's gotten a spot where, like, I feel like he can at least breathe, even though he's down 2. Because it really feels like, as long as I don't know, I feel like as long as Trick Room doesn't go up, I want to say it's a little confusing on the speed stats because Gambit and Sylveon and Farigiraf are all kind of wanting to operate in it. But this is it's mono dark move Gambit, so, like, actually it doesn't even matter, the Sylveon's so low. Obviously this gets a little weird, I feel like.
Yep.
Does that KO helping and quick attack into Gambit gets the KO?
Oh my
you
god.
See Marco celebrate there. Like, I was not sure what that roll was. Oh,
that's big.
And then, yep, all out of options on Justin's side of the field, right? You know, all the Pokemon in the back, or it's just this Floette.
I would say that's good. That was really good sequencing by Marco, because
Yep.
I was just thinking, like, go ahead, like, bring in Instant and kind of just bite the bullet and try to get the Trick Room up. But I would say just forcing that turn right there was really good. And now, yeah, he can just go for fake out
Trick Room,
and then
blitz. Yep, exactly.
The targeting from the Floette on Justin's
Wow.
side of the
Like, great play from both ends. I think
Yeah.
if I'm Justin, I want to, like, the turn 1 alone, just going for that Hyper Voice for immediate damage and not going for Yawn, really nice call by Marco, because I think the dynamic is actually a little bit awkward into Floette. So then the first question is, if you're Justin, you could run it back, go with the same thing, Calm Mind again. If you're Marco, you could go with the same lead, Yawn again. Or if you're Justin, you could say, I want to mix it up and now bring Delphox, because the lack of fire resistances was actually kind of a problem in that game.
yeah.
Somebody in the chat pointed out that the Fairy Aura actually helped the quick attack.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Fairy
Cool
Feather,
era.
Helping Hand boosted, Fairy Aura, all adding up. So, I mean, yeah, even turn 1, right? Sylveon's Hyper Voice, Floette Mega Evolves, just does more damage.
Really nice control by Marco in the end here. And now everybody's kind of looking forward to the next game.
So, going into game number 2, it does make you wonder, okay, another double protect.
Unless you think you can get 9 million protects.
Really quick, is Marco Twin Beam or is he Psychic on this for draft? He's Psychic, right?
I think Psychic,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. I think there's a few options. I feel like Justin can bring all 6 Pokemon here. I feel like, I would say, because I was thinking, is it possibly a Sneasler angle, even though the Giraffe is here? Just because I feel like Quick Guard is somewhat useful in this matchup, but also I feel like Gambit and Sinistra could be left behind. It felt like, again, Marco kind of just pushed offense way better than Justin did, where even Justin kind of acknowledged early on, like, play aggressive, don't set up, go for Dazzling Gleams, but he didn't really fully commit to it again. And again, it kind of just started bleeding out because Marco got in a Pokemon that could click buttons much more efficiently than Justin's kind of setup mons. Even like partnered up with a fake out. Like Sinistra just didn't do anything in that entire game besides click protect and then swap,
Right.
which it can do and get away with, but like it really struggles here where Marco is just obviously he has 2 Pokemon that can push the board state together, whereas Justin's got to swap in 1 Pokemon, take a bunch of damage, then swap back to Sinistra where it's not doing anything, and then if it goes down, then you lose your healing, so that game plan kind of gets shot.
Really well said. Yeah. Man, just like seeing Charizard, it's like, yeah, this Pokemon is just goated. Like it is, positioning with it is so important, right? And I think Marco found a really good angle for it to be able to be out in the field and click Heat Wave just turn after turn after turn. And that Helping Hand Quick Attack, such a big play by Marco. I think we were all feeling like, oh, like we prefer to be in Marco's position, but then Justin, as Floette revealed, it is faster than Charizard, did get that Calm Mind boost, which I think does change the dynamic of this. So it is a really interesting decision of do you stay with Floette or do you go to Delphox now?
I do think Justin, he showed signs of life in that in like the middle to end game, which I think can prove that this might work. I do agree that I feel Delphox, like I said before, Delphox might be more favored here. I think also as well for it's like small little instances, like it outruns Aerodactyl, so it doesn't have to necessarily worry about Rock Slide, Flinch, or at least it's forcing Tailwind out of Aerodactyl more often than not, and it pairs well into Fridraft because it doesn't have to worry about psychic damage too much. It doesn't have to worry about boosting Sylveon with Fairy Aura. It walls Sylveon fairly well. It walls Charizard fairly well. It can hit with Side Shock. Obviously, Instant is a big problem for it, but there are plenty of options on this team to not even so much beat Instant, but like prevent it from doing the things that it wants to do and then just whittle it down with Delphox anyways.
So turn 1, a little bit different this time. It's just fake outs onto the respective fairies rather than into the Incineroar. So key, dynamic for Justin once again is, do you go for a Dazzling / Moonblast? Do you Calm Mind this time around? Calling out that Marco's going to Hyper Voice again. It is going to be Moonblast. Okay, so that's going to do more damage. Could be a double up onto it with Flare Blitz.
Oh, just trying to get it before it moves.
Yep. I like that
There
play
we
a
go.
lot by Justin. That's a huge play.
Yep,
That
great
is what
call
we like
out.
to see as offense player.
Yep, and so even if Instant gets, if it parting shots out, you can kind of clear up This. Oh, it looks like just.
Crit?
Oh my
That
god.
wasn't even a crit. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
That's
god.
just the power of charcoal. That might not be as advantage for Justin as, you know, it was looking before that charcoal flare blitz went out,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, that is an absurd amount of damage. Like, intimidated? Wow. I was gonna say I don't know my charcoal instant calcs. I mean, I guess it's just like
Me
your regular
neither.
count, but it's like because this is probably like a lot more offensive incineroar than like a no attack investment instant. So it's like this is gonna do a lot more than you might be used to from like your careful or instants.
Yeah.
Holy moly!
I would say it's been a hot minute since we've seen Adamant Ensign like be a norm anyways. Like I think literally the last format where it was super duper common was 2018, which was its introductory year.
Yep.
But like I do think this is infinitely better for Justin though right now. Obviously he's got to get through Zard, Ensign, and likely for a draft in the back, but this is already doing a lot to kind of prevent Marco from causing problems with Sylveon in a late game. You still got to get through this, and if it's Gambit in the back, then that might be a problem, but much more bearable, I think.
I just don't know how Justin has like the mustard to make it through these fire type Pokemon because like he's Floette is so low, right? Like yes, you can get your health back up, but you're still going to have to, do the Calm Mind dance, and Marco can just click Flare Blitz and Heat Wave. He can even Parting Shot. He can do whatever he wants.
Yep.
Or he can just Flare Blitz here.
Bonk. I'm actually surprised that one didn't knock out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do right now if you're Justin, right? It's like you can't go on the offensive yet. Well, like, do we think Heat Wave knocks out Floette?
I think he actually might Moonblast into the Ensign, yeah.
Yep.
That's why I think the Flare Blitz, like, not getting the KO is such a bummer from Marco's perspective. I think it was pretty... It might have been a little short-sighted.
Because then the next turn you can just go for a draft and then Heat Wave and knock out the Sinistcha, or not the Sinistcha, the Floette, or at least give yourself better odds to just spam Heat Wave. Now it's a little awkward. Oh, he's swapping anyway. Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like this actually gets really scary, I think, because Marco really needs this for a draft in order to stop a presumably King Gambit in the back.
Yep.
Oh.
Does KO Floette. That was close. Like, I was not confident on that KOing. And, like, I was like, you could Weather Ball there, but then if you Weather Ball and Sinistcha Rage Powders, it feels so Omega bad.
This is why I really struggle to play the type of team that Justin is running. Justin is such a strong and dynamic player. He's capable of doing so much, right? Like the KO onto Sylveon, this is like a taste of his power. But at the end of the day, when all of your offense is concentrated in one Pokemon like that, you are going to be forced to play in a very specific way, or it's not going to end well.
We see some teams like Justin's, obviously with much more aggressive pieces. Like the one that got second in turn has a Sash Basculegion and a White Herb Sneasler instead, which are just much more offensively geared Pokemon. I usually prefer teams like that if they're going to go this setup route, because I mean we even see it like even more so emphasized, like Sage and Park's version of this team is literally pick one of the megas, have a bunch of redirect support Pokemon, and if it goes down, you probably just lose the game. And this team like rings similar bells in terms of obviously how it approaches it. It has Gambit and Sneasler to kind of lighten that problem, but again, it's similar where you spend just so much time trying to set these things up, and you can't necessarily afford to bring those options all the time if you're going to play the setup mode. So this really, again, it kind of just divides Justin's attention between a lot of things, not even so much on Marco's side, but his own side, where he's got to balance, so like not only beating the things on Marco's side, but he's also got to bring the proper Pokemon and make sure that he can do both his game plan as well as preventing Marco's game plan. And that's just, at this point, it's kind of impossible. Maybe not impossible, but it's a lot of things to pay attention to. And when you're splitting your attention that much between yourself and your opponent, that can lead to a lot of indecision. And at that point, if you're being indecisive, then you're not making the plays that you need to win the game, and it can be really, really, really difficult.
Is there any path towards victory for Justin now at this point? It looks so tough.
Still a lot. Maybe Sunstall. I don't know how many turns are left. Oh, actually, no, there is one turn left.
Yeah.
That seems the most reasonable to me. Like, you can stall the sun, but even, yeah, Marco knows that. This... if he KOs this Ensign, maybe, I don't even know.
Oh, Charcoal Ensign is the GOAT. Like, that one Marco this game. Like, so much damage on Floette on turn 1. Right, without the Charcoal, you don't have the damage to KO with the Heat Wave, but it gave the extra damage to knock out. And then, yeah, Charcoal plus Sun in a King Gambit, just Omega Boom. Wow.
Unreal. This guy was started 1-2.
This is actually crazy. He won 11 sets in a row. Chat was like, oh, Marco's 1-2. And I'm like, dude, I'm not even going to... He's going to top cut anyway. I'm like, how good is this guy, dude?
Amazing submarine run.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's wild. And there's just nothing you can do if you're Justin.
Yeah. I really am curious how this would have played out with the Delphox mode.
Yeah, I'm very curious because I feel... obviously, Marco's game plan was much more... I feel like it was much more attuned to this Floette mode, just by the brings that he brought. Obviously, Sylveon punishes both modes, but it certainly punishes Floette a lot easier. You know, not bringing the Sneasler also causes problems there, where like Sylveon is kind of free to just attack until it goes down, or yeah, again, you can pick that Yawn option to stop the setup. Zard pairs well into Floette, obviously, and really the only way Floette can make a lot of ground outside of healing itself is through fake out. So bringing for a draft to just stop that, you know, prevents a lot, and then having your own Ensign to just deal with whatever's on the other side. I feel like Charcoal boosted Flare Blitz actually did so much damage. And a lot of those things obviously can also deal with Delphox, but I feel Delphox, it wins better into some Pokemon and it loses harder into some Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like, you get better coverage from something like Sneasler and Delphox, perhaps, than what Justin was going for. Obviously, for all I know, I could just be completely wrong.
No,
like,
I do think you're right, though, because, you know, I think one of the biggest struggles of the Floette Delphox core, having used it, is, like, opposing Incineroar is actually a huge pain to deal with, right? If you go Delphox, you're just, like, like, Instant won Marco that game, right? So if you had Delphox, your answers into Instant are even worse. So I can totally see why Justin was like, look, I kind of think I need Floette for the Moonblast and Fairy damage, because otherwise, like, my Mega is just never, it's going to get cleared by Incineroar.
Yeah. I do think that, like looking back, like, again, Sinistra didn't do a whole lot besides healing, which sounds weird because that's kind of its job, but, like, it's just one of those things where, like, Sinistra didn't get to really even lay down, like, a layer of chip damage or, like, help out the partners in any way. It kind of just, again, swapped out. Other Pokemon took the damage, and then it came back in to heal said damage that it was likely, you know, swapping in and out to prevent. So, like, in one way, like, while Justin solves one problem, he kind of creates another where he's got basically a Pokemon that's asking him to play a specific way that's not really in favor of the matchup. Like, he's kind of got his hands tied. And even I think Gambit, by extension, felt similar, where it obviously it deals well into this Frigidraff, it punishes Intimidate, it can do really well into the Zard, but Frigidraff's in the way, so he's got to deal with that first. And if Marco has all these tools, he has like a Charcoal Instant to deal with Gambit anyways, it just becomes a really big uphill battle. And again, we saw it in execution. Marco just dealt with everything very confidently. Even with the Sylveon trade in game 2, like, he just had the pieces all lined up anyways to really, like, just go in. And I think that could have been prevented with a much more offensive front from Justin's side. Obviously, again, the detriment of this team, like, the style of it is just you don't really have a lot of that offense laid in throughout the team initially. Even the Gambit, for instance, its Black Glasses, probably like a lot of attack, but like it has Swords Dance, so it's not built to really, like, you know, generalized coverage as much as it is, I'm going to click Swords Dance and I don't really care what you are, you're going to get knocked out. The Floette and the Delphox do the same thing, and they're surrounded by Pokemon that can be offensive, can do good at that. Like, Sinistra and Instinct can both do some solid damage, but even the Sneasler is much more geared towards support with something like Quick Guard, And I believe it is Jolly Nature. I'm gonna look at this really quick.
That sounds right.
Hey guys, real quick, I need a nap. I'm gonna head out for maybe a round or two. I'll be back later. I'll see you guys.
Love
Bye.
you, man. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
But yeah, I think I would say Pokedata is probably crashing right now because there's so many people.
Dude,
on
I was like, when I open it now, it like lags my computer, so I was like, I'm not gonna have it open for this event. Although, you know what? Maybe I'll like bear it, tough it out, because Brendan lost, but I think his resistance might actually be good enough to squeak into top 16, which would be clutch.
Wait, that would actually be sick.
Yeah, so it's like he would win money and get better prizing.
That would be nice. I would say I am Kareem Muwaket's strongest soldier. I am really hoping he wins this last round because I know his res is insane.
Would he get top 16 with it? Probably.
I'm not sure. Obviously, he started at 8-0. So I'm really hoping that he does because I think it would be incredible for his first tournament back to like just do that well. I think if he wins, he's probably locked to top 32 at least. So I mean, you're still making a great bag from that. Let me double check here.
Oh, I forgot top 32 is prizing. Yeah. Wait, it's sick.
Ridiculous.
Wait, that's actually sick. I'm like pulling up.
Oh my god. His
top
res
3K for top 16. Is Pokedata loading for you? Is it okay?
It's like kind of holding out.
All right, let's see.
Like,
let's see if it'll destroy my computer.
Yeah, he's got really good res. A lot of his opponents in day one kind of went either neutral or 5-3 or like what is it? Like 5-3 or neutral. He's got a 10-2 on his res from day one. 8-4, 9-3, 5-3. And yeah, everyone in day two is just an absurdly stacked record. Wolfe, James Parmley, he's played Adrian, he's played Irwin. Like those are obviously realistically like 3 people in cut. I don't know how Irwin's doing Thomas Irwin's doing right now. Actually, no, wait, Dawe and him were playing on the side stream.
Yeah. They're 1-1 right now. So we can watch this third game. I think it's been super long because they're both using like, Snorlax, Toxapex, Incin, Sinistra, Ceruledge with the Bitter Blade, Coil, Hypnosis. I would, if this were a win-in that I had to play, I would cry. Like,
I would be very stressed. I feel like against these bulky teams, like this was always something I felt in 2017, 2018 when you play like these super bulky, like blue Arcanine teams or something like that, where it's just like, I'm not so much worried about like, the game going on. I'm more worried about I'm going to start not paying attention to things.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to get tired and like that's how I'm going to lose.
Well, Snorlax has hit the field. That's my first time seeing Snorlax in a minute. So let's see what it can do here.
I think this is
go for Fissure.
So for chat, wondering about its moveset, it is Fissure, it's Yawn, it's Protect, Double Edge with Thick Fat. So it's actually kind of a nightmare for example, even Charizard teams to deal with because you've got Thick Fat and then you can Yawn and like Double Edge actually does a ton of damage. So in a matchup like this, I like low-key would not be surprised if Thomas just starts clicking Fissure, which would be crazy.
Yeah. It's because like it's I hate this philosophy, but it's sometimes people will obviously it's the reason why we like people use Sing on Clefairy.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, you're just not really doing anything. And I'm like, no, your Pokemon should be doing something. But like sometimes it's just better to click the Oko move and hope it lands.
Oh, okay. He went for Yawn, but
okay. Well, now it's perfect. See, now you expect the Yawn cycle.
Yep.
They swap. Now you Fissure it.
Exactly. Oh my! I mean, I do think Snorlax will be clicking Fissure likely multiple times at the set. Yeah, like
it can't hit Ceruledge any other way.
Yep.
So it should be free to fire up one more wave crash.
I think realistically, like that is an endgame like 1v1 that we could see is Ceruledge versus Snorlax.
Yeah.
The Basque-Legion basically never
Sneasler in now, expecting a potential Sinistra switch. Woo! Sinistra says, I'm just going to Rage Powder. So will fall asleep. Ooh, big Bitter Blade. Oh my gosh. And another Yawn. Dawe says, you know what? Sinistra, you can go to bed. It is worth it to keep my Ceruledge at +1. The Rage Powder just makes sure Wave Crash does not go into it and let you guarantee Cybertron will be fully healthy. So Sneasler now in. Not really the best Pokemon. I think Dawe here was probably hoping to see a switch from the Sinistcha, maybe an Incineroar, catch that off, and then you pressure with the faster Fake Out the following turn. Snorlax, though, still kind of annoying, right? You got Yawn and Fisher. Yeah, go ahead, James.
I think this is really good for Dawe in the sense that Bulk Up is active and you can kind of just Shadow Sneak into the Sneasler slot for free. Like, there's not really a whole lot that can go wrong with that. We're bringing Sneasler in too, which is actually I think this is really well done by Dawe, like kind of just saying at this point, like the sleep doesn't matter on Sinistcha because you can still heal with it on the swap, and it makes a pretty good swap anyways. But this is actually a really excellent spot where now you can just close combat straight into Snorlax and Shadow Sneak the Sneasler. And there's very little that Thomas can do to stop that. He can swap to Basculegion on Snorlax, but that doesn't really solve the problem in front of him, where he's got to now get rid of Cerule Edge before it does too much. And that's still not getting rid of Sneasler, which can beat the Snorlax, which is kind of where we're anchoring a lot of our focus right now, if we're Thomas likely to win the game.
Oh, goes for a double. Never a good sign when you feel like you need to go for a double this early on. Fake Out into the Snorlax.
Fake Out.
So Dawe is saying, look, I just want to get a second boost.
Why would you bother with that? Let me just get that.
Okay. So Dawe is basically saying, look, I'm going to do everything in my power to play around Fisher, and I'm going to go all in on making Cerulege my Pokemon, right? So that's why they were willing to go for the double Rage Powder, even knowing that Sinistcha will fall asleep, because it guarantees there will not be a Yawn or a Fisher. Snorlax had the opportunity to go for Yawn or Fisher onto the Sinistcha as it switched in a Sneasler, but then you're just completely ignoring Cerulege, which feels kind of wild. So Basculegion now has that Choice Scarf, but it is +2 defense on the Cerulege. Dawe still has Sinistcha, and even though it's asleep, it can heal. So I'm really liking the positioning for Dawe right now.
I'm so curious if Shadow Sneak KOs from this.
Yeah, same.
It is chipped slightly, and I feel like that actually matters. I feel like Basculegion is one of those Pokemon where it matters a ton. If you do any remote chip damage to this thing, suddenly it goes from having an absurd HP stat in like pretty solid bulk to it just dies. Pretty much everything.
Totally, yeah. So Thomas thinks, oh, Shadow Sneak is going to KO, just ends up switching in Snorlax. But Dawe Sneasler does move first. It is Focus Sash. So, a lot of times with the White Herb sets, people are dropping a lot of speed these days. So Dawe Sneasler moves first, gets that Dire Claw off, just knocks out Thomas's. And, Thomas is only basically, he's played this whole game and gotten one sleep on Sinistcha, right? Which is not good, especially because now you're staring down a +2 bulk up Cerulege. This is really, really tricky, and I think the downside for Thomas is Mega Evolution in Scovillain is just not good into Cerulege.
Yeah, Mono Scovillain is super interesting as a composition. I feel I think in terms of megas that we see most often paired on dual mega teams, Scovillain probably ranks #1, just because fundamentally it is a support Pokemon in terms of how you build it and how you play it. Regardless of whatever moody boosts you decide to fish for turn 1 and get, it's one of those things where inherently it is just a support Pokemon, and its Mega is a support Pokemon. So usually you pair that with an offensive Mega Pokemon, just that way you have flexibility. Even things like Aerodactyl or like Frostlass, where they can both support the team in their own ways, but they just provide a little more aggression.
Yeah.
But this team, and there goes the Bask.
Jeez.
Oh, this is just pure dominance by Dawe in Game 3. Oh my gosh. That close combat. Yeah, I think Snorlax maybe can survive without a crit there. But
Okay, it was a crit. I was thinking to myself, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, the HP bar moved down so quick. Yeah, Thomas just knows it's over. I mean, pure dominance by Dawe. Wow, in that third game. And it shows how you can deal with Snorlax, right? That's why we were saying maybe you just rip Fisher in the start of the game and play for the 30% chance, because I think what Dawe did really well in that game was staying in with Sinistcha, going for Rage Powder, and then just getting the Sneasler and Cerulege position perfectly next to each other.
I think that's something that I think a lot of people don't talk about a lot is conditioning your opponent to play to that line. Obviously that works out well for Thomas early on, but Dawe, again, just playing with it, Dawe is just all right, well, I'm just gonna let it happen, and then just brings in the Sneasler, and now the whole thing's flipped on its head. Now this is a spot, and I think as well just a really good play by Dawe, because you can just go for Shadow Sneak into the Sneasler slot and get your quick knockout and close combat into the Snorlax, or just Fake Out. But going for the second bulk up, knowing that if I get this off, there's literally nothing that they can do outside of Fissure. And if they want to fissure, they have to swap, or they have to keep Snorlax in, which then risks close combat. Just really well done in obviously the first 2 turns, kind of just letting things go Thomas's way, while slowly snowballing up, and then it kind of just immediately rolled down the hill after game 3. It just collapsed the whole game plan.
Exactly, yeah. Chat, okay, so we have determined I think it's 13 players who will be moving on to the top cut. We've got Wolfe and Co, who will get a round 1 bye, so they have secured top 8 in the tournament. No surprise, 2 world champions being up here, but amazing job by them. Dylan Matthews, regional champion. Eric Rios, international champion. Marcus Dion. Marcus, I think, is still actually looking for his first big like championship, but he did beat Brendan, and he'll be moving on. He's made it, so close, so many top cuts. Amazing job by him.
Don cut NAIC last year.
Did he really?
He lost to Federico in the top 18 or something. I don't remember the exact number, but it was just like the top cut ASIM.
Yeah.
But I would say now, yeah, top 16 here, really big deal. Obviously being able to squeak out more prize money, points. So curious to see how that run goes. I am friends with Marcus, so pretty happy for him.
Totally. And people were wondering, yeah, Dawei did need some points from this event, and top 128 in today's format is like in itself still grueling, because it's like you have to make day 2 and then like win a couple games in day 2. So Dawei now definitely has qualified for the World Championships. Amazing job. And I think, yeah, it's drawn a lot of fans, deservedly so, for constant creative team building. And when I watch them play, I'm like, they don't use a Mega Evolution. It's just Cerulech. How sick is it?
Dawei is a super talented player. I feel like every time I played Dawei a few times at tournaments, and every time it's one of those names I never want to see on my pairings. Like I look it up and I'm like, oh god, I don't want to have to play their crazy teams, because their building is so ridiculous. Like it will always be something that I feel like I don't want to see. Even if the matchup is somehow like okay, because they are obviously not even just a creative builder, but they're a really creative player in how they go about things in the match itself.
100%, yeah. I was messaging Brendan, because he had lost. Sounded like it was a tough set. He said game 1, rock slide at -1, crit Charizard. Game 2, rock slide flinched Incineroar on parting shot, but he was like, it was bound to happen, which, when this is the format we play. But he was like, I'm just happy that I can watch the Knicks on the plane. And so I'm glad he's in good spirits. I think he's either going to get top 16 or top 32. So he won $2,000, which is an amazing job, I think. I mean, for those that don't know, like Brendan was trying to just get points at this event. He was actually really stressed about it, because it's like to have your season come down to 1 or 2 tournaments is always stressful, no matter how good you are. And so 4-4 would have gotten him enough points to qualify for Worlds, right? So that was like the bare minimum. He was almost going to use this Toxapex team like Yuki and Wolfe were going to use. But then he was like, you know what? It doesn't feel that good to me. I'm going to try out. Oh, and he's in 15th on Pokédata, so he might have won 2K, which would be sick. But yeah, he was like, look, I just want to go. Yeah, in the group chat, Justin Karras was like, guys, what's everyone's goal, right? And Wolfe's like, I want to win the tournament. And Yuki's like, I want to top cut the tournament. Brendan's like, I just want to go 4-4. And so I am very happy. I think he is, definitely very happy with the performance as well. And to top 16, the first Champions Major after playing with the team for 2 days, I think is it's a big win for him. So.
Oh my God! Please don't tell me Kareem Bubbles at 17th. No.
That would.
No. There's still hope. But
There's
what is
still
it?
hope, yeah.
I do want to address the elephant in the room. Now I'm looking at the Pokédata stats.
Yeah.
There is a Weavile, Sneasler, Blastoise, Mega Gardevoir team.
Okay, get Chris Large. We got, hold on.
What is this team?
Dude, okay, I'm also looking at his schedule. So round 7, he loses, right? Wait, this is actually a crazy schedule. So win and in, and you play Shiliang Tang, like one of the greats in the game. Day 2, Alberto Lara, Blake Hopper, Carlos Cabal, and then has to beat Alex Gomez to make it to top cut. He also, the first, round 5, beats Bazad, who won a regionals last season. Like, that's a crazy schedule.
Yo, this schedule after rounds 7 is just all
Insane.
named players that
Yeah.
we've seen on stream. Like,
Yep.
this is ridiculous.
I mean, if this is not streamed, I think it will be a huge L. So
No, I have to see this. I feel like Weavile Sneasler is just such a... Because Sneasler's not even that, like, that uncomfortable, but it's acrobatics. It's White Herb acrobatics on, like, first of all. But, like, when have we ever seen... I don't think I can ever account this. Like, when have we literally ever seen a Pokemon and, like, its regional form?
Literally,
Not
yeah,
even
yeah.
Regional form, it's like, they both evolved from Sneasel, but, like, it's so ridiculous seeing this together.
Dude, it's upper hand, fake out, and feint on Weavile, by the way. Like, it's like you're gonna have to guess right, buddy, because if not, I'm just gonna beat you on turn 1.
This is actually ridiculous. Wait, out of sheer curiosity, I think Pickpocket works like this. If Sneasler close combats into Weavile, it then takes its item, correct? Like, because Focus Sash will be burned up, like subsequently, and like, does it take the item?
I think that's right, yeah, but maybe someone in chat can confirm.
Because I'm just thinking to myself, that has to be insanely funny that you just take. Obviously, there are realistic odds that like you get close combated by a Sneasler, you activate Focus Sash, and then you take its Focus Sash. Or even its White Herb. I don't know. Does Unburden... Oh my god, now I'm asking questions that I definitely don't think anyone knows. I'm like, does Unburden activate if you steal the item?
Yes. I actually had that happen, I think. It was in a match literally where I was using a team with Weavile, and it stole Sneasler's item, so yeah.
Okay.
If this is not the first game on stream, like Chris has to play in top 16, like it will be yeah.
This is such an interesting team. I think just even the mega choices are ridiculous. Blastoise we've seen a fair bit. I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that if you had to give like a grade, it's probably like C+ or B- in terms of meta relevance. But it's always super ridiculous. Like, it's super funky every time we see it, where it has a bunch of different moves that it can use utility wise or just offense wise. But like, this is probably its first massive result in a long time. Like, probably since maybe 2022.
Yeah.
I don't even know if Gmax Blastoise cut anything in 2022, but like, this is insane. And Gardevoir is obviously, I love Mega Gardevoir.
Well, I was gonna say, so you are one of the Gardevoir goats. Like, how do you feel about it in this format, and are you surprised to see it succeed here?
It was one of the first megas I tested because I was like, I feel like I kind of have to, like, I'm like obligated.
Yeah.
But it didn't click nearly as much as I wanted. I think it's just because there are so many offensive threats, and Gardevoir doesn't get a defense boost when it mega evolves, and it is quite frail. With the power level increased so much, Gardevoir finds it difficult to stay afloat in a metagame where Floette already exists. So there's a lot of overlap, not even so much like where Sylveon, you pick between Sylveon and Floette. It's kind of like, do you want a mega? Do you want to, have some more utility type things, where Gardevoir and Floette kind of share similar roles in they both take a mega slot. Gardevoir obviously has psychic damage that it can deal with, and that's actually fairly useful in some cases, being able to have that. It also gets access to a few more utility moves like Trick Room. We see Calm Mind on Chris's version, which is something that picked up a lot in this format. Anytime Gardevoir decides to show up. Some Japanese players were on Vacuum Wave.
Yeah. That's right.
But like, I think obviously Gardevoir's got a lot of an uphill battle to fight, obviously, because there are so many Pokemon that sprouted up between the last time it was remotely viable, and now that really put a dent in it. But also, I think like this is probably the way to make it work. Obviously, Incin historically was very good with Gardevoir. Like, even before they were paired together, we like with Intimidate, there were teams on like the double spot or the double battle spot ladder that in Gen 7 that were literally using this before like we knew what 2018 was going to be. And it didn't have Intimidate, by the way. Like, it was just Incineroar as is.
Yeah.
But like, Sneasler's really good. Obviously, there's 3 fake outs on this team, which will definitely help your setup Pokemon, get there. But even Sinistra is a great Pokemon to accompany Gardevoir. Again, it's very frail, so it doesn't you don't get a lot of bulk unless you invest in it. So being able to heal that off to redirect, we've seen Amoonguss with Gardevoir before in 2018 that won a few regionals. So this is kind of like a natural shoe-in. Again, though, it's really cool to see it because, like I said early on, it has a lot of competition in Wet and in Sylveon even as well, just for fighting for fairy type, like, slots on a team. And Gardevoir doesn't really have an amazing, it gets outclassed by Floette in both speed and special attack once the fairy aura gets committed. It can also Calm Mind, and Sylveon does a lot of things that Gardevoir kind of wants as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like now I'm running in circles. Again, it's just really cool to see it.
Love the insight. We had donation $5. Thank you so much from Weslakif. Interested to hear y'all talk physical special balance theory. Why no special equivalent of Intimidate, Burn, no physical assault vest? Despite physical checks, MA is physically heavy. I think someone once showed me that the pool of special attackers versus physical attackers, there was just like way more, it skewed way more physical than special. So it's like you kind of need more answers to it. But I was like, oh, but then that would make sense that you would want to like have more answers to like a wider pool of Pokemon. But I'm curious, yeah, like James, like if we had a special Intimidate or if we had Assault Vest in this format, like how much does it change things?
I've always been of the opinion, because I think this has literally been something that's been around since like the start of competitive Pokemon. Like I knew when I joined in like 2016, 2017, this was something that we were all joking about still. I feel now that I'm quite experienced, I think, at this point to land an opinion on it. I feel something like Special Intimidate would be really annoying in a way that we like people mentioned it earlier, even Frostbite to an extension. And this is like a weird one because I actually do want Frostbite, but I think about if there were equivalents for special to physical items or like statuses, I think the game would become a lot more one-dimensional, I guess, in its problem solving. I am someone who really, really does not like how Inner Focus blocks Intimidate because I feel like it's very one-dimensional in its solution. I feel like by introducing, here's the same thing again for special attackers in something like Intimidate, where obviously Intimidate is an excellent ability. Let's just make it again, but for special attackers, creates a lot of similar answers that I don't think are particularly engaging for play. Like, obviously, there are ways to kind of spin things on their head. Like, I think Scovillain we saw, obviously, is very popular, and no one kind of expected it to be popular, but its ability is a really great example of how to take something that, obviously, we know Burn deals with physical attackers, but it turns it into something that is particularly unique about Scovillain. And if you want to use Scovillain for that niche, it can do that. I think, again, introducing, even like this is obviously, Special Intimidate can be restricted to one Pokemon, but something like a physical Assault Vest is not. And like, again, that's like, I would say you could have physical Assault Vest and Intimidate, which is kind of redundant. And again, it would kind of just increase things to a point where I think it kind of makes it boring, where you can stack so many defensive items or things that it just becomes really annoying. And like, even vice versa, you could have something like Special Intimidate plus Snarl, and now you are just spamming down the opponent, and it can kind of get boring. And obviously, there are Pokemon like Incineroar that have Intimidate, that have Parting Shot, that also have Snarl. But Incin kind of feels like it's restricting that way. And again, you can balance Pokemon around that. I feel like if every Pokemon had access to those tools, though, or if a larger majority of Pokemon had access to those tools, though, it would be a little uninteresting. And it's not like there wouldn't be, they're like, whenever there's a problem in the meta, something really rises to solve it. But I can definitely imagine people would probably have much more like surface level, like, this is really annoying, it's really boring type impressions about it. Again, not that it can't work, but I definitely think that I would like to see more creative solutions, or like things first before we just go down to like, all right, here's Assault Vest, but it's for physical defense. Here's Special Intimidate, here's Burn, but it's for special attack. I think there are a lot of interesting ways that, again, you can flip those lines. Like, it would be really cool to see Frostbite in competitive Pokemon, but maybe limit it to an ability rather than something like, this is just now in the game and any Pokemon can access. Like, here's Frostbite Will-O-Wisp.
Yep. Dude, chat, let's give some W's for James Evans. incredible insight. That's why he's one of the best. Please go follow him, King Villager. I think that's
I'm
what it is,
taking
right?
a bow right now.
You can't see him on webcam, but no, dude, thank you for joining me, especially so impromptu.
Of course.
It's been awesome having you, talking to you about your insight, hanging out.
I'm happy to be here, bro. Look, we got it. There's strength in numbers. We both
For those that didn't make it
NAIC.
in, I know, man. So I'm curious. It sounded like you, if you were to have been able to attend this event, wanted to use potentially Delphox and Floette setup stuff.
Yes. It was so obviously having my invite already kind of made it so like I took a break this season, and
Yeah.
I guess by force I still am, but like early on in the champs, obviously I played it and I kind of got, and I didn't really enjoy. Like I said, I tested Mega Guard. Didn't really like that because I felt like it was restricted a lot in how you had to build it, and it kind of felt a little similar to the way I played it in 2018, but not nearly as aggressive. And I kind of wanted that aggression. And Kareem actually, shout out to Kareem because he's killing it at NAIC today. He sent me a team because like I was watching him play and I was like, yo, what's this? And he's like, it's Delphox and like Floette. It's really, really aggressive. And I think it's really good right now. And I took it. Like I just ripped the pace from him, started playing with it. I think I went like 12-0 in like games with it or something, like on best of 3 ladder. And I was like, this is really, really strong. Like not a lot of people have like a lot of solid options into like one of the 2 megas.
Yeah.
And I was playing like a much more aggressive version of the team. Like I think literally it was just like Gambit, Basculegion, Sneasler, and like Whimsicott. It was literally just big 3 plus like speed control, pick one of the 2 megas. So I ended up bringing that to a Rutgers local at like I think it was the beginning of May, and I ended up taking that home. And like I was not expecting to do well. I was just like going out with friends to hang out and see everyone again because I haven't played the game in like a bunch of months and I really miss hanging out with people. And I did get into Indianapolis registration, and that like initially was my plan was to run Delphox Floette again. And then I got sick before that, so I couldn't attend that. But if I had also gotten into NAIC, I probably would have ran back the same thing, Delphox Floette. I just think even much more offensive versions of Delphox Floette just give you a lot of flexibility that Charizard does not. And I think as an aggression comp, it's really, really good at capitalizing on that. Like obviously setup is really good on it. The first thing that I kind of compared it to in my brain was like Calyrex setup teams in like Regulation G, where you just like click nasty plot, you have a bunch of redirectors, a bunch of supports, and you can kind of just nuke everything. But like offensively, it felt very similar to actually the team that you gave me for Regulation H, where I was like, you kind of just click buttons and like Whimsicott is there to just like help the ride along. And I think like compared to Zard, Delphox has, obviously it's a little frailer and Gambit is a nightmare matchup, but I felt like, you know, you get similar immunities with the ground thing. You're not nearly as weak to Rock Slide. Delphox can opt for a lot of interesting moves in its 3rd slot, like Encore, Substitute, Nasty Plot we're seeing, obviously. And the psychic coverage helps a lot, where usually Zard kind of struggles into things like, this is weird, but like Rain even, where like Delphox can at least fight back in Rain, where Zard kind of really struggles because 2 of its moves just get turned off. And the other one is not hitting very hard because it's not stab. And I feel like, you know, you just get more flexibility. And again, even with these support variants, like I mentioned, Louis got second at turret, like Louis Fonteville got second at Turin with a version that was a lot more offensive, in my opinion, than like what we've been seeing with it. I probably would have ran that version, if I'm going to be honest, like moving forward, like if I was at this event, rather than like something that is complete glass cannon offense. But I do think the comp has a lot of potential, and it's been executed really well, as we've seen. Even like Sage and Park running a much more like support focused version of the team. I think there's just a lot of options that those 2 megas give you side by side, with the speed variance and the, obviously they're both special attackers that like clicking spread moves and then have like one single target move, but both of them feel like they address a lot of the problems that the other one has. That I think something like Zard and Floette struggle a little bit with, or I'm trying to think of like other mega comps like Scovillain and Frostlass, where like they kind of lose to one thing regardless of like which one is brought.
No, that makes total sense. Really, really well said. Yeah. Okay, so chat, by the way, I see people are wondering. Basically, we have our top 16 determined. Right now, this is a game from one of the side streams that we're showing. But the players are waiting to sit down to start playing. I don't think we know who's going to be on stream quite yet.
Oh my God, Chris has to play Shoma for top 8. That has to be streamed.
I know, like it's such a big miss if it doesn't get streamed. So we are in the top 16. It's not a perfect top 16 bracket, so some players have buys. Basically, this round that we're about to watch is going to be to see who makes it to top 8. So like Dawe, Ko, and Wolfe were the 3 best performing players, so they get an automatic spot. And then there are going to be 5 matches that we played. I think we're only going to stream 1, and then from that point onwards, it's like all top 8 games are streamed and all top 4 games are streamed. So 16 or less than 16 players left, 13 players left in the event. Why not just make it the best 16? Because basically it's a record-based thing. If you made it the best 16, 3 players with a basically 3 losses would be able to advance. You could do that, but it's basically like the James, I'm curious, on your opinion on this. But basically, it's like it always feels fair when it's like you know exactly what record you need to get in.
Yeah.
And this way, you also get to reward the higher placing players, right? Because it's like if you let the best, the remaining best 3 X3 players make it in, then it's like you don't get rewarded for actually like winning 13 games or like being the highest 12 game winner in Dawe's end.
It's one of those things that's like slightly contentious in my opinion. I do agree though with this instance where it's like hard X2 cut is just correct because like I feel like if someone like I would say obviously people did get into top 16 compared to top 32 with the same records. But if they were to, for instance, I think if they slid into cut, it's a lot more of a problem because instead of something like obviously point differential and like $1,000 extra, which is a lot of money to be, some players with the same record as a player that could bubble top 32 and then lose out on money entirely is now given the opportunity to basically win the whole tournament. And there's nothing really that you can like obviously you can say like resistance is what decides that, so the person that makes it into cut obviously has much more justification to be there because they played a technically harder schedule, but again that's kind of subjective. Resistance is only there to basically say like this is the closest approximation we can give to like how hard this opponent's run was because this is how well their opponent did. For all we know, the person that got 33rd could have had a much harder run because they had to go to game 3 every single round or something like that. Whereas like the other guy, just went 2-0 and then lost 2-0 in his matches and then his opponents just happened to do better. I think in terms of something like though where we have something higher than a top 16 cut, I do believe every player that goes, for instance, X2 should absolutely make cut because again, it's the same thing where it's like, I don't want players that, have the same record as the people in cut to be missing out on, playing the tournament. We've had world champions crowned from 17th seed before, like in a top cut bracket.
Yep.
I would say it's one of the rule changes that I was very bitter about. And we've seen it come into effect a lot in terms of the last few events, especially. I think literally, but the biggest event of the year, EUIC had that issue. We've seen both champions events before this, kind of suffer from it, where players that are cutting, should be cutting, aren't. And it's unfortunately because of resistance, because of for some reason we have this top 16 specific bracket. But obviously that's kind of my 2 cents on it. I think in the case of it's less than top 16, yeah, it should just be a hard X2 cut. Don't let people slide. I think we even had this issue when it wasn't this, but it was in Scarlet and Violet, we started with this day 2 system much more often for regional level events and stuff like that. And one of the things was it's if it's not larger than top 32, the top 32 best players will just progress the day 2. And in North America, that wasn't too much of an issue, but in Europe, some events were small enough to not have 32 players that would make it via X and 2 record. So X3s would just make it into day 2. And X3 did end up winning the whole event. And obviously, Maddie's run at, I think it was Malmo 23, is nothing short of insane. But it is one of those things where it's one X3 is allowed to continue their run and then win the whole event, notably, versus someone who has the same record, likely had a similar schedule, but they just don't get to continue.
Very well said.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like it's very difficult to walk a fine line. And I don't envy the people decisions in terms of like this is just the way it is. But it is definitely one of those things where it's like you can make hard cutoffs that are much more reasonable and mess players up less, I think. By implementing things like hard cuts, where it's just like, you know, you make X2 makes cut, or it's like I would say actually in every instance X2 just makes cut.
Okay, looks like still waiting for round of 16 to start. Looks like side streams, if you guys are interested in watching, it's going to be Francesco versus Dylan Matthews. Dylan Matthews actually using Cereledge. I don't think we've seen him on stream yet, or at least on the main stream so far.
Chris Dawe's team?
No, it's actually quite different. There's no like Sinistra Instant. It's Frost/Dragonite, Gambit, Bask, Sneasler, Cereledge.
We haven't seen Dragonite in a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was...
Yeah, kind of reminds me of like Alex Underhill's team, just with the Cereledge thrown on it. Francesco, of course, using the Mega Arrow, Mega Charizard, Basket Leech, and Gambit, Garchomp, Sylveon Core. Don Check, who apparently I think needs top 4 to qualify for Worlds. Yeah, needs to auto-qualify.
Because now people are like actually fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
Like,
so Don, you know, Eric Rios has already qualified for sure, but Don now is 2 sets away from qualifying for Worlds, right? You beat Eric Rios, you beat whoever's in top 8, you got to go compete in San Francisco now. So big set, using kind of the Italian Lycan Rock team we've talked about. Eric using the Charizard, you know, Aerodactyl, King Gambit, Sylveon, Garchomp, Fairgraph. This top cut, by the way, like we have Senior Division World Champ, right? Wolfe, obviously. 2-time national champ, 1-time international champ, right? World champ. Shoma, world champ. Marco, 3-time international champ, 3-time regional/special event champ. Francesco's still hunting for his first title, but he's, I think, like, top cut every internationals, like top 4, top 8, top 16. One of the game's most consistent players. And he's gotten so close to winning. And it was literally top 4 at EUIC this year, I think. So he's, like, really hungry for that title, right? And then you have Eric Rios, who won European Internats back in 2022, and Federico Camporesi. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 international champs, and then 2 world champs on top of that. And then like Dylan has a regional title as well. Insane. Like just so stacked.
Yeah, this is utterly ridiculous. Like it's, like even Fede here being like is nuts. We rarely ever see. I think literally we've only ever seen it once, which was Marco, where like the Internats winner from last year actually makes it back and wins their title. That is a completely realistic scenario here because Fede is very good at this game. And it's, I would say, just even on top of that, it's crazy to see, I would say, obviously never count out Shoma Hona ever. You never sleep on the, but like it is utterly insane to be seeing players like that here. I would say this whole cut is just insanely stacked.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch the games. And I don't know. I really hope we get Chris and Shoma. I just feel like that is, if we go through this tournament, we don't get Chris's team on stream. It is a big L.
Huge disservice. Because like I would say, Chris has been. I would say we've been seeing this dude a lot on online tours. I know of. Like he keeps cutting online tournaments. Like I feel like I've seen his name on some of the standings before.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is what you would argue is like his probably his first like super big breakout result, like regardless of where he finishes today. But this team is just so different than I think literally everything that's been on the stream so far. I think like the most unorthodox team we've seen is like me, actually probably Dawe's. I would say like that or Sand at some point, which is like actually what am I saying? Like Wolfe's team is right there too. There's a Toxapex, but like I would say I feel like this has to be the most interesting team. Just like by a mile, like instead of like 1 like or 2, it's like the whole team is just insane, and I really want to see how it operates.
No, 100%. Yeah, I actually have pulled up his limit list, dude. Let me read out the teams that I see on Chris Large's limit list. Okay.
Oh my god.
Indianapolis Regional Championships. First, brand new regulation. We allow restricteds. He used Miraidon, Wim's Miraidon, Ursaluna. He knew. He actually knew, right? That like Urshifu. But then he had got the toe and Pelipper. I'm like, Pelipper is wild. What is bro doing here?
Wait,
Like,
check this list. Is this Thunder Miraidon? I
It's
have
not.
to know.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not. Yeah.
Oh.
That would be extra cooking. Either way, that is sick. And then Las Vegas Regionals, he goes with kind of a standard comp. You know, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, Rilla, Volk, Ensign, Ninetales, Basket Legion. Seattle Regionals, he brings Murkrow, Iron Boulder, Iron Crown.
Wait, this is, oh my god. What? He like doubled down on this too. He just brought a different dark flying type to the next one.
Yep. Also, yeah, chat was
This is
pointing out
insane.
the Miraidon was parabolic charge. It was specs, so it's like, okay, Volt Switch,
And the
Draco
Pelly
Meteor,
had
Electro
Black
Drift Short, but then parabolic charge as the last one, which is super, super cool.
Actually insane.
And then we've got Galarian Moltres entering the field, Iron Boulder, and Iron Crown once again. So, you know, Chris has made multiple day twos, right? 35th, 53rd, 40th at the regionals, 25th at Indianapolis, but seems like a really creative team builder. And to do Mega Blastoise Gardevoir into top 16 is so sick.
So it's so tough. I like literally, I would say it's such a, like, regardless of how the say goes, it's such a good matchup because, like, I think Shoma is one of those players that I feel like obviously we know he's a talent. But really, like, people have not been paying attention, I feel like, to Shoma's results when it comes to the other Japanese players. Obviously, it's because, like, there's so many good Japanese players that travel and do exceptionally well. But, like, Shoma got top 32 at Worlds last year. And, like, that was something, like, I had to realize. Like, I didn't even realize it, like, looking back, like, until I think it was, like, me and Gio were talking about it one day. And we were both like, yeah, he cut. Like, he was there. Like, he came to play. And he's here to play. And it's always entertaining to watch Shoma, but, like, even keeping up with this, like, still, Ko in top 8 here, he just top 8 at JCS like 2 weeks ago. Like, no, like a week ago. Like, that is insane.
100%. Yeah. I mean, Shoma's actually really interesting. Someone in chat was saying, would you say Shoma is the best world champ, like in terms of had the highest peak skill wise when winning worlds? You know, it's funny because that year at Worlds, he actually, it's not like he dominated. He was one of the only 5-2 players to make top 8. And back then it wasn't like X and 2 cut. He was really good that I remember there's a famous tweet that was a Japanese player being like, I am not attending Worlds because I'm assured Shoma will win. And then Shoma obviously won. But I do think it was like the system was fortunate enough that he was able to lose 2, like most players who lost 2 games that year obviously didn't top cut, right? If you actually look at the top 16 that year, like Wolfe's in there, Arash Shamadi is in there as well. And so, I mean, he was obviously very, very good, and did end up winning like regionals or like, you know, the all-in qualifier nationals and worlds. I don't know, highest peak skill wise, man. It's tough to say. Like, I feel like the players that won worlds undefeated, like to win worlds undefeated is crazy, right? Like
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, like two people have done that, right? It's like Ray in 2012 and Edu in 2022. And I thought 2022 was like an absurdly difficult format, and watching Edu go undefeated that year, that was insane.
I will also bring up, this is like very subjective, but it's also like you have to think about a lot of what was occurring, like 2015 meta, and this is no dig against any of the players, but it's like fundamentally 2015 meta has a lot of swagger and thunder wave shenanigans. And it is not an incorrect statement to say that those definitely had an influence on the set of the finals match. And likely the entire course of like several runs. So it's like, I think it's hard to, and like, again, Shoma is an excellent player. He obviously won JCS that year and then ended up winning championships. But like, I think even to like bolster Aaron's point is like an undefeated run in a format where those were not present afterwards is just so utterly ridiculous. Obviously, Thunderwave was present, like through Grimmsnarl and stuff like that, but it is a lot less prevalent.
Yeah.
And like things like Lumberry were much more like not common, because I feel like Lum was a solid item in 2015, but it was like Lumberry Zard was a big thing. Lumberry on most of your Dynamaxers was a big thing. Like Edu had Lumberry on his Thundurus. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like when a lot of that is now removed, those runs I think get highlighted a lot more. Like even Geo's run last year is just utterly insane. Like looking at
both
it.
of you, man, guys, don't forget we have literally the world's finalists here, and the way you played that game too. I mean, I was commentating it, and like the fact that you found that path of it was still one of the craziest games I think I've ever commentated.
Thank
man.
you.
Like,
what can I say? I love Encore. Good move.
No, it's definitely one of the most exciting moments. So, by the way, chat, it seems like top 16 has started. So, Dylan Matthews and Francesco Piopero currently being shown on the side stream, which I have displayed for you all. Still waiting for the main stream. Don't know who we're getting yet. I think it might end up actually being Marcus Dion, from what I've heard, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So,
I'm like okay with that, but like,
yeah,
really
I feel like not having.
team.
I want to see Chris so badly.
Come on, it's like such a good match.
And then, yeah, it was funny because we were talking about Shoma, you know, Shoma's been around for a really long time. He is, you know, probably the face of Japanese VGC.
Sure.
Huge, you know, like YouTuber, and yeah, has like a big influence on the scene. And, you know, I actually think he had a couple of tough World Championships, like after he won Worlds. Like he would qualify quite frequently, but like honestly, I don't think like had too many really good runs. And so I think last year was huge for him, where he comes back and. I mean, this is like a decade after his first Worlds win, and I mean, his main Worlds win, and then makes it to top 32, right? The competition is harder than ever, but last year he was really on his element. I remember Aaron Traylor and him played on stream, I think on round 1 in London in 2022, dual restricted format. That was really cool to watch as well, but I think he didn't make it on a day 1 that year. So I think, you know, he had consistently been qualifying for Worlds, but probably was looking for another like really nice deep run, had an amazing one last season. And then this year, it feels like he's just been really locked in as well. He even, I think, like he does, you know, Pokemon full time. But I remember he was like, I am not going to, you know, post content as much in the leading weeks to Japanese nationals because I'm really locked in on qualifying for Worlds. And so for him to, you know, have the success that he had at Japanese nationals, qualify for Worlds, and then come back here to NAIC literally the weekend after. Now here he is in top 16. Like, yeah, man is showing why he was, you know, the best in 2015.
Absolutely. And I think that's like I would say in general, it's a really good testament to how many players we've seen return and just like kind of get into form again, like really quickly, especially with like champions. I feel like we saw it through Scarlet and Violet in like bits and pieces. I feel like in champions though, so far, like for the past few tournaments, we've seen a ton of old names sprout up and just like start taking names themselves. Like they're just perform like a Rosh.
Yes.
Rosh's last like super big performance, correct me if I'm mistaken, was like 2018, where he cut like a good amount of events. I don't think.
And then I think top 8 at Worlds in 2018. Yeah. And then he I think he went undefeated EUIC like 2023. He was using like Sinclair or something pretty crazy.
2024.
Yes, 24. That's right. Yeah, and it was really cool. I think so. He went undefeated, but then had a slightly worse day 2, so didn't top cut. But I remember I was like, holy, like he's back. That's awesome. But I think he goes to events way more like sparingly now than, you know, obviously when he won Worlds and was competing a lot more actively. So it's always cool. Like he pops up, puts in an amazing performance, leaves, elaborates, you know, doesn't say anything, and then that's it. Yeah.
But I feel like unironically we've seen that a lot, and I know. I keep gassing up my boy Kareem, but like very similar. Like he did not play. Like he said it on stream, I think, with Rosemary, where he was like, someone is actually speaking of the devil. He's literally calling.
Feel free to talk to him. You can jump back on whenever.
Okay, wait. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I gotta tell him.
You're good, dude. You're good, of course. I love that, dude. Like literally, how funny is that?
During the high stakes environment we're in.
Okay, so we are getting Federico versus Marcus. Amazing matchup. But I am sad we're not getting Chris. I feel like Chris Shonami would have been my pick if I had to say. I'll see you later, James. Thank you for joining. All right. Marcus Dion, folks. This guy has been so good in VGC. You saw his results just now. He's looking to get a champion title, right? Like, he has come so close so many times. And I think there are, you know, a short list of players in this game who've consistently top cut but have not won a championship. And Marcus is one of them. You can see he knows how big this moment is for him. And of course, he is using what we call, or I call, Italian Lycanroc, because it was a group of Italian players that built this brand new team comp a week ago, showed it at the Turin special event. This has been one of the most popular teams in the event. Dual Mega, Scoville, and Frostlass. Lycanroc to really pressure those Charizards, close combat for coverage into things like King Gambit. The winner of this, I believe, is going to face Wolfe as well in top 8. So it's going to be just a lot of star-studded matches. So it'll be an interesting one, right? I think both of these players likely have already played against these teams multiple times, not only for practice, but also in the tournament. But have they played someone as good as each other?
And over on the opposing end, I mean, there's a reason Lycanroc has had a good amount of success.
Let's take a look, of course, at Fedi's team. Charizard, Floette, Garchomp, Basculegion, King Gambit, Whimsicott. Now, when you look at meta teams, basically, people are always like if you want to use a meta team, you either be pretty dang good at the game, right? Because otherwise, everyone's going to have good game plans against you. So the fact that Federico and Shoma, for example, piloted this team to top 16, and Co, right? Like 3 different players. And it's like, oh yeah, I mean, it makes sense that these players were able to take like what is the most meta team and succeed with it because like they are the best of the best, right? There are a lot of other players that brought this composition to the tournament but faltered out because everyone was going to have practice against it coming into it. But what makes it so strong is just so much pure offense here. So let's go. Floette, Basculegion lead from Federico. Marcus is going to go with Sneasler and Frostlass here. So brings the Frostlass even in the face of Charizard, but doesn't see Charizard, sees the Floette. And I think if you are Marcus, you are probably feeling pretty happy about this. I think I would prefer, if I were in his shoes, I'd prefer to see Floette early over Charizard because Charizard is so awkward for this duo. There's presumably a Lycanroc in the back, which is also why Federico likely didn't want to bring Charizard into the matchup.
Maybe set up that Auroraville, which is going to be so useful, or like we've already mentioned, go on the offensive straight away after that Basculegion and try and get rid of that big threat, because that's something that...
So, turn 1, Mega Evolution starts off immediately. The thing about the Sneasler here is that it does have Gunk Shot, right? So you threaten Floette. Floette normally is not going to be very defensive on these comps anyway. And so, yeah, Federico just protects. Now, meaning Wave Crash threatens the Sneasler. Auroraville here is always super safe given the lack of Charizard. So I think Auroraville plus Gunk Shot is always like, yeah, that's what Marcus goes for. Good protect on Fede's end. Not bad damage there, but I think Marcus is happy that Sneasler didn't take damage there, right? Because if you eat up a Wave Crash there, Wave Crash plus Aqua Jet might be enough to get the knockout. Now, Federico is still eating up Gunk Shot pressure this next turn, and Frostlass won't faint from Aqua Jet. So I think Marcus's position is very strong right now. Federico's looking to play defensively, so I think a King Gambit switch in is what you go for. Or Garchomp, but nah, if you bring Garchomp, that's vulnerable to Blizzard. Yep. Huge Auroraville. Okay, ends up being Shadow Ball. Immediate knockout. I think still a great position for Marcus here. I wonder if he didn't bring Gambit in then. Close combat. Very nice. Obviously could have gone for Gunk Shot there, but hard calling out that Floette's switching out in that position. I think Marcus already had the advantage, and he's just pushing that tempo even more right now. We got it back.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back, dude. The timing of that was so funny. It was perfect.
Oh, wait, what?
The timing of that was great, just like you being like, oh, yeah, I'm happy for Kareem, and then he calls you right away.
It was really, really funny timing.
Did you see the first 2 turns of this game?
The stream match going?
It's intense. I think Marcus kind of had a better lead. It was Frostlass Sneasler into Floette Basculegion. So it's like free Auroraville on turn 1, Gunk Shot into Floette, Floette protects, Basque Wave Crashes Frostlass, brings it to like 40-ish%. Turn 2, Floette switches into Garchomp, and then it's close combat into the Garchomp rather than a Gunk Shot, and then Shadow Ball KOs Basculegion. Aqua Jet brings Frostlass kind of low.
Okay. Actually, what is it? I think I mentioned it earlier, but Marcus and Fede literally played for like ASIM cut for NAIC last year.
Right, yeah.
So now we're doing it again, but one stage further.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and then close combat, low rolls the first hit on Garchomp. It's Citrus Chomp, doesn't activate. and then gets the high roll in the second one, so just knocks out Garchomp. Wow.
Running away from Federico now in a position where
That's a little foul.
I think Marcus has basically gotten like every turn in his favor so far, but you know, never underestimate the pressure of like late game tailwind and a Floette under tailwind. But if I am Marcus, my goal is to just conserve Sneasler, get a gunk shot into Floette. If there's a Lycanroc or a King Gambit in the back, either of those can snipe off the Whimsicott. So your goal is to just try to stall out the tailwind right now. Roarville's still up crucially as well, but big close combats to KO that Garchomp.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, though, just so much momentum on Marcus's end. This is still just the 2 lead Pokemon.
I was like, this is still dangerous because like Fede can't really encore lock the Sneasler, and like even if he locks into CC, this is still like kind of annoying because it's just gonna throw out a bunch of damage. Attacked.
Yep. Tries to encore the CC like you mentioned, doesn't get it. So I think if you're Marcus here, the idea is like Protect is always safe. I can sacrifice the Frostlass, get a free switch in now, right? Basculegion, King Gambit, Lycanroc, none of those are bad Pokemon to bring here. Like, if you have Basque, you just pressure Aqua Jet into Whimsicott. Basque would probably be the best one, but it's going to be Lycanroc. So Lycanroc now obviously pressures with Accelerock immediately.
This is a gunk shot Sneasler, correct?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
So if you are Fede here, you could protect the Whimsicott, right? And attack with the Floette.
Oh yeah, this becomes a mind game now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the swap. Because like, yeah, if you're Marcus, you could just throw your chips on the table and just say, all right, you're gonna protect. I'm gunk shotting. Yeah. I say he could have went for it. This is a little dangerous because now this Gleam's gonna fire off. It's gonna do a lot of damage. You're like, this realistically could 2-shot both. Okay, no, it didn't.
Yeah, I'm surprised it did less than half to Lycanroc. Well, it's actually a Roarville, that's why, yeah.
Okay.
I think the main scary thing for if you're Marcus right now is like you should be in good shape. You can go for another Accelerock into Whimsicott. Whimsicott can go for a double protect. Floette can either Gleam or Moonblast. Marcus has a way to just one-shot Floette, but it is Gunk Shot, and that can miss, right? So you can see Marcus celebrating. There's no double protect there, so 3v1 now.
Bonk.
Just another Gleam. I don't even think this KO's Gambit. Yep.
You shouldn't, yeah. I think you just click Swords Dance here.
I was gonna say that, yeah. Because with Swords,
I mean, oh my god, that did a lot.
I was thinking because if you Swords Dance there, then you bring out Sneasler, you just fake out Swords Dance again. Yeah, and like, I mean, I think you can close combat Sucker here instead of relying on Gunk Shot either way.
I think if he's fake out, yeah, you can just fake out SD this turn.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it is A or B about it, but like, yeah, I was like, the +4 Swords Dance is so much more satisfying.
Yeah, I think Marcus won this on good leads, and like I love the aggressiveness, right? Like hard reading Fede, switching Floette into Chomp, close combating that slot. Really nice play. And now you don't have to even worry about Gunk Shot. You can just Sucker Punch close combat because the Floettes on these teams don't have bulk. I think that's a smart way to play because it would feel so bad to lose the game to a Gunk Shot miss. Oh my god!
Don't do that. You're gone? Alright, cool, it's gone.
Wow.
No, like, part of me was scared that like you were just ahead and like it lives the Sucker and he
yeah. No.
He's like, don't play with me like that. Like, I already had to watch Chris do the Light of Ruin play yesterday. I texted him afterwards. I was like, Chris.
That was, yeah. Oh my gosh, that was crazy.
Honestly, bro, you could have just blasted.
Okay, so Federico, you know, that last game did not go very well, and I think he was starting from the back burner just from the leads alone, because I think with Floette, you never want to see Sneasler out on the field as a lead. So if you think Marcus is going to go with Sneasler Frostlass again, I think like a Charizard mix-up would make some sense to me, but like this was a game dictated by Marcus just clicking offense every turn, and the Auroraville made it so much harder for Floette to actually get good damage off as well.
I actually agree with that like a lot. I feel like the most inclined response that a lot of these players do into the Lycanroc team is, yeah, they have Zard, they're just not going to bring the Zard. And they'll bring the Floette instead. And this is something that I think, unironically, like Floette philosophy, I'm coining that now. Like, I've seen, I know I was talking to a lot of friends about it, is like the matchup where you don't think you bring Floette to because there's so many things that deal with it. You just bring it anyways because it knocks out everything around the bomb Pokemon. Like, similarly, I think it's like the same idea with Zard here. Fede could bring the Charizard because it does pair really well into the 5 Pokemon that are not named Lycanroc. And if Fede just deals with the Lycanroc, then like that's not a problem. So I think that would be an interesting mix-up. This lead is very different from both.
Totally different, yep. Scovillain being led, so I mean, I actually think it's not bad here, right? Basculegion really hates seeing it, so Sneeze are actually saying, look, I am just going to protect. That is vulnerable, obviously, to Encore on turn 2. Ooh, Moonblast, is it a double up to just knock out Scovilly? It's pretty safe to go for that. Spicy Spray activates, so that will break Focus Sash. Oh. Okay, it gets the knockout. Big play by Federico there. It is 2 burns traded for the Mega, but I think Federico's probably pretty happy about that.
I want to say yes. I feel like this can get awkward. Like,
yeah, oh, for sure, for sure.
Like, Sneasler is still very much primed to kind of cause... yeah, Gambit comes in now. This can be really bad, actually, because instead of... Obviously, Fede gets a good trade out of that turn 1, and it kind of can still work out in his favor, but now he's really in a spot where Marcus can just let the Bass sit on the board. And obviously, this is going to be a good amount of damage into the Gambit. Yeah, Gunk Shot lands. Now, this is a problem where Fede is essentially letting Marcus just get a Swords Dance up for free here. And if it is Zard in the back for that adaptation, now it's not so much a good adaptation anymore because it just gets evaporated.
Yeah. Okay, so is it Swords Dance? You would expect it to be, yep. And this is part of the reason why Black Glasses Swords Dance has been picking up. You get that boost, you have Black Glasses, now you're threatening one-hit knockouts with Sucker Punch across the board.
Even more so with this burn, in tandem with the Wave Crash recoil, this is getting to a point where Gunk Shot could realistically put this Basculegion in either knockout range or like put it in a spot where like it can't really sustain itself for long. I think kind of one of the strengths that the burned Basculegion has in this like position is like you can just let it be and start spamming Wave Crash, and that might snowball into a problem later for Marcus. But now we're in a position where does he even go for it? No, he just goes for
okay. Yeah.
But this is, I would say, this is a spot where Fede realistically is on a timer, and you see him like Wave Crash again. But that recoil, that burn is going to add up, and now we're in a spot where Marcus doesn't even really need his Mega because it got the one burn that it needed to. And Scope's cool like this because it plays like a Mega, but it doesn't. Oh!
Goes for the double. Okay, that is... Oh! Marcus, well done. You can see he kind of shrugged, but saying, I think Federico needs to go for, like, Federico, by the way, it's not about getting the double, it's about just clicking protect so that you don't get hit by Sucker Punch. Fede was hoping you Sucker Punch Chomp again, and then just Wave Crash you. But now, I mean, now it's just Sucker Punch Gunk Shot.
Oh my god! And this is excellent, too. You can just double into the guard chomp. And I think actually Fede's play is to go for triple protect here.
Yeah.
Not even if it like succeeds, but if it fails, then you stop Sucker Punch from coming out.
Okay, Marcus, he can taste top 8. He knows
that
it is in his favor right now.
I think, like, surely it's like in Rock in the back.
You would think so,
like.
yeah. Yep, triple as you called out.
The triple.
Is it Gunk Shot? Oh, it is. It's definitely Gunk Shot. He's praying.
He's praying.
Does it hit?
He's praying.
It hits!
Oh!
That's it. That's it. Wow.
Yo, that crazy combo. Let's go. Let's go, bro.
Oh, he played so well. I think Marcus, it's like, I love the adaptation of Scovillain. And yeah, it's like, he shows how good King Gambit is. You have to be careful about that because if he gets that turn wrong, right? Let's say it's not Sucker to Basculegion and like Bask protects, Guard Trump just Earthquakes there. Very different game, but really nice. I think he got Fede on the lead in game 1, and then on game 2, the Scovillain, just to get that burn and break Sash on Whimsicott did end up being worth it. And yeah, to be able to Swords Dance and then to call that Basculegion was going to Wave Crash that turn, really nicely done.
Yeah. Dude, Scovillain's so cool. It does, I was going to say, because it feels like you could trade into it so easily turn 1 and just like take the birds, but Marcus played that so well. Like again, just knowing that, like, yeah, he's fine with that. He just set up Swords Dance and make this really awkward for Fede.
Just so aggressive. Yeah, you can see he looks like he was shaking a little bit. I mean, he's looking for that first big title, right? And he has slayed.
Yeah.
If like his run to a championship would be beating Federico and then now beating Wolfe in top 8, right?
Oh
Like,
my
could you
God.
imagine? And like, there's a lot of history between Marcus and Wolfe. They have played against each other.
Oh, yeah.
Wolfe knocked Marcus out of Worlds round 8 on stream
Oh my
day
God,
1
you're
last
right.
year. So it's gonna be a run back for those two.
Wait, okay, this gets really interesting now. Surely, I really hope that we see another top 16 set on the stream. Please, Chris and Shoma, that would be really nice. But oh my God, no, like this cut's really exciting. I'm really, oh my God, I'm speechless. I just want to see where things go.
I know, same. I just like, I don't want to wait. I just want to keep getting into the next game is how I feel right now.
Show me Weavile Blastoise, please.
Wolfe also knocked Marcus out of regionals top 8 last year. That's right. Yeah. So it's like, yep, huge opponent up in front of him. I don't know. Let's see side stream how we're doing. Any other games?
Oh, I didn't even know Dawe got the what's his name? The pass to top 8.
Yeah, the highest X2, which is really cool.
Dawe, I feel like, has also been very due for one of these like insanely like, prestigious results. Yeah, like it feels very much like they have done very well in the past, but I would be crazy to see a win this weekend. There's so many players that I feel like it would be awesome to see win this week.
Oh, I just opened the side stream and I see a sucker punch onto Sylveon critting. I don't know how much that mattered if Gambit on the opposing side had a Swords Dance boost, but...
Oh, Rios versus
Dawn, yep. So, looks like Dawn loses Lycanroc. It's only King Gambit, and it's a forfeit! I actually can't tell who won that.
think Rios? It looks like 3v1.
Yeah. Like, Dawn only had 1 Pokemon left, right? So must have been Rios.
Actually, oh, maybe? Yeah, it's Rios.
Okay. Oh, good. Regardless of who wins Wolfe versus Marcus, NA gets another invite. That's true, right? Because then their invite would pass down, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so what does that mean for the cutoff? Who's on the bubble?
This is so interesting now.
Keanu is on the bubble, it looks like. Sebastian Gonzalez as well.
God. Right. I really want Keanu to get his invite.
Oh, man. I think the bar ends up being around 840, it looks like, but it might get lowered. It's a little bit higher than I think what people were actually modeling and predicting. I thought I was hearing 820, 830-ish, but...
Listen, sometimes that's just how it goes. You're like, can I have your team?
Wow, Marcus is so tall. I just pulled up the stream and it's like him and
Rose. Oh, no, yeah,
bro's him.
Worked on this team and kind of hashed out the exact 6 that it needed to be. The team
Eric Rios won.
Very phenomenal.
All right, Eric in top 8.
Them to finding Lycanroc, to doing all of that amazing team building that kind of we're just leeching off of to get a good result here.
Okay, well, I gotta say though, Marcus, I think you're the first Scoville and Lycanroc player on this stream we featured a couple of times that's actually gotten the win. So I wanted
like refreshing Pokemon just to see if the
same, yeah, it doesn't look like anything yet.
I will say I am not the biggest enjoyer of MA in terms of like I kind of was like this is a 6 out of 10 for me. In my opinion. This cut though, in terms of the Pokemon like available, like this top 8 is such an interesting top 8 in terms of like the Pokemon usage. There's so many like one-off Pokemon here. This is awesome.
Someone in chat said Marco lost. Is that true?
Whoa.
Can we get any confirmers? Because it's not updated on Arcanine.
I got very lucky in game 1 with that CC. I'm pretty sure like it was a roll to get to the 50% and then also a roll because
who ended up Marco's sweep would have been Adrian Hurley, who has very quietly had a lot of really great performances, but is also looking for that first big win. And Charizard, Venu, Garchomp, Instant, Aerodactyl, King Gambit. Wow, I'm like looking at their run and they just like
amazing players.
it was like lost round 1 and then just won like literally 11 in a row.
Oh my god.
Last opponents were Ko, Kareem, Aaron Grubb, Shohei Kimura, and then lost to Wolfe in the final round for the bye. But to start 0-1 and then just win 11, like, man, the streaks that to go on to in these events, it's insane, yeah.
Just thank you to everybody who's supporting me. It really means the world that I have this many people out in the crowd here who are cheering me on and like so.
I would say some of the move sets are interesting too. Like I think you guys discussed earlier like Ice Fang Aerodactyl.
Yep.
Like no support moves or anything. Like no Tailwind, no Y guard, just Ice Fang. The Gambit with 4 attacks, Tropple. I feel like we've seen that set a bit. It never ceases to impress me though. I'm like, I could never do that. I hate not having Protect. Like at least in that instance where I'm like, I don't need all the coverage. Just give me like Protect on something instead.
It's a Nashville recap.
Really?
Was that where you won Worlds?
Yeah.
It was. Okay. It looks like it's a Paul Ruiz feature.
Oh my god. Wait, this is crazy.
Do you get nostalgic when you think about Nashville?
Oh my god. It feels weird because it's like a city that I didn't really get to explore much of when we had the event there. But like I remember a lot of specific moments in the venue. Like there's a photo that we have where like all my friends and I are like on like one of the beanbags that was just like in the corner of the thing. I was gonna say I think like some of the like the judges like when they were locking my box like showed us like how like it worked for finals and stuff. It was really cool. I don't know, like it's hard to describe. Like it's just like a bunch of moments in my head now, but they're like very vivid moments. Where like I remember like gross crying like after top 8 and like all my friends were on the side and like it was like the exact same thing. It was really weird when it happened at last year's Worlds, but like it was like the exact same moment and like I felt it in my head. I was like, this is weird. Like it's happening again, but like it was after top 8, like right after top 8, and like all my friends were there and I was just crying. I was like, how did this happen again? But I do get very nostalgic. Like I think that team, like compared to any other team I've made, it's not my favorite team that I ran in an event, but I definitely think it's like the most important team I've ever made. It kind of is like objectively, but like,
James, I have to ask you. You know, you played in Pokemon's first ever arena finals. Like, how was that? Especially because you've played in Worlds finals already before. So to go from 2018, you know, in senior division, I mean, you've played in EUIC finals as well, and NAIC finals, like in seniors and masters. Like, yeah, what was it like playing on that big stage? Like, did you feel nerves from it because the environment was different, or were you like, it's still the same game in front of me, so it doesn't feel that different?
Kind of, yeah. Like it was the same game at its core. Obviously, there's a lot on the line, but it was kind of one of those things where I think I've said this to other people where like I think once you get past top 8, and I don't know what it is about top 8 specifically. I feel like that's kind of like the emotional hurdle where like at Worlds 2018, my top 8 was like super emotional. Where, like, it was really close and I ended up winning and I just kind of like broke down and cried. Same thing with like top 8 at NAIC. And then like top 8 that Worlds where it was like I literally just like fell to my knees and just like started crying. And it's one of those things where I tell people, I'm like, once you get like top 8's the hardest set. Once you get past that, emotionally, I feel like I hit like the Zen stage. So it was one of those things where they were like, yeah, you're gonna be playing in the arena tomorrow in front of like 1,000 people. Like be ready for it. And it was one of those things where I was like, okay, like cool. Because I felt like, obviously, the Geo was there too. We hung out the entire time, so we were just talking about it and like kind of processing how we felt about it. When we got to the stage, though, like when they were announcing us and we walked out, and I went first. like out. It was one of those things where like I saw the thing, like I just saw like the graphics, I saw the floor, and I was just like to try and get in my head, I'm gonna like try and recreate it. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Oh my god, like it was just one of those things where like it blew my mind to be up there. And like again, it didn't really affect how I looked at the game. Like I wasn't stressed about, you know, being in front of like 5. It was more so just like, oh, this is the finals. Like, you know, this is like normal stress to feel. I could definitely imagine though, like it's a lot to take in. I think like they are just it's so big. Like the scope of it is so big compared to like playing Worlds Finals just like on the stage normally. Like in 2018. Obviously, I think there I was probably much more stressed just because like it's Worlds Finals and like I'm 15. So it's like really like a big deal. The second time around though, I think again it might just have to do with my background.
Yeah.
Playing the game, but it was one of those things where I was much more focused on the game. Like I was like, this is really cool. Like my mind's kind of like I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be a part of this.
Yep.
For the first time. But like I just love the environment. Like I was just focusing on the game for the most part.
For sure.
I was talking like up with Gio over the mic, like during this set. Like it was really cool. It was just one of those things where like, again, if it was a different spot, different time, different place, maybe. But like, me and Gio were literally just talking through the entire set. Like, oh, this looks like I would say this might be bad if like this misses or like I was like, oh, probably should have sucker punched there, but it's fine. Like,
no, it was so cool, man. Yeah, I'm so glad. I think to see you guys in the finals in particular, like just such good representatives of the game, and also obviously so amazingly skilled. So it was.
I appreciate it.
No, dude, of course. No, seriously, it was such a treat to commentate. Okay, I think we have our final 8 players, guys. I don't know how much of all of top 8 I'll be able to stream, so I hope the games go fast, because I gotta go watch the Knicks, guys. But we'll try to get as many games in as possible. And anyway, the first matchup. I mean, Ko versus Shoma. That's crazy. Like,
oh my god,
2 Japanese world champions, senior division world champ versus the 2015 world champ. Adrian Hurley versus Francesco Piopero, one of the few remaining. So the meme last year was, you know, NAIC, and the US just gets decimated, right? It's all European players who completely dominate. Both Marco as well as Federico have now been eliminated. So 2 of our previous international champions now will bow out. Dawe C versus Eric Rios. Dawe, I think, really becoming a fan favorite in this tournament and in this format. And then Marcus versus Wolfe. So it's just super stacked.
Insane. Like, the funniest thing about Ko versus Shoma too is that normally in this scenario we see how big of a deal it is for Japanese players to be in top 8 of an internats, because usually that is, you know, win one more, you get your invite. Both of these players already have their invites to Worlds. Usually Japanese players come to these events to circumnavigate their circuit like invite system. So it's really funny to just be here. We have a Japanese versus Japanese set. Both of them already have their invites. This just doesn't matter. It doesn't take an invite away from anyone.
That's actually so true, dude. That's also kind of crazy to think about. Like, you know, you're from Japan. It is like the most difficult region, I think, in the world to qualify for the World Championships. Imagine not qualifying once, but twice. That's like, I can't tell you guys how hard it is to qualify from Japan. Like, you know, we literally had past world champions like Ryota Otsubo, who's one of my favorite players, who qualified for qualified for Japanese nationals, but didn't qualify for Worlds this year. Ryosuke Kosage, 2013 Japanese national champion, 2nd at Worlds, top 8 at Worlds 2014. In a format, like, you know, people are talking about Wolfe's team, you know, Charizard, Hydreigon, Mamoswine. Ryosuke brought that to Worlds literally 12 years ago. And so he also didn't qualify for Worlds. Like, it is such a grueling circuit. And so for Shoma and Ko to, now qualify, like they already qualified through Japan, and they're just looking for the glory, right? It's not even about chasing the invitation. It's just saying, I want to be an international champion. And we had, you know, Yuma Kinagawa, last year's Japanese national champion, win LAIC earlier this year. Could you imagine if Japan won 2 of the 3 internationals this year?
That would be insane. I'm sorry, like that would actually be, I feel like there are few things, like obviously there's a lot of stuff that can happen in Pokemon that people that you can just be left like stun locked by. That is one of those things that I think unironically would blow my mind because
Yeah.
I feel in this era, obviously there are dominant regions that like the game, obviously like Italy, like I would say a lot of people point to like East Coast on like the US, not biased, but like I would say Japan as a whole, like there are regions of like condensed super talented players that just perform time after time after time. And like I feel obviously again we mentioned like Japan probably has the hardest qualification circuit.
Yep.
Even like just ever. I remember I talked to Yosuke. I'm trying to remember his last name. I'm so sorry. He top 4'd EUIC last year. We talked at EUIC because I remember I went up to the desk to like hand in my match slip for cut, and he was there, and like I pointed at him, and I was like, "You cut too?" And he was like, "Yes." And then we like literally grabbed each other by like the shoulders and started jumping. But then we got lunch the next day, and I asked him and his friends, would you guys prefer to play a circuit like ours, where it's structured, where you have regionals, internets? And they said yes. Like they would just want to play that. So I would say they have to play a much more grueling circuit anyway, but they want to play this style of tournament. Like it's just insane. And like to not only be a master at that, to get your invite there. Like Co just top 8'd JCS like last week. That's insane. Like he was 5'3" and he just continued in bracket until he made top 8. Like in Kinagawa similarly won JCS and then won LAIC like less than like 3 months from each other. Like something around that. Like these guys are just insanely good at the game. And like I think again, I would be left speechless like if they just want to play the game. Like the same way that we do in our regions. Like they just want to come and play and they just keep winning. Like,
100%.
Awesome to see.
Okay, so some questions from chat. How's resistance calculated? Basically, it's like opponent's win percentage. So all of your opponents will play a certain number of games, right? So it's like, let's say my round 1 opponent, like everyone plays. There's day 1 and day 2, obviously, but basically, easiest way to summarize is you kind of like add up all the wins and then divide it by the total number of games that they played, right? So it's essentially rewarding you for playing opponents who won more games. And there's like a little bit of nuance that they like drop out of the event, but basically that's like, the core ethos of it. Can Japanese players get travel awards? If they get top 4 at this, or if they... Oh,
JCS, I think.
JCS, yeah. Because so back in the day, when like 2011, 2012 U.S. Nationals, like you would actually just get a travel award for getting top 4 at the tournament. Now travel awards are based on like your overall ranking in the season in the North American circuit. So a Japanese player coming here, I think, would not get a travel award because they don't get points, which is what counts towards the awards, but they can get it from their Japanese national championships. Why is it called resistance over opponent's win rate? Oh, OMW %. So that's a good question. I don't know actually where the term came from.
I don't know either. It's one of those things where like it's the same thing that I think I'm like, why do we call it GS Cup? Like when it comes to we call it restricted.
Yeah.
We called it GS Cup, and it's like it's not gold and silver. Like I would say, I think people are using anything but the gold and silver restricteds for the most part. Oh, had some showing.
Do I know which game will be mainstream? Yeah, I think all 4 games will be streamed on mainstream at this point. So at this point, there's like all 4 top 8 games and then 2 top 4 games. So I am hoping we get some quick games so I can cover as many of it as possible because I do have to probably head out in about 3-ish hours. But chat, if you've been watching, thank you so much for joining me throughout all of today. It's been a blast. Thank you. Big thank you to James Evans for jumping on, hanging out, giving awesome insight.
Again, I really appreciate it.
No, it's an honor. Okay, other questions. How do you feel about the matchup for Wolfe versus Dylan? I think Wolfe's already beaten the team twice, so I think that he has experience against it. But I think it is never easy, and especially when you get to this deep in a tournament, like there's nerves, there's pressure, and Marcus, his team, even if it's the same 6 as how the other 2 that Wolfe has beaten, like there's no guarantee that the way the Pokemon are trained is in the same, right? Natures could be different, completely different game plans as well, right? So even though Wolfe has beaten it twice, it's like you never want to get too cocky.
Also, I think this is a kind of a weird thing to mention, but Wolfe having the bye in the top 8, sometimes players don't actually like that. They like weird superstition type thing, but like sometimes people actually like enjoy having the top 16 set because it kind of means that they can warm up and like they're more, I guess, recently off the fight, so they don't have to like, you know, go from like break mode to like, okay, now I gotta like take it seriously. Like Marcus is already in that mood to kind of like play the game, and you know he's probably feeling himself after beating the guy who won the tournament last year. I would say this is like more psychological, like small stuff. Like I would say, for all we know, both of these guys could just be like, all right, let's play the game. But it is one of those things where like Marcus is coming off a very strong win into a very strong player. And I'm curious to see like if he'll carry that momentum into his set versus Wolfe.
Yeah, totally agreed. Would VGC be more interesting if it was best of 5 and closed team sheet? You know, during the online era, there were some attempts for best of 5, and I think, James, I'm curious how you feel about this, but for me, I'm always like, it is very rare that I watch a best of 3 set, and I feel like I would say the worst player won. It's like whoever. And then I think if you were to extend it to best of 5, I think it'd be quite rare for it to actually go to 5 games. And it's also like part of it is, if you think about like tournament constraints, it's also difficult because you know, these venues can only operate for a certain amount of time, and a best of 5, it's like planning for like, do you have a whole extra hour and a half for the broadcast, right? Because like you could get a couple of extra games, like, you know, 3 games versus, well, I guess 3 games versus 5 would not be that long, an hour and a half. But point is, I think it's like, having tried it, we ended up still with a lot of 3-0s or 3-1s, and it in my opinion, like the best of 3 almost always kind of determines who kind of like the better player is. So it could be fun from a viewing perspective if the players were truly equally matched, but I think best of 3 feels fine for VGC.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think from what I watched of best of 5, because this is actually when I took like my first big break from VGC, but like watching best of 5 kind of felt like, and I don't know if it was because of the format, but it was like it goes on really long. And I do agree with you, where best of 3 tends to, the better player tends to win more often than not. And I think like arguably that has to do with the level of constraint that a best of 3 has over you. You have only so much time to adapt. And I think that limit allows players, like I would say, that's what separates like players that are willing to take those risks from players that aren't. You know what stakes are at like hand with how like limited the time that you have is across the span of a set. And players willing to go for that will obviously, I would say, they'll have the knowledge, to have the skill to be able to do that in the course of a 3-game set. And I feel like that not only gets dragged out further in best of 5, but you probably see more like people just playing the same. You know, the matches go on for so long that like you're probably just gonna play like 2 to 3 of them the exact same way and just kind of hope that they work out. Whereas like again, in a best of 3, because there's less time, there's only 3 matches, you got to make those adaptations a lot quicker. Where like I would say, even 1 game difference where it's like a 3-0 versus a 2-0. That's one, like your back is against the wall as soon as you lose one. You gotta like find a way through. Playing best of 5, you now have like this weird awkward middle game where like players may not be willing to adapt, or they will like they'll just do the same thing again and lose. And like obviously that's boring from a player perspective. But again, I think I'm incentivized well enough as a player to be like, all right, my back's against the wall, I gotta find an adaptation. Like, of course, you would find the adaptation, hopefully, anyways, if you're back, like, you're down a game in best of 5. But again, I think, given the time constraints of the venue, obviously, but I also just think the structure of our tournaments in general, again, players tend to find their answers in best of 3 anyways, and I think that condenses it down more in, like, to a position where, like, again, players have to find these answers if they want to win. If they want to be the best, they're going to find those answers in that amount of time. There's no real, like, again, it feels like it's just longer for spectators to watch a best of 5, and it feels longer for the players to really get to the good parts that we want to see, if that makes sense.
Very well said. Yeah. Okay, I think top 8, they're finally, you know, they're probably getting the players seated right now. So I think it should be starting shortly. I'm guessing it's going to go in that order. So we'll probably have Ko-Shoma first, Adrian, Francesco next, Dawe, Eric, and then Marcus, Wolfe. So Ko and Shoma, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually prep together for this event. It's probably going to be a pure mirror match, and I think the speeds are going to be a really big deal in that matchup. We have also got, let me close out these side streams. Adrian, we haven't actually really gotten to see so far on stream, but he's using Charvinu, Aerodactyl. Francesco is also using Charizard Aerodactyl stuff. Dawe, of course, has the Floette Ceruledge and has made Ceruledge literally look like a Mega Pokemon, which is really impressive. Eric using the Aerodactyl, Friggraff, Sylveon stuff. Marcus using Lycanroc, and then Wolfe with the Scoville and Frostlass, Wolfe with Charizard. I mean, it is a Charizard domination here. Ko with Charizard, Shoma with Charizard, Adrian with Charizard, Francesco with Charizard, Eric with Charizard, Wolfe with Charizard. Dawe has Floette, and Marcus has the Scoville and Frostlass. So big fall off for Floette, and also it's interesting. Actually, I shouldn't say big fall off. Ko and Shoma also have Floette. My bad, Floette. So I think
there is realistic odds that Floette has 100. Like I would say, there's realistic chances that Floette has 100% win rate in regulation MA by the end of this tournament. If not, it will have, I think, like a 75% win rate, which is still utterly ridiculous. I mean, I do think though, like across the board, like this is, I think these teams are more interesting than what people expected to be. Obviously, there's the standard big six LARP team. There's the Friggraff team that we've seen all weekend. There's the dog team. I just call it the dog team. But it's like I would say, there are a lot of interesting like individual Pokemon though. Like I don't think, like obviously given the week beforehand, I feel like people expected this Lycanroc team. If you told me at the beginning of the format that Lycanroc would be like one of the guys, I would be like, all right, sure.
I'm with you on that, totally.
I was like, there is a lot of interesting individual. I'm so curious about this Mamoswine that Wolfe has. It has not shown up one game or done anything. I want to see it if we get this stream match.
Yeah, I think it probably will come out, if I had to guess, if Wolfe and Adrian end up playing against each other, because I think he may have brought it out in that specific matchup. But yeah, it is interesting because it actually has felt bringable in a lot of the games that he's brought, but I think it's just like part of the reason is it is so frail, and like if you Ice Shard into a Protect and then you eat up like even a Hyper Voice, right, or an Iron Head or Kowtow Cleave, like you just take so much damage, and so it is a tricky Pokemon I think to execute. But I bet part of it is the players who are preparing against him are like, well, you haven't brought Mamoswine out, like maybe I like disrespect it, and then we'll bust it out in stream. Like, that would be cool. But look, some interesting questions. So what sort of prep between rounds do players do at this point in Top Cut? Is there more or less time between games since they are all played at one at a time? So I'll give my answer, and then James, I'm actually curious how it's like been for you and your experience. But I think often when, my friends are in cut, like it really varies because sometimes you have to be like the first to play, right? So like not getting to skip top 16 is kind of nice. You get to watch, and then like sometimes like my friends will be like simulating games, right? They'll like start thinking about like what are the ways to potentially approach the matchup from either whoever, no matter who wins in the bracket. And prep can be anything from doing damage calcs against things that you might be unaware of, trying to guess what your Pokemon opponent's EV spreads will be, and like prepare accordingly. And then it's often thinking about game plans. So it's like, what do I think my lead should be, and what do I think my adjustments for games 2 and 3 should be? So it's kind of like mapping out the brings, and also maybe how like with the big picture, like I need to get this knockout to win the game, or I need to conserve this Pokemon for this, etc. So normally it's like trying to talk to friends and like thinking about this yourself, and then coming with some ideal game plans going into it. But it's very contingent on how much time you have.
I do agree. I am one of those. I would say I've come to realize that the more I talk to my friends, they're like, you're just insane, because like I tend to do like nothing in between. Like I really like focusing like alone with my thoughts, and like just like not thinking about anything, because I feel like if I start thinking about it, I start stressing. I will say though, for the most part, when it comes to cut preparation, like I'm in a very similar boat where like I tend to run through like some of the ideas that I have before the like the match, but I don't like to like usually I'll just make a game 1 plan, and I'm like I'll figure it out from there, because I don't like setting things like in stone, because I'm like, for all I know, I could be completely wrong like moving forward into this. Like I just need like something that will get me through game 1, and like if it doesn't or it does, like I'll have enough information hopefully by the end of game 1 to figure out what's necessary for game 2. regardless of like whether or not like the one plan I think of goes well. But like it's weird. Like I generally try to not think about it like going into cup because I don't like stressing, because I feel like once I get the sheet, once I'm in preview, then I can focus on it. Like I don't want to stress about it too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Like I think obviously I'll always remember this because it was like one of my friends and I prepped for EUIC finals. Like that was my first big final that like I had prep time to do.
Mm-hmm.
And my friends and I were like, you're gonna lead this and you're gonna do this turn 1. And I think like 5 seconds before the game started, I actually was just like, I'm gonna lead Cartana and like click substitute and just see where it goes. And it ended up working. So I think like obviously it's player by player basis. Some player like again, and when my friends are in cut, obviously I'm opening my phone, my laptop, like we're prepping this, like we're going like guy in the chair mode, like calc everything that I possibly can. But like anytime like my friends, I think like are like, are you good? Do you want to like? I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here and breathe and close my eyes and exist for like an hour and a half before this starts.
No, it's really good insight, especially you know, as someone who has played in so many cuts and won as many events as you. I think, yeah, I'm sure every player, every team, you know, group of friends have their own approaches, but like generally you like want to, to summarize, it's like come up with some game plan. I think like it's dangerous to over prepare sometimes because you might index on like something and it's like you won't know your opponent's exact spreads, and often it's like even one speed or interaction can completely change how a game plays out. So if you like, you know, Omega prep and then all of a sudden things go like off the rails, right? Because your opponent either goes with a completely different lead than you expected, or they have like a surprise spread that you weren't expecting. That can throw a lot of that prep out of the window. It's not to say that you shouldn't do it, but it's like you have to find this delicate balance of like what are the things that are most conducive towards like being helpful for you versus like trying to cram in too much and then like following a linear path. And sometimes I think like things can go really awry there. And I actually think a lot of it is often dictated by leads, because I think people try to predict exactly what leads their opponents will bring, and then when that does not come up and suddenly like you're like, oh my god, my lead doesn't beat like my opponent's lead, everything just gets thrown out the window. And I think like leads and picking your Pokemon are such a big part of this game.
Like people, I would say people tend to scramble like a lot when it comes to that. It's just one of those things. Again, I think being in like I say, like if I feel like I have the mental clarity going in, like I'll know, like I'll think a lot more methodically through my thing. Like I would say, because like there will be people that obviously they'll prep the matchup, and like I think we've seen this on stream like hundreds of times, where like they'll just lock their mons like 5 seconds in, and then they'll just lock turn 1 like 5 seconds in again, and it will just happen. It's one of those things where like I really don't like doing that personally, because I know for everything that I could be thinking of, I would say it's like I would say this is like the quote I always use, where it's like we train this bartender to know every single drink possible, so like there's no drink that the bartender doesn't know, and then the first customer walks in and asks where's the bathroom, and the bartender just explodes. Like it's just one of those things where it's like for everything that you can think of, there is something that your opponent is either thinking of or possibly not even thinking of. That can throw you off your game plan. So like it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm very play by play. I like to see what happens and then properly like decide like this is how we're gonna go about it, rather than go in with the like the de facto mindset like this will happen and then this will happen and then I'll win.
Follow up then for internets and worlds where you prep time. Do you VOD review the other players' matches and do all the calcs? I mean, you as a player won't have the time to do that, so it's like this is where the power of friendship honestly can be a big deal, because like normally they're not your entire friend group will be competing, right? So it's like there will be friends who are watching at home who can grab, you know, like try to recreate teams or even run scrims between each other and give some like the players insight on the matchup. So I do think it is a really big advantage, and like, you know, a lot of the game's best players are also friends with the other best players within the game, and being able to talk strategy, especially if someone else is not competing in the event or has been knocked out, is a big plus. But I would say it's like the player themselves actually have very limited time to like VOD review like the other players' matches, and it's more like, oh, my friend is like following the tournament and they're giving me insight on what's happening. And that's actually one of the reasons why I think like open team sheet has been a bigger benefit, because there used to be a huge disadvantage if you made it onto the stream, because like your sets and your potential not like full spreads, but like the way your Pokemon are trained, people get a lot of information out of that, and so yeah, the open team sheet stuff like definitely levels the playing field a little bit.
I agree a lot. I think both me and Gio, funnily enough, I think we might have discussed this before, like in the interview we did with Evan, but both of us an actual set of practice before Worlds Finals. We watched each other's games. We tried to like reverse engineer each other's spreads as much as possible. But like pretty much all of our friends played the practice sets instead, and we were like, yeah, we can base like our things off that. Just like, I think the only time I've ever done that, I actually lost the top cut match. It's just like one of those things where like you can get really in your own head, especially again about how things are going to go down that realistically your opponent may or may not be even considering. So it's like one of those things where I'm like, I get super sad. I'm like, do not let me play Showdown. Don't let me like queue up a game or load up anything. Like, we're just gonna figure it out as like passively as possible. And if you guys want to play sets like and experiment with it, go right ahead. I would say friends are amazing for this though. Like I would say, I think literally I had at 2022 NAIC. But I had friends that were literally like, they just didn't play the game. Like they just showed up to show up, and literally we were all in my hotel room, like just like theorying the matchup, and they were just like adding advice in, and like they just had they hadn't played the game in like 6 years. And they were just dropping like useful info, and I was like, wait, this is genius, thank you. So like it can literally come from anywhere.
Around just a few threatening teams. A player who was
friends are just broken.
Last year's World Championships. And
all right, chat, I am back.
Former world champion himself in the senior age division. Back in
I just saw the text. You were like, I'm going to the bathroom. I just kept talking.
World Championships, we are kind of in one now. You're going to end up seeing mirrored
there we go.
on both sides.
Thank you, James, for taking over. Appreciate you.
Wait, what?
I was like, thanks for taking over. I ran to the bathroom for a minute. All right, pure mirror match, guys. Top 8. Ko versus Shoma, 2 Japanese legends, 2 world champions. Ko, 2019 senior division world champion, then top 8 at Worlds. Very similar to our guest James Evans here, who of course won senior Worlds. And
I would say we played for that top 8.
That's right, you did. It was a crazy set.
One of the scariest matches of my life.
Yep.
It was really good. Like, Ko is such an amazingly decorated player. Top 8 at JCS this last week as well. Literally, I would say he also top cut EUIC this year. He's just kind of been on a roll. In terms of these international performances. I don't remember LAIC. Did he go to LAIC?
I want to say no, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I know like a few Japanese players when obviously we saw, I think it was Elizabeth in top 4, and obviously Yuma won the whole thing. But like, obviously, yeah, they've just been on a tear this past year and a half.
So I think, it's easy to look at a mirror match and be like, they're using the same Pokemon. And I get it. This team has been everywhere. Fair. But there are always small nuances. And if you brought this team to the tournament, you probably have to think especially hard about how you're going to beat the mirror match, because it was like the go-to team, right? Let's not forget, like, Shoma Honami, he is the big 6 guy, right? Or not the big 6 guy, he's the chalk guy. And
he's
like,
the chalk guy.
He won in a format when everyone was, not everyone, but especially in Japan, it was like a lot of the top Japanese players were using the exact same team composition, right? But he was the one to end up winning the qualifier, to win nationals, and then to win worlds. So he has more experience, arguably, than anyone in how to optimize a team that everyone else is using and play it like to the next level, right? And so I think one interesting thing about this matchup is the poison jab on on Garchomp because the Garchomp sets are actually different. The other question I have is just crucially the speed interactions between all of the Pokemon, right? Is Garchomp the exact same? Is it a speed type between Garchomps? Are Floette's timid max speed? Charizard's speed, I think, is actually a really big deal should that come out into the matchup. But King Gambit's a Pokemon that can run a little bit of speed as well. The Gambit sets here are actually a little bit different from Shoma as well as Ko. But overall, I think like there's a little bit of small nuances where it's like the low kick on Ko's King Gambit benefits him more. I think the poison jab on Garchomp gives this Garchomp an interesting advantage because it can poison jab Whimsicott and Floette, and will Roselli take a fairy type attack as well.
Yeah, I think as well. Usually, I think the downside of Roselli for attack Chomp that I've discussed with a lot of friends, even like going into the event. I remember Cream asked me, is like, do you think Roselli Berry for attacks Chomp or Citrus Protect is better? And I would say we actually see both of them on this stream. I said Citrus like 3 attacks is better because I was like, I don't really like, you know, running into Fake Out plus Floette, and then I get just blown back anyways because they just will click Fake Out Gleam and then KO or you just Light of Ruin anyways. In this matchup though, it's actually good because neither of them have Fake Out. So like Shoma does kind of get to run free with this Garchomp in a way that normally is kind of a weakness of it. But here, yeah, completely uninhibited. Like, it just can throw out attacks. And similarly, like, again, Ko's King Gambit, kind of in a similar spot. Obviously, it's a little harder because Zard is present and will likely be present throughout this set. Both Megas are actually really good brings here. I'm curious to see what route either of them opt for.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because I think given that both teams have a Whimsicott, if you don't bring Whimsicott and your opponent brings Whimsicott, you're going to be playing at a pretty big speed disadvantage. And so normally in a matchup like this, I would think, oh, I definitely want my Whimsicott. But then the question is, do I lead with it? Do I keep it out in the back? And then if both Whimsicotts are max speed and one Whimsicott tailwinds, the other one can encore it, right? There's like that dynamic as well. So I would personally expect Whimsicott to come out from both ends, but I don't know. Like maybe you feel like the offense that you have to offer from King Gambit, Garchomp, Basculegion plus 1 Mega is too much. It just feels like if you commit to no Whimsicott, then opposing Whimsicott just means that you'll always be moving second, and I think that can be pretty scary.
Yeah, I think actually something I'm now realizing, I just looked at like Shoma's sheet, and I didn't even realize that the Gambit was Akaberry. Like that was something we saw pop up a lot at Japan Nats. But that's actually really interesting here. I'm very curious to see if that comes into play. Like again, that kind of comes in tandem with like Ko might be actually more incentivized to go with Floette, and I think vice versa, Shoma might be more incentivized to go with Charizard because of the way these Gambits are trained. And even on top of that, like the Garchomp not having Protect, like on what is it, Shoma's side? Excuse me. Like there's a lot of interesting ways this.
Really well said. Whims Bask. Whims Charizard. All right, so different leads are ready to start. Okay. Interesting. So, like you know,
turn 1, go.
Like we were just talking about, you know, the tailwind pressure, right? Like both players probably want to set up tailwind. The problem is, yeah, staring down this Mystic Wave Crash Basculegion, as you just mentioned, and then also a lot of the times, like I would not expect Charizard Solar Beam to knock out Basculegion these days because I like expect the Mystic sets to have HP and Spin Def investment to try to survive Solar Beams, and also like Charizards often are not going to be like modest max special attack as well, right? So turn 1, both players pressure Tailwind. Of course, with Whimsicott on the field, you have to be exceptionally careful about clicking your moves because you can always get encored in the subsequent turn. So Ko decides, I'm just going to Mega Evolve here immediately. Now, the speed order is that Charizard should be faster than the Basculegion, so it favors Ko, but the question is, are you willing to trade your Charizard or a ton of damage turn 1 against this Basculegion?
I think realistically, oh yeah, I was going to say Shoma might just double straight into the Whimsicott this turn.
Whoa.
Which I think is a really smart play. I was yeah, both players are doing this. They're just killing each other's Whimsicotts because it's like, all right, whoever gets the Tailwind second is actually better. You don't have to risk the Encore Mind game.
Oh, it's a miss. Oh, that's a huge miss.
That did a lot of damage. Is that a crit? Okay. Evens out, I guess. Wave Crash into Zard? What?
Wow.
That's actually insane. That's an interesting read. I would say like Wave Crash there is a little.
Oh, I mean, Shoma got bailed, right? If that hits the Whimsicott,
yeah.
Like, if you get that knockout from Shoma's end, then I think it makes sense because you trade, but the Whimsicott hung out with more HP than I expected, to be honest, so that was maybe a little bit ambitious.
I feel like looking at Ko's potential swaps, I feel like Last Respects is honestly better there. I think it does more damage even with the boost, like the Mystic Water gives just because of the sun. I was like kind of expecting that from Shoma instead because again, Last Respects, even though it's a little weak, it's still 100 base power after adaptability. It's going to hit fairly rough into a no bulk Whimsicott. And like, again, knocking that out would have changed this game completely. Now, this is likely going to be a mirror of Tailwinds, and now Ko really gets to pick which Pokemon he wants to knock out. He could also just Heat Wave again.
Yep. Yeah,
like,
the risk of not Tailwind with Whimsicott in a Whimsicott mirror is if your Whimsicott gets KO'd, right? Because then your opponent can just set up Tailwind, so Shoma gets a little fortunate with that miss. I think it would have been disastrous if Whimsicott fainted on turn 1. Yeah, because then Ko just Tailwinds, and then like you have the full speed control, right? So Shoma at least matches it. The Whim's Charizard lead feeling really strong. Like, I was expecting Garchomp to come out a little bit earlier in the game, but maybe Shoma was thinking, look, I like want to whittle away at you. Now you pressure with Aqua Jet Whimsicott. Garchomp can just go for a Rock Slide and a Charizard. So Shoma's got decent positioning, and a big reason for this is because of the ability to match the speed and Aqua Jet pressure.
Yeah, I was a little worried initially because I was like, oh, you can Encore the Basculegion and Aqua Jet, and this could actually be really annoying for Shoma to get rid of the Charizard, but nah, Garchomp's a really good like mod to bring in here. I think it's really tough to kind of call the game right now. It feels like it's still kind of waiting to swing. Either way, Protect on Whimsicott is a start. I'm curious the speed order between the Chomp and the
Zard is faster. Or Zard is slower.
Sometimes it can be the inverse, but I feel like with Roselli Chomp, we've really seen them start to pick up the speed.
That's exactly it. Yeah, I think people were talking about Garchomp meta trends, and it was like we started with like Jolly max attack, max speed in the beginning of the format. Mid format, people were using the admin, tons of HP, not as much speed investment. Now, because of the rise of Whimsicott Garchomp mirrors, like Garchomp's like I generally want to be Jolly max speed to give an edge against opposing Garchomps that are admin or are not max speed, and then also opposing Charizards. So. Shoma's Garchomp, I think, maybe arguably the best Pokemon in this matchup, and still not having taken damage yet.
Like, even as well, because with the rise of, I think, Timid Floette, we've seen a lot more, like, max speed. Just being able to risk a speed tie and just jab it instantly is much better than not knowing, or, like, not having that option. This can get a little interesting, though.
Yep.
This is actually, I think, really good for Ko.
Agreed.
Just because now you get the Moonblast for free, and if Jet comes out, then you just get the +2 on the Last Respect, so you can just hit the Garchomp.
Yep.
Very easy.
Oh, I'm so curious. Do you think the Basculegions are the same speed stat?
Oh, God. I mean, Shoma's Basculegion is a lot bulkier.
Bulkier, that's right, yeah.
I think, if I had to guess, Ko's is definitely just, like, probably, it looks like 4 HP, and then I would assume just, like, Adamant 30 attack, and then max speed. But...
Okay.
Oh, there is an Encore on the Aqua Jet. So
I mean, if the Aqua Jet goes into Whimsicott and knocks it out, then you get another Last Respect stack. Oh, that's big. That's so big for Ko, because now you have the ability to just one-shot Garchomp.
Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh.
Shoma
he's popping off because he knows he's going to flinch, too. That's foul. Okay.
James, I was so ready for the flinch to come out. Okay, Garchomp is bulky
enough
to survive. Oof.
I was like, this is Shoma, he just knows.
I see chat's talking about Last Respects versus Adaptability Wave Crash as well. Yeah, good call out on the Last Respects being stronger with the sun up. I kind of want to rewatch that first turn because I think Shoma's play was honestly a little confusing to me. But
yeah, I think, like, I don't know. I just don't know what Wave Crash would have hit harder than a Last Respect. Like, obviously, we just saw the calcs.
Yeah, it's like Gambit switch in, but it's like, is Gambit gonna switch in for, like, on turn 1 there specifically? I don't know.
It still has to take the Moonblast, which is, like, still, like, decent. Yeah. Obviously, like, you're still probably gonna do, like, 50% to it after all said and done.
Yep.
Like, pretty close. I feel like that's fine anyways, because then you can, realistically, you can actually just do the same thing again the next turn. I don't know. It feels like, again, obviously, Shoma got very lucky in terms of, you know, Whimsicott got dodged, so he's not really, I mean, now looking at this, is actually kind of a really tough spot for Shoma, but, like,
right.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those things that, like, I feel like we should have clicked Last Respects, even though it was, like, weaker from the start. I don't know. Maybe Zard was expected to swap, but I feel like, not sure about that one.
And for those wondering, the Iron Head there is always going to knock out Basque Legion, also covers for a Floette switch-in specifically. So Shoma's down to his final Pokemon. Tailwind ends on both ends, but I think this has been a great game for Ko, even with that Heat Wave miss. The Whimsicott Charizard just applied so much pressure, and I think Shoma got really ambitious with that turn 1 play, and it was like not... Oh, and it is Floette is the last one. Okay.
Interesting. I'm curious about the order of brings then, because I feel like Floette really should have showed up earlier in this game. Because I feel like, again, in terms of the leads from both players made sense, and the attacks were very spot on in terms of, like, we're trading Whimsicots because both players don't want to really have to deal with the Encore Mind game. Or, like, the speed tie. It just feels like, yeah, Shoma was a little late to the punch, and I think Ko, even though, like, again, with the miss, he capitalized really well in the mid game. Just being able to say, like, I'm going to Encore this Basque Legion into Aqua Jet, and there's not really a lot you can do about it because it either goes one way and it doesn't do... I mean, likely Whimsicott was going down that turn regardless because Trump clicked Rock Slide. But it was really well... Like, it was just a really good call out anyways, because he says, all right, you're either going to have to swap out in order to prevent me from doing this, which, you know, Whimsicott will go down anyways to the slide. Last Respects can come out, and then I can Aqua Jet into the... Garchomp always an Iron Head into a Floette swap. It just feels like Ko kept it awkward enough in the middle just for Shoma not to be able to do anything, picks off 2 Pokemon, and then Floette just gets offed instantly.
Yeah, like Floette, exactly. Yeah, like Floette felt really bad, honestly. And I mean, even turn 1, right? Like Ko just rips the Heat Wave, right? So it is a Charizard staring down a Basque Legion with Mystic Water. My guess is that it should have enough HP and defensive investment to survive, because I actually think that's one of the it's like that's one of the most important benchmarks. And if you're Ko, like, you feel a lot more confident leading this if you know you can take Wave Crash on turn 1. But I think Shoma just kind of whiffs on the first turn. Man, he's probably thinking if it were Last Respects onto Whimsicott, right? Maybe you get that knockout, then you do get your Tailwind up. You have the speed advantage. Things look pretty different. But the fact that the speeds was basically the same was not good. And then, like, this Encore into Basque Legion neutralizes it so effectively. And then the fact that Aqua Jet rolled into Whimsicott, super nice as well. I guess Rockslide would have come out anyway, actually, from Chomp, and so would have KO'd Whimsicott. So it was a bad trade for Shoma either way. And, like, Basque Legion got positioned in so nicely.
I agree. It feels like one of those things again. I think even if both Whimsicots go down that turn, like, for instance, say Heat Wave hits into Shoma's Whimsicott, I still feel like Shoma wins the trade there, actually, just because, again, that Garchomp comes in, that's not a problem. There's no Floette on the other side to really deal with it. And even if Ko's Basque Legion is faster than Shoma's, Floette can just come in, and by then, hopefully, Garchomp neutralize the threat of Zard. No Tailwind going up means that Shoma has a lot more freedom in order to just knock out the rest of Ko's Pokemon. They're all very susceptible to Quake or Rock Slide, and plus a Light of Ruin or a Moonblast. It really does feel like a lot of Shoma's game plan relied on getting rid of that win. And I feel like, again, if they trade, if it's the same brings and they trade in the same way, except this time Whimsicott goes down on both ends, I feel like that's much better for Shoma.
Yep. Agreed. Oh, yeah, I mean, Whim's Charge just so oppressive. Shoma, like, Ko got so much value out of his Mega. Shoma got basically almost no value out of his, right? So one of the interesting dynamics is that the Pokemon selection was actually very different, both from leads as well as the Mega Choice, and it shows how much nuance there can be in a mirror match like this. So if you are Shoma, you know, you can go with Whimsicott Basque Legion again. You could make the same play as you did on turn 1, but the thing is, like, you saw the play that Ko was willing to make. He's fine to just Moonblast and Heat Wave. It could be something like, you know, you could, if you wanted to make the same leads, you could protect your Whimsicott and just immediately rip, like, Wave Crash into Charizard, because then you pressure Aqua Jet the next turn, but that's obviously a little bit risky. So I think that even from the leads, it was still, like it could be scary for both ends, but Ko just gained such a big advantage, and then being able to Encore was a really big deal as well.
Yeah. Like, again, I think it comes down to a lot of they've probably played this mirror a lot. I think every time we've seen this mirror on stream, it is one of those things where it's like both. Because playing the Whimsicott part sucks because Encore is such a big threat and you don't want to get Encored by the other.
My AirPods died. I need to.
Whoops.
James, give me 1 second.
All
Feel
good,
free to
all
keep
good.
talking. I need to charge my AirPods for a sec.
It's one of those things where sometimes both players just kind of mutually agree to not have to deal with it. It's kind of to deal with these Encore mind games. In this case, though, both are likely to be max speed. Just because back then we had both. Very likely that both players just want to avoid that. And again, we mentioned, like, they just tried to trade Whimsicott's turn 1. Now, obviously, there is the potential for both of them to switch up on that. I wouldn't be shocked if we just saw the exact same events play out, though. Obviously, as I've said and like Aaron and I have discussed, it probably works out better for Shoma if they do trade Whimsicotts. So I'm curious to see if he has anything up his sleeve to actually prevent that. And if they do try to preserve their Whimsicotts, how awkward does this get? We're seeing the Garchomp lead now, though.
And Pam, thank you for the $1.99. I would drink Mystic Water. It sounds like a very tasty drink. So, all right. Ko's mastery of this team has been really impressive. Garchomp here now does have the Roselli Berry. So the Roselli Berry is a big deal in facing up against the dual fairies, but man, this is still a tricky spot for it because it can't protect. And Poison Jab is strong, but would not get the knockout I expect him to either.
Yeah, I feel like I would say my caveman brain instinct is to always just click Tailwind, Light of Ruin, and kill the guard Roselli Berry. But I feel like Ko also has just has the potential to just click Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam into either of these targets. Like, there's really nothing that stops him. This Floette looks like it's bulky enough to withstand one Poison Jab, and even if it gets poisoned and knocked out, it feels like a very fair trade for Ko. Where obviously that's feeding his Vasculegion one more thing for last respects. There's the Protect though, so he's gonna see if he tries to call us out, but Ko didn't Mega Evolve, so what? Wait. Okay, surely Zard's in the back.
Yeah.
Crit?
I might be slightly ahead of you, James, if you don't mind refreshing the YouTube stream, by the way.
Whoopsies.
No, all good. So, small nuance there for those wondering, why in the world did Ko not Mega the Floette? And it's because, either there's a Zard in the back, or he did not want to increase the damage of the opposing Moonblast, but I would not be surprised if this actually were Whim's Floette Zard in the back, which would be fascinating, because I think that's actually really, really cool. So, now, if you're Ko, you probably, I think, both players probably want to angle to set up Tailwind right now. Garchomp can get a Rock Slide off or Poison Jab, but it's actually going to swap out here, saying I don't want to eat up more fairy damage, given that you, just took my Roselli Berry away, so it is going to be the Tailwind.
This is really
crazy.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love this by Ko. So cool.
Because, oh my god, I tend to forget that Floette has actual stats before
it's
Mega
actually
Evolve.
a Pokemon, right? It's like a Sylveon Hyper Voice.
Pretty much. I would say that's a 2-shot on Whimsicott. It's likely to KO the Garchomp, I want to say, when it swaps back in. So Ko's actually got a really solid pin here. And the Zard in the back is also, again, really well thought out because now everything's basically in Heat Wave range. And if not, then the Floette is likely to deal with it anyways. I am curious because I feel like Shoma's surely just going to Mega Evolve his Floette here. And now we, again, have this position where both Whimsicotts can Encore each other, but it feels like Shoma is much more inclined to go for Blast here instead because he really needs to knock out this Floette before it starts laying down any more layers of damage and presumably Vasculegion or King Gambit.
So chat also pointing out, the Flower Veil prevents poison, which is cool. My guess is given that this
does?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So that's really cool nuance. My guess is, first of all, are we going to see a Mega Evolution here? Yeah, given that Floette just hasn't Mega'd at all, it's like a 2-in-1, right? You prevent the poison and you are able to, and we see Encore here. Ooh, Moonblast, baby Floette. Oh, big survival. Yep.
Oh, special attack drop.
Ooh.
That actually might matter versus Garchomp, so that's a pretty big deal.
Oh and it allows Whimsicott to survive! Oh, that's such a big special attack drop.
That's actually insane.
Oh, because, you would have gotten the knockout there onto Whims.
And now Shoma has another opportunity to just stop this Whimsicott from doing anything. He can just click on really if he wants to. And I would say Ko's only recourse to do that is to encore his Encore, which stops it for one turn, but it really doesn't do anything to stop Shoma from just knocking out both of these Pokemon. So this is a really dangerous position for Ko. I think, I don't know, the Floette feels very smart, but it also does have its drawbacks where now you're basically down a Mega Pokemon that really wants to be able to Mega. Well, obviously it has stats before it does, but now we're in this spot and Charizard comes in to try and soak up a hit where it's still going to be taking some chip damage that might add up later in this game.
So I think one thing that both players are thinking about right now is if I lose, just Moonblast. I mean, every little bit of damage adds up, and this is also a chance to roll special attack drop on a Charizard, and that does like 30%.
This might just do a clean 50.
I know,
like,
exactly, yeah. Let's see.
Oh my god, a little Wolfe. Which I feel like if that was a 50 flat, I feel like it might have been able to survive the next turn, but this actually looks really, really bad. Now, the Floette can just click Dazzling Gleam again and Moonblast, and there is nothing that stops it.
So that turn was interesting, right? Because if you are Ko, you can protect Floette, sack Whimsicott, get Charizard in for free, then pressure with Mega Heat Wave. But I think Ko is thinking, you're probably going to Encore into me here, right? You want to get rid of my Whimsicott. And the point that I was trying to make earlier was that, like, for both players, if you are able to knock out your opponent's Whimsicott while keeping yours around as Tailwind expires, you get a second Tailwind up, then you will probably just overwhelm in terms of speed and offense here. So,
yeah.
Both players still have their Whimsicott out, but yeah, Charizard eats up so much damage on the switch in there, and it is looking dangerously low. So then my question is, you know, speed interaction. I mean, Charizard protects, but every protect in front of Whimsicott does not feel good.
Yeah, that's... this is really tough now, too, because I think we might have a pin here in terms of, like, Ko can bring back in Whimsicott, but... Oh my god, Light of Ruin. There's... Yeah, the Tailwind's going to peter out on both sides, but now, yeah, Shoma has an excellent pin here where Ko can bring back in Whimsicott. There's nothing that it can really do, though, that it wants to do 100%. You can Encore Shoma's Whimsicott into Moonblast. That doesn't really stop it from laying down damage or his Floette to take care of things, though. Either way, Moonblast lands into a target that it wants to. He can go for Tailwind, but if Shoma just Encore locks the Zard into Protect, there's not a lot it can do, and then Floette can Dazzling Gleam and knock out the Whimsicott, and then Zard is stuck locked in Protect. The game's likely over. And I would say Protect stalling with his own Whimsicott doesn't do a whole lot, and Moonblast doesn't do a whole lot either because Floette is likely to survive.
The solo, like the non-Mega Flow is actually so sick. Like I can't help but wonder how different this game would have looked if the special attack drop didn't roll on Moonblast.
Yeah.
Then Dazzle just KOs Whimsicott, and I think the lack of Whimsicott being able to capitalize off Fairy Aura means that Hope likely would have gotten a free second Tailwind up. So it's just, I think it was like a great thing to try up one game, and yeah, I think it actually could have been quite winning if it weren't for the special attack drop. But Ko not out of it yet. It is Tailwind, so it's not going to be an Encore. So does Ko match that up with the Tailwind and then have Charizard move first?
Okay. I'm really shocked that Shoma went for this. Oh my gosh.
Floette moves first and goes for Light of Ruin and just obliterates the Charizard. That speed interaction is so big, and that's why people are upping their speed on Floette.
And Floette surely doesn't get knocked out here. Yep. All right, that's, I would say, really interesting turn. I guess, I mean, there's also the potential that obviously the Zard swaps out to block the Encore.
Yep.
But obviously, yeah, this is, obviously, I want to say this game is over, but I would say both Pokemon are super low on Shoma's end, but I feel like you just click Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam now, and Ko's Garchomp has to be faster than this Flow, which it realistically can be, but worst case scenario, they're likely speed topping, and I would say one Dazzling Gleam is all it takes to end this game, even if, like, Chomp is on, which I would also presume it does, because it's a Citrus Berry variant. Usually these are built to at least live Floette's Dazzling Gleam, like, just barely, but I feel like Shoma has too many resources. Again, literally, he would have to get Encored this turn on the tie loss, and then both these guys would have to go down, and then somehow he would have to get through probably a Garchomp and a Basculegion in the back. It just doesn't seem likely. And yeah, he just wins the tie, so...
Okay, Rock Slide, and it misses as well. Oy vey.
Oh my god.
Does KO the Floette at least. But
I mean, if it had to miss one,
Yeah.
yes, that one. Because now Fairy is gone too, so Whimsicott likely can't pick up his knockout. We'll do a good chunk.
Yeah, so crucial that Whimsicott hangs on because it's another roadblock.
Is Whimsicott down the sash on Kozen? It is, right? I can't see that.
Yeah.
So
Now you can just encore chomp, right?
yeah, like just encore the rock slide. Okay.
Yep, exactly.
I was gonna say, if he's got Basque Legion, I feel like Basque should just come in here and click Aqua Jet and Whimsicott, and you just encore the Garchomp.
Yep, exactly.
This also.
Even if Garchomp can take
Oh man, so it's interesting. Like, do you think Ko went Whimsicott Flow expecting Garchomp? Because it felt pretty favored for him, but then turn 1 he whiffed by trying to knock out Whimsicott, right?
Yeah.
And he was still in an okay spot
things...
even with that going wrong. So it's like, but you've shown your hand, right? Like, Whimsicott Floette is not an adaptation. Like, regular Floette Mega Charizard, I don't think is an adaptation that most people would expect. It's certainly not mine. So what do you do for Game 3 if you're either player?
I definitely think Ko might have gotten in his head a little bit. Obviously, I think going into Game 2, the Whimsicott preservation is a much higher priority for both players, understanding that they were willing to make that trade in the first game. I think, again, as we mentioned previously, Choma preserving his Whimsicott is likely better, but he's also likely better off when he can just trade both of them because of the way his team is, I'm assuming, built. But even so, I think turn 1 not going for the Garchomp might be a little greedy, just in terms of it can't protect, and you have 2 fairy type moves, so you can burn through its berry effectively, and you have the ability to set up a Tailwind like much more freely than Shoma does. Obviously, Encore is on the other end the next turn, but if Shoma's doing that, then he has to be Tailwinding the first turn, and then if not, he's risking the speed tie the second turn. Whereas, like, again, he just protected instead, knowing that it is valuable to preserve Whimsicott, just goes straight for the Poison Jab instead. Again, that's like always a free target on Garchomp. Even if something swaps in from the back, Dazzling Gleam plus Moonblast is still doing probably 70% to something. I would say, like, maybe not Zard, but obviously we didn't. Soma did not bring his Charizard, and hasn't to either game so far. So I think Ko might probably try to emphasize not even so much like more like service level plays, but like I feel like just addressing that Shoma has very aggressive options, and then he's got to be able to find some way to preserve just even like a crumb of his Pokemon that have utility. And I think, again, like I keep saying it over and over, I think if they trade, Shoma probably comes out on top. Ko's got to find a way to just like not fall for the bait. He's just got to play this aggressively. And again, I think targeting Garchomp turn 1 might be better. And again, obviously, the special attack drop sucks. This game is completely altered if that doesn't happen. I do think, though, there were probably countermeasures that Ko could have taken earlier on to make sure that if they are going to play the Whimsicott preservation game, you know it's not going to be able to be preserved all of Shoma's offensive pieces. So if he starts whittling those down, it's kind of the inverse where we get to a position where Whimsicott is alive, but there's no other options to sustain that game plan. And I think, again, Ko really needs to emphasize that because I keep making the observation. I'm not going to say it again, or else I'll add to the Shoma wins this trade jar.
I think it's really interesting too because if you look at what Shoma had in the back, he dropped Basque Legion. So if you knock out Chomp on turn 1, it was Whimsicott, Gambit, Floette in the back. Like Charizard clears that, right? Like there's Akaberry, but like Zard is really good into all of those. So I think to your point about Garchomp, like had it just been a double up on a Garchomp on turn 1, would have been super impressive. Ko I think was like both players. I feel like it's like whoever has lost the trade on turn 1 loses the game. Like I feel like the lead and the first turn alone has dictated the pace of the game so much, which doesn't shock me in a mirror match like this. But once again, of course, there was that special attack drop. I would have loved to see how it would have played out because I think the Baby Flow was actually a really smart mode. But if I'm Ko, I don't know if I go with that again. Like I don't think you can get away with it.
It's weird hearing the phrase like baby
like
outside of like Palafin, because people just call like 0-4 Palafin. Like, it's just the baby form. But like it's kind of the exact same because like you kind of forget it has stats to begin with. Like it actually can do damage. So I definitely think again, it definitely comes down to I think the first 2 turns of the game, because like obviously we saw Shoma probably get the better end of the stick turn 1 of game 1.
No wins lead from Kozen. Garchomp Gambit.
Oh!
That is
insane call out.
For the first time, we see a player not lead the Whimsicott.
Gambit feels very well positioned here, although Chomp might be in more of a pickle.
I was gonna say, so it's interesting because I would expect Basket Legion to also be able to survive Sucker Punch here, right? So
yes. Honestly, I think Ko does have a very free rock slide here, I think. Like, Garchomp is actually putting on some pressure in some way because it means that this will be able to go down this turn from an Iron Head. Ko has 2 good options from Gambit here, actually 3.
Yeah.
But it feels like Chomp is actually, I would say, it might be in a bit of a bind, but it actually might trade well here because it means if Shomo wants to go after it, he's got a Wave Crash it. And that's a lot of recoil that he's going to take to then put himself... Oh my god! That did very little, actually, compared to what I expected.
Yeah. There's that rock slide you're
really
talking about. Oh my gosh, the fact Bask takes that? Jeez.
It took it so well. Does it take Rock Slide? Oh my gosh.
What is the trading on this Basket Legion?
Oh! Oh my god, it hung on!
I can't imagine. So both players.
Wait, oh my gosh. This is so good for Shoma, though. Like,
yeah.
even, like, knocking out his own Basket Legion because now Floette can just come in and blow everything up.
Wow. That is not how, like, you can see how the training makes a big deal, right? Like, Basket Legion, so defensive, it survives Sucker Punch and Rock Slide. Like, it makes me curious. Like, I wonder if there's just, like, very minimal speed investment on Basket Legion, and it's, like, a lot of HP, a lot of defense, and not max attack either.
That was an insane turn. I feel a really good turn for Shoma, I think, all in all. That feels like that, yeah, here comes Floette. Probably just thinking through the lines that would be happening in, like, in the preceding turns, but it definitely feels like this is a really, really bad spot for Ko. Maybe Garchomp can lose this, but he doesn't even have to go for a Tailwind here. He can just click Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, and then Garchomp is likely going down before it can even move. This is an excellent spot. I'm trying to think. Like, obviously, Bask not being around might make things more difficult, but even Garchomp in this endgame is moving pretty fine because of its Roselli Berry and having access to Poison Jab. So it feels like there's just so much freedom on Shoma's end to really play the aggressor now.
Mm-hmm. It's like every time Ko clicks Protect, it just is like, oh, this is so tough because now you are potentially going to get Encored in the following turn. So, like, there's one spot let's neutralize. So, Ko now can, you know...
Oh my gosh.
Bring Charizard in. Yeah, Moonblast into the Chomp. You can bring Charizard in now. And then Garchomp could switch out into Whimsicott. This feels so tricky right now. Chomp, like, Floette is in such a good spot.
And realistically, if Shoma, I was like, because we know Shoma can be, he has proven this before. He might just straight up double into the Zard with Light of Ruin and Moonblast. I don't know if that knocks out, but it's an option. It's not off the table. I think there are a lot of ways that this turn can go down. I do think, if I had to guess though, it's a pretty safe bet to just lock Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast here. Because if the Garchomp does switch out, which is likely, I would say, the only real counterplay that Ko has, he really needs to get this turn right. Otherwise, I think he just falls way too far behind. I would say it's going to be Whimsicott because I don't see any other options for Ko to really get himself out of a problematic spot such as this. Like, he really needs to be able to match Shoma's Whimsicott. Otherwise, there's just no way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was just not a good turn one, I think, ultimately, for Ko. And Whimsicott, like, so much of these matchups often is also, like, if something faints, you get a free switch in, and that replacement can be a really big deal. So it is going to be Whimsicott fourth from Ko's end. Charizard, at least, is in a decent spot, but we saw how much it took just from, like, Moonblast Dazzling in the first game. That was, of course, pre-Mega Evolution, but the fairy damage, despite Charizard resisting it, still really stacks up, and crucially, Charizard's slower than both of these.
This could be honestly, I think this is probably the pivotal turn. Is either Ko's still in this, or we're just... Okay, Tailwind.
Ooh, okay, Charizard does not take any damage here.
Oh my gosh. That feels... I don't know. I feel like that is a greedy Tailwind.
Oh.
I think...
I agree with you, yeah.
Oh.
But I guess because, yeah,
oh.
Heatwave KOs Whimsicott, who's saying if I don't Tailwind there and you KO me, then I don't have Tailwind up and you do, right?
Yeah. I think that's fair now.
Yeah.
Like, I would say, it might have been, I was like, I would say, because I love playing offense I would just click Moonblast and knock something out. Because, like, again, if you do trade Whimsicott's there, Shoma has advantage once more because it's likely that this Floette outruns both Pokemon on the other side of the field. But now we see Garchomp again anyways, and Gleam, Rock Slide, or Dragon Claw, any combination of moves really is a very safe and secure way for Shoma to win this game. I don't think it's too different, though, now. Realistically, there is just a Rock Slide and a Dazzling Gleam coming Ko's way, and there's very little stand both of those attacks. Garchomp can swap in potentially and take both hits. It's not going to be able to run on much more like after that though. Protect.
Yeah, I think if there's any shot at victory, needs to pray for a miss. Rockslide comes out. Shoma, after being down a game, showing why he is the 2015 world champion here, goes back now up against the wall.
We started this match with 3 games to play. We got
oh my god!
Ko played totally fine. I think game 2 looks very different if the special attack drop doesn't happen. And like, I mean, so you know, even in mirror matches, like I have not seen a Basculegion that can survive Sucker Punch and Rock Slide like that on turn.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, and so like people like that is a nuance in competitive team building, right? Where it's like, yeah, they're using the exact same 6 Pokemon, but I guarantee you, there's a lot of people that are not using Basculegion the way that Shoma has trained it, and that gave Ko a huge, or that gave Shoma a huge edge and put Ko in a really tough spot. Like once again, it feels like whoever won turn 1 in this set kind of, or in each game, was able to really, you know, maneuver and take that advantage. So chomp in now.
It's looking like Raps, but there's, I said, Shoma's favorite move on both sides. It might depend on the speed word of the Garchomps, but looking at Ko's, he's more key, so it's going to assume that Shoma is once again the faster of the two. I do think. Oh my goodness,
if the speed order is like opposing Garchomp, Rockslide doesn't KO Charizard, then Ko's Garchomp flinches Floette.
Yeah.
Right?
You have like Weather Ball the Floette too. Though.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, to put it into perspective as well, like how not like usually Chople Gambit can like just Sucker Punch and KO Basculegion anyways. Oh,
it hits. Okay.
Oh,
Dragon Claw Rock Slide. He didn't. Yeah. So Ko did not go for the Rock Slide feature. Trying to get the KO. Yep. Rock Slide hits. And Gleam. That's it.
Outruns the Zard.
So Ko was playing towards Dragon Claw crit, I think, onto Garchomp, because Garchomp should never faint to an opposing Dragon Claw, I think, at full HP.
In this meta, no.
Yeah. Oof.
Holy.
I thought Ko played really well, but Shoma moves on to top 4, our 2015 world champion. That Basculegion, man, I gotta know what he cooked up. You know, I want to look up Kona spread, because that is like the initial version of this team. And I remember it was like bulky, but like not that bulky.
Surely not. Obviously, he is. I feel like I might have taken a glance at it once. I would say, again, I didn't do much individual prep, like, other than just like giving opinions to friends for this tournament. I feel like it might be modeled after, like, it's not Citrus Berry, so I was like, it might be modeled one of the Lycanroc teams where like the Scovillain is faster than the Basculegion. Because I know those ones are super bulky. But I don't know, like, it's Mystic Water. It was really like built to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, so for those wondering, this is the set that won Japanese Nationals. It's 4 HP, 11 defense, which is, as we were talking about, enough to always survive a Sucker Punch from non-Black Glasses King Gambit. I saw someone in chat made a good comment, which was that like maybe the Basculegions actually trained to survive Black Glasses Sucker Punch, right? Because that is like...
It actually might be.
Right, and it's like Wave Crash also did knock out Gambit, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually a very low attack investment, super high HP defense investment.
That would make a lot of sense. And I think if you go back to Shoma's HP spread, I think he was like 20 plus EVs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the term Champions uses for the points.
I think just stat points, yeah. That's a great call out.
I just instinctively call them EVs anyways, even if like the numbers change, but it's like he was like 20 or something. Like, he was really high in it. I think he was like that, or it was like 211, which is still like a fair amount.
Yep.
Like, Basculegion has a lot of HP anyways, but it's like let's see here. 207. That's a fair amount. Yeah, it's like
12 on HP, and then probably a ton of on defense is my guess.
Has to be.
Yeah. Like
Casual 32 in defense.
No, actually, right? Like I actually think this is probably close to the spread. Maybe you can decrease it down to 27. So like my guess is which is a crazy spread, right? Like 12 HP and then up to 32 defense here. Because it survived a rock slide as well, which is crazy. Literally. So,
oh my god, yeah, it had to have been something. Like it had to have been like maybe it was a low roll on the sucker.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, you have black glasses in the count. Okay.
Yeah. But either way, like my guess is like you have some spread like this to survive the black glasses sucker specifically, and then so if without black glasses, it's doing 70 to 84, and then Garchomp rock slide here 18 to 21. Yeah.
That is an insane spread.
It makes me wonder, how much attack and speed investment there is then, right? Because obviously you have to compromise on both of those, but I think that spread, like, literally, saved Shoma here in this game. So wild to see.
That was, I would say, that was really impressive, too, because I feel like, I mean, obviously, the interaction didn't come up beforehand, but it was really insane to see that pull out in Game 3.
Yep.
Like, I would say, Shoma just realized immediately, like, obviously he knows, but Coke probably doesn't know. So, like, this was just a spot that was really well primed throughout the whole game, whether it was intentional or unintentional. Shoma just knew to capitalize on it when it mattered. And it led to, like, not only a really cool moment, but, like, so, really excellent play.
Oh, man. To be down a game, too. I just, man, it's like heartbreaking to see Ko go with this regular flow-at strategy up a game and, like, for it to not pay off, because I thought that was one of the coolest, like, tactics I've seen in this tournament. But Shoma, clutches it out in Game 3, this crazy Basket Legion training. Really impressive.
Yeah. This is a good match, even, like, it's, like, the most standard mirror in the format.
No, seriously,
like,
right? Like, it played out so differently, different leads, and, like, I think, like, skilled mirror matches between the best players in the world is, like, really fascinating to watch, because, like, we actually saw different approaches, right? Shoma never brought Charizard. Ko was bringing Charizard in all 3 games, but then regular flow in Game 1, it was all about Charizard dominating. Game 2, regular flow was actually putting in some work. And then Charizard actually kind of struggled to do as much as it did in that first game. And so, I think turn 1 of Game 1 looked a little bit weird, but then after that, Shoma found a path towards victory.
Yeah, really well done.
But amazing run by Ko, just absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Back-to-back top 8s is just insane.
Yeah, like the top 8 Japanese nationals and this tournament, which have very different tournament structures, like, easily he's going to be one of the favorites going into this year's World Championships.
Agreed. I would say excellent player, just continuously one of the strong. I think I would say really wants to break that top 8. I would say he's actually top 8 in like pretty much every. He's gone to I would say top 8 Worlds, top 8 JCS, top 8 Nats. I would say I think definitely in terms of like players I would say want to see bring home a trophy. Ko is probably up. Like for sure, like I would say, it goes up more and more the more players get trophies. But like, I would love to see Ko take it home. But I also want to see Shoma take it home, and Shoma is, I would say, was the winner. So I
would say, dude, it would feel fitting to see Shoma now play in a Mega Evolution format again, and then just win with like what feels like the new chalk at the end of the season. Right now, I will say, right, 2015 that format like was played for an entire year, right? So it's like, I bet if we played MA for another 3 months, we'd probably see some more innovation. But like, it feels like people figured out this is like kind of just like the, as they call in like TCG, like best deck in the format or best team in the format. And Shoma, once again, like when he won in 2015, he was using what was by the Japanese players pinned as the best team, but he piloted better than anyone. And so it's like, here he is 11 years later, different format, but still a Mega Evolution format or return to Megas, and he is piloting this team.
That would be a really, I would say, I think just a really good story, but also just like really entertaining. I don't know. There's so many good players left in this card. Like there is so many potential matches here that like I just want to see. Like, that's such like an obvious observation. Like, wow, there's so much good Pokemon left. But like there really is. I really want to see. I would say, what side of bracket is Shoma on? Like I gotta look now. Okay, him and Wolfe are on opposite sides. So Shoma plays the winner of Francesco and Adrian. Obviously, there is a actual real life scenario where it's a Wolfe and Shoma final.
That would be insane.
That actually, like, absurd pairing.
Big difference here. Whimsicott already down to its focus sash on turn 1.
They gotta put that up on pay-per-view. That's ridiculous.
The focus sash and Whimsicott, but you get a lot for it.
The other thing to note about this format is that like we are done with it, right? So we're not going to see any more metagame developments. A lot of players did kind of just land here at the end of the format. I think we might get the doctor back for around a little bit as well. There's still so many matches. I'm like, I think I'm only around for 2-ish hours, unfortunately. So.
It's kind of interesting, you're right. So the tailwinds are.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see. I just like would love to stick for as long as possible. I mainly chat. The only reason I am worried is because it's Knicks Spurs game 5, and every bar is probably going to be packed. So me and my friends are trying to meet at a place 2 hours before the game. But maybe they can just save a space for me. We'll see. Because it's been fun. But I need more. I need more. Let's get the game, please.
More Pokemon.
What do you think about Garchomp Gambit lead turn game 3 from Kozen? Like it's interesting to not lead Whimsicott, I think, and it felt like it kind of put him in a disadvantage.
Now that I think about it in retrospect, it definitely feels like one of those things that I don't know how to describe it. There are leads that like I will think of in my head when I'm playing a set, and it feels like adaptation. Like you'll think of an adaptation, and sometimes you think about it in game 3 for the sake of it's game 3, and then you do it, and then you realize that wasn't that really good, and it feels like one of those positions where like Gambit inherently does have a good matchup. Someone could have potentially led, and obviously if you see a Basket Legion on the other end initially, you're gonna think like, all right, you have this position. It definitely feels though as it like even if Shoma led Whimsicott and Floette, that is really bad. Like really bad. Because the Gambit doesn't have Protect, and the Garchomp doesn't really have a way to hit like either of them. So I think like even if Ko gets like the read right and like the Zard comes in on the swap, like it's still gonna take a lot of damage. It kind of feels like Ko backed himself into a corner unintentionally at the start. And like again, Gambit does have its strengths in this matchup, but it might be better like latent than it is immediate. Like because again, it feels like he had a good start if the Basket Legion wasn't literally like made of iron. And it was again. It's
that was
easier to say,
nuts, man. To see a double up like that, like absolutely bonkers.
But it might be one of the highlights so far of the tournament. That was a really clutch live. But yeah, I don't know. I think it definitely gets complicated, especially like it's a mirror match, so it's really tough to pin down what exactly like is always going to work and what's not. But it definitely feels like Ko's Gambit set might have played a little more of a factor than I think it wanted to in a negative way. Like Shoma feels like he had a lot more reign to. Obviously, this lead worked out well, but like again, if he leads something like Floette, or even Garchomp, it can get really bad really quickly because there's not really a safe swap. Or like again, if Shoma wants to get aggressive and read it, it can be really bad. So I also just think Garchomp might have been a little weird because it didn't really feel like it put on a lot of pressure, and it feels like the way again Shoma was playing, it couldn't contribute much. Like it felt like again it gets pressured by the Floette, it gets pressured by the Whimsicott, and it also gets pressured by Shoma's Garchomp. And again, in a mirror match, like it's kind of obviously like it swings both ways in that regard. But again, it feels like Shoma's offense is a lot more loaded, and Roselli Berry does come in handy. Stop the one thing that Ko really has in order to knock out Shoma's Garchomp a lot quicker. So like he's kind of playing with less resources to take out the things that he really wants, whereas Shoma does have them.
Totally. Yeah, super well said. Yeah, I think it's next is gonna be Adrian Hurley, Francesco Pio Pero, and so Adrian's using a Charizard Garchomp, but it's Charizard Mega Arrow. It's like a, you know, we've seen all these Pokemon used, but actually not like these exact same 6 very much. Like Arrow, Charizard, Scarf Chomp, Sleep Powder Venu, same set that won Indie Regionals Gambit Instant. So, you know, you've got the core of what won Indie of Instant Chomp Venu Charizard, but instead of the Sinistcha Flood, it's actually Gambit Arrow. This Aerodactyl, by the way, no Tailwind. It's Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, Ice Fang, and Protect. And so triple offensive Aerodactyl, like we saw in Alex Gomez's team. But no Tailwind, which is really interesting because often you want Tailwind or Wide Guard for it to support Charizard, but this just is like max offense on the Aerodactyl. And it's actually going to be a duel of Aerodactyl Charizards here, with Francesco having Wide Guard and Tailwind, which is a little bit
Oh no, he's Mega too.
Yeah, both are Mega. Yeah.
Whoops. I was like, Adrian's kind of feels like a Frankenstein's like combination of every Zard. Like it has like a little piece of like all of them. It has like the Sun one. It has like the Scarf Chomp. It has the Aerodactyl. It has the Gambit. Like all piece. I would say I can't say like, oh, you know, they're taking all from one Zard team, but it feels like a lot of elements that we see Zard teams composed of that don't necessarily find themselves all together at once. So it's a really interesting twist on it. And then obviously Francesco is running something that is very standard, but he's been like, I think you mentioned earlier, he's been running this since like week 1 of the format, or at least when like quote unquote week 1 of the format, which was like Indianapolis, or like a little before that. So I would say he's definitely got experience with this team. He's very comfortable the way he plays it, as shown by his win earlier.
I think the main thing is I look at Francesco's team and I'm like, I don't see a Lumberry, I don't see a Taunt, I don't see a Grass type Pokemon, so it could be Venusaur, but then it's awkward. It's like, do you go Charizard Venusaur? Because it's actually, if you miss a Sleep Powder and it's Mega Arrow on the opposing side, or even regular Arrow, you get hit by Dual Wing Beat. It's like an Omega bad trade, right? So Venusaur can obviously flip some coins, but might not be the most like fun Pokemon to bring here if you're Adrian, because like if you, the cost of missing is so huge often.
I do agree. Like I'm just looking at it now. There's also, I would say both of these King Gambits are actually no Protect, which I think warps this matchup a little bit. There's no real way for either of them. I feel like Gambit is a pretty solid piece for either of them here. It feels like, I would say again, like in this Zard Y mirror, it could be really, really difficult to play the Gambit perfectly. More like so than like it can do a lot. Like you kind of have to walk for either player because it can just get weatherballed, and if it, you know, swap it out, something else is going to get weatherballed, and that's going to hurt. And you better hope that like it's not a double up, because I would say both Aerodactyls here can potentially like snipe a kill. Adrian's especially, I think, or like with Ice Fang unintentionally, like just Heat Wave Ice Fang and knock something out. I would say I'm thinking about it. I'm like, he probably wouldn't run, you know, Aerodactyl without Tailwind next to his upper. Like it realistically is plausible in this matchup. I feel like
I agree.
There's no support on this thing, but like it can do damage.
I wanted to look up the spread on Aerodactyl, like how much HP we saw, because
that's
Ice Fang from opposing Aerodactyl actually can one-shot if you have... the Aerodactyl should have bulk, but... So it's like 3H chance to one-shot if you have no bulk, but he's going to have bulk for sure. So I was curious what the HP investment is. We won't see the defense investment, but let's see. Because like Ice Fang, that means Ice Fang with chip, though, basically can one-shot Francesco's Aerodactyl, which is a big deal. Did he ever Mega Evolve it, or did he go... Really did he go regular Aerodactyl? I guess it doesn't make a difference. Let's see, 171. Oh, that's a ton of HP. Okay. So if this is...
171?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, what is Aerodactyl's base HP? It's like 60, right? No.
Yeah, 80.
Okay, that's not horrendous.
Yeah. Okay, so with this, I actually wonder if he trained to survive Ice Fang, but either, like...
that would be really funny.
I know, yeah. But either way, as you can see here, Adrian's Aerodactyl should not get a knockout, a one-hit knockout onto Francesco's. mean, Francesco did post a team report for this. So I actually wonder if he even changed the spreads from that or if it's the exact same. Like, if I'm Adrian, I'm purchasing his team report right now. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm
You-
running
you
sets against my
already
friends
made
with
back
the
the
exact
money.
paste. Yeah.
That'd be just a really funny notif to get on your pouch. Like Adrian Hurley just paid you like $10, and you're like, oh crap.
Yep. Good question in chat. I don't understand Toxapex's role. Seems like bulky wide guard every time I've seen it. Just relies on double protect to get the win. That doesn't feel good. Yeah, I mean, it's like really disruptive. I think people often get like tripped up by the Toxic and the Infestation. I think the 2 times that like Wolfe brought Toxapex on stream today, he was playing against like immaculate play. Like both Alex and Co were like, I think making nearly flawless plays, and so Toxapex looked a little bit less effective. But if you make even one mistake against Toxapex, it often can just like carry the game. And so it probably didn't look as impressive as it generally has been on Wolfe's team because of, I think, him just going up against like really amazing opponents that like did not make a mistake on the games where Wolfe needed to double protect to win. But combination of Infestation and Toxic and wide guard, just really valuable. But like the trapping effect of Infestation, I think, is one of the most like important things about the Toxapex. And the Regenerator being able to heal back is something that like is really hard to sequence damage to actually knock out Toxapex because it can be super bulky and 1v1 most Pokemon in the end game.
I would agree. I think the Pex forces players to play. Like we literally were seeing Alex like side roar himself just to get out of the scenario.
Yep.
Like you just force players to play specifically, like in the same way that like Gengar, for instance, where it's like you're just trapping things. Like, I think even then, the poison has been deceptively really powerful throughout all of Wolf's sets that we've seen. Like even the ones where he's getting the double protects in the end game and it just like knocks him out from like 50%. It's like kind of ridiculous how quickly that can snowball out of control. Like you said, like one slip up versus Toxapex, and it really can start capitalizing because like it just doesn't go away, and it's not going to get knocked out. And if you spend one turn trying to knock it out, that leaves Wolf's other Pokemon open to really just go to town and expedite that process.
Exactly. Yeah. Cool. I think next game probably starting soon. I'm gonna get some water, heat up a little bit of food real quick, but I'll be back in like 30 seconds. But I'll leave it with the GOAT James in the meantime.
Matchups when you have 2 of the strongest trainers, arguably.
I don't know what to ask people.
Congratulations to Shoma Hanami for moving.
Oh wait, I can go back to this berry question that Doc said because I never responded to this.
We will be determining that in our next matchup of Adrian Hurley versus Francesco Piopero.
And this is a very important match.
Let me see here. I need to look at edible berries in the Pokemon.
I see here, but Gabby, there's something even more dramatic, even more important on the line for Adrian.
Exactly.
Because I feel like I'm not gonna hold y'all. I feel like I'm a very I don't like I don't know how to describe it. Like I'm very much enjoy like sweet citrusy fruit. Like I like lemons. I like strawberries. I like oranges. Oh, my mic is cutting. Well, let me actually. Okay, wait, hold up. I think I have the solution to this. Okay. Thank you for telling me that my mic's cutting. Sometimes my laptop does do this thing where like after a while it will just start cutting out. I'm hoping that solves it. Evan, yes.
And during the Players' Cup as well.
I have many lemons with me as snacks. That's why I haven't left for a snack yet.
This match up, starting with Adrian Hurley. You know, typically he likes to run these 2-2-2 kind of teams, but this is looking a little bit more familiar, I think, to people who've been watching the stream.
Definitely, if you were
James, if Arboliva produces olives in Pokemon, does that mean olives are not vegan in Pokemon?
With the Venusaur continuing on the Charizard Aerodactyl.
Also, thank you on Aaron's behalf. Thank you for the $5. Hey, Dr. Alza. This is really tough.
Tournament is the amount
because like I would imagine that like wheat and other assorted things are. Like the olives themselves don't become like real things. Like they're not sentient, but also like that's not. I would say like yeah, it's not vegan because like it's still a live creature. I guess it's not.
And of course, these 4-attack King Gambit also give you a lot of playability into.
Because like there are other products like that. I'm not vegan. I'm sorry if I gave anyone that impression. My best friend is vegetarian though. What is it? I guess it can't be because it's not an what is it? It's an animal product because it's from like an Arboliva. I was gonna say there are like other things where it's like if you eat like a Pokemon's petals or something like that, like surely that's just like from the Pokemon itself. Yeah, it's still vegetarian. Favorite non-Nintendo game? I'm actually playing through Mother 3 right now. That is my favorite game of all time. It's a very shallow answer, I feel like, but I went to a trip with Japan. I went to a trip with friends to Japan a few weeks before this, and I got a copy of the game while I was there in Japanese. I can't read Japanese for the most part, besides katakana, but I don't care. I love the game a lot. I also really like Super Mario Galaxy 2 a lot. I like Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, which is like a kind of odd one out of the whole series. Do you consider Arboliva is like an animal in like the same sense that like a Pikmin is an animal. It's probably just like half plant, half animal, surely. Oh, I love Pikmin 2 a lot. Pikmin 2 is one of my favorite games ever. Like that, I would say that's up there. 1,000 Year Door is up there. Oh, non-Nintendo game. I can't read. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Non-Nintendo game is actually really tough. I really liked Hollow Knight, like a lot. Actually, I can pull this up. I'm actually looking at my Steam library right now because it's likely that whatever it would be is probably. Oh, Terraria is a big one that I'm a massive fan of. I've been playing Terraria ever since I was a kid. What else? Like Hollow Knight Silk Song was a fantastic game as well. I'm trying to think. What else? I appreciate the questions. I'm not used to doing things like this, so I appreciate everyone's willingness.
Oh my god,
to...
the game has started.
Oh wait, the game started. Oh my god.
All right, what's happening? What's happening?
People were asking me whether or not Arboliva olives were vegan or not.
Okay, a Mega Aerodactyl duel here, which makes sense. I think both players probably feel a little bit weird about bringing Charizard when the opponent has Aerodactyl, but it is an immediate Defiant activation, right? With the instant. Oh my gosh, just raw Rock Slide, okay.
Oh.
Oof. This is peak VGC.
Fun game ahead.
Also, yeah, Adrian's Rock Slide did so much more than Francesco. I mean, Francesco obviously has a lot of HP investment, so probably has defense as well, but
out of this situation. I think critically though, Adrian's Aerodactyl was able to move first that turn and put Francesco's own Aerodactyl.
King Gambit now pressures Sucker Punch onto Arrow.
Unfortunately, that's not necessarily guaranteed.
Francesco can just Rock Slide again with Instant. You could protect Arrow. Instant could either Parting Shot, Arrow, Flare Blitz Gambit. I feel like are the main plays that stick out to me.
I'm sorry, like trying to play catch up because I was like, I was so stunned.
You're so good. You're like
Arboliva.
Ooh, doesn't protect on the Sucker.
Oh, there goes Arrow. I mean, this is interesting because I feel like Francesco's playing his Gambit very early. Like, this is an explosive start for both players, but I feel like, yeah, now we're going to trade Gambit for Arrow. Oh, nope, they're not even. Now I actually just like this for Francesco a lot more because it feels like unless Gambit comes in here, there's really nothing that... Nope, that's not Gambit. Yeah, this is really difficult. I feel like, obviously, Scarf Chomp can sort of do it. It can't lock Rock Slide for several reasons, but also because it's not going to knock out King Gambit.
Yeah.
So I think what moves does he has? Stomping, Dragon Claw, Rock Slide, and Earthquake.
I think so. But let me double check.
Because I would feel like in this scenario, like honestly, this Garchomp really has no perfect move to lock into. If I had to guess, it's probably gonna lock Dragon Claw.
Dragon Claw, yeah.
Which I would say is still not perfect because Sylveon can just be in the back waiting, and that would be a big problem. Sucker Punch comes out. That's like good. Just
He's not on one. Oh
my God.
Gosh. And a Rock Slide. I mean, Francesco's start is so huge here. Like, it would be tough to see Adrian coming back after just turns 1 and 2. But let's see. Like, suckering the arrow and calling that was big. Yep, it is Dragon Claw lock.
Yep. An Instant can't really do a whole lot here. If it has a dark move, it can go for it into arrow, but I feel like that's a fine trade if you're... Oh, okay, well, it's not going for anything, so... Awesome. Garchomp coming in. Really dangerous spot now where you can just click dual Wing Beat and Earthquake, and there's very little you can do to stop that.
Yeah.
I feel like Adrian's last Pokemon surely is King Gambit. I don't think Venusaur comes here unless Charizard does, so Gambit really can't do anything, and it's kind of backed into a corner. Garchomp swaps.
Vixenary, thank you for the 5 Canadian. I will buy James some olives to go with our coffee. Yep, so Rock Slide comes out. I mean, I think, as you said, like, it is super safe to just go for Rock Slide EQ. Like, this game kind of fell over after turn 2, honestly.
A little bit, yeah. I think... it's really tough. I think Adrian's team, while it's a very aggressive version, just... I feel like we're not playing this Venusaur and Charizard, admittedly. Like, the sequencing is going to be really, really difficult here because he's basically expecting his Aerodactyl to, like, I'll be honest, probably just flinch more than Francesco's Aerodactyl. Like, if they're trading Rock Slides back and forth, there's not really a whole lot that he can do because Francesco has both utility and offense on his Aerodactyl, backed up by 3 other Pokemon that can very easily clear off Adrian's targets. Again, especially if it's not Venusaur and Charizard, it feels like the only way, admittedly, that he's going to get around a lot of these issues is through Sleep Powder. And you did mention earlier, like, there's just no Lumberry here. It is quite primed. It obviously, no one wants to play the Sleep Powder games, but I feel like if I'm down a game, and it was that much of a beating in game 1, I'm locking Venus
100%. Especially because you think Charvenu into Arrow plus Gambit, like, that's not bad if you hit the Sleep Powder. It's like, it is so contingent off hitting that, but it's like, I'll take that 50-50 more or less, rather than, you know, whatever happened here in game 1. And
exactly.
The Gambit gets put in an awkward spot because, like, it's immediately threatened by Weather Ball, right? And it's not Sash or Akka, so... I think clinical game 1 by Francesco, but I totally agree. I'm going Charvenu game 2 here. I'm Adrian.
We're going gambling. It's Nola, baby.
Yeah.
I do also want to point out, because this is something that, like, slipped my mind until, like, I'm just... Oh my god, that just killed both?
Jeez.
Wow. What is it, though? Something that slipped my mind that I'm now realizing is that Francesco has the opportunity to back-to-back top 4 2 internets right now. Which is insane. This guy, I think this guy has literally cut like 4 internets in a row. He cut NAIC last year, top 8.
Oh my god.
He cut LAIC this year. He cut EUIC, top 4. And now he's top 8 right here, up a game, which is utterly insane. This guy can't be stopped.
Like, actually. It's just, I know it's like, you know, would I rather have multiple top cuts or would I rather get a first place, right? I'm sure at this point he's like, I don't want to just top 8 anymore. I want to win. And he has gotten so close. A really clinical game to play here as well. So my question is, you know, if you expect Char Venu, what's the best lead from Francesco's then? I'm probably looking at like Arrow Chomp and not leading Gambit.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like Chomp also pairs well into what Adrian was playing anyways. Like, I feel like obviously Gambit has a little more, like, it turns the tides a little harder just because Defiant is there, and it means that essentially, like, you're starting at +1 versus -1 objectively. One of those is much better to be at.
Yeah.
Gambit has the tools to dispose of both Instant and Aerodactyl on lead. Chomp, I do think, though, just has the tools to be able to withstand the scenario a lot longer. Citrus Berry, obviously, its typing is a lot more acclimated to this position. The only thing that really, like, scares it away is the Ice Fang from Aerodactyl, actually, which is, I mean, it works well here. I definitely do think it's really difficult though to be leading Instant and Arrow and just like you're kind of relying on like clicking attacks and hoping that it works out for the best. Francesco admittedly just has a lot more options, again with the Aerodactyl on his end, but also just his swaps are a lot safer. Whereas, like, as Adrian doesn't really have a lot of that. You either, obviously, your Mega is very one-dimensional. The rest of your team doesn't have a whole lot of protect options. Francesco can kind of play the game at whatever pace he wants. He dictates a lot of it, whereas Adrian is basically saying, like, I'm going to hope that... Oh, there it is. I'm going to hope that this works out for me regardless of how it goes.
Let's go, gambling.
Alrighty.
And it is Sylveon, so I think Garchomp here would have been a little scarier if you're anticipating Char V specifically, but because it's Sylveon, like, Sylveon's actually not amazing here in terms of a damage perspective.
It's good for Adrian.
I think you're right, Joe. I think we're gonna at least see the threat of
the Sylveon is Yawn.
And I mentioned the threat because that's really what it is.
I know Marco's did earlier.
It is Yawn. It is Yawn. Okay, so that makes it interesting as well. But I think Francesco, I mean, is this Chomp? Yep.
It might. Oh, does this Aerodactyl have Protect?
No.
Uh-oh. Fun turns ahead.
I mean, I do think this is the best approach, but it is still so scary if you're Adrian. If you miss Sleep Powder, or if I think Francesco gets a one-turn wake, it's just GG. But
yeah,
I mean, it's better than what happened in game 1, right? So
yeah, exactly. I will, like, not onto that too. Like, I feel like, no. Oh my god.
That GG shake my hand.
Actually, this is done. Vena's gone.
Oh, it's cooked. That's what we were saying though, right? But it's like you'll take that 75% odds still.
Exactly. Like I think it was really the only way to really get through the game. Hey, who knows? Heat Wave could still burn, but like
no burn.
Good. Nope. Really tough spot for Adrian now, but again, I think it was necessary. It's kind of one of those things where it's like Garchomp comes in at least, but like it's one of those things where I think we could also view it this way as like not committing to that earlier does kind of kick him in the long run because again he's relying on it now for this game instead of just launching it instantly, and obviously 2 Sleep Powder odds are better than 1, so like not having that in game 1 might retroactively hurt this game, or I guess like moving forward it hurts this game too even more because Adrian was afraid to commit to this slightly risky option, and now we're back against the wall, we commit to it and then we whiff, so it's a big problem now.
It just makes me wonder, like, what do you think Instant Arrow lead was the plan from Adrian's end? Because it is really vulnerable to Gambit, which is what ended up happening. It just
like I can't think of it because like Basket Legion's Focus Sash, so like it kind of doesn't care.
Oh, I think it's probably specifically for Arrow Chomp. Like I think Adrian lost the lead game. Like game 1, he expects Arrow Chomp because he thinks Francesco is gonna go Char Venu. And then Francesco ends up not going Arrow Chomp in game 2, but then ends up pivoting into it anyway. So my guess for why it was Instant Arrow is because you get Intimidate off onto both Aerodactyl Chomp and then you pressure Ice Fang immediately. But because it was Gambit instead, it was so bad.
Yeah, it's just really tough. Now, I would say he got, caught game 1 and then game 2 just did not work out in his favor. And again, it's not like he's out completely right now, but it's one heck of a climb back up to even make this remotely even. It is just very difficult because like Chomp is Scarf locked, Instant's not doing a whole lot here. There's still a Sylveon in the back that can very much rip apart these 2 Pokemon, and we're seeing the Arrow Preservation just to make sure that this end game is locked up with Tailwind and Rock Slide. Chomp protects, good plays. Claw. Is it a blitz? Parting shot into the wrong target. Yeah, this is
just running away with the game, it feels like.
Yeah. Because like even at this point you can preserve your Garchomp, which is definitely going to be the piece to win this end game, just by swapping here. And I would say Francesco can just reveal his final Pokemon if he really wants to, because Arrow and Garchomp both have value here to stay alive, and whatever's in the back, presumably Gambit or Basque, both can probably tank the hit very comfortably. And if I would say if Instant Flare Blitz is here, it's staying in, it's getting knocked out by Hyper Voice likely with the recoil. So this just looks wrapped, in my opinion. Like, obviously, it might be a struggle for a few more turns, but Francesco looks primed to win this.
Francesco still has the lead in this match.
I just, yeah, I think it's interesting because when you have a Charvinu team, I think you always anticipate your opponent, especially in a best of 3, to like have the most anti-Charvinu lead. But I think Francesco was like, dude, even if you go Charvinu, the odds are actually still pretty in my favor. Also, the Rock Tomb on the
Rock
switch-in.
Tomb.
Wow.
Wait, okay, that's actually so sick because even if it lands in the chomp, actually, no, it doesn't matter if it lands in the chomp because it's Stark, but I was like, oh, that's so sick, you'll outrun the Garchomp. Actually, I guess does he have Tailwind up? He does, right? Surely.
I actually don't remember.
I'm going to assume he did if he did that play because that's smart because, like, obviously, Scarf Chomp can likely outrun a Sylveon even in Tailwind, so, like, you just Rock Tomb into it, get rid of that option entirely, it's gone. Garchomp gets to preserve itself and stay on the board, which immediately threatens this Charizard and Incin. Just another great play by Francesco. This guy is locked in. He is ready. I don't know. So far, like, obviously, I don't want to say it's over yet because, like, technically it's still a game, but it really is.
It feels like
to win.
The miss was obviously already huge. It's like often with that, you should be able to carry the game forward, and then he has played flawlessly every turn after as well.
Agreed. Obviously, so far, our top 4 is ridiculously stacked. Like, one of the best players in the world right now. Shomo Hodami, who is also proving that he's one of the best players in the world. I was saying, on the other side of the bracket, there are several demons waiting to fight it out for top 4 as well. This is it might be one of the most stacked we've ever seen.
Adrian doing everything he can to hang on, but it is looking just grimmer and grimmer with each turn, I think. This is what we were saying, right? Like, the Venu is the best way to shut down Aerodactyl, but it's still kind of a coin flip. But it's better to take that coin flip. There's, like, no other real option into it. And so...
Yeah. I think maybe Adrian could have gotten away with something like Gambit and Incin lead. That feels like it would be the most responsive answer to game 1 if we're not willing to go the Sleep Powder route. But, like, I feel... Honestly, that probably might have... I would say, I feel like Gambit in, like, game 1 was just not played correctly. He bought it. I would say it just wasn't brought out in time in order to do things. I feel like in game 2, if we were going to go that route, like, lead Incin in Gambit might have been better. Even Arrow in Gambit could have been good. Like, again, if we're not willing to go that. But, like, again, I think Sleep Powder just seems like the most conclusive response that you can make that deals with everything instead of just being like, you know, Instant Gambit is going to do a few things. It really catches all. So I think, like, it makes sense for Adrian to opt that. Like, literally, it was the thing that we both were like, yeah, you just do it and hope that you land. Like, I think it's tough. It's really hard to say anything else other than it's tough. It's just the way it is when you play with Sleep Powder. But yeah, really well done by Francesco. Both game 1 just pivoting around or like piloting around everything that Adrian tried to set in place, especially with his lead. And then game 2, just I would say dodging the Sleep Powder, but again, like you said, getting every turn just more and more correct and snowballing the lead that he got from that dodge.
Yeah, the other thing about Charvito is, like, even if that Sleep Powder hits on turn 1, you burn a turn of sleep immediately, and then it has a 1 in 3 chance to just wake up after. And, like, because there's no grass type attack on Venu, you actually can't burst down Aerodactyl that quickly, right? So it's like, in order for things to work out against Charvito, you probably need to hit that Sleep Powder, need to hit your, you know, potential heat waves. Like, I mean, it's like Weather Ball, Solar Beam. It's not doing that much because Aerodactyl's bulky as well. And so that's why I think Francesco is like, look, you know what? Like, Sleep Powder, fine. But one of the reasons why Charvino fell out of the metagame was because of the rise of Aerodactyl and Mega Aerodactyl, right? So even though it's not like a guaranteed win, the odds are, I would actually say, more favorable than not.
Yeah, that's a really good, like, observation about that. Like, again, just willing to even take the odds. And obviously, bro knows it's over. He took his headset off. Obviously, back-to-back top 4s is insanity.
Ooh, dominant, very dominant. To me, it felt like Arrow Gambit was him expecting. Well, see, the thing about Arrow Gambit, I like it as a middle ground lead, because if you go Charvinu, you have your arrow immediately into Charvinu, and if you go any instant-based lead, the Gambit punishes. So it's like saying, I kind of can cover for both of your options. Like, I'm not going to fully commit to, like, predicting one lead from your end. and it worked out really nicely for him.
More consistent when you think about it.
Yeah, the 5% difference feels like a world of difference.
I'm actually looking at Francesco's schedule. I was curious. I was like, did they actually play each other before? And they did not. So like that was just an on-the-fly call, which is insane. There are real, actually. What's the bracket look like? It is Wolfe versus Marcus, Dawe versus Eric. I said realistic odds that Charizard does top 4 sweep the entire event.
Yeah, and of course we could be looking at
It would feel fitting as a way to end this regulation.
It would be really funny.
This game number 2, but unfortunately it just was not in the cards for this.
If they meet in top 4, isn't Toxapex great into Dawe's team? I think yes. I was running reps with Delphox Floette into Wolfe's team, and it felt quite unfavorable for the Delphox Floette side. But I was using the side with no offense. Like I didn't have a Sneasler or a Basket Legion.
The Vivillon one?
Yep, and that one just felt so hard to play because I'm like, I can't even beat Incineroar, let alone Toxapex and Megazard.
Yeah, I think I think the ones with White Herb Sneasler have a bit more of a fighting chance, just because you can at least fire off attacks, and like having an unburdened boost is still really helpful. But yeah, I think those ones really struggle, and I could see how Dawe's team would. I would say it looks very susceptible to toxic as a whole, especially because like nothing on this team really gets stuff done very quickly. Even Ceruledge can be like kind of outpaced. Like a big issue that I had in Scarlet and Violet was it just gets intimidated very easily, and Ghost and Fire is both good and bad, like coverage wise into a lot of things. Like it either hits really effectively or it just whiffs completely. And like I feel like Wolfe's team has just a lot of options to ignore it. Like Hydreigon and Toxapex and Incin kind of just create an unbreakable like trio of Pokemon that can really swap in around it and cause issues. I think as well, like even the Milotic can get stalled out very quickly by Toxic.
Yep.
And Floette is not that much better. So like even the alternatives that Dawe has aren't really amazing. It kind of just seems like it relies a lot on Sneasler, and unfortunately probably relies a lot on Blind Hypnosis, because I'm not exactly sure how fast they can get a coil off and then start clicking it.
I think people were wondering if Adrian Hurley's qualified for Worlds, and the answer is yes. He didn't need top 16,
yes.
Or just needed top 16. Top 4 was not needed for him.
Now that I think about it as well, both invites so far in top 4 are double invites, because Francesco top 4 another IC. So far, there have been no invites given at the North American International Championships through the actual top 4 invite system.
That's crazy to think about.
I think both of the next ones are guaranteed invites though from the system at least. So it's like
yep.
Odds are all these players would have had it anyways, but like now finally, I would say someone at home is very happy that they're going to be slotting into Worlds now.
So for chat, for those that don't know, basically, if you get top 4 at the tournament, you get an automatic invite, but you can also qualify for Worlds from championship points. But as you might imagine, the best players are often so good, they've already qualified via championship points. So their championship point invite basically passes down to the next possible player. So if you are, a North American player, you're hoping that Dawe wins, and then like the invite passes down one slot more. Because Dawe now has qualified via points. Needed top 128 in this event, 12-2, certainly has accomplished that.
God.
And then similarly, if you're from Europe and you're on the bubble, you're hoping Eric Rios wins, because Francesco already won, brought one down. Rios could also do it, but man.
Like everybody wants to win, but you gotta prove it, right?
Insane consistency by this guy, though. Seriously, man. Like, what a beast.
Yeah. I was like actually unreal how consistent it is. I feel like I always obviously friends with a lot of these guys, but it's always unreal just to see like how much like events they go to and they just destroy every time. Like I think I've talked with Francesco like after every result because like he posts on his Instagram story the result and I'm like, dude, you're just actually insane. and like obviously I don't know, it's so insane to see. It's so inspiring. There's so many talented players, man.
For now, yeah, I'm gonna just see what I have ahead and play it out. Yeah.
It's hard to improve when you're already this close to the top. Francesco, I want to give you one final platform to kind of talk to the people supporting you, or any shout outs you'd like to make.
Yes, absolutely. So I want to thank all the people here that are helping me live.
I think to get top 4 at back-to-back ICs, like how many people have accomplished that? I know. Did Joe UX9 do that? Wolfe, the year he won it?
Yeah, Wolfe, Joe did it like, yeah, Joe did it EUIC 22 to NAIC 22. Wolfe did it at EUIC 19 to NAIC 19. I'm actually trying to think now because now it gets murky in my head.
Yeah, of course, I want to thank Flavio, who is helping me from home, supporting me every.
I'm trying to think back to back. I don't think.
Informations I need every time I need something.
I think those are the only two besides Francesco to do it. I'm trying to like now. I'm actually like trying to think really hard. Because like it's hard. Like I think of players that have top 4'd in IC twice, and that pool is much more expansive. And then I'm like, oh, it has to be in a row, back to back.
Spent many hours with me after terrain, deciding if I should come.
And like otherwise, I start like dipping into like senior division probably because I'm pretty sure Alfredo Chen Gonzalez has done that.
Oh
like,
yeah,
times.
if we were talking seniors and juniors, it is
and much cooked. Yeah, larger pool.
Somebody's gonna win. I want to prove myself that I wasn't worthy of.
Someone had a good question, which is how expensive it is to compete on average.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, and so.
I actually think I might have a spreadsheet from a while ago. Let me see if I can find it.
That's crazy.
From
that's
this...
actually probably smart. I should do that.
I don't even remember what it named it.
I think it really depends. You got to be, being diligent with finding flights and like hotels is genuinely important because I know so many players that are just like they'll book their ticket or like flight like last minute to things and it just becomes ridiculously expensive. Like the hotel becomes expensive. If you plan in advance, I will say it is significantly cheaper. Even finding not so much orthodox ways, but like sometimes you'll just find flights for like ridiculously cheap. Oh, the doctor wants in, so I think we gotta move channels.
Yes,
let's
get the doctor in.
All right, hold up.
Like some other video games or like having much of adrenaline make you go faster is like really good. Right?
Wait, actually, I will show this spreadsheet in a second because I actually did the exercise for those that are curious.
Clear thoughts and make sure you're making the right decision every turn is what's important. We see our two trainers here. At least most of
Oh, what's up, Aaron?
Dude, welcome back.
Similar teams. I think the ways in which they were.
Do we have an echo?
How was the nap?
Dude, okay. I don't know if you guys can tell, but the last match, I was like fading in a really bad way. And I was like, I'm glad James is here. And then I went and I took a nap and I got lunch and I got my Labubu Dubai chocolate matcha. And now I'm here and I'm ready.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, we're ready to perform, Tiv.
Detective Looker, thank you so much for the $23.99. Just want to say you're my favorite VGC creator. Friendly and approachable style makes new players like me more passionate about the game. Always excited for videos and tournaments. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
That's so kind.
It was very nice. Dude, friendship
wins. It's so... What a sweet message. That makes the world go round, you know?
Exactly.
What did I miss? I missed Shoma being a god.
Yes.
I missed poor Adrian. I don't even know what happened in his match, but I have to imagine he's happy, all things considered. Oh yeah,
game 2 at least. Game 1, Francesco kind of put on a clinic. It was a little rough.
And here it wound up being a little bit more of a liability. And then,
okay, Aaron, what are we up to on stream?
Dude,
this is a beautiful.
So someone asked how much it costs to compete in a season, and I have this spreadsheet because I tracked it all in the 2024 season when I qualified for Worlds. So,
oh my God,
flash it up out of curiosity for those that might see. So for
I basically
screen share. Yeah.
1 sec.
The answer to the question is under 2K for the entire season, which actually
That's
came out
really good.
lower than I expected.
That's really good.
That's really good.
You on the back foot almost for locking into that move and punishing your decisions rather than kind of where you would think.
Let's see. Okay. Pittsburgh Regionals, first event of the season. This was when Spirit was a thing, so RIP. Like $8 for trip for flights.
No.
I was about to look at the flight. I was like, yo, and then you said that. I was like, ah.
Flying from New York, so it's insanely cheap. San Antonio Regionals. This one was really expensive. No hotel in this one because I think I stayed with like Dewey, who's one of my caster friends, and so obviously that's like a big privilege. That cuts some significant amount of cost. So obviously don't take like you should factor in that hotels can be a couple hundred a night. But this one, transportation's like Ubers. And then I went to a bunch of locals. Yep, regionals here.
It just punishes anything that comes in on that slot as well because
local, more locals. This was like an Uber. More locals, more locals, more locals, more locals, more locals.
Oh wow. That was for 2024, right? So you qualified.
Yep.
Yeah, and you did play at Worlds.
Yep.
All in all, like that's pretty good. I think the issue is like I think the stumbling block is just like how do you get to a point where you can kind of like break even for the season if you get one good win? It's just like being good enough to like say if I go to 8 regionals, I will make money at one of them. It's like that's such a tall order, you know? I mean, 8 regionals is that's a lot. That's thousands of dollars. But like if I go to 4 regionals, you know, like you can't rely on that. And so like, but if you manage to do that, you know, like, you know, if you had gotten like second at one of those regionals, Aaron, like you would say I was actually up for the season, right?
Yeah.
And that, I don't know, it makes it really, really hard because obviously only so many people can make that finish, and also like only, you know, you can't count on it at all.
It's one of those things though that I definitely think like regardless, there are things you can do like I said earlier, as like book in advance, like when you know, because like I said, there are tons of players. I call it the Joe UX9 maneuver, where like you just book the flight the weekend of the tournament, and I'm like, Joe, you can't do that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's it, right. I think like the whole thing is to be like mindful too, you know, like there's always going to be one more regional you can go to. There's always going to be, you know, oh my God, I'm so close to my invite. If only I go to like, you know, South America, like I gotta go. Like, it's important to be realistic and kind of like do what's right, you know, financially, but also for your like health, because like it's also not easy to do all that travel.
It's not. Like, I think every year that I've been competing where it's like, oh, I would say when there are so many flights you gotta take, like that generally takes a lot out of you. Like every tournament, like I think I come back from, I'm at least like I need like a week of recovery or something.
Yeah,
because it's a lot of, you're going around, like especially again if you're being mindful about like finding cheap flights or something like that. Like oftentimes those will have layovers or something, and like obviously so you don't have to bite the bullet on those every time, but like I've found like cheap flights to Vancouver that are like, it will either be sometimes it's like $300 straight from Philly to Vancouver itself, which is like a massive steal, or it's like here's the $90 flight to Seattle, and then you can like drive up and then you can fly back after a layover in like Toronto. So like it can go either way, but again, it is just being mindful, agreed to your wallet and your health are very important as well. Yeah, because like people will immerse themselves in trying to make back what was hypothetically lost in terms of Pokemon, instead of like just prioritizing the safety of themselves first. And like that is a dangerous slope. I would say.
Our perspective is also Americentric, right? Because in Europe, it might be a little easier to, you know, the transportation options that are not a flight, you know, depending on the regional, might be a little easier. And then as one commenter has posted, in Australia, you kind of, there are 3 regionals and that's kind of it. So, you know, GLHF, unless you're willing to like go around the world.
I can see some comments. Helps if you have TPC paying you to fly to places. Oh, they were not flying me. And they fly. I get flown out to commentate. I don't get flown out to compete. But as mentioned, yeah, some of the hotel costs, like I was staying with a friend, which is a big plus.
Friends help a lot. Stipends obviously can help, but like a lot of players don't. There, like I would say, there is a term called the snowball, which kind of adheres to this, where it's like you just keep going to events, and as long as you perform well enough, you'll get the payment from the stipend itself to kind of fund a lot of the travel and things. But like most, I would say, if not every player I know does not scope their season out in mind with the snowball. If it's something that you get it, and it's really nice. But yeah, players generally do not expect to get $200 like $2,500 just thrown their way. And if you do, odds are it's probably like the week of getting said thing, or like the season ending where you get that. And players will then plan in regards to that instead.
By the way, guys, it's Co who just got knocked out. Literally already went on Twitter and posted his rental.
Bro, dude, this is great. Now we can reverse engineer all the other spreads. Yeah.
So ready for Reg MA, guys. What's left of it?
Oh my God. When does MB start?
I think literally in 3 days.
On Monday? Yeah.
We got 1 day off. That's awesome.
The Brain asks, is sponsorship a thing in VGC? Could champions create a larger audience that makes that more feasible moving forward, knowing capital and video games are an interesting place? Honestly, not really. Like, take it as someone who worked in esports and worked for one of the biggest teams. Like, there's very little ROI for a team to actually want to sponsor a VGC player, right? Especially if you're not a creator. And so it's just really tricky. Like, people in TCG like maybe get sponsors by like their local card shops or whatnot, but it's not often actually like, unfortunately, very ROI positive for the group that's actually doing the sponsorship. So yeah, I mean, because like if you think about it, I see you're comparing to poker, which I think is an apt comparison. Like poker sponsors were advertising or sponsoring players to advertise their like services and their websites, right? Whereas like VG, there's not as much of that, and so like the sponsors like and I also think it's like it's very finicky as to like what kind of logo you can wear on stream or what you can represent, and so
one is very protective of their brand. So it's not like I would say like you or Wolfe can go like, you know, when I have a troubling decision, I drink Red Bull to solve my matchup problem, which is why you should drink Red Bull too. I would say like Pokemon, that just won't fly in Pokemon, so like it's a lot harder for, I would say, like we've seen some like sponsors in Europe, like Marco and Fede are sponsored, Victor Medina is sponsored, Alex and Rios are sponsored, and it's great to see whatever strides we can make. And they're like, yeah, North America, like that's kind of just like not a thing that happens. And like again, like players like you, Aaron, have experience like working with esports like in Pokemon, and I would say it's something that we've seen dabbled in, but it's like not particularly something that has like ever remained long term.
Yeah, they've done it extremely well to get to this stage of the
exactly. Yeah, and you know it's interesting because like I think Rios and Gomez from Spain, like Koi is a big esports team, and like I think it makes sense because like Alex is actually one of the biggest like streamers in general, it looks like in Spain right now, and so it's not just being a really good pro player, right? It's also having a huge brand behind you and getting value out of that. And you know, like Wolfe, James, Necra, and I were on Beast Coast for a while, and it was really great. We were creating content together, and it was a really great experience. But I think at the end of the day, the sponsors have to get enough value out of it as well, and often there's like a mismatch between like I actually have no idea how much any of like the European players who are sponsored, do they get their travel covered? I legitimately have no idea.
I don't think I've actually ever asked Marco. Like we share a group chat together, and I've just never asked this like ever.
I just pulled up the stream and it's funny because they're all wearing different suits and it's like in height order. There's like a line here, like a joke. It's a long time to get
I
to
really
the next
like
game,
this
though.
suit.
I'm gonna go with
Oh my
It
god.
was actually, I would say I dig the purple on it.
Yeah,
It's
it's a really fun
silver
print.
purple.
Yeah.
Squad. Big.
Proud.
What do you think we're getting in MB? I'm thinking. I don't know.
Golden Goat, baby!
Oh yes, I want Golden Go to come back so that everyone can enjoy the new
Missing
accuracy
naked right
threshold.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Actually, I think they should make the accuracy 99 just to mess with Golden Go players even more.
Dude.
It's what they deserve.
Dude, it would fit with the money theme.
Mm-hmm.
Just a cent short.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think gold is likely. I think probably like a good chunk of I think probably all the megas that like are likely to see like legal play will return. Maybe not Latios and Latias, I think, but like otherwise probably all of them. Just because Latios and Latias have, I would say, like they're more like what I like classify as like national dex Pokemon, where like they kind of show up in those middle power formats. Like I feel like we're not there yet, but who knows?
Whack Donald's asked, what's the average placement needed to qualify for Worlds if you don't win an auto invite? I mean, it really ranges because you get like points from like 5 majors and local events. I guess average, I would say probably top 64 across all of those tournaments, but you guys correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe a little higher.
It's a little less about. Oh yeah. It's a little less about the average, I think. Like it's, you know, if you get like 5 top 64s, like you might make it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But if you get like, I mean, you could pull up my placements. Is like I was actually kind of screwed before LA. Like I was like 64, 128, 256. And then I got a 2, and then it was fine, you know. And so like if you have like one really really good one, you can kind of do whatever otherwise. So it is kind of about like the max and min kind of. But
that's fair.
Yeah, I think like you definitely want to be a top 64 on average kind of person.
Yes. Like I think if you're like consistently performing top 30, like I would say you could probably do like half and half and get away with it. If you went to like 5 or 6 events and you got like 3 top 32s and like 3 top 64s, you would probably be locked like very safely. And then like obviously there's wiggle room outside of that where you can either perform higher or like perform lower across like 1 to 2 of those tours. But if you like range around there, probably you're fine.
Yep.
I will say though, I think like the number gets inflated really quickly early on just because people attend so much, and then it starts to like cap off as PFLs are hit. Like early on.
The important thing, especially if you're like somebody who's like, you know, like I can get top 64, top 128, like a decent amount of the time, you know, and I think I do want to make that push. The important thing is to really just like get every point you can. You know, it's like prioritize getting the larger, like putting yourself in a spot where you can get that larger finish, you know, if it really is your day and, you know, you got a top 8 or something, you're over the moon, you have a great day, and it's that much easier. But then you also need to like go to your locals, you know, be there every week, play the global challenges. Like last season, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna go to my local or not. Maybe I should. And Wolfe was like, no, dude, go. So I like rented a car, drove an hour and a half north, played a little local, and drove back. And I got 50 points out of that. And I cleared the world's bar that year with a not so great NAIC by 53 points. You know, and if I hadn't done that, I would have basically been at the mercy of every other player, you know. And I've also missed worlds on 8 championship points. So it really is, you know, if you want it, you gotta go do everything you can to get it.
Impressive what both have been able to accomplish, not just here today, but within their own.
Man, if I'm a player, it's like 5:30. Long day.
Oh
guys.
yeah. I'm gonna go text Wolfe. Do your
Actually,
stretches.
it's 4:30, I think, over there. I think they're an hour behind.
Are they really? Oh.
I would say, like, when I was talking to Kareem, he was like, Oh, I like texted him. I was like, at 9, I was like, good luck, and he's like, it doesn't start for another hour, and I was like, oh. So like, I think they're behind, from what I know, from like what Joe told me as well.
I regret to inform you both that I love, Eric is a great guy, but I'm going to be so ridiculously biased towards Dawe. And I can say these things on the co-stream, not, on like the mainstream, but yeah, Dawe is great. She's wonderful. We met at Dallas when we realized we both went to the same grad school. Then we were like on the same planes to events afterwards. I'm so happy that that everybody's out there rooting for her.
I said it to Aaron earlier, and I'm saying this now, I know, in response to Aaron, so now I'm going to try and differentiate.
That's okay, we can use context clues.
Okay. What is it? I was mentioning this to Aaron earlier about, I feel like Dawe is very due for, like, this massive result, and I think top 4 especially, so I'm kind of rooting for that. I think at this point we've seen them perform so well across a board of events with like absurdly unique teams. It feels like it's finally
yeah. I really love their style. They work with Gavin sometimes, right? Like Gavin, and sometimes like,
I think Gavin actually has been using this team as well, because I remember we like saw each other indie regionals, and I was like, we were talking about what we were using. He was like, oh, I'm using something kind of weird. He showed me his team sheet. I was like, whoa, he's cooking. So
yeah, I think it's like it's a super. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's a super cool collab. I think the squad, like from my understanding, this is what it was in the past, I'm not sure. It's like Dawe, Gavin, like Zach Dro, and Harrison Sailor, at least, were in like the kitchen together once. And I thought that was awesome, because those are like, I'm gonna guess like 99.9% of haven't heard of like the last name there. And so it's so cool to like see Dawe, who I regard as kind of like, being kind of like a new age player, like working with people from like my childhood.
Something that can check a little bit
yeah.
easier.
She's wonderful.
Oh. Okay, hopefully that fixes that.
It's all good. It's like very sporadic, so I think you should be okay.
Okay.
So what do we think about this matchup, guys?
I would
say that. Well, like, just like without even like knowing anything about how the Pokemon work against each other, at this point, Dawe has probably been playing against this sort of stuff, not just all day, all weekend, but for a couple weeks. And so Eric kind of has to figure out what the holes in her strategy are, and like kind of try and make that happen. So like, I mean, the Charizard and Ceruledge, you kind of gotta watch out like how much can really be done with the Ceruledge itself, especially because it has that Colbur Berry, and it's like you can't really get too much going with King Gambit against it either.
Yeah. There is Roar on Farigiraf, which you can use if things get kind of crazy to get rid of the boosts.
I think like it's also valuable to mention that the Gambit is Focus Sash, so it can, I would say, like, the Ceruledge and Gambit feel like they kind of have like a one-way interaction where Dawe can click like Bitter Blade into it and bring it down the Sash, and then Eric can just kowtow back, and like both Pokemon are kind of left in this awkward spot. I think Ceruledge kind of wins the trade more, obviously, like especially if the sun's up, then Bitter Blade's gonna do enough to put it in Shadow Sneak range, probably. It definitely feels uphill though. I don't know how to describe it, like other than that. Because like this lead feels fine for Dawe, but she definitely has a lot more offense that she needs to accrue, like her momentum, than Eric does. Eric can just launch 2 attacks very freely.
I was like, Chomp, that's like one of the most aggressive duos you can have in the format. There's so much damage output immediately, whereas if you're Dawe, it's an awkward turn 1, right? Like maybe you could go Protect, switch in Instant, then you have Intimidate on a Garchomp, fake out pressure on the following turn. One thing to think about is the Farigiraf here makes it really awkward for Dawe to cycle fake outs, which you normally want to do. So it is going to be the instant switch as I suggested. But the question is, like, how do you start actually, like, I think so much of Dawe's game plan often is like, I get 1 or 2 bulk ups, and then Bitter Blade with the Sun, I get to heal back a ton, right? The good thing is that the Ceruledge does wall Charizard, which is a really big deal as well.
It's a good swap too, just because Solar Beam's not going to do a whole lot. It's not as opposed to like heat wave landing into something and doing a lot of damage, because sometimes Ceruledge Edge doesn't mind trading like their partner's HP for a flash fire boost, because that goes a really long way. But I would say here Ensign just shrugs this off pretty well, and if it's lucky, it might activate Citrus Berry. Yes, nice. I mean, that actually did more than I...
It did, yeah.
This is still a little tough, because now we're in a spot where Eric could realistically just click Earthquake and Solar Beam into the Ceruledge. That Earthquake still did a lot of damage. Ceruledge is kind of frail. It doesn't have the best defense in the world. But this is...
It feels really tricky for, yeah, Dawei. This turn alone, actually. I mean, like, Ensign can fake out Garchomp, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But then, like,
So,
if you're
I mean,
Eric,
you can just
double protect or switch for Rigorath in, and both of those would be really scary for Dawei.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I feel like Sinistra, unironically, might be the swap here. Like, because Sinistra doesn't do a whole lot, but if you can catch it, like, Solar Beam into... Oh!
Yep. Trying to block fake out. Oh, good call by Eric. Is it just Earthquake? Or even Stomping?
Oh,
yeah, that's cooked.
Oh my gosh, Stomping,
Wait,
yeah.
is it Bitter Blade into Rigorath?
Oh! Oh!
Like, the thing about Ceruledge is every Bitter Blade matters so much, because you often go
so
super
much
low.
Yeah. And like now it's not looking so good, because now you can just go, you can just go right into Sinistra.
Oh my.
This was great.
I did not think that would survive. Like, Soft Sand as well, and it still didn't go low.
That was such a clutch live.
Like, if it fakes, their game's over. It's just over. You're not going to win with instant Sinistra.
This Bitter Blade's going to just start getting out of control. Like, this is going to do a lot to start. This might just do 50.
Yeah.
Like, over 50. Like, that's another health pack, like, for this thing to just keep eating.
Yep.
I would say Dawei... It felt like it was really bad for her, but she's pulled this out, like, really well. Obviously, that might have to do with surviving. That might be a little lucky, but I think, given the situation, this could have been a lot worse, and now this is much more manageable.
Oh my gosh.
It's a little dicey. Like, the accumulated crit risk at this point, Ceruledge has taken 3 Earthquakes. We're looking at like a 12-13%.
Can't really withstand a lot. Like, I think you actually go instant and you attack this turn with a Bitter Blade. Like, you're running out of options. You need to have enough time to knock things out, because like Milo's in the back, it can deal with this Garchomp, but Ceruledge doesn't. I always say Ceruledge needs to start dealing with things outside of that, otherwise Dawei does not likely have an endgame here where like Ceruledge has enough, or is it like Milotic has enough time to deal with everything. It's good live, but Solar Beam from this range might knock out. Is this into Ceruledge?
No.
Nice.
I think if I'm Dawei here, I do the fake out this time. You know, I bite. I'm like a big fish. I'm looking. Oh, that hook in the water. It's so juicy.
I feel like as well, you don't want to Earthquake, and you kind of want to take both knockouts here, because if you don't stop the Ensign from swapping and dealing damage to Ceruledge at the same time, obviously Eric doesn't really have a whole lot of options, and Dawei can keep the pivot up where you just go Sinistra and then go back to Ensign. He kind of needs damage on both of these Pokemon right now. I think he might be fine just taking an Earthquake on for a draft.
I just can't, like, the margins when you use these setup teams, it's so thin, right? If Ceruledge faints, that's just it. So, I think it's now.
We're talking about this Justin Tang set, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, trying to get Sinistra, but this is like the magic of Ceruledge, right?
Catch one turn, and now we're almost back. Well, actually, no, she is going to be back to full.
Ooh.
Oh, another bulk up. This is here, and the sunlight's gone too, so Sinistra now has a very free spot. You can even go Milotic here if you really wanted to, but I feel like it's just get the hell back.
I mean, I prefer Dawei's position right now, right? Like, it's every defense boost matters so much.
This Ceruledge was at 1 HP, by the way.
Literally 1, and if it took any more damage, that's it. We're going to game 2 immediately.
Yep. I think.
I actually,
I mean,
people
Eric
are
is
saying
totally.
the bulk up is risky. I actually don't think so in
No,
the sense that,
that
like,
was a very well-timed bulk up.
yeah, like, because Charizard's out on the field, it's not threatening you with damage, and, like, yes, Garchomp can hurt you, but, like, you get the healing from Sinistcha, you can keep cycling in Instant, and, like, I think every defense boost actually goes a really long way, because Garchomp wants to cycle out these Intimidates, but it's, like, once you switch out and back in, when now you're staring down multiple defense boosts.
Yeah.
So it's very
also think-
intentional. Because you, like, it's, I think it would be risky if, like, it was a guaranteed KO, right? But, like, you get KO'd from the opposing side.
Flash is gonna get broken.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I
Wait,
don't
this
know
is-
if I necessarily agree.
Yeah, I don't like this because for a draft now, kind of. Yeah, I don't like this because now for a draft gets it presumably gets knocked out this turn.
I think, like, from Eric's side, you kind of had to realize you had 2 shots left. You know, a healthy 2 chances to crit Cerulege, and I think either of those would have won the game. And I think I would have, like, optimized that way and kind of just, like, I don't think that dropping the Intimidate is going to do that much. Sinistcha is still around, which is going to preserve the lifespan of either of these Pokemons.
It's actually
ribbons from Eric.
I feel, yeah, there's, because now the sun's not up, you can't even pressure this Milotic right now, and it can just start going for Coil if it really wants to.
Exactly.
And the Gambit is in a spot where, like, you can, obviously, if Dawe really wants to, she can just go for Muddy Water, break the Focus Sash from that, do good damage to the Garchomp, and Bitter Blade is always going to be able to just, like, knock out this King Gambit and heal back all the health. There is just, it's not impossible for Eric, but it definitely feels like he's back into a corner where he's going to need, like, a Rock Slide flinch or two.
Crit is the win con here.
Yeah, crit is the true win con. Stomping.
But you just heal all the way back. This healing is just so gross.
And you got the Culber Berry. You got to be frustrated if you're Eric,
Yeah,
right?
like you're like, I was 1 HP from literally dominating the game. It hangs on, and yeah, now it all just.
Cool. Slow Milotic got him. Looking, I mean, the Gambit's probably max.
Oh, yeah.
Coil too. But now even Shadow Sneak is an excellent option here. You can just go for Shadow Sneak Hypnosis.
Yep, there's no Frigoraph left.
I love how this shows how good Cerulege is, by the way, into Charizard teams, because you use the sun against them so hard, right? Bulk up, if you're at +1 attack and the sun is up, like, even if you resist, you are doing 40-50% and you heal back, right? So,
yeah.
If I'm Eric, I don't know, maybe you think Aerodactyl game 2.
I think I was gonna say, like, on top of what you mentioned, like, Aerodactyl is also difficult to bring here because it's so weak compared to Charizard's immediate burst damage.
That's a great point, yeah.
Intimidate is a lot more easy to throw out onto it. Milotic can eat it very easily. Once the bulk up starts stacking, Cerulege starts tanking that very easily. Like, it technically makes more sense to bring, but I can understand why Charizard players, especially Eric in this instance, would be like, it's more likely that I'm going to be able to get rid of every single Pokemon around this Cerulege and then take care of Cerulege, but that's generally what these setup players want their opponent to think. You know, you'll get rid of every Pokemon around my setup Pokemon, and then it just never works out because none of them ever go away. So it's, I think the plan makes sense from Eric, and I agree. Like, but like Dawe really has this well pinned where both Megas really don't have the strength that they need to compensate for the others' weaknesses, and both of them kind of flounder a lot versus the Cerulege, or they flounder a lot versus the following support Pokemon.
Is there a crit? You need a crit right now if you're Eric. That's the downside of... Yep.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Wow.
I mean, yep. That's unfortunate.
That's the thing with using a team like this, right? Like Aaron was talking about, Garchomp keeps attacking, and it's like all you need is one critical hit, right? So it's tough because, like, yeah, there's no way to fully avoid that, but wow.
Yeah, it's totally the weakness of these teams, right? Like, you know, just like given all the prior terms of the game. Ooh, wait, what's going on here? Oh, a little chat with the judge. Uh-oh. Okay. Given the amount, given the amount of the turns of the game, right? Like on that last turn, right? Odds were 1 out of 24. But like, given the total terms of the game, I think that's probably closer to around a 30% chance to get one of those crits in. And at that point, It's just off the head. I don't really know how many attacks Garchomp got in, but that is like a huge margin, right? Like we're talking like double protect there. Like that can happen, and very often. And so heartbreaking for Dawe there, but also like from a optimization perspective, like might need to do a little bit more to get ahead.
Yeah.
I think the lead felt really favored for Eric, in my opinion. The Charizard Garchomp was just way too much damage output, and like Milo, doesn't want to stay in front of Solar Beam, so like I don't know. I think like Eric had a lead advantage. He seemed really happy when the leads came out, so I think he was expecting potentially what he saw. But either way, like it is. I mean, what do you do if you expect Chomp Charizard? Just instant Surge immediately, maybe?
It's not a bad option, because then the Zard, it feels like the Zard is so free to swap out, and Garchomp is able to just throw out an Earthquake even. Like you can literally just hurt your own Fridgeraff. It doesn't mind too much, because you're getting so much damage off, and then even if Ceruledge has to, swap in the Sinistcha and then heal it off, like it's still having to play keep up to make sure it doesn't get knocked out fast enough. Oh, there's the arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! It's interesting now.
So it is, yep. We're talking about Aerodactyl, we're talking about Incin, both end up coming out here. Farigiraf can come in turn 1, block Fake Out.
Oh, this is so scary if you're that way.
Yep. This is the chance, this is the adjustment that you can make if you're Eric and you're up a game, right? You can get a little, crazy with the leads, let King Gambit loose with a Farigiraf in the back potentially.
I just am so nervous because the Rock Slide button can get clicked, and at any given point a flinch is so bad for Dawe.
Yeah, Ceruledge really, I think out of every Pokemon I've ever seen in my life, Ceruledge is one that really, really wants its turns really badly. It can't afford to miss a beat. Like it is, I said it earlier, it is frailer, I think, than most people assume it is for a Pokemon made of armor. It is, okay, no Mega, that still does a lot, even -1.
Could see the Ceruledge just go for the Bitter Blade.
Bitter Blade goes off though. That's, I would say, solid turn. And Dawe now has Milo on the field to just hit both of these with a Muddy Water.
Nice turn by Dawe. Oh, that is still so much damage. Wow.
That's a ton of damage. And I think if you're Dawe, you actually got a little bit of extra information that turn, which is that it's very likely that Farigiraf is not in the back, right? There are two pieces of information that you kind of and play off of here. One is Aerodactyl not Mega Evolving, suggesting that Charizard is in the back, and the second is that Farigiraf didn't come in there, which, that's a little bit more of a gamble, but given how useful Garchomp was, given how strong Charizard was, I would be pretty surprised if those weren't in the back. So I might get a little bit looser with my priority, and so if Eric is keeping that Farigiraf in the back, that would be very strong indeed.
And Dawe now can make a really good trade, I think, regardless, because this Gambit doesn't have Protect, and this Aerodactyl is likely to not Protect. Okay, well, they protected. So now, I would say, this can get interesting where Eric can target into this Milo to can get rid of it because it doesn't have Protect. But no, we should see the Ceruledge soak up that hit. Good call from Dawe. Muddy Water comes in. Oh, no!
Okay. I mean, that would have gotten the knockout, I think, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's a shame.
Really valuable damage into the Aerodactyl, but that tailwind.
Oh, that's so tough because now Unnerve is around.
Right.
Oh my god, you're right.
Like, so then this turn.
I would have just lost my Ceruledge.
Dawe has to get this turn perfect.
Exactly. Yeah. You risk the Ceruledge fainting, right? You could always pivot. What's the fourth Sinistcha?
It feels like it should be, and that's actually not a bad swap in. I actually like that because you can just go Muddy Water again and heal. And if Sinistcha goes down, it's not the end of the world if the back two Pokemon are Garchomp and Charizard. One of those can't really do a whole lot into Ceruledge, so you're fine making that trade for something that doesn't particularly work as well in the end game. And as long as you can get the bitter blades off of bulk ups, I feel like it's paced well enough to win. Oh, we are going all in on this.
Okay, Eric's looking. I can't tell if he's happy or sad. I think he made the call. Sarah just. Oh.
Mega now?
This is the I want to pop off for my rock slide, but I can't because I don't know if it's hit yet. Look, that's the look. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh my god.
That's a KO.
That is.
Holy. That's really tough.
I like that play a lot from Eric's end because it punishes switches. Yeah. You also, yeah, wow.
Crazy thing to obviously not mega for that long. I feel like what was that, 2 turns or something? That feels like an eternity though, and not mega. I guess bridging the damage gap just in case, but that is insane. That was a really good call by Eric.
So I want to explain that turn because I'm sure a lot of people are confused. I think basically Dawe feels really behind in this game already. Shadow Sneak's not going to KO Aerodactyl. It's not going to KO King Gambit. The obvious play for Dawe to make is to then switch out that Sarah Ledge and use Milotic, like switch into Sinistra, use Milotic to maybe go for Muddy Water Hypnosis.
Oh my god.
And now this blocks Prio. Yep. Oh, okay.
It's called a swap. There's the heal.
Ooh, if this is a low kick into the Sinistra. Oh no.
No,
that's not a low kick into the Sinistra.
So,
oh my gosh.
To finish my thought for chat, basically, there was the no, you guys are good. There was the expectation of, I think, Dawe that the Milotic was going to get targeted because Muddy Water was such a strong option. So, like, Rock Slide Kowtow into Milotic would be really scary. So, Dawe pivots the other way around. Doesn't end up working out, though.
I think this is all going to come down to Sinistra. Ooh, Sylveon, maybe the best.
That's a really good fourth. Yep.
I was going to say, like, if it's guard chop, this honestly doesn't look unwinnable for Dawe.
But this
might honestly.
This is unwinnable, I think.
Really? Is it Yawn or is it Hyper Beam on the Sylveon?
That's a good point. It is Yawn, I'm pretty sure. You see a path forward?
I feel honestly it's not over for Dawe, but it's really bad. Like, she has to basically attack with both Pokemon this turn and hope that it works out well enough. You really need to put some damage down because now that Gambit is gone, it's realistic like that. Like I would say, a lot of Eric's game plan was built around the Gambit kind of cleaning things up. Aerodactyl's in the back, obviously, so this can kind of spiral control. That damage on Sinistra is really strong. Oh my gosh. Wait, Trick Room? I'm assuming that's true. Oh no, Life Tube, it's just really slow.
Huh. Yeah, there's also a Tailwind on the other side.
Oh, whoopsies.
Doing good.
Oh, there we go. Now it's gone. Honestly, now it might be. I feel like Matcha. Like, I feel like Matcha Gotcha kind of needs to come out. Like, you need to start getting damage on 2 and get accuracy drops with Muddy Water because I mean that or Blind Hypnosis. It's one of the two. Because I think, like, what is it? Dawe can win this game, but you really have to start making damage. Like, you have to start gaining ground here in terms of damage output. And that is just not happening. Oh!
That's
or,
you can see Eric's like,
Yep. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I forgot about that move.
Oh! Oh my gosh.
I don't know if that KOs without the crit. I would expect it to survive, but it's close.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. I think just like if you like, yeah, but it's it's not over, chat. Sinistra and Incineroar are, like, I would say unfavored here, but it, you know, you could maybe put something together depending on what happens to this Sylveon.
Yeah, it's not over yet. There's 2 healthy Pokemon, which normally doesn't sound good here. But Dawe actually has the opportunity to heal off them pretty well. and Aerodactyl doesn't really want to swap in because Aero kind of is what you're playing to winning the game. So if Dawe actually pilots this perfectly, there is a shot that she can win this like super comfortably. That, oh my goodness,
That's tough.
That's yeah, and that was really good damage into the Bridge Wrap too. So like that would have been nice to do in Sylveon as well. Stays asleep though. It's winnable.
It's winnable because Hypnosis hit and it was a 2-turn sleep.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
does it come down to like I would say if Trick Room goes up for Dawe, it's really good. But you have to get it out before the Aerodactyl. Wait, the instant has a dark move, correct? Oh,
I'm not. This is tough because if you're Dawe, you need for Trick Room to go up. Yep.
So it's Throat Chop to try to stop Hyper Voice, but I think now Faraga's Trick Rooming, or just.
I do not think
just Twin Beam.
Yeah. Or Thunderbolt. Ooh, Self Roar.
Oh. That was
really cool.
Really smart execution there.
Yeah, it's a great play from Eric, utilizing that role.
I love seeing Side Roar in this game.
Yeah, it's super strong.
It's dodge, rock slide, and burn matcha.
So for the chat there, right, you might be a little confused. Basically, that's a way to guarantee that your Aerodactyl gets in safely. Because if you switch out, you risk Matcha Gotcha and Flare Blitz, and it just fades to that, right? So it's a really cool way to ensure that you have a free switch in without getting punished. And dual wing beat hits, that should be it.
That's gonna be everything. Yep.
Good fight by Dawe though.
Really good, yeah. It felt like it was still doable.
Yeah.
I think that just goes to show like how. Oh. Wow. I think it just goes to show how. Oh man, how difficult it is to win 100% of the time. You know. Like, she did a lot that she could with the tools that she had, in terms of like maximizing her odds to win. But it's just like the margins in some of these moves, right? Like the Muddy Water, you know. If that Hypnosis doesn't go her way, it's like different match entirely. Oh man, I'm gutted for her, but she did great, you know, in front of thousands of people. She'll get her flowers soon.
The Muddy miss, I think, on Gambit was actually the most impactful part of it, because if you get rid of the Gambit, that is Ceruledge hanging around, and because there was no Garchomp commit, like Ceruledge is up against Arrow for Rigoraph, Sylveon, it looks really good. So that Muddy miss was actually so huge, I think.
Was able to pressure like he wanted to, able to kind of mitigate the intimidates with the King Gambit.
The Mega Arrow Rock Slide Kowtow play was really cool on Eric's end though, like capitalizing off that miss.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And getting rid of what, like, you know, Dawe's team often feels like a Ceruledge is the Mega Evolution, not actually Floette. And so much damage. But basically, you know, there's a principle in Pokemon which is just like if you attack first, you give yourself more chances of getting fortunate, right? And Aerodactyl was like the best example of that, where you're clicking Rock Slide. And so I think Dawe generally had the speed disadvantage for this one, but yeah, it's definitely felt like they were playing super well, and it is like the downside of like having if a Milotic doesn't have Coil, then you are super vulnerable to luck. And then, I mean, for game one to have played out the way it did with the crit right on the perfect turn as well, just it's like one that is tough because you know you're vulnerable to crits, but still it like comes out at exactly the final turn that Eric has an opportunity for.
Yep. I also think that like if you're Dawe, like this is gonna sting, absolutely, but just given how many rounds there are of a team like this, right, where it's like, okay, I gotta set up for turns, I gotta not get crit, I gotta hit my Muddy Waters, you know, the accuracy on Coil can help, like to have this happen in top 8 and not, you know, in any of the rounds where you might have been knocked out if this happened, like that's a big deal. At least she goes home with, you know, thousands of dollars and you know, a good story.
Absolutely. Again, really incredible showing.
For Eric then to have that survival to make that matchup that little bit easier.
Oh man, that's a tough one.
I think just
dude, Aaron, how are you feeling for the Knicks?
I need them to get Wolf's game on so I could I think I'm gone unfortunately after this last top 8 game, but I need them to. There was like 30 minutes between games. I feel like between round 2 and 3, so I'm hoping they're getting them on stage and we get going.
It's just even more of an accomplishment for a trainer like Eric Rios.
I think this is probably the most interesting match because both of these teams are so interesting. Like, I want to see how it plays. Also, I think like I don't know. Like I honestly, it's Wolfe and Marcus has been on a tear. That thing I mentioned earlier, where like Marcus is kind of on a hot streak because he just came off of winning a set. Kind of doesn't matter probably because now it's been like 3 hours. So I'm curious how both of these guys have prepped the matchup.
Yep.
I would say this will be an interesting one.
We got to talk about the side roar.
Yep. Marcus is like the greatest dude. I'm such a big Marcus fan. I mean, I'm gonna be biased in this match, of course, but like, I'm just very happy that Marcus has had like this level of success, and if he wins, I'll be really happy for him too. Super down to earth guy, just really kind to everyone. It's great to see a guy like that succeed, you know.
Agreed.
We had a really nice chat at EUIC, where, you know, he spends a lot of time working, you know, a job, not playing Pokemon, and that can make it kind of tough to compete against people who have a lot more time to dedicate to Pokemon. And he's like, you know, how do you keep up, especially when, you know, he has a really great community around him too. They like succeed all the time. They also have more time for the game. And he was like, how do you do this? Like, it's not easy, you know? And so I'm really glad that he's out there, finding that success for himself. And like, he can take it all the way, you know?
I agree. I think Marcus is one of those players, especially like when he gets on a roll, he is very, I say like, I think the term that we use often is like momentum based player, where like once they start like, you know, doing good, like they can kind of run through the tournament. Marcus has shown that like, I would say very much that mindset, but like, I think in recent time he's really shown like a lot more level-headedness and consistency in applying that. I guess I would say like some momentum-based players are very much like, you know, if they lose then they can kind of like spiral, but like I think especially this year Marcus has shown like very level-headed when it comes to that. Like he's cut I think multiple events this year. I would say I did not pay attention to much of this year. I apologize in terms of like top 16s or like whatever was not present on stream, but I'm pretty sure he has a few of those this year. And overall consistent results. So it's again like you said, it's really great to see him up here. I am friends with him as well. Like we talk a bit, but it's like I said, like you said, it's really good to see him. And also I think just like the team is cool. Scovillain is just kind of like one of those Pokemon like, regardless of how actually good it is, it kind of feels like a silly Pokemon to me. Not even like the Lycanroc, just like Scovillain. So like it's like Scovillain's big day. Like he can prove himself. It's time.
Easy, Joe. Clips are good, and we're done. No, there's a lot of interesting things in that match. I think. Thank you, Joe, for.
I want to see the funny pepper guy like pop off.
Miles in today to come over and get your thoughts, Scott. It's been very.
All right, chat. This is it. My last. It's so sad. It's just. I wish there was like an extra hour, but duty calls.
It's all.
But I can't watch the top 4 games live with y'all. But first of all, we've got a set left. Obviously, it's going to be Wolfe. It's going to be sick against Marcus, and the two have so much history. I think like if you're Marcus, you know, you probably are feeling so much pressure, but you also have a shot at redemption, right? This is the guy that knocked you out of Worlds, knocked you out of top 8 at regionals, and he's already taken down and slayed 1 international champion. Can you imagine the storyline? Because if he beats Wolfe, then he'll slay Federico, Wolfe, and then you know who he meets in the semis. It's Eric Rios, international champion, international champ.
It's and then he like can play Silva in finals, who is another national champion.
Wow, this is an awesome top cut too.
Yeah. Really good way to end what I would like a 6 out of 10 format. Like,
when you say to a opponent, oh well, you kind of were forced not to bring your Mega in that scenario. I don't think Darwin has that situation. I think whatever you bring into the
how are you guys feeling about this matchup? Any thoughts on if anyone has an advantage.
I speak for the people when I say I want to see the Mammo Swine, but I think I feel as if it's I don't know if I'm just like looking at more things on Wolf's team and I'm like, wow, it hits the super effective button and it does really well, but I feel like the Scarf Hydreigon is really strong into Marcus's team. Toxapex can even do some funny things here. Like, it feels like Wolf's options are a little more open-ended. He's got to be scared of, like, the Lycanroc and other Pokemon of the sort. But it feels like Wolf has a few options that hit a little harder. And on top of that, more options, like, to kind of, like, stagger the game. Both Instant and Sneasler are good for that. Toxapex is excellent at doing that. It feels like, I don't know, it feels like he has more tools at his disposal, but I feel like the tools that Marcus has might be a little more magnified because it feels like there's a clear cut, like at least few Pokemon you want to bring here, whereas like Wolf could really bring all of his 6.
Oh wait, it looks great on TV, but at home not so easy.
Yep.
Looking at Eric's team as well too, it's a strong team, right? I think the Farigiraf in particular is pretty interesting, where it's a little bit different than the way we've seen other trainers run that.
Okay, so one of my friends, Steph, longtime listener, first time caller, texted me, "Who is the Wemby of VGC?" And I didn't want to interrupt the stream to ask you guys, like, think about it, who's the Wemby of VGC? But we actually talked about this backstage. Sorry, not backstage. During round 4, when like the stream, like all the games like crashed at Indianapolis, we had like a 3-hour thing. So like me and Brendan and Carson were explaining Wembanyama to Wolf, and he's like, which is the Pokemon Wembanyama? So I went to go ask Brendan because Wolf is about to go get on stream. I was like, Brendan, who did we say was the Wemby of VGC? And Wolf responds, he said Raging Bolt. I was like, dude, you have a match to go play. So Raging Bolt, there's your answer.
I mean, it's not wrong because Bond that's absurdly broken, really good, and is about to get second at the championship.
Yep.
So it's like, it actually lines up perfectly.
That's so funny.
You're welcome for helping your analogy, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Slam dunk. Bring it home.
Easy.
And I think the important thing to play against Oa's team is you need to keep pressure all the time, right? If you play positively.
Okay, while we wait for the match, chat, I'm gonna pull up the teams, talk about the matchup a little bit. Let's see. Neither of these guys have played for a while, so it's weird because you're kind of just sitting there waiting for the game to start. You're thinking about all your game plans. The nerves hit as well.
You do kind of lose momentum too. Like it's like a test that you have to take, but you all you can kind of do is study your papers. Is like it's just looming over you while you just sit there for 3 hours, which is really kind of unnerving because most of the time when you're in the hall, it's like you have like 20-minute breaks at most before your next game, and so going last can be really, really hard.
It's really tiring too. Like, I think I would say something unironic, like doing nothing is tiring. So it's like you can go get food talking to me, but it's like you gotta play this set. So like in all intents and purposes, you're just waiting to play a set, and like that, I would say like it gets tiring.
Yep. And like I have in my notes to like bring board games for regionals, like to do stuff during this downtime. But when you're there, you don't want to do stuff like that. You want to you should be prepping, you should be staying warm. You can't really think about anything else. It's just 3 hours of like anxiety time. And then, being the 4th of the top 8 matches means you're going to be the 2nd of the top 4 matches, which means that you are like taking max time in the day.
And I think this game plan was probably mapped out early on. The Stomp and Tantrum there.
Just saw someone refer to the Lycanroc Frostlass team as Chili Dog, and I want to
that's good.
you an award because that is very good.
It's like a hot dog from Sword and Shield.
I was referring. I said Big LARP earlier, but I also was referring to it as Sunflower.
Ooh, I like that.
I dug it, but I was like, it kind of feels like reindeer level composition name, where like people just call it Zernoger instead.
Into that spot, but yeah, Darwin playing to their outs, getting the bulk up.
How early do you guys show up to the airport if you're going to a tournament?
Dude, you're
my
asking the
dad's-
worst person in the world. I show up as boarding starts.
I was gonna say, if my dad's driving me, a whole day beforehand. If I'm, like, my mom is, probably like a few hours, like 1 or 2 hours.
Wow, really? I show up like 10 minutes before boarding starts.
Oh
I'm
my
almost
God.
as bad as Aaron. Because like I don't want to spend any time in the airport because like I could be doing anything else. Okay. Aaron, yeah, we have the same sickness.
It's one of those things where, like, I don't mind. My dad is always, he always tells me to do this. I never do it anyways. He's like, you should get TSA pre-check. And then every time I go to the TSA line, the TSA pre-check line is longer than the TSA line. And I just waltz through.
Well,
the only time
TSA.
Okay, go on.
Oh no, the only time what?
Obviously, the only time it has ever been ridiculously bad was when I showed up like 3 hours before the flight, which was like Milwaukee 25. It was literally like out, the line was like out to the Sky Bridge at like Philadelphia Airport. The only other time besides that was like Knoxville 24. I'm in the TSA line. It's super long. I pass by the drug dog. It like sniffs me and they're like, all right, get into this line.
Oh no.
Like, I put my bag and stuff through, like they check it and they're like, all right, you're good to go. And I was like, do I get back? And they're like, no, you just go through. And I was like, that's it? And they're like, yeah. So I just skipped the whole line because the dog like false smelled me.
Oh, that dog's a homie.
Yeah, I was like, okay. Like, that tends to happen, and I'm just like, all right, well, I will just simply walk through the TSA line. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Guys, I have a question. If you're Marcus, what mega do you actually want to bring?
Ooh.
Having practiced this matchup, I shouldn't say.
Well, for an, I would say the unbiased opinion, I feel I'm more leaning towards the pepper.
The pepper.
I feel like the pepper kind of has like the coverage is nice. I also just think that Frostlass kind of gets like it kind of gets smashed by both Charizard and Hydreigon, and like, it can get sandwiched very quickly between them. So it feels like Scovillain is more inclined. I think I would say you don't bring either Mega. The more I think about it.
Ooh. I think that's also an option.
It's forced to take a big risk here, right? And yeah,
I think that's really interesting. Actually, I like that suggestion.
Because I feel like Scove doesn't burn the Incin, it doesn't burn the Zard, and those are both likely Wolf's End. And the other 4 Pokemon do a lot of good damage, and also can punish that kind of pivot game that Wolf wants to play with Incin and Toxapex. They deal well with the Mamoswine, deals well with the Hydreigon because there's multiple Pokemon that can cover that. They all deal with the Zard well enough. I think actually I would bring no Mega.
I think the real question from Marcus's end is like, how much are you going to respect the Toxapex? I think that's the case for every single player who has to be up against, this Toxapex team is like, are you going to max respect it and like try and like not get in these horrible end games where it can just grind you out, or are you going to min respect it and kind of just hope you have enough steam to like deal with it at the end?
Yeah.
Or somewhere in the middle. That is really, really, really hard.
Yeah, the sequencing, I would say, especially if you do bring no Mega, not even so much like dealing with less stats, but you don't really have something to organize your board around, where like obviously if Frostlass is doing it, like you're setting up the Veil and you're spamming Blizzards, your Pokemon can kind of anchor themselves around it. Same thing with Scovillain, where it's redirecting and it's burning a lot of things. It can kind of focus your game plan, especially when you're bringing the non-4 Mega Pokemon. They're kind of frail, not the Basculegion and the Gambit per se, but like Lycanroc and Sneasler are kind of glass cannons. So I think like especially from Marcus's end, how you sequence that is really crucial, because a lot of these guys, while I think they are the correct 4, they do share a lot of similar weaknesses. They're all physical attackers. 3 of them can be intimidated, and can kind of be a problem. Well, Sneasler can white herb through it the first time. But there's a lot of ways for Wolfe to reduce the damage from that front or even lock them in. And because they're so frail, it kind of ends up the same way where Wolfe can just take a quick knockout on them. And now Marcus's sequencing is kind of completely shot. He has to find a way to figure out how to knock something out that particularly like was likely going to be a 1-to-1 trade.
Totally. Yeah. I think if I'm working backwards and I'm Marcus, like, you know, Lycan Rock obviously into Charizard is a key Pokemon, but it's so much about how you're positioning it. And then like, I am probably worried about Toxapex, right? So Lycan Rock, Gambit, like feel like the two that I would probably lean on most in terms of dealing damage into Wolfe's team. And then I think you probably need Sneasler for the Hydreigon as well. So like those are the three that I would probably lean on more. And then like I honestly don't know who between the last one you actually pick.
You can, I would say, Scove does benefit King Gambit's endgame like really well versus the Toxapex, especially if you can burn it and now the leftovers recovery is gone. Scovillain can Giga Drain as well to keep itself afloat versus like Infestation and Toxic for a little longer. But as well, like there's also equal value in Basculegion could just kind of cut the middleman and do the exact same thing where it just okay, all my Pokemon friends are gone, they've been obliterated from this world, I shall obliterate this Toxapex now and claim my victory.
Yep. So now that the players are seated, I can tell you a little bit about what I was doing. Is like I really like I think in the early game it's really important to get as much out of King Gambit as you can and make it really scary. And then what I was doing was, if you're Marcus, yeah. What I was doing in the back was I was trying to make something happen with Scovillain and Basculegion. And just kind of like abusing the fact that if you want to get through Scovillain with like the Sneasler or like, you know, the Mamoswine or even, you know, the Toxapex is out, like you are going to have to take some burns. Sneasler is actually really useful defensively against Marcus's team, I think. So like there's a lot to watch out for. I think this is the last one left in the tournament, right?
Yes.
Last time.
The last dog.
Rock dog. Yes, the last dog as well.
Yeah. I think that like I think Frostlass can be useful too, you know? Wolf, that's very funny. And like, if you can position it well, but like, I would lean, like, I think no Mega or trying to get some really strong positioning with Scovillain is like, I wouldn't say like the right way forward because it's actually really dicey from Marcus's side, I think. There are going to be some really ambiguous game states and you kind of just have to come out ahead. That was a good firm handshake.
Very firm.
I think.
I would have hired
I like that.
on the spot. They always say, you need to make a good first impression with your handshake.
The best handshake I ever got, I was at a local after work one day, and this like senior player from TCG, she was just trying VGC for a day, and she had beat two of the other masters at this little 4-person PC, and I had a bad matchup into her, and I was actually kind of scared, and I'm just like, hey, you know, good luck and have fun, and she gives me like, honest to God, the greatest handshake. I'm like, wow. So, but then I won. So, I think the question is like, is Wolfe going to bring Toxapex here?
Yeah, I think that decides the pace of both Marcus's game plan and obviously Wolfe's a lot because there's so much more busy work you've got to get through in regards to Toxapex compared to like all these other things.
Gotta do your homework.
Pokidata is not ahead. I don't know what is going on there. This is live. I'll promise you guys. So I think, you know, what will be interesting is seeing the game plans both players have had because they actually have had literally like 2 hours at this point to think about what they might want to do against each other, right? And so I think game one, the leads, that can really set the pace of things. Mamoswine, chat, everyone's asking about Mamoswine. Do we think it's going to make an appearance here? I don't know if I love it, but curious if you guys feel some type of way about it.
I kind of want to see it because I actually really like Mamoswine as a Pokemon in terms of like what it does. I think not even like in the match. I just think like as like a if I go back to like my 2016 Tibby roots where I'm just like playing the battle Maison, I really like Mamoswine. I just want to see it, but it is not here.
Ooh, Lycanroc Basque. Okay, I mean, Marcus is exerting a lot of offense here on turn 1, right? But, like, obvious play that you could make is fake out Lycanroc, double up into its Solar Beam. Marcus could swap Lycanroc. Wolfe can predict the Lycanroc switch, pivot his Incineroar out.
Actually, wouldn't be, yeah, I would say Basket Legion for Sneasler Gambit here on a Solar Beam call would be crazy. Ooh.
Oh, it's a revolving door of Sneaseless.
There's no way
Charizard
Charizard
money.
is greeting and attacking here, is it?
I would say there's no way Lycanroc is attacking for sure. Like,
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Did Charizard protect? Okay. Wolfe.
okay.
If you're Marcus,
Well, actually,
you're
that's
like,
better for Wolf. Yeah, because now you can protect again this turn.
That's a good point. Do we know which Sneasler is faster?
I don't think so.
I would assume.
I think Marcus is jolly on the team sheet, right?
It is.
Admin?
Okay, it is. I can't read.
Okay,
Oh.
that's Sneasler faster. But I believe Charizard's actually faster than the Lycanroc, right? Oh, no, never mind.
No
no.
way.
No.
Oh, you gotta be devastated if you're Marcus.
Wow.
That's so
That's
tough.
tough.
He got the call. Like, that was... I think he would have been in such good shape if that hits, right? Like...
Yeah.
But he seems pretty dejected. But like, you know, there's gonna be a lot more turns ahead. You gotta lock in, right?
I'm trying to even think what's the next move for him now. It's very difficult to kind of. I would say something's gonna go down here likely. Just because you don't really have a lot of options to swap back in. Basket Legion needs its health to preserve for this end game. Well, there goes the dog. Is it okay? Basket Legion's back in. Protect from Sneasler.
Good play.
Another protect. Alright.
Unburden active now.
Ooh, but
Oh,
Marcus
hangs on.
doesn't look happy.
If I'm Marcus, I wanted that to KO.
Yeah.
Because then you get Lycanroc back in for free.
Oh, actually.
Wait a minute. Are they speed tying these Sneaslers?
Yes, I think so, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's probably what he was like miffed at.
I think this is a really strong.
Oh God.
Unless Marcus wasn't going for fake out with Sneasler, right? But I don't see why you wouldn't fake out.
I feel
Unless Wolfe wasn't going for fake out.
Sorry,
Sneasler.
yeah,
But-
exactly.
This actually can work for Marcus. He can go for Gunk Shot and attack with like. I feel like Gunk Shot in the Zard here is always like solid, and you can go for like Last Respects or an attack. Like I actually think you always just go Last Respects, but like Wave Crash is also an option here, or even Aqua Jet if you really want to like Aqua Jet Gunk Shot KO the Zard. But I don't know if that happens.
Is Instant back in? Yeah.
I mean, Gunk Shot will still hurt plenty into this thing. Because Wolfe has to take a KO on Sneasler, but Marcus protects it instead, so it's likely... Okay, Dire Claw, yeah. What's the move here, then? Is that in Incineroar? It's not bad. I feel like the jet range is useful. I actually think this isn't horrendous for Marcus. He's played himself out of a pretty bad spot where now he forces a KO or he forces an Aquajet onto the Sneasler slot. Well, like he can preserve his own Sneasler to really launch close combat into that Incineroar if he wants to. Keeping Fake Out alive as well seems useful. Like you could swap in Lycanroc here, and it might actually find like a safe opening to get back in. And if it's Zard on the swap here, no, it's Hydreigon instead. That's
really good positioning for Hydreigon.
Yeah, they got into the... Yeah, really well played by Wolfe.
It's really hard to deal with
It's
Hydreigon
just so
now.
hard. Yep.
Yeah.
This is the thing, is like, you know, when you look at Wolfe's team, you're like,
Oh.
whoa.
No Gambit brought. I mean, Dark Pulse is so free now. So you just get to Dark Pulse literally everything without King Gambit being brought.
I'm curious if it KOs the Basket Legion, because one of the more notable things about Hydreigon that I think people were turned off of by it early in the format is that like Dark Pulse does not always KO like no bulk Basket Legion. This Basket Legion has plenty of bulk, So we actually might see a scenario where like both of these Pokemon might be able to tank the Dark Pulse. A Blizzard and a Wave Crash here likely isn't going to KO Incineroar, but it's going to do a lot of damage. And if it KOs the Hydreigon, this game can swap back into Marcus's favor, if barely. Because Lycanroc is really well poised to actually like take care of pretty much all the Pokemon in the back. Yeah, like Sneasler can. I would say if Sneasler drops here, it's really difficult because now I would say you can just click Rock Slide in the end game. And I would say if this Blizzard knocks out both of these Pokemon, or like, it knocks out the Sneasler, Wave Crash is going to redirect into the Hydreigon. It's likely going down this turn.
Oof. Scarf Dark Pulse so strong. Just one shot.
Wow.
Does Blizzard one-shot Hydra?
Yeah, does this not?
Oh, it does hit it. Accelerock is looking really good right now, right? Like,
yeah. It's just, I think Wolfe can likely go, I guess. Does Instant have a dark move? It does, right?
It does. It does.
Okay. Yeah, I think Wolfe can now just go for a dark move into the... Actually, this gets a little weird. I feel like Instant feels a lot safer there.
Wait, you can just Dark Pulse Lycanroc, right? Weather Ball Frostless?
I think you Solar Beam into the Lycanroc, because if the Lycanroc can flinch its way to an endgame here.
Wait, doesn't Lycanroc KO Charizard with Accelerock?
Yeah, but...
Yes!
Wait, how low is Instant again?
Like full. It's at full.
Yeah, this should just get it, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I feel...
You can go Charizard to Instant? Oh my god!
Stays in.
No Accelerock.
Yeah, I'm really shocked by that, actually. I feel like Wolfe should have went Incineroar there, just because if you click Fake Out and Dark Pulse, you don't lose much, but you also, then the next turn can force the Accelerock from Lycanroc by just going for Dark Pulse, like, into either target. Obviously, I mean, I guess that also realistically can lead to an endgame where Lycanroc clicks Rock Slide over and over again. If you get flinched, it's bad.
That game's all over in my head, right? Because even if no matter who you Accelerock, like, Dark Pulse, if you Accelerock Hydreigon, then Heat Wave just comes out. And like the problem is like Frostless is terrible in the end game, right? It like it's not going to win against Incineroar. So even if Marcus had Accelerock there, I don't think he wins.
If that was a King Gambit, you were fine, right? And not the Frostless.
Yes. Like it's definitely good. I think I would say definitely that Rock Slide miss was so.
It was huge.
So
yeah, I mean, like it's like the whole point of using Lycanroc is to KO Charizards. If you don't hit that, it feels so bad.
Even in that endgame where obviously Zard is still alive, it's just got much less HP to work with. That means Marcus can then go for that Accelerock plus Shadow Ball and knock out both of those Pokemon, or even in an endgame where double protect, or as the Zard protects, now you can just double protect back. Or like Frostless can't even be faked out, so it can just Shadow Ball straight into the Zard over and over and over again, and Lycanroc can try to clean up the Incineroar. Like, it's just a lot better of a position if that does hit, so it's really unfortunate that it did not, but now it's game 2, so let's see if Lycanroc can land this time.
Charizard's Sneasler adaptation, do you think that this is better for Wolfe than the last one? Because I think it feels a little worse straight up, you know? But
it really depends on if Sneasler's planning to swap to Incineroar here, I think, which still feels a little rough.
Yeah.
Someone said, to be fair, Ty Speak Out is unlucky for Wolfe. I don't think it's unlucky. It's like equally lucky for both, right?
Yeah.
But yes, he had to lose the speed tie. It's like slightly favored, right? For Wolfe in that turn.
It's just a double attack this turn? No, it's a double attack. I think there was, I would say, part of me was thinking like, oh no, just attack with Bask.
Who's it Solar Beam into? Probably Bask, right?
I was thinking Lycanroc, but probably into Bask. Yeah.
That's a big chunk of damage for both of these players, but I actually think that it kind of favors Wolfe depending on what the back pieces are, because ideally you want to be trading your Lycanroc for this Charizard. Like, and you want the Bastion Legion to be able to clean up in the end. Oh, it's into the Sneasler. That changes things a little bit, I think.
Now you have like Rock Slide plus Wave Crash again, which feels okay. I don't like that. I don't like that. I do not like this.
Ooh.
Okay. I eat my words.
I'm shocked Gambit's not coming in. But it works.
Yeah.
Okay, CC
Oh
into
my
last.
god!
I made that exact switch in a practice battle and got heat waved and almost threw my laptop out out the window.
This gets a little scary for Marcus though, because I feel like you should have clicked Last Respect there, honestly, because this Wave Crash recoil can come back to bite him. Like the Dire Claw, I don't think it'll knock out, but if it does, he's gonna be kicking himself a little bit. But this is honestly a really good spot for Marcus. He's like I would say, thought it was a really bad swap. I'll eat my words on that. He played that a lot better than I would have.
Had to get that read right. Heat wave there, GG.
You gotta have crazy stones to do that.
Yep.
Blizzard. Oh my gosh, it outruns the Sneasler, so this is not a problem. Wait, what are the speed tiers this game? What?
Oh my god.
What?
Okay, this Basket Legion got way more value. Oh my.
Yeah.
Yo.
What? Yo.
What just happened?
Marcus looks very confident. I think this might be a lot closer to what he had expected to see happen.
I mean, he just wins now, right? I assume it's Hydro Charizard. Like, you need a double protect minimum if you're Wolfe, but like, this position looks amazing for Marcus. No, I doubt it's a speed tie. I don't think Wolfe's Sneasler and...
I would say if it is Zard Hydra, which so there's one, yeah, there's two. Don't you just go Lycanroc here? Okay, no. I feel like it's you go Lycanroc instead of Sneasler, swap Frostlass out, and then bring Sneasler in for Frostlass, and now you have a spot where Sneasler either survives the turn, you can go for Fake Out in close combat into the Hydreigon and knock it out for free, or like it goes down and you get the snow back up, which now means Charizard can't Solar Beam into Lycanroc. This might be a bit more of a difficult one. I mean, it's the same thing, kind of. Okay, yeah. Although Wolfe is playing this correctly, he's going for Dark Pulse on Sneasler and knows that the Frostlass is kind of a dead slot. Does land Blizzard, though. So now Excel Rock twice is just the game. Really, kind of, I would say, really place for Marcus, because I feel like, you heard me a minute ago, don't do that, that's a bad idea, and then it just worked perfectly. Some massive kudos to him. He identified a way through this game that looked really bad, but puts this one out.
Okay, that game too ended so quickly. Like,
yeah, that's the power of Pokemon Champions, dude. If I'm Wolfe, my thought process is this surely went very good for Marcus after he was kind of, not really, lost the Rock Slide game 1 and didn't really kind of know what to do after that. And I think that I would be pretty scared of walking into that again. And I think for Marcus's end, it's like, all right, that's 2 games in a row without the Toxapex. And I'm sure that Toxapex has been built into his game plan here.
Yes.
Kind of like, how am I going to, like, is Wolfe going to bring it in game 3? Am I going to have to switch things up to, like, deal with that or adjust? And I think we are just going to have to find that all out together.
Is it time for Earl to appear?
So my question for you guys is, Marcus has gone, what, Lycanroc, Basket Legion, both games, right? What's Wolfe's best lead into that?
Instant Toxapex? I don't know. Instant Charizard is pretty good, right?
Oh, no. He let that. I'm stupid. Honestly, I feel like that is. I feel like Toxapex might be really good in this. Like game 3, especially where Marcus is now conditioned to kind of. I would say both expect it and not expect it, but like it's kind of hard to confirm. Because like I feel like if you're Marcus, you got to be running these 4 again. Like you're super comfortable in that game, and it felt like game 1 could have gone your way had a little luck occurred in your favor. I don't know. I feel like Pex is definitely coming to this match. I feel like Wolfe could. I don't think he drops Hydreigon. I feel like he has to bring Hydreigon.
Has to, yeah.
So like I think Sneasler is likely the Mon getting dropped.
Sneasler defensively is just so strong against what Marcus has, though.
Yeah.
This is so fast paced. We're just getting into it. Here we go, guys. Game 3. Charizard Instant.
Okay.
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 Okay. Yep.
Now I see
definitely
Wolfe has
stronger.
led Incineroar, and he loves swapping the Instant to Toxapex turn 1.
Yep.
So I'm kind of inclined to believe there's a Pex in the back.
Well, yeah. The thing about Hydreigon is, like, yes, it seems really strong, but also, like, very little value out of it in that second game, I think.
Yeah.
Is it Pex coming in? Nope.
There's, okay. You see the attack?
It's just the classic, like, I mean, Lycanroc you would expect to protect, right?
I feel like Marcus attacks this time now.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Yep.
See it?
Okay. So he did, you like you said, James, he didn't protect.
So I would say this does help. So I would say this does work a lot better in Marcus's favor. Obviously, Wolfe can continue to juggle the fake
crit
out.
rock slide.
That's actually not a bad one.
Yeah, that's a lot. Like, every damage on Sneasler adds up because you can't knock it out that quickly.
Yep.
Wolfe can continue to juggle the fake out this turn, but now he's in a bit of a weird spot where he has to manage this Basculegion before it gets out of control. Because Basculegion obviously is not taking any knockouts here, but it is lining things up for Lycanroc eventually. Because obviously Intimidate stops the Zard getting knocked out by Slide, but after a while it's just not going to matter, especially if one good Wave Crash lands into it. And even if Wolfe gets this call correct and doubles into Basculegion on something like a Protect, Basculegion is likely going to withstand both attacks, so it's really... I would say this can get really difficult. Okay.
Is it the Solar Beam?
Oh my gosh.
Heat Wave! Oh, and a miss!
Oh! That's a big one.
I agree. It's a huge turn for Marcus.
Now Solar Beam doesn't knock out Basculegion. No burn.
Oh, wow.
Wave Crash. It's gonna do so much still. Oh my gosh.
That's a big deal.
Marcus is playing really risky with Lycanroc and is paying, like, it's not like he's gotten that much value out of it, but, like, there were 2 different times now when Wolfe could have gone fake out Solar Beam into it and didn't. So the fact, like,
it's just so hard to justify it.
Yeah, Marcus has a really great position here too, where like even if he doesn't have to do this, but he can just Excel Rock train a Charizard and force a Last Respects boost out of the Sneasler. He either gets one Mon or like the other, and that's gonna be really, really good because if obviously like Sneasler's likely not gonna go down to this Last Respects, but if it's in Aqua Jet range or even it's not an Aqua Jet range in the Sun, but now Marcus can bring in the Frost Blast and play Blizzard and Aqua Jet, that's huge. Hydreigon coming in.
Lycanroc staying in.
Sneasler?
Ooh, this is good for Wolfe, right?
This is actually also really good too, because that's in Blizzard range now, but also close combat goes into Lycanroc. Sneasler surely swaps back in.
Right.
Or Sneasler swaps in for Marcus now. Blizzard is incredibly free here. Fake Out is incredibly free. And then on top of that, the Zard is now chunked for Gunk Shot to knock it out. So this is really, really interesting dynamics here.
He brought Baskin.
What?
It's probably Gambit 4th then, right? Not Sneasler.
Oh no, you can look at the webcam, like the face cam for Marcus as opposed to the past couple games. Right? Like he looks beaten down. He shook his head no like 10 seconds ago.
Probably brought the Gambit to predict the X.
Just miss a KO into Frostlass earlier, but even if you don't get that, if you get enough damage back and eventually get control,
it could all turn on a dime like that.
I think it's suddenly like if the eval Balnar switches all the way back to Wolfe's end.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
This is tough because you really have to call this if it goes protect.
What?
What?
Oh my god, you guys are like 5 seconds ahead of me, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Why didn't we just do this from the first place?
Oh boy.
Why didn't we just do this to begin with? What, bro? What?
I'm a little confused.
Very confused.
Does live though, which is big.
That's big. Why?
I think
Wait.
you.
I don't understand this. Like,
I mean,
Oh my God.
it's still not bad for Marcus, I think, because it actually was Sneasler fourth over Gambit. Right?
yeah, this is bearable.
Yeah.
I just don't understand this sequencing from him. It feels like he could have avoided a lot of damage, and I understand. I think there's some level I understand. You don't want the Hydreigon to swap out, so like that's why he didn't protect that turn. He wanted to catch Hydreigon because now Sneasler has a. Not so much even a safe entry point, but now it has a very safe force of... Yeah, now it's going to be unburdened.
I think, like, the Basque Sneasler endgame looks really scary right now for Wolfe.
Yeah. I think if you're Marcus, you just attack with both here. I think you want Basque Legion in to start spamming last respects. Obviously, Wolfe's instant might be built to survive this close combat. It's kind of finicky between this interaction. Considering they're jolly, right? Or is it?
Yep.
Close combat here is really big regardless because that's an Aqua Jet range now. He goes for it.
Oh gosh.
Oh!
This is...
Oh! Shadow Ball?
Oh boy.
Oh!
Dude, that was a
That's
sick play
huge.
by Marcus. Like, isn't that just game? How does Wolfe come back?
I think you literally just click close combat into the instant slot in the game. Or not the instant slot, the Zard slot
Yeah.
the game's over.
Yeah. Dire Claw.
Right, because Sneasler
But even with
gets
Dire Claw,
outspeed.
you can't get Frostlass.
Yeah.
Like, the speed here.
No.
What a play
I
by
think
You
you
just don't have enough to...
You have to Blizzard and you have to... I don't think there's any other options. Like, you cannot... You have to maximize odds in your favor if you're Marcus here.
I just, like, Wolfe doesn't have enough steam to get through the Basque Legion.
Guys, I just want to say, like, to have your guys' commentary on me with this is, like, such a treat. Like, it's so cool to be able to talk high-level Pokemon.
I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you.
Oh, okay, there it is. I was it's really fun commentating these. I was say this has been a very fun stream. Thank you for
Yo,
having
James,
me
you're
on
like,
again.
you need to be on the
Dude,
official
yeah, thanks for
broadcast,
coming.
like, and you too, Aaron. Okay, trade here.
The trailer James commentary he wants.
Heck yeah.
Run it.
It's just...
I don't see the way
Yeah.
Wolfe wins this, unfortunately. It kind of looks like he knows. Marcus also kind of looks like he knows because it looks like he's about to cry.
Oh, Marcus.
You guys have to understand, like, Marcus's top cuts, like, so many tournaments.
Yeah.
He's been knocked out by Wolfe out of multiple tournaments, Worlds, Toronto Regionals, and, like, like,
Surely-
this is his moment, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it double protect here or is it just?
I think so,
Gotta
right?
do.
I
I
don't
think
know
you double
if
protect to
double
deal with the sun.
Instant. I think it's like
It's not
I
over
think you just-
100% yet. Like, Marcus is so
Nah.
close, but, like, this is where
I
the
do
pressure's
think-
really on. You're up against Wolfe Glick, right? Like, you know you have, like, the win so close to you, but can you bring it over the finish line?
I think you double protect here because there's a realistic endgame where
Oh
you
my-
want Basque Legion outside. Oh my god, he just went for it. Oh my god. No, he doubled into it.
Oh,
Is that a
man.
double? Dire Claw.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh. Not the
Flare
one you
Blitz.
want.
Yeah, is it Blitz or
Oh,
Blitz?
yeah. It's probably throat.
Oh my
Throat
god.
check, right?
He needed to target that season.
I mean,
Okay.
it's still
This
in.
is so close.
It should still be in Marcus's favor, right? But you have to target
think so.
instant here. But do you
But
see?
close
you-
combat
yeah.
is going to be so close to knocking out here on both, like not
Yep.
so much the instant, but the Sneasler. Wolfe can just throw out one and like
Yep.
Dire Claw.
Oh, look how much damage the Dire Claw is.
How do you, if you're Wolf, how do you maximize your odds here?
Gunk
Oh my god. Oh my
It
god.
literally comes down to a speed
no.
Dude.
Oh my
There's
god.
just no way.
Dude.
I believe this is a 50-50, plain and simple.
That's insane.
Dude.
It's, you know, they left it all out on the court.
Oh,
Dude, Wolf's plot armor is literally second to none. I
Same.
can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh, Marcus.
that's really-
That is crazy. Oh, what a good sport.
That's, yeah.
That is insane, man. Oh boy, I'm very, very happy for Wolf, and I'm also gutted for Marcus, you know?
That was so...
I mean, I told you guys, I was like, he has it, but look, it wasn't guaranteed is the thing, right?
It
So like, let's talk about the turn where it was Dire Claw throw chop. Marcus knew he could have won the game if it was Aqua Jet Sneasler there.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
I feel like...
The problem is you have to face a Flare Blitz as well, but the thing is, like, I feel like with Bask, you should be able to, like, Dire Claw throw chop was the worst. I mean, Wolf found the one path to victory, right? But
Yeah. Because I feel like if you're Wolf, it's very much... You're kind of leaving it up to the hands of Markham. So, like, there also is other... He can protect Sneasler that turn. He can Flare Blitz that turn. It feels like... Again, going back to it, I think Double Protect was likely the play there for a few reasons from Marcus's end. One, you can see if Wolf protects his Sneasler. But also, I think that might force Wolf to change his hand, where now Sneasler has to be dealt with in time, because you can just jet in CC. And if that does come down to that, then you have Ask Legion outside of Sun to then go for that wave crash into Incineroar and knock it out.
I just, like, the reason is I feel like Basky Legion, because of Aqua Jet, if you get that Aqua Jet off throw chop, is like you need 3 throw chops to KO Basky Legion, right? Maybe 2. But like,
yes. Yeah.
The fact like he gave up Basky Legion 1 hit was no good.
It is just like, it is so hard when you're like in Marcus's shoes, you know, and you're like over, you know, just like there's so much going on to like not to like figure out how do I get it all of the time, you know? Like I don't know if I could have done that in 45 seconds.
Yeah. Like, especially, it's just such a... There's so much in that end game to think about that, like, you could just easily make, like, I would say one of them, and you just gotta have notes about it.
I want to know the turn that it was Sneasler in over, like Basky Legion in and not Sneasler, right?
Yeah. Like, it really feels like
I think it was just a
that
misclick, right? It probably... or Joy-Con drift or something.
Like that had to been I would say either that, which is a shame that it would happen. It's just like that, or I understand like the sequencing. Regardless, like because obviously with the Dark Pulse, then he Blizzards the Hydra gone, now it's gone permanently. Yeah, it is just crazy. This game is nuts.
Yep.
Gunk Shot wasn't
Oh my God,
necessary, but you hedged for it because he wasn't sure if close combat would be a 2-hit knockout, and he didn't want to get another defense drop, which is why Gunk Shot came out in that endgame, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was so stressful.
I think the first thing that I'd like to ask for is a round of applause for Marcus Dion, because
Aww.
I mean, Aqua Jet as well is not guaranteed win. Like Wolf can knock out the Basque Legion that turn and then Flare Blitz into the Sneasler and win the game that way if he lives 2 close combats, just judging by the damage. One to say he didn't, but I mean, it's just again a very tight end game. Every decision had a ton of like variability, I think is a good way to put it. That outcome could have gone either way.
Yep.
To plan. I honestly thought that when I was down to just Incineroar and Sneasler with like no health left, I thought that it was over, but I tried to find outs to maybe turn it around, and I mean I was able to do it, but only just by the skin of my teeth.
So okay, let's. I'm in the end, does Marcus still have to get a call right to win the game? Like, let's say you double protect, right?
Are
Then
you
the next
tapped
turn,
back?
you always have Aquajet close combat available, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to pull up the turn?
Yeah. Because
Because I think at that point, I think about it this way. If Wolfe doesn't protect, which he didn't, he can then protect the next turn, and then subsequently he can also go for a double if he wants to. In that time, Ensign has two options realistically, which are to throat chop and flare blitz. If he flare blitzes into Sneasler, he takes a lot of recoil.
Exactly.
It's always getting close combat it the next turn. At that point, he also has to knock out the Basket Legion with throat chop, which it had a dire claw on it and wave crash recoil for it to get knocked out by throat chop, which it does not have in this reality. So at that point, Wolfe likely needs a double protect on Sneasler to win the game if Marcus just decides to Aquajet twice into it.
yeah, so there's
And
three
by-
turns of Sun, right? So like that's one of the key things because it's like if you stall at the Sun, you do a lot more damage to Ensign as well. I just, yeah, I'm trying to think. It's like, did Marcus have to take the risk of reading Sneasler protecting that turn? It just felt unnecessary.
I think
I probably would have leaned more into just covering my bases there.
it feels like, yeah, double protect into Jet, into CC, and then do the same thing again the next turn.
Yep, exactly.
Feels correct. Like, just from all avenues, because obviously, again, Wolfe can protect. Throat Chop has to kill a very, very bulky Basket Legion. That is 219 health. That is, like, 24 HP plus me. Which, I would say, presumably very bulky. Like, unless Wolfe crits that Throat Chop, it is still very much a game in Marcus's favor. I think it was just one of the things where we might have over-indexed on a odd that was not particularly like even obviously like some point you just kind of have sweating the small numbers and just go for it. Like even like was Aaron's playing it on the like the feedback now, but it's like Ensign took like less than half after Citrus from the close combat, so it would have likely not KO'd. But even in the position where Bass gets this off, it presumably lives, and even if it doesn't, like it's still, I would say it's close. I don't know. Like I feel like Aquajetting there is always just the correct play, even if obviously Wolfe gets that double, because again, for instance, Wolfe has to flare blitz into Sneasler, knock it out in the sun, and then not take enough recoil for this Basket Legion to not close it out, which it likely does. So you'd have to crit throat chop then on top of that, on top of it.
That was unbelievable. Like it felt. Oh man. That's what I mean. You can get so close to beating Wolfe, but.
I'm just so grateful to be where I am.
I mean, you definitely need that community.
Here, I'll play back.
These things happen.
Speed tying made it really complicated to plan.
We just got a shout out, Aaron. Let's go. I did deafen you guys so I can make sure I listened to that. Oh, sorry.
All good.
And I mean, I was able to do it, but only just by the skin of my teeth.
I mean, it's been so impressive to
now I
see
need
the
to figure out how to
tournament run
deafen
that you put
that
together
stream.
here, especially to these internationals. I mean, you've been competing for so long, but the internationals have only gotten more stacked. There's so many players competing.
I mean, no words.
How
That
does it feel to
was
be
crazy,
in
crazy.
top four and on the
And
scene?
they are just. We got 2 matches left in the day.
I would say both of these are insane. Silva versus Francesco and Wolfe versus Rios. That is an unbelievable finals, regardless of who it is.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be 2 great games. Oh my God, we're gonna have a. Wait, who? Oh yeah. I was gonna say, oh, we're gonna have a European in the finals no matter what, but no. Dude, shout out to Federico, like getting top 8 the year after winning this event. Like, you know, of course you're gutted, you can't take it all the way twice, but that is wild, right? Like that is some crazy consistency.
And I know,
we got top 16?
Yeah, he's
oh, right.
11 from the
Oh no, I mean, well then in that case, then like
that's still insane.
That changes everything. Yeah, no, right, exactly.
In the meta, and I know there's other people that compete that look at the teams and want to be like you. Any like advice for those that are trying to?
Aaron, how are you looking? Dude, how's your heart rate gonna be today? You know, first Wolves games and then the Knicks. You know.
Oh my God.
Oh jeez.
fundamentally, the easier it is to find the spots where some of the more niche picks can shine. And so if you're a beginner player and you want to use...
Someone said the ending was in favor of Wolfe. I mean, like...
I have to argue no.
Yeah, it was after the Aquajet Dire Claw, or sorry, the Dire Claw throat chop turn, but it felt like Marcus did not need to go for that.
Yeah, it feels like an overextension, and again, if the read works out, it's, you know, not bad, but it's still, it feels like it just, there are more opportunities for it to go wrong than it is to go right, and especially in a game 3 versus one, arguably the best player of all. It is one of those things, obviously the pressure is mantled against you, and it's hard to, you know, just do something even, but it definitely does feel like one of those positions where it's just like, just go for the straightforward answer, because worst case, you can just say you lost to like a crit throat chop or something. It feels like that gave him the least amount of odds to lose the game, even if you're afraid of some protector or critical hit. I would rather lose on those rather than knowing I got the wrong when I could have just gone the straightforward answer.
Okay,
but
so
again, there's no...
I have a question. So someone in chat saying it was 100% won with Aquajet CC. That I don't think is true either.
No.
Like, it was not like, yeah, he wins on the spot. Because you could lose to throat chop critical hit, right? If I just want to rewind to the position.
Yep.
It was so...
That's the most, I think, notable one. There's also the odds that like Wolfe gets a double protect. If he gets a double protect with Sneasler, that's really bad because now he can go for what's his name? Like obviously that's just a turn that Basket Legion has dunked into a target. Like again, if he double protects there and Instinct gets the opportunity to knock it out, because remember, CC into CC does not knock out Wolfe's Incineroar after the Citrus Berry. So it can take 2 close combats. That's 2 throat chops in the Basket Legion that Wolfe now gets the opportunity to do.
Yep.
So it's not locked. It's just, again, straightforward answer is more likely to result in more outcomes for Marcus that are likely for him to win the game, as opposed to overextending on a read for the most part and hoping that things goes away. Because, like, again, Wolfe kind of is in a position where he can do some actions, but the game is really reliant on Marcus. Marcus is in the driving seat. Wolfe's actions are dictated by how Marcus attacks in set. Like, the outcome of, like, Wolfe's like win or loss is decided by what buttons Marcus clicks.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where, as the player in the driving seat, admittedly, like I said, you kind of want to go for the straightforward answer because, admittedly, there are less options that can go wrong if you get it wrong, quote unquote, where you sink an Aquajet into a protecting you close combat and you Incineroar, because again, like we've mentioned, Flare Blitz goes into Sneasler. If it even knocks out, it has to take an insurmountable amount of recoil. That's damage that's not being thrown out to Basket Legion. Then it has to crit a throat chop. Or Wolfe has to get a double protect on Sneasler.
Yep.
And again, it's just, there's no 100% correct call, but there are calls that technically have more odds stacked in Marcus's favor. And at the end of the day, sometimes you go for the call that you think is correct versus the one that is statistically better. And again, no dig to Marcus for doing that. But it is like one of those things where it's like you can just say in hindsight, Kadak.
Well said, yeah. And I mean, once again, it's like you guys own the pressure in this situation when like you are so close and like it's sometimes it's a lot easier for us to sit and watch it, right? But like in the moment, you're thinking through every single possibility and there's so much going on. And in the end, it was still a 50-50, right? So despite all that, it was like Marcus, it's just literally a coin flip that it comes down to. I do think Aquajet CC is like probably on paper the better play, but it's not 100% one. It would be different. Like an example of 100% win condition is it's like Incineroar's in literal close combat range, right? So then Aquajet CC literally is always 100% win, but there were other extenuating factors here that did not guarantee that just clicking Aquajet in close combat won the game here. But I mean, this is, I think, what makes playing against Wolfe so hard. Even if you've built up a lead, you often like kind of get really excited about it probably. And you're thinking, I'm so close. And for Marcus, I can't imagine, you know, the emotion for him having lost against Wolfe and feeling like he is just on the verge of success there. But, you know, Wolfe finds the out here. And it was a really incredible set by, I mean, Marcus, you know, was also hitting Blizzards. He won the speed tie in game 1. Rockslide missed. Like, it was not a clean set by any means, but I think both players honestly played fantastically. Marcus leaned into so much aggression with that like and Rock in game 3, even though it didn't knock out Charizard. And I would love to, hear what happened with the Basque Legion coming in first over Sneasler, because I felt like that was some unnecessary damage like he ended up taking. But either way, just absolutely insane.
Yeah. Very good stat.
Yep. I think it's like harder when you know that you're close and you can kind of taste it, but you still have to figure out why, you know? It's like you almost get like, you know, like not tilted, but like it can be so hard to see the way forward. Especially if it's like, okay, you know, like I win this game 93% or what is it, like 96% of the time, like they just need a crit to win. Like how can I lock it up and get the 100%? Like I think a lot of players like make a move that they shouldn't there trying to optimize.
Exactly what it wanted on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's a fun cat and mouse, right? Where you know, Wolfe and
I think
it's. I think Wolfe did a great job of.
It feels like one of those things that we could talk about all day. Like it literally, I think this is interesting. Like discussions you can have about Pokemon, just like psyche in general. When it comes to things like this, like I think even kind of elaborating on top of that, like. There are positions I think I've seen where like players will kind of be like in the, you know, I have this locked, and then they psych themselves out and think to themselves like it's not over yet, and then they start to think about options that are less realistic than the one that is just again straightforward. It's just one of those things where like Pokemon is a game, man. This is it's tough. It's tough to always assume that something is 100% right. And 100% wrong.
Critically losing its focus ashes. That fake out comes in and pretty critical over the course of this game. Also critical, I believe, for this turn is a heat wave miss.
Someone made a good point. The previous turn, Wolf Sneasler protected, but not Dire Claw to KO Frostlass. Yeah, it could have been Dire Claw, Dark Pulse that turn. Which is true. But he had to respond to the pressure that Marcus had with Basque Legion out on the field.
Yeah, but I think yes, like the heat
that...
missed here, but I feel like maybe
I'm sweating, guys. I'm literally sweating.
Really start to figure out, okay, how
absolutely
am I gonna get
crazy.
to the end of this game? It's always going to be about the Lycanroc. I feel like that was always going to be target number 1 to prioritize, so that your Charizard didn't have a hard
There
time.
was only Intimidate on the Basque Legion, so like I would say it. I would say there was a comment, but like, yeah, it realistically just was going to knock out the Sneasler, but also like again, we were talking about that double protects, and then do what you're gonna do the next turn. Regardless, it's just fundamentally better because you're drawing more of like Wolf's odds to protect out either across 1 or 2 turns, but also stalling the Sun for Basque Legion in an endgame where realistically like things do go a little right. Sneasler gets knocked out a little early, or you know, just even in general, like just stalling out the Sun seems like a more
I mean, it's just so
like crucial part of the plan instead of just launching instantly, because again there's just safer odds that Basque is capable of picking up knockouts where obviously in the Sun it's not capable.
This is a sweet tie between these 2 Pokemon when the Sneaslers both freshly come in and are really helping to fake out.
Someone said, can we please stop the yap during the interviews? You know, normally I would say yes, but that game was so intense and chat was responding so much. I would recommend if you'd like to watch the interviews onto the main stream, because we can always go to afterwards. I apologize, but we had so much to break down in that game.
I think for that point too, like I kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit.
It's the magic of the internet.
Oh, that's why Wolfe does things the way he does. But of course, you know, we end
up to quote one NPC, technology really is one.
And Wolfe gets it, and you know,
I think that's what he says.
That's right. I think that's what he says. Okay. Aaron, speaking of wonderful, how are the Knicks? You know, how are you feeling?
I'm nervous. And now even more nervous because Wolfe is still in the tournament, obviously.
Yeah, that's right.
But he says technology is incredible.
And again, like he said too.
Yeah, technology is incredible.
I think played a really excellent set.
Oh, what's up, Cedric?
Props to him as well for picking up that team so quickly. I think one of the challenges for the players playing that Lycanroc team.
All right, folks. I think this might actually be it for me. I'm gonna watch top 4 from not on Co-Stream, but it's been almost 9 hours. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah.
Huge plus to my guests, James and Aaron. That was a crazy set to end on. It sucks to not cover the top 4 matches, but this tournament has unfortunately gone on for a little bit too long. I have real life social obligations to attend to.
Thanks for having us, man. This was a lot of fun, and see you tomorrow.
Guys, it was a blast. I will be here tomorrow for finals. James, Aaron, if you guys want to join, you're more than welcome, of course. It's an honor to have you. Please let the chat know where they can find you. Yeah, give them a follow, guys.
You could follow by Twitter. Am I allowed to link this, or am I gonna get like nuked in chat for like posting a link?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Oosh.
Absolutely. At least we have one hope left in
Take
this
a word,
top
yeah,
four,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
We've got Wolfe Glick representing
Awesome.
the United
Thank you so
States.
much.
And across
Yeah.
from him, we have Eric Rios from
It
Spain.
was a really
On
fun
the
time.
side of the bracket, we've got an Italian. We've got
All right, guys.
Excellent.
Have a great night. Enjoyed the top four.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, I will. I mean, I'm going to go play practice games. Bye.
Oh yeah, you gotta help bro out.
Yeah, I'm not off the clock. All right. See you guys later. Bye.
So we're gonna have to go to a quick little break.
There is still top four, yes, but unfortunately that's going to be it for me because I had some plans before this. So enjoyed the semis. I'm sure it'll be amazing. Truly fourth the best of all time. And yeah, it's been a blast.